Chapter 151. Crown lands on the shore. Run! Tormund kept yelling and the crowd started to escape, almost trampling on each other. Ghost and Nymeria were ready to attack the Rights. They were in the main line, and no matter how many times Tormund told them to run, they did not move. They wanted to protect them. The Blue Eyes did not come closer in the past few minutes, but they heard the bronchial voices. The army of the Deads was running towards them. Ghost snarled and he was ready to jump at the first one, but that moment a huge flame cut the way between them. Tormund and Yara raised their eyes to the sky. It was Drogon, or at least a huge dragon. He kept breathing fire to the Deads, and they knew that is the moment which they must take advantage of. They started to run towards the ship, following the crowd, and the wolves followed them. Yara stopped when she found a little girl, lying on the ground. The startled people pushed her and she was just crying. Yara raised her up to her arms and continued running with her. Some Rights could run through the flames and two of those almost reached Yara. She held the little girl in one of her arms and she was ready to fight with her other arm, but before the zombie could attack her, Ghost jumped to the creature and tore his head off. Another one wanted to jump to Ghost, but Nymeria caught it. Yara fell to the ground, but she felt an arm, who pulled her up. It was Tormund. Hurry! Ghost! He yelled to the dire wolf, and after he ripped another dead to parts he started to run after them with Nymeria. Dany barely could see anything from above. She tried to set an obstacle between the Deads and the humans. There, Jon pointed to the ground and shouted. Ghost! He yelled while he was squeezing Daenerys' waist. Dany directed Drogon lower and set fire right after the two dire wolves. She made a circle over them and they saw how the clouds were getting closer. It will catch us, Jon warned her. Dany! Hold on! She warned him, and they felt how the winds of the storm swept Drogon away a bit. She needed every strength to able to stay on him. It was harder with Jon. Drogon almost snapped to the ground, but he raised up at the last moment. We have to leave! Jon yelled. Not until Ghost is there, she shouted back and directed Drogon towards the ground. Tormund and Yara just boarded to the ship and they were searching for the dire wolves. We have to! A soldier told to Yara. Not without them! Tormund yelled back angrily. Come on, boy! He whispered to the distance. Some zombies were right behind the two wolves. Dany finally could spot them and she landed in front of the ship and Drogon roared loud. The wolves did not stop, they ran beside Drogon and he burned the zombies who followed them. Jon spotted two who could avoid the fire and jumped to Drogon. Without any warning, he gets off from Drogon while he raised up again to the air and cuts them into pieces. Jon! Dany shouted desperately. Go! Jon warned her and cut another dead, while he was running to the ship. Ghost jumped to the zombie behind Jon and after he killed it, he followed Jon to the ship. Departures! Yara ordered them. Now! She shouted again. Jon ran to the other side of the ship and he saw how Drogon was doing circles above them. Dany tried to see him and she flies below. Drogon's wings affected the water. When she spotted Jon she felt relaxed and pulled Drogon up to the air. Jon! Tormund yelled his name and he walked back to the other side of the ship. The zombies stopped at the shore and the cloud stopped in line with the shore. He narrowed his eyes to see the figures on the shore better. A moment later the army of the Deads parted and the Night King was walking forward amongst them until he reached the end of the shore. They were staring at each other longingly. Jon swore that moment, he'll end this. Once and for all. He was happy when his sister killed the Night King, but he had a weird feeling it should have happened in another way. It should be him. Maybe that was his destiny too. The shore became more blurry as the ship headed for the island. When he lost the Night King out of his sight he took a deep breath. He was not prepared for the huge hug that Tormund gave to him at the next moment. I was not sure I'll ever see you again, bastard, he told him with a laugh. It was you, right? Ghost. It was you and him? How? Long story, Jon answered while Tormund was squeezed him by his shoulders. I just hoped, we are not going too late. You left it at the last minute. Tormund joked with him and poked his chest. Jon heard a soft whine at the next moment. He turned to Ghost. Hi boy, he kneeled down and Ghost snuggled close to him. You are just as brave and stubborn as I am, he told the White Wolf and petting his head. Ghost stepped back from him and stood next to the other dire wolf. Nymeria. Jon smiled and stretched his hand towards her. The wolf sniffed him, then stepped closer to let him caress his head. She joined us on the way. I have no idea where he found her. Tormund told Jon. She is Arya's dire wolf, Jon answered and stood up. She lost her, years ago. When she was at King's Landing. Jon sighed and watched the two wolves. Nymeria laid down and Ghost put his head to her back and laid next to her. See, the family relations did not matter for them either. Tormund placed his arms around Jon's shoulder and laughed. Jon couldn't hold his smile and he started to laugh too. They can't swim, right? Yara's question broke their laugh. No. They won't come after us. John walked to the railing, but they will go to the city. That means we don't have too much time if we want to prevent them. He sighed. Why? Let them do the dirty job, and kill that raven. Tormund told him. No. If they do it, if he dies by the hand of the Night King, he'll be back in another body. The books were clear about it. John answered, and the Night King won't be dead either. Not in this way. We have to finish this once and for all. Dragon's Stone. Don't your queen misses you? Sansa asked Dario after he spent his whole afternoon with her after the morning. She has better things to do than miss me. Dario laughed and poured a glass of wine for both of them. I don't drink. Sansa shook her head. You have to taste it. Best wine from Mirren. He insisted, and she finally took the glass from his hand. I hope you don't try to poison me. Sansa raised her brow. Why would I do that? Dario frowned. At her command, Sansa answered and stared his face. She would never. Dario started, but then he stopped and knelt down in front of her. She may be my queen, but a day was enough with you to know. I would never be able to hurt you. He told straight to her face. Their eyes were locked, and Sansa finally reached the cup to her mouth and drank into it. Really delicious, she admitted. I can give you something else. What is so delicious? He teased her and leaned closer to her face. Sansa lowered her head. I still don't know. I don't know I can trust you or not, and I would never have a romantic relationship with a man who I won't trust with my whole heart. She made it clear. Test me, Dario told her without hesitation. What do you mean? Sansa frowned and raised her eyes at him again. Ask something and I can prove. I meant my words. My biggest weakness. He started to caress her arm. Women in love, and beauty been my biggest weakness. Always. There are some things that can worth, to break our previous oath. He almost whispered to her. And would you do it for me? Sansa asked him, and their lips were so close. When we first met you were, much more committed to the Dragon Queen. I did not know you days ago, he answered, and she could feel his breath on her lips. He was a charming man, with a very winsome behavior, but she knew she can't fall for him. No. She can't let love weakens her. Not to mention he was just a soldier and she was a queen. Dario kept his eyes on her eyes, and he felt he already in the finish line. His lips almost touched her lips, but that moment she turned her head away from him and stood up. If you would do something for me, it would change how much I trust you. She stated and glanced at him. Daenerys was walking up and down in the room. She couldn't believe that Jon just jumped down from Drogon and risked his life. What the hell he was thinking? Mom Missandei was sitting on the floor and she was holding some toy in her hand, but she was just watching her mother. Dany did not hear it first. Mommy. She stood up and stood right in her way. I am sorry. Dany realized her mind was totally somewhere else. She crouched. I am so sorry, darling. Where is Dad? Missandei asked her. In safe. He decided to come back with his friends, but he'll be back soon. She caressed her cheek. They did not hurt him. Missandei was looking at her face. They? Who? Dany frowned. The evil white monsters with blue eyes, she answered, and Dany's mouth falls open. You were fighting with them, right? How do you know about them? How? Who told you this? Dany wanted to choke Nisra or Jennifer at that moment. She was sure it was one of them. I saw them. In my dreams. They want me. Missandei continued quietly. No honey, they are bad creatures, but they don't want you. They want to change the world. With me. Missandei looked into her mother's eyes. I know it. Come here. Dany pulled her daughter to her arms and kissed her head. I won't let anyone hurt you. Your dad neither. I promise. She squeezed her and she still couldn't believe the words that her daughter just told her. She did everything she could not know about the things which pose a threat to her, but she knew. She realized no matter how hard she tried to give her a life as a normal child, she'll never be just a child. She was born for something more. Your Grace. Grey Worm entered to Daenerys's room without knocking. What is it? She surprised and stood up. Gave him an angry look. She hated when they just enter without knocking or warning, and Grey Worm do it constantly. The ships have arrived, he answered in Valyrian, and Dany felt her heart stopped at that moment. Of course, she saw Jon Snow on that ship, but that did not mean nothing happened with him on the way. Papa. Missandei smiled. Yes. Papa is here. Dany raised her daughter to her arms, and followed Grey Worm outside. Jennifer and Nisra were already there. The people started to get off the ships and looked around. Help them to find a place to have some rest and give them food, Daenerys ordered Grey Worm, and he nodded. He immediately told the Unsullied what to do. We need some more tents, Daenerys told the Dothraki leader next to her. He also nodded and left them there. She walked closer to the ships with her daughter in her arms, and she felt how the people glaring her. She held Miss Sandai very tight. She was looking at the people wonderingly. Then her eyes stopped on a place. Papa! She almost jumped out from her mother's arms. Dani needed to lean forward to not drop her. She ran towards the ship and John raised her up when she reached him. He gave a kiss to her face, then his eyes stopped on Dani. Chapter 152 Dragon's Stone. When this little girl has grown up that much. Tormund laughed when he saw Miss Sandai in John's arms. Miss Sandai was staring at him with her huge, deep brown eyes. You don't remember me, right? He tickled her tiny hand. Do not scare the hell out of her. Dani stepped there and smiled. The Dragon Queen. He bowed his head. I am glad I see you again, alive, she stated kindly, then glanced at John. She could kill him with her eyes. She got scared for a moment when Ghost touched her hand with his nose. She crouched and caressed the head of the dire wolf. Well, especially you, she whispered and scratched the base of his ear. She raised her head and spotted the other wolf. Nymeria looked at Ghost, and as if she has waited for his approval, Dani could have sworn the white wolf nodded to the other, and Nymeria stepped closer and let her caress her head. John placed Miss Sandai to the floor and she also took some steps to the huge wolves. Don't. Dani wanted to warn her, but John placed his hand to her shoulder. Dani raised her eyes at him then stood up. Our daughter is sleeping with dragons, and you worry because of the wolves. He asked her kindly. They don't know her, Dani told John, but the two wolves surrounded Miss Sandai and snuggled up to her with their heads. What did you just say? John asked her with a smile on his face. My Lady Dario knocked on Sansa's door and entered. You couldn't stand without me for too long. Sansa smiled at him and walked closer. Come with me. Now, he told her and grabbed her hand. She hesitated for a moment but followed him. What? Sansa wanted to ask. Everyone is dealing with something else. It is the right time, but you don't have too much time, he told her and they arrived at Tyrion's room. There were his soldiers in front of the door. He just motioned with his hand for them to move away. Go, I'll stay here and keep my eyes open, but hurry, he told her, and Sansa nodded. She opened the door and stepped inside. Tyrion. She called him quietly. Yes. Ahm. What the hell are you doing here? He surprised. I wanted to talk with you. She answered. And the queen let you? Why? Tyrion frowned. Stop calling her a queen. Sansa rolled her eyes. She is not a queen of anything. She could have been, but she set the land on fire instead. We will both be in huge trouble if she finds out that you are here, he warned her. You have to go now. He wanted to push her out from his room. You are afraid of her. Sansa was staring at his face. Only fools are not. Maybe she is a mother now, but I served her for years. If someone goes against her order. Tyrion lowered his head. She'll burn that person alive. Yeah, I figured it out. She sighed. Why are you here? She wanted answers. I've told you. Unfortunately, I am sure, your brother, your other brother, the king lost his mind. There are visible signs, and I did not see any other chance. Then the queen who burned down the capital. Sansa made a face. Your brother starved them. He doesn't care about the people. They are suffering. 4 months now. If not longer. Tyrion tried to make her understand. Think about how he acted with you. What he has done with you. Tyrion grabbed her arm. I need to help my sister. She answered without hesitation. He made it clear, if I bring him the child, he'll let her go and he'll give us freedom. Did you make a pact with him? That is how you can be here. How else? Sansa shook her head. I thought, we had a plan to save both of you. Quentyn Martell. Bran figured out. Sansa made it clear. He found out his betrayal and I don't know what he did with him, but she lowered her head. I only care about my sister. You have to help me. To kidnap a child from an island where every eye guards her and dragons protect her? Forget it. Tyrion raised his voice. I thought you'd never let me down. Sansa, that is craziness. He told straight to her face. There must be another way. There is no other way. She almost yelled. She barely wanted to let me go, Jon told Daenerys after he put Miss Sandai to sleep. Dany was standing at the window with folded arms. She worried about you. She sighed. She had dreams. About the White Walkers. What? Jon stepped to her. Since when? Did she say this to you? She surprised me with these news too. I did not even know what to say. She took a deep breath. She said they're coming for her. If that were true, I never let them take her. Jon placed his arms around her, but she walked away from him. He surprised. Dani, he whispered her name. You have no idea, what I felt when you just, jumped down from Drogon. We agreed. We agreed we won't risk our lives, not more than should be. Her eyes were in tears meanwhile she was mad at him and he wanted to shout with him from the bottom of her heart. I had to. If I, did not do that. Nymeria and Ghost, would have not survived. Jon answered. You did exactly that your old self would have done. It was reckless and headlong and. She was totally freaked out. You forgot you have a daughter, who is waiting for you at home. A tear rolled down on her face. I did not. Jon stepped closer to her and placed his palms to her cheek. I did it for her. Because if I let Ghost die, it means I die too. You know I had to do it. I was so afraid I. She buried her face to his chest. I lose you. Jon barely could understand what is she saying. Shhhh. He was caressing her head. We survived. For today. He swallowed, and Daenerys raised her eyes at him. He wiped the tear away from her face. We won a battle. He narrowed his eyes. But we don't have too much time before they reach the capital. You know we can't let them. He needed to be strong, and he needed to give her strength too. He needed strong and determined Daenerys in this war. So it is started. Dany finally could form some words. The war. I thought, we have much more time. She lowered her head. We have to prepare our armies. Tomorrow. We have to get ready to leave the island and fight the last war. He nodded. Or we lost. If the Night King kill him and not us, you remember right? Remember the things Sam told us? He asked her and scanned her eyes. I do. She nodded and answered barely audible. I wanted to have more time. I wanted to give them time to. Jon explained but Daenerys pulled his face close and kissed him. Again and again. Jon surprised. If that is one of our last nights. If we have to prepare ourselves for the war from tomorrow. I want to enjoy this night. She whispered to him, she almost begged him with her words, but she should not have to. Jon felt the same, he placed his arms around her and kissed her deeply. Their tongues went a passionate dance meanwhile they headed to the table with small steps. That kiss showed their deepest emotions to each other. The love, the lust, the passion, the fear of losing each other. Everything was in that kiss. He felt how Daenerys trying to untie his pants and it did not take a too long time for her. He felt how her soft fingers encompass his hard manhood and tugging her hands on it. Up and down. He groaned a bit. He wanted to undress her, but she knelt down before he could pull down her dress. She licked the tip of his cock meanwhile she was moving her hands faster, then with a sudden move, she swallowed his cock in her mouth and heard a soft moan. Jon couldn't take his eyes off of her. He wanted to have many nights with her in the same way. In happiness. In full of pleasures. Dany became wilder. She wanted to forget everything around her. She wanted to focus on one thing. To the man who she loved with all her heart. She squeezed his hip and sucked him so vehemently. Jon felt how her hand was sliding to his back and she clutched his butt. She raised her eyes at him, and their eyes locked for some seconds. Jon felt he is going to lose his mind, and the control. He grabbed her hair and from that moment he directed her. The speed, the depth, and her moans became denser and more passionate. Yes. Jon groaned, even his voice became deeper. Do it. Deeper, he told her and he was following all her moves, he adored her. Yes, Dany. Yes. He felt how close he is. He swallowed one and leaned his head back. He wanted to enjoy it longer, but he couldn't hold his climax back. Dany now. Now. He kept her head close, and he spread himself in her mouth. Fuck yes. He panted and caressed her face, while she was swallowing all his juice. She coughed a little when she let his manhood out from her mouth, and Jon helped her to stand up. We should do this. He barely could talk more often he laughed. It's not me who always cut in the middle of things. Dany giggled and kissed his palm. Now I want to cut, in the middle of something else. He turned with her and he almost ripped her clothes off. The material landed on the floor and she was there in front of him. In her naked beauty. He raised her up by her butt and placed her to the table. He pulled over the shirt of his head and kissed her again. Squeezed her with one arm, and the other clutched her perfectly rounded butt. Jon she moaned to his mouth and he spread her tights more, then knelt down. She felt his warm breath on her sex, and he teased her. With kisses to her inner tights, he kissed everything under there, except her clit. Jon she moaned. She wanted him to kiss her there. He wanted him to satisfy her. Right now. She wanted all the stress to go away. She wanted to feel calm and happy as long as they can. Jon thrust his finger to her pussy. Slowly. Yes, she cried out. Damn you are so. He started meanwhile he added another finger. What? Dany moaned. She wanted him to say it loud. She loved it when he was talking meanwhile they were having sex. She felt how he added another finger and moved it in and out. You are so wet. He adored it. He felt how much she wanted him. He noticed how she was squeezing the edge of the table. Yes. Lick me out, John. Please. She begged him, meanwhile she enjoyed his fingers too. She was not sure are there still 3 or 4 fingers inside her. It did not matter. He knew how to give her pleasure. Extraordinary and enjoyable pleasure. John. She moaned again meanwhile he was still kissing her lower belly. Say it again, he whispered to her and he felt how her legs were started to shake. Tell me what do you want? There was a smirk on his face. Lick me out Jon Snow. She moaned a bit too loudly because her climax hit her body, right at that moment. Her first climax and he did not give her too much time to come to mind. That moment when she comes his lips stuck on her pussy, and his tongue played with her clit. Wildly. Passionately. There were only some moments when she did not mind he is a wolf, exactly in these moments. Chapter 153. King's Landing. Everything was on fire, and Daenerys was standing in the middle of it. She had no idea what happened. She was searching for Jon and Missandei. Desperately. Full of concern. She barely could see anything, then a raven attacked her through the flames. Tried to edge her eyes, she fall to the ground and screamed. Tried to shoo the bird away, then a spear went through the bird's body. An ice spear. The raven fell to the ground and bleeding. The bird was lifeless. She barely could breathe, and she was trying to find where it comes from. Her heart stopped at the moment when she saw how 2 figures came out from the flames. A small child and a man. Missandei and Jon. They were holding hands, but when they raised their eyes on her those eyes were blue. Ice blue. No, she swallowed and shook her head. No. Her lips were trembling. This is the end, Missandei answered brusquely, and Dany felt pain in her chest. She looked down at her body, and there was a dagger in her heart. The same dagger that Jon used when he killed her in King's Landing years ago. She felt how her nose starts to bleed and she fell to her knees. Meanwhile, they were just standing there and watching her dying. Her vision became blurred but the last thing she saw, was the Night King. Stepped next to her family and smirked. Dragon's stone. No, she screamed and woke up. Jumped up on the bed. Dany. Jon got scared. She woke him up with her screech and he immediately placed his arms around her. What happened? What did you dream? He was looking at her face and placed his palm to her cheek. She shook her head, then just placed her arms to his neck and hugged him close. Squeezed him. It was just a dream. He was caressing her back. Since. She tried to tell him her feelings. I am afraid of my dreams. What if it is not just a dream? What if? She filled with fear. Last time you dreamed about us. Living together in a wonderful place with our children. Jon tried to calm her down. Not every dream of you is a prophecy. He kissed her cheek. It was just, because you are afraid. Yet. She nodded and released him. Do you think we are ready? She asked him and staring at his face. For this? For that war? I am afraid it is not our decision. He frowned. But we have the most important thing to fight for. Our family. Our daughter. He placed his forehead to hers. We'll never be ready, but we are going to win this war. Together. I love you, she whispered to him and he just answered with a kiss to her forehead. He was scared too. His deepest fear was losing her. Losing their daughter. He was not ready. Not at all, but as he said, it was not their decision. They have to fight and they have to defeat the Raven, the Night King, and the Deads. There is no other way. Enoch disturbed that intimate moment between them. Jon gave another kiss to her and stood up. Pulled his pants to his lower body, and walked to the door. Grey Worm was standing there in front of him. He looked at Jon with a grimace in his face, as usual. Jon got used to it. Grey Worm couldn't let the past away, no matter the Queen forgave Jon, he is not able to do it. He was sure, the unsullied captain still blames him because of the death of his lover. He blamed himself in a way too. If he would have been, next to Daenerys, maybe it would have happened in a different way. What can I do for you? He asked Grey Worm. I've got a message for the Queen. From Tyrion Lannister, he stated with so serious face. Jon glanced back to the bed, above his shoulder and he saw how Daenerys kept the blanket around her body and stood up. What does he want? She asked him while she was walking towards them. He wants to talk with you. Grey Worm changed the language to High Valyrian about his sister. He continued. Dany nodded, and she hated that she was right about Sansa. She planned something. Daario managed to take her to Tyrion. She wondered what the tyrant dwarf wants to tell her. I'll be in the map room in an hour. Take him there, she answered in the common language. Grey Worm bowed with his head and turned to leave. What does he want? John frowned and closed the door. You've heard it. He wants to talk with me. She smiled at her lover. About what? John kept asking questions. He usually changes the language, when he tries to keep things hidden from me. He took a deep breath. So, what is he hiding from me? Or you? She opened her mouth and lowered her head. Hesitated. If you won't tell me, then Tyrion will because I am coming with you, he added and walked past by her towards the bath premise. He looked pissed. John. Dany sighed. He has some information about your sister. She looked at him, and he was turning back to her slowly. Grey Worm told that he wants to talk about Sansa. She swallowed. In this case, I'll definitely be involved in this meeting. He narrowed his eyes, and a moment later he disappeared behind the door. Dany sighed and sat to the edge of the bed. She bit her lower lip. John would have never agreed to do this with Sansa. He was straighter, more honest than that. He hated lies and deceit. If it would have depended on him, he would just ask Sansa about her plans but she would never tell him. She was dangerous. She learned it last time. No matter how innocently she looks, she really taught many things from Cersei Lannister. Some minutes passed and she sank in her thoughts. She did not notice when John came back to the room. He placed his hand to her shoulder, and she smiled a bit at him. She started, she wanted to tell him, the plan she had with Dario, before the meeting with Tyrion, but the door opened without any knock or warning, and Missandei ran inside. Nisra tried to catch her, but she stopped at the door. My apologies. She started with a small smile. John just laughed, and he just watched how his precious little daughter immediately finds happiness in her mother's arms. Dany hugged her and adjusted her hair. Darling, I thought we agreed that you'll do what Nisra asks. Dany caressed Missandei's little cheek. I am sorry, she answered in the cutest way. None of them can be angry with her. She just wanted to be with her parents, and that was normal. Dagon and Jorel fly out. I was alone, she told them. And you hate to be alone, I know that. Dany kissed her forehead, then glanced at John. They both knew what the other thinks. If she can have a sister or a brother, it would be amazing. They exchanged a smile and John crouched to her daughter. Nisra was staring at them and her heart filled with joy and happiness. They were the perfect family, despite their past. They could let the past away, and only that mattered. They'll be amazing rulers if they decide they want to rule. If they survive. She did not want to disturb them anymore, and she took some steps back and left the room. That hour passed quickly, and Missandei hardly wanted to let them leave her behind. She was devoted to her parents, and the feeling was mutual. If Grey Worm did not warn them, they'd probably forget about the meeting. They needed those happy family moments, especially on the brink of war. Daenerys arrived in the map room alone. John promised her he'll be there in a couple of minutes. She hoped he'll arrive sooner than Tyrion. She was staring out the window, and she saw how those dark clouds stopped above the continent. They did not move anywhere since yesterday. That was strange. They thought the Deads will immediately start marching towards the capital. Of course, there was still a chance, they are doing it, but they can't be sure. Maybe she should send some ships to check the situation on the shores. The door opened and she turned to the direction. Tyrion stepped inside, accompanied by 2 unsullied soldiers. She spotted Grey Worm and Dario behind them. Your Grace. Dario smiled at her. I didn't remember when I called you to be here. Dany frowned. Grey Worm insisted on my presence. He shrugged his shoulders. He did not tell the reasons. I thought you wanted me to join. I'd like him to stay. Grey Worm cut the conversation between them. He is dangerous. He glanced at Tyrion. More of us keep their eye on you is better. He was a real soldier, and he would die for her anytime. She appreciated that. As I heard, you wanted to tell something to me. She swallowed and raised her eyes at Tyrion. The 2 unsullied soldiers stepped away from him, and they walked out of the room, at the moment John arrived there. My apologies. John smiled at Dany. Your daughter is quite stubborn, he added quickly and stepped next to his love. His queen. My daughter. She glanced at him and there was a small grin on her face. She asked him so quietly. Ahm. John looked around. I think we can start. As I know, you have some information about my sister. He straightened himself next to Daenerys. She and Dario exchanged a look and then she turned back to Tyrion. I do. Tyrion stepped closer to the table. You have to promise. Promise me if I tell you this nothing happens to her. He raised his eyes at them. Depends on the thing that you want to share with us. Dany shrugged her shoulders, and Tyrion was looking straight to Jon's eyes after that reaction. She is my sister. After all, and she might be confused. Jon sighed. First of all, we have to know, what you want to share with us? I talked to her. She trusts me and she asked my help, but I refused. She thinks Bran is still wanted the best for the people, and she wants to save Arya, no matter the price. She wants to do things because of her family. Like you did. He nodded towards Jon as we all do. He frowned and turned his head back to Daenerys. What did she tell you, exactly? Dany raised her brow. Brandon Stark wants your daughter. If she takes your daughter to him, Arya will be free. Tyrion swallowed. But I can convince her it is a bad idea. I tried but we did not have too much time to talk. If you allow me to. How did she even talk with you? Jon leaned to the table and kept his eyes on Tyrion, then raised his eyes to Daario. I thought. Tyrion tried to answer, but he had no idea what to say. Does it matter? It happened. Dany tried to save the situation, but Grey Worm stepped next to Tyrion. Daario Naharis took Sansa Stark to Tyrion Lannister. My guards reported. I did not tell you, because I wanted to know what he is planning against you. He talked so proudly. He was satisfied. He really kept his eyes on everything. It is not what you think. Daario rolled his eyes, then glanced at Daenerys. Jon turned to his love too. I would never betray the queen, Daario added. I thought you denied the request of Sansa. Jon was watching her face. She did not look at him. I suggest we should take him to prison. Grey Worm started. It is not needed. Dany finally formed some words. Daario Naharis just fulfilled the queen's order. She swallowed and slowly looked at Jon. Chapter 154. Dragon's Stone. What did you say? Jon narrowed his eyes, and he felt how his blood was boiling. He hated when she does that. He hated it when she kept things hidden from him. He only expected from her to tell him everything, because time proved together they were stronger. Together they can defeat everything, but still, she kept a secret from him again and made a plan against his sister. Dany was embarrassed, and she tried to avoid looking into his eyes. It was my command. I knew Sansa is planning something and I wanted to know. She was talking quietly. For God's sake, Daenerys. Jon raised his voice. Everyone surprised in the room. Grey Worm placed his hand to his weapon. He was ready to defeat his queen against Jon. She slowly raised her eyes at Jon and sighed. It was necessary, she answered to him and her lips were trembling a bit. He was right. She knew that. He has every right to be mad at her, but not there, not now. Will you ever be honest with me? Jon shook his head, and he stormed out of the room. Slammed the door behind his back. She jolted by the sound. The three men kept their eyes on her and she knew that scene should have not happened in front of them. Especially not in front of Tyrion. He should have not seen their weakness. What? She swallowed. What I don't understand, why you Daario Naharis did not inform me about, that meeting happened, she asked him and frowned. I did not have a chance. When did you talk with Sansa, exactly? She glanced at Tyrion. Yesterday, afternoon when, everyone was at the shores, he answered. So you did not have time to inform me, since yesterday afternoon? How strange is that? Dany raised her brow. We'll talk about it later. Her face changed and she began to doubt in him. First I want to talk with Tyrion. She sat down at the table. And I want to hear every word that Sansa Stark told you. She pointed to the other chair and instructed him to sit down. Jon was mad. Disappointed. Angry. He went to their room and slammed the door again, behind him. He did not want to go to the garden, because he knew Miss Sandai is there with Nisra. He did not want her to see him in this condition. His daughter was unique, she has the ability to feel if there is something wrong. Not to mention he did not want to meet with anyone. Especially not with his sister. He was sure, he couldn't stop to ask her about the thing that Tyrion said. He was mad at Daenerys, but he was mad at his sister at the same time. He couldn't believe that she would be able to do that. He was walking up and down in the room, and he had no idea what to do. The war was close, they should be preparing for it, and not to deal with such things. The real enemy was out there. Two enemies at once, and they still have trust issues with his love. He has to worry because his sister wants to kidnap his daughter. That was, he couldn't believe. Miss Sandai. Where are you going? Nisra stood in her way and crouched down when she wanted to enter into the castle. She looked worried and confused. Daddy is sad, she told her. What? How? Nisra frowned. Why do you think that, princess? I feel it. She looked at her so innocently. As I know your dad and your mother have a quite important meeting right now, you can't go there. But I am sure as soon as they finish they'll come for you. She took her tiny hands. It hurts them. She continued. There are many things in their minds right now. Probably. They are angry. And daddy hurts. She looked into Nisra's eyes. I know it. Why did you chose to tell all those things to me? Dani frowned after Tyrion finished. She did not want anything wrong. She just wants to keep her family safe. Her sister. But I know, if I let her try. If I let her do it or help her, that would be an unforgivable sin. He answered and he looked honest. We are not each other enemy. Not now. As you said, we have to win against the wrong decision we made. We have to defeat Bran Stark before he defeats the whole world. He swallowed. He is not Brandon Stark. Dani leaned back on the chair. He became something else. His mind is controlled by something else. Something dark and powerful. He has an excuse, but what is the excuse for Sansa Stark? She shook her head. Her love for her family. You'd do the same in her place. I know you. He started to talk with her so directly, amiably. Dani narrowed her eyes. Your Grace. He tried to correct himself. I did many things for my family, even if they did not deserve it. You know it. More than anyone else. And Arya Stark is. I want to save her too, but not at the cost of my daughter's life. She sighed. Thanks for letting me know. Everything. I trusted in your common sense, and in your decision. It was a test for me. Tyrion asked her. A test for you, a test for Sansa Stark. I wanted to know what is she planning. I want to see things clear this time. She raised her brow and started to play with a figure in the table. You can go now, she added. If you forgive me. Tyrion continued when he stood up. Grey Worm stepped next to him immediately. You should not keep secrets from each other. Secrets cause differences and problems, and if you don't trust him with your whole heart. I just want to say, I don't want you to. He hesitated. To die again by the hands of the man I love. Dani finished his sentence. He would never do that again. He loves you more than that. It is clear. He wouldn't be here if he does not feel you worth it. If you could forgive him that he did against you, that love must be something more unique than I ever thought. Do not let it ruined by secrets and lies. That is all I wanted to say. Tyrion lowered his head. Dani felt herself like old times when she trusted that man. When he was her most important confidant. For a moment, but then she reminded herself, he was the man who convinced Jon Snow to kill her. Even if he thought it was the right decision, he betrayed her. He took revenge on her, because of his family. Tyrion Lannister was a dangerous player in this game, and she vowed, she'll never do the same mistake again. She'll never put her trust in a Lannister. Neither anyone else. Not totally. Except for Jon Snow. She felt herself shit. She wanted to talk with Jon, but when she raised her head up, she saw Daario was still in the room. Standing at the end of the table, and waiting for her to question him about Sansa. So, have you come up with an acceptable explanation, yet? She shrugged her shoulders. Why, you forgot to inform me about the meeting. I did not want to disturb the family hours yesterday. I thought, and based on the scene that I saw today. Jon Snow has no idea about that plan. I was just waiting for the right moment. Daario smiled. Is that all? Dani stood up and staring at him. A few months ago I'd gladly disturb you two in those moments and generate arguments between you two, but I don't want to do this anymore, he confessed. So it is not because you really have feelings for her. She walked closer. Do not lie to me, Daario Naharis. I know you more than that. She was standing right in front of him. I will never love anyone in the way I loved you. And I will never betray you, he answered and staring at her face. Not what I asked. Dani narrowed her eyes. I only did that you command. Nothing else. I have nothing else to do with Sansa Stark. He answered confidently. I hope it stays that way. She stated, you can go now. And Daario. She glanced at the window. Tell Yara to prepare a ship. Go back to the shores with a few men but do not dock. I just want to know those creatures are still there or not. And tell your soldiers to keep their eyes on my daughter more than ever. If Sansa tries to get close to her, I won't hesitate to make a decision. She ordered him, then she walked out past by him. The hardest thing is just coming and she was not sure she is ready for this. Jennifer ran into Ghost and Nymeria in the corridor, and she surprised. Ghost immediately stepped closer to her, and she crouched and scratched his ears with a smile on her face. The next moment Tormund appeared behind them. The wolves should be outside. She sighed and stood up. I don't think anyone can tell them what to do, Tormund answered. It is surprising that you are still here. To be honest. I thought you'll leave them as soon as you'll be in safe. He still doesn't trust in that woman. There was something strange about her. It's not me. She raised her eyes at him. Who does this? She pulled a face. And it's surprising that you managed to stay alive. Again. To be honest. She stated without emotions. I am a lucky man, Tormund answered. There are some who take care of me. He glanced at the wolves. At least you can say that about yourself. She grimaced, then she wanted to walk away. I don't remember, what did you say, where were you born? Tormund turned after her and asked. Jennifer stopped but she did not turn back. In the north. Where, more precisely? He raised his brow. I don't remember, and I have no family member who can tell me. She glanced back above her shoulder. Tormund. I was looking for you. Jon appeared on the other side of the corridor. Jennifer seized the opportunity and left them there at that moment. Tormund kept his eyes on her for some more seconds, then turned to Jon. This worried face of you never means good, Tormund told him. We have to prepare for the war. We don't have much time. Come. He was straight and serious. We have to give weapons to the people, Jon added and walked forward. Ghost made a noise, and he stopped. He lowered his eyes at him and petted his head. Sorry, buddy. We don't have time for this now. He sighed. When he wanted to walk away from the wolves, Daenerys showed up in front of him. Tormund immediately felt there is something wrong between them. The tension between them filled the corridor. Can we talk? Dany stepped closer to him. Not now. Jon looked into her eyes. We have more important things to do. The war is here. We have to be ready. We have to prepare our armies. He was cold with her and wanted to walk on. Jon. Dany tried to sound confident. Rather, take care of our daughter's safety, he told her. I did. Dany swallowed. I told Daario to keep their eyes on her. More than ever. Fine. He frowned and he wanted to leave her there again. And Dany continued. I am sorry. She glanced at Tormund. He tried to not pay attention to them, but it was not that easy. He was petting the wolves. I should. Dany took a deep breath. As I said, we don't have time for this now. Jon gave her an angry look. Tormund. We have to go. He almost ordered him, and walked away. Tormund smiled a bit at Daenerys and followed Jon. Dany was just standing there, and she felt how a wet thing touched her hand. It was Ghost. She crouched next to him and Nymeria also stepped closer to her. If I tell you how sorry I am, does he hear it too? Dany tried to smile at Ghost, and she knew she made a huge mistake this time. Chapter 155. Dragon's Stone. We'll fight with you, that is not a question. You saved us. Again. Tormund told Jon in front of the people who he brought there. They were in the field, and Jon looked at the assembled people around. They were tired, shattered, but they have no other choice. They did not have more time, no matter what he wanted. Where is Yara Greyjoy? Jon turned to Tormund but he shook his head. Daddy. The nicest voice came from behind his back and he turned to his daughter. She was woodenly running towards him. He just crouched and raised her up to his arms. I am so sorry. Nymeria stopped next to him. When she saw you, I couldn't hold her back. She said that. Are you sad? Miss Sandai looked at her father's eyes. Why do you ask this, princess? Jon did not understand. Because I know, she told him quietly. Is it mommy? She raised her big brown eyes at her father. Jon looked around confusedly. Darling, daddy has some important things to discuss with all those people. He glanced at Nymeria. You should go and find your mom. He swallowed. No, I wanna stay. She placed her cheek to his chest, and hugged him. Jon couldn't send her away. There was nothing more important than his daughter. He looked at Tormund and he continued to describe the plans. Dany stepped out from the castle, and she immediately spotted Jon and the northern people around him, and after a minute she saw their daughter in his arms too. She smiled a bit. Maybe they had some misunderstanding, but one thing was sure. He was the greatest dad in the whole world. She wanted to walk closer when she saw Sansa standing in the ground too, watching them but from distance. She was alone. Lady Stark. She stepped next to her. My apologies, Queen Sansa. She corrected herself, but she sounded a bit sarcastic. Daenerys. She nodded towards her, without any emotions. Why you don't join them? Dany asked her, but she kept her eyes on the crowd. Your people probably would be happy if they can meet their queen again. I won't prepare them for a war against my brother. She pulled a face. We are preparing for a war on two fronts, if you might forget that. Dany sighed, then Jon turned with his daughter in his arms, and she was giggling. Daenerys forgot for a moment, that she was standing there with Sansa. He is the greatest father, she said softly. Sansa glanced at her, and she saw the love, the pure and honest love in her eyes. She frowned, then turned back to the crowd. He loves that little girl. That is sure. Sansa stated with a grimace. Well, she is his daughter. A daughter that we thought we can never have. We got something that we thought we don't deserve. But in the end, she was born, and she became the most precious gift in our lives. Dany told her. You owe so much to that child. She is the only reason why my brother is still here with you. By your side. Sansa answered rudely. Maybe. Daenerys did not want to argue at that moment. She knew she has to be careful with Sansa, and if she lets her upset her, she won. Maybe not. Only your brother knows the real answer, but I know one thing. She stepped a bit further and turned to Sansa. He would do everything to keep that child safe. He would kill anyone who wants to harm her. She was staring at Sansa's eyes. Just like me, she added, and she saw Sansa became nervous. You think I am a mad person. You think I am just like my father was, but you haven't seen any madness at all. The real madness comes when someone tries to touch and hurt my daughter. She raised her brow and scanning her face. Well. Sansa cleared her throat. We can hope that will never happen. She tried to smile. I recommend it. She smiled so satisfied and turned her back at her. If you forgive me, I have to join that discussion. She took steps towards the people. Sansa felt how her heart was beating on her throat. She threatened her. She knew, but that was impossible. Daario couldn't say a word to her. He was not there, when she told Tyrion what she wants to do. Maybe Tyrion, no. He would never do this with her. My lady. Daario brought her mind back to reality. I've been waiting for you quite a while now. Sansa tried to act there is nothing wrong. Now I am here. Daario smiled at her but her eyes stopped something behind him. The two direwolves were walking out of the castle and they followed Daenerys. Nymeria, she whispered barely audible. So, we have to be the one, who stops the Raven. Jon took a deep breath. Or the Night King and the Deads, will come back. Again and again. He admitted. As they do now. Mommy. Miss Sandai spotted her mother above his shoulder, and Jon turned to the direction. He placed Miss Sandai to the ground, and he couldn't resist smiling when she raised her up and kissed her cheek. Your Grace. Gendry bowed towards her. Tormund repeated his move, and many others did the same in the crowd. So, what did I miss? She stepped there. Daddy told them what to do, Miss Sandai answered. I was sure of it, darling. She smiled at her daughter. Do you? Jon hesitated before he turned to her. Do you have any idea where is Lady Greyjoy? He focused on the main topic. He was quite cold with her. Actually I do, Dany admitted. Then before she continued she put her daughter to the ground, and she immediately walked to the wolves. Dany followed her with her eyes, then looked to Jon. I sent Lady Greyjoy back to the shores. To be sure, the army of the dead is already left or they are still there. Because those dark clouds did not move anywhere since yesterday. She glanced at the sky. You forgot to share this with me. Jon narrowed his eyes. This too. You did not give me a chance to let you know, you had more important things to do. She answered a bit sarcastically. You wanted to inform our army, what is coming. She forced a smile. They'll be back latest at sundown. I am sure of it. Jon swallowed back his words. He knew that is not the right time to make word fight with her, not in front of everyone. He already regretted that he made a scene in front of Tyrion and the others, but that was him. He was hot-headed and intense sometimes. When she arrives, I want to have word with her. We have to make a line from the sea. Jon answered confidentially. If you finish here, with everything. I want to have a word with you. In private. Dany told him. My lords. She looked around. I am glad you are here alive. She smiled at them. My queen. One of the slightly dirty and skinny men stepped out of the crowd. Dany smiled a bit at him. He called her a queen. She never heard that word from a northerner mouth. What can I do for you? She asked him, and before he answered anything he knelt down in front of her. She frowned and she doesn't really understand. You and that man. He glanced at Tormund. You saved me and my family. If you did not send him to save us, to bring us to the south, we'd be all dead already. He did not look into her eyes, he was starting the green grass in front of his legs. I ask your forgiveness because we had doubts about your intentions years ago. I can only speak on my behalf, but you deserve our respect and my sword is yours. Jon was staring at Daenerys and he saw how she was fighting with her tears. Those words meant a lot to her. She desperately wanted to prove it for them. Those northerners, that she did not want anything else, just save them. Save the world from the Night King and his army. Another man stepped forward and knelt down too, then another. Jon smiled a bit under his nose. Finally, they all come to see her, as what she is. A great ruler, a just and good queen, who wants nothing else, just create a better world. Dani tried to find a word but she did not expect that. She surprised, and she couldn't even hide it. She glanced at John, and he nodded appreciatively towards her. Miss Sandai. No. They heard Nisra's voice from behind, and they both turned to the direction immediately. Miss Sandai was climbing up to Dagon's back, and the small dragon was ready to raise up to the air. No. Dani's eyes widened, and they both started to run there. They saw how the two wolves tried to hold the dragon back to raise up to the air, but Jorel helped him to keep them a bit further from them. Miss Sandai. Dani yelled, and the next moment Drogon landed next to the small beasts, and roared loudly. John and Dani were standing next to each other, and there were many people around them. Even Sansa and Daario came closer to see what is happening. Drogon stared the little dragon, and Dagon shrank even smaller. That minute Dani ran to her daughter, between the wolves, and raised her up. What the hell are you doing? She shook her head, and hugged her to her chest. Fly, she answered so naturally. No. Darling. No. You can't. Dani tried to breathe normally, and she felt how John stepped to them and placed his hand to her shoulder. She glanced at him, then back to Miss Sandai. But you fly too. I saw it. Miss Sandai told them and staring at them so questioningly. She clearly did not understand what was wrong with her move. Dani pulled her face to her cheek and squeezed her so close. Don't do this again, she whispered to her. You better go inside, John told her quietly. Take her to her room. He told in a very serious way. He got scared too. Dani raised her eyes at him. I'll be there soon. I promise. He nodded, and even if they were mad at each other they were parents, and she was the most important thing in their lives. John watched how she was walking inside the castle. Nisra and Daario were accompanied her, then he looked to the wolves and the dragons in front of him. They kept the distance from each other. See. Those species should not mix with each other. He heard Sansa's voice from his back. It just causes misunderstanding and problems. She continued a bit derisively. We knew the dire wolves can be tame, but those beasts can't. She shook her head, and she looked at Drogon. You are wrong. John sighed, and walked forward, right towards to Drogon. He placed his huge head lower to let him place his hand to his nose. They are not beasts. John continued meanwhile he was caressing Drogon's face. They are just different. Just like dire wolves. Many fear them. The others just keep a distance from them. Some accept that different doesn't mean they are worse than anyone else. A few support them because they see their power together. John swallowed. And they are right. If they learn how to work, how to live together. He highlighted the word that alliance can be the most powerful thing. He lowered his head, and Drogon made a small sound like he was purring and flew up to the air. John looked to the dire wolves, then to the dragons. I have to go now. He raised his eyes at Sansa. My daughter needs me. He started to walk away from her. She took your mind, Sansa stated quietly when he walked past by her, and he stopped and turned back to his sister. Maybe she did, but this is who am I now. Like it or not. He made it clear. And if anyone, he continued, anyone he repeated, want to hurt them, my daughter or my love. I am gonna kill that person, without hesitation. He stared her face for some more moments, then he left her there. Chapter 156. Dragon's Stone. So that was the first time, when I was riding on a dragon. I was a grown-up girl, Dani told Miss Sandai in her room. Nisra was there with them and listening to her quietly. You are a real Targaryen darling, but you have to wait with that. She caressed her face. Promise me, you'll never try this again without our permission. She stared her face. But someday can I ride them? She was so innocent. There was a so kind and gentle grin on Dani's face. Of course darling, but only on one of them. A dragon only can have one rider, she explained. Why? Now it was Nisra who asked her. She raised her eyes at the priestess. I am sorry. I just wondered. But no. It's not a problem. Dani nodded with a smile. They are the ones who chose their riders. There is a deep link between them, this has been the case since the beginning. Since the first dragons were born. She shrugged her shoulders. Drogon chose me when he came to that arena and saved me. Daddy doesn't have a dragon. Miss Sandai noticed. He had one. Dani swallowed. Drogon had two siblings. They were born at once. Viceroy and Rhaegal. Ahm. But, many bad things happened before you were born. She continued. But we'll take care of those things not to happen again. She wiped her hair away from her face. So you don't have to worry. Can I come in? John entered the room and asked quietly. Anytime. Dani sighed and she tried to smile at him. So. Darling. He crouched in front of them. Did your mother explain why you can't do this any time again? Just when I grow up, Miss Sandai giggled and John raised his eyes at Dani. She is a Targaryen. Dani shrugged her shoulders. It is in her blood. We should discuss this later. John frowned and pulled a face, then kissed Miss Sandai's hand. Your daddy would not be happy if you do it. You did too, she told him. Mommy told me. I did. John swallowed. Once or twice. He was quite good at it. Dani leaned to Missy's ear and whispered with a smile. If your mother says so. John lowered his head. Dani was staring at him. There was so much sadness and repentance in her eyes. She hated it when he is that cold with her. She was drowning in the situation. She wanted to tell him she did not do it because she wanted to hurt him. She just wanted to know the truth and prepare themselves if Sansa is planning anything. Are you angry with her? Miss Sandai asked a question that they did not expect. John surprised and looked to his daughter. With who? He shook his head. With Mommy, she answered so easily. John glanced at Dani, but she did not understand that question either. Sometimes, adults don't agree on everything. Sometimes they do things that the other person won't really like or understand. He cleared his throat and he glanced at Dani again with a quite angry look. She knew what he was thinking, but she did not say a word about it to their daughter. He stood up and took a deep breath. Nizra, please stay. I'd need to talk with Daenerys. He turned to the Red Priestess, then he just left the room. Everything is all right, baby. Dani kissed her daughter's head and stood up. She felt it, Nizra stated before Dani could step outside. She felt there is something wrong. Some hours ago. She wanted to find her father. I don't know how. Nizra spread her arms. Daenerys looked to her daughter and nodded, then she walked out of the room. He seems quite angry, Daario stated. He was standing right in front of Miss Sandai's door. We did not have a chance to discuss it. Dani swallowed. He went to your room. Or rather stormed there. Daario admitted. Thank you. Daenerys sighed, and she placed her hand to the door handle, and after a moment she opened it. He was standing at the table, with his back at her. His mind was racing, he did not want to talk with her until he calms down. He knew that only cause more debate, and he did not want to argue with her. I am glad that you are finally willing to talk with me, Dani stated quietly. You did not give me another choice, John answered a bit hostile. I did nothing. Dani shook her head. You know our daughter is my weakness, so you used her to force me to talk with you. John turned to her. If you really think that, then you still don't even know me. I would never involve her in our problems with each other. She hissed. Then how does she know? John pulled a face. I don't know, John. Maybe ask Nizra. You know our daughter is special. It wouldn't be the first time when she feels that there is some problem with us. Dani made it clear. But if you think I'd turn our daughter against you anytime, we really don't have to talk about anything. She shook her head and now she was angry with him too. She understood that he was disappointed in her because she did not tell her plan about Sansa, but he should have known she would never use their daughter to solve their problems with each other. If that is all. She opened her mouth, then she wanted to leave. I've told her. John sighed. I've told my sister if she tries to hurt my daughter, I won't hesitate to kill her. Not with these words, but that was the meaning of it. Then I think we made it pretty clear for her. She answered. I've told the same to her not too long ago. She glanced at John. I am sorry. She swallowed. I did not know, how would you react if you got to know I planned some scam against your sister, she admitted. You could have asked. John narrowed his eyes. But you did not even try. I could have. Dani nodded. You are right, and you have every right to be mad at me, she admitted, and it surprised John. I wanted to tell you in the morning but I was a coward to do it. She crossed her fingers in front of her body. You thought I won't figure out. No, I knew, you will. Dani avoided looking at him. It was not a thing that I can keep hidden. She felt embarrassed. But I did not do it because I don't trust you. Then what is the explanation? He asked her. He was still cold, kept the distance. I don't know. She shook her head. I really don't. She bit her lip. I was just not sure that you would agree with it. I don't know what else can I say. John raised his eyes to the ceilings. He clearly needed every piece of him to control himself. You know what hurts the most? He started after a minute of silence. That, when I asked you to let her talk with Tyrion. You refused. You started to yell with me. You freaked out. Then you let Daario make it happen. Because if he offers it, it is a good idea. He lowered his head. After all those years, you still trust him more than me. Those words were so hard to say. I don't. There is no one else who I trust more. Danny stepped closer to him. It was. Jennifer told something, that makes me realize I need someone who can get closer to Sansa. And Dario was an obvious solution, but I don't trust him more than you. She tried to make him understand. John. Please. She placed her hand to his hand. I love you, Danny. He narrowed his eyes. That is why it hurts that much, he told to her face. You asked me to not keep any secrets from you, no matter how it hurts. I understood. But I thought those rules are for both of us. I thought you don't keep secrets from me either. He was talking so quietly and he was sad. She felt how he placed his other hand on her hand. He caressed it a bit. Can you forgive me? Danny asked him and she was clearly fighting with her tears. John kissed her forehead. It is not about forgiveness. Not this time, he whispered. I know you want the best for our daughter, but your methods. I can't agree with those. I am a straight and honest man. I don't like lies and betrayal. Especially not when you keep those hidden from me. He told her, and he let her hands away. We have to keep our eye on Sansa. But I don't think she'll try to kidnap or hurt Miss Sandai. He turned his back at her and poured a glass of water for himself. Not after she probably knows that we know about her plan. She is not that brave. He drank into the glass. What if she is? Danny asked him quietly. She understood she went too far, and he needs time to forgive her, even if that kills her inside. There is no mercy for the ones who try to hurt her, John answered and looking at Daenerys. No matter she is my sister or not. But I want to believe she knows what is the right thing to do. Or at least, sooner or later, she'll figure out. I hope not too late. Danny lowered her head. You've told that you sent Yara to check the shores. It was a good decision. John continued and changed the topic. I noticed the clouds too. He walked to the window. I remember that you've told that Miss Sandai has some bad dreams about the White Walkers. He glanced at her above his shoulder. What if she is right? I know she is just a child, but what if the Night King really wants her, and that is why they are waiting for us there? To take another move. He opened up with his thought. I don't think I understand. Danny took a step towards him. She is the key to kill the Raven. We know it. Her blood. John continued. What if her blood is good for something else? For the Deads to win. Somehow. John rolled his eyes. If they are still there, we have to count on that possibility too. That means, our daughter is in greater danger than we already thought. I've dreamed about it too. Danny was standing right next to him at that moment. You and she had blue eyes, and I was dying. It felt so real, she told him. And the Night King was standing right behind you, and it seemed he won. She tried to remember back to every detail. John looked down at her. We don't let him win this war. Neither the Raven. He sounded so determined. We promised a better world for the people, and I intend to keep my promise. He looked outside. Danny couldn't answer. She was not that confident at that moment. She was scared and she was afraid. She was not ready to lose them. Neither John, neither Miss Sandai. It was her biggest nightmare. She felt how he placed his arm around her shoulder, and pulled her to his embrace. A tear finally rolled down in her face. She let it out. She did not want to act strong. I am so sorry. She barely could talk and she clutched him close. Her voice was trembling. I know. John sighed, and kissed her forehead again. He knew she loves him. That was not a question. And he loved her. More than anything. The silence was huge in the room. Both of them knew how the other feels. They knew each other so much. So deep, and they also knew they can't live their life without the other. While they were standing there, in each other's arms, John spotted a ship, which just docks in the harbor. Danny, he whispered her name and she raised her eyes at him, then turned to the window. Yara is back. Chapter 157. They were running through the corridors towards the Great Hall. She ordered some soldiers to accompany Yara there immediately. John saw how worried she is, and how she was scratching her fingers. He placed his hand to her hand, to stop it. What if? She took a deep breath. We're gonna solve it. No matter what she sees there. John stopped her before she could continue. She swallowed and she kept her eyes on the huge entrance door. It opened a minute later and Yara stepped inside. Danny immediately walked towards her and left John behind. I am glad you are alive. She started and John slowly followed her towards Yara. My life was not in danger. Yara smiled at them. We stayed in the boat, as you wished. But, we. She has clearly hesitated to say something. What did you see? John asked her in a very serious way. I am not sure. Yara started and swallowed. What do you mean you are not sure? Dani frowned. Yera, are they still there or not? John stepped closer to her and analyzing her reactions. I haven't seen the Night King, neither those white-skinned ones. She shook her head. Only some zombies but... I can't be sure I saw it right, she explained. We tried to get as much clothes as we could, but, the storm is getting bigger, colder, that storm is ruthless. The sea started to freeze around the shores. She swallowed. The snowstorm, we couldn't see through it. Not clearly. I sent 2 men to go closer but we heard their screams. Only their screams and they did not return. She lowered her head. Dani was standing there in silence. John saw how shocked she is, and she exactly knew what is in her mind. Thank you, Yera. You should have some rest, before we depart. Because the things you have seen means, we have to depart as soon as possible. John sighed. Dario. Grey Worm. He raised his eyes at them. Prepare the people, and look for Tormund and Gendry. Dario nodded and immediately left, meanwhile Grey Worm was waiting for a bit longer. Now? John demanded him, with a very serious tone, and he pulled a face, but he turned to leave. If you forgive me, I prepare my people too. The deads don't rest. Yera bowed with her head and took a step backward. At the moment when they left alone, Dani almost collapsed to the stairs in front of the stone throne and staring the floor in front of her. John tried to control himself and his thoughts. He knew he has to remain calm, or everything will break into pieces around them. What if the whole sea? Dani started quietly. It won't, John answered confidently and turned to her. What if it does? There was fear and desperation in her eyes at once. She was staring at his face. What if the whole sea freezes? What if they can easily walk past through it, and reach this island? It is not possible. John shook his head. Are you sure? Dani frowned. Somehow, they have taken out Viceroy from that frozen lake. She stood up slowly. Somehow they solved it. You cannot be sure that they can't pass that water, which is the only barrier between them and us. She stepped closer to John. Now it is clear. He wants our daughter. That is why the storm is still there, they want to pass the sea to take her. We don't know. Dani. He placed his hands to her shoulders. Do not lose hope. We should, first, try to calm down, we'll talk with Samwell. Then, if that is the solution, we are going to leave. We defeat the Raven, and that way we can defeat those dead people and the Night King. We just have to think with a clear mind. He was looking at her face. Please. He placed his palm to her cheek. I can't do this alone. I need you. Our daughter. Her voice was trembling and he saw how a tear appeared in her eyes. We have an army. You have a dragon. We can protect her. John tried to convince her, and she nodded slowly. Where is Ghost? It immediately came to her mind. That wolf is still linked to John. That wolf cannot be in the main line when the battle comes. They have to lock him somewhere, but where and how? If they leave him there behind, locked, there was a risk, maybe the rights reach Dragonstone and turn him to a zombie. That way John probably would, he saw in her eyes how much she worries. The person who she loved more than anything was in danger. But that is a possibility, Jennifer told Samwell. She was with him in the library room. Right? That is why those clouds are still there. He wants the child. She was staring at Sam. That is only an assumption. There is no evidence for this. Sam sighed. I saw it, Samwell. I had that weird dream. She continued. That child is not only able to stop the darkness, but she can cause it. The key of the eternal darkness is her too. Jennifer continued. What if? I cannot stand in front of John and the Queen, with some supposition. Sam raised his voice. Not until we don't have some facts in our hands. They have enough problems. They already worried enough for their daughter. I won't tell them things, which I can't prove. He explained. They need to know. Jennifer stood up and hit the table, and that minute John and Dani entered the room, looking at them questioningly. John. Sam swallowed and surprised about their arrival. I did not expect you coming here. He accidentally crushed a book from the table. Jennifer straightened herself and staring at Sam. We need your opinion about. John started but he had no idea how to formulate his words. The Night King wants my daughter. Daenerys made it clear and stepped closer to them. She had dreams about it. About the White Walkers, I had dreams about it. Even I had, Jennifer admitted and looked at Daenerys. So. Samwell. As I see we don't have to spare them. She crossed her arms in front of her body. It is just a possibility. John stepped next to the two women. But, can she be, somehow? He sighed. A key for the deads to win. Just like she can be the key for the livings. Jennifer shrugged her shoulders. How can we stop them? Danny looked at Jennifer then Samuel. I have no idea. I did not do any researches about this. I focused on her role with the Raven and the old legends, A&D. In the past few weeks. I focused on John. And how to broke that link between him and Ghost. Sam admitted. Did you find anything? John tried to save the situation. Fine, I'll find out myself. Danny turned and she stormed out of the room. John closed his eyes for a minute and took a deep breath. Sam. Tell me you found a solution, at least for this thing. John tried to be calm and patient. It was enough that Daenerys started to lose her temper. If both of them lose it, there is no chance for them to win. They can't make hasty decisions. Not now. Not in this situation. Sam looked at him worriedly. John knew what that means and he just sat down to the table. We're fucked. He buried his face to his palms. Nisra was walking with Miss Sandai in the corridor. She did not want to stay in her room. She fell asleep but she roused and she wanted to talk with her parents. Nisra got scared. She felt there is something wrong with the little girl, but she did not want to tell her what did she see. She wanted her mother. Slower, princess, she warned Miss Sandai and followed her closely. When she turned in the corridor she literally ran into Sansa Stark's arms. Sansa stopped and just staring at the little girl, and she was staring at the red-haired woman too, without any words. I've told you to slow down. Nisra grabbed her and raised her to her arms. Who is she? She asked quietly and snuggled to Nisra's chest. She is. Nisra hesitated. I am your father's sister. Sansa crossed her fingers and answered. Isn't just his cousin. Dany appeared behind Sansa and asked her. He'll always be my brother, Sansa stated, and swallowed. Meanwhile Daenerys took Miss Sandai out from Nisra's arms. And I'd not like to stretch the real family relations, she added. Oh, feel free to do it. It doesn't bother me, neither John. Dany raised her brow. They were facing each other for a minute. What are you doing here, around my daughter? She asked after the silence. If you would pay attention to her, she wouldn't be running in the corridors. Sansa frowned. It is her home. She can run wherever she wants. She is the princess of Dragonstone. In case you forgot. She stepped closer, and her words sounded so threateningly. And I'd like to ask you, to stay away from her. One last time. She finished her sentence slowly and turned her back at Sansa. Is she evil? Miss Sandai kept her eyes on Sansa, above her mother's shoulder. You don't have to be afraid, sweetheart. I won't let her hurt you. She kissed her cheek and walked on. Nisra was following them. Your Grace. Nisra started quietly, with some hesitation. She saw there is something wrong. Yara Greyjoy is here. She is back. I suggest you to find her, and spend some time with her, before we have to leave. Dany smiled at her, then she just left her there. When she entered to Miss Sandai's room, the dragons were there. Sleeping in her bed. Mom. She grabbed her hair with her tiny little hands. I don't want to sleep here. Why? Dany looked to her eyes. They are here. Those white men. They are close and it is cold. She told her. Did you dream about them, again? She asked her. Her heart was beating faster than usual. She was staring that little girl, and she would have given up everything for her. She would have died for her. Nothing else mattered, just her, and her father. She caressed her cheek. I know they are following me. Miss Sandai continued. They need me. For what? Dany took her tiny hand. If you can sleep with us. With your father and me, would you tell me what happened in your dream? She was so soft and kind to her. Miss Sandai just nodded and she lowered her head. Dany gave a kiss to her forehead and turned to leave the room with her. At the moment she opened the room, she spotted Ghost and Nymeria at the door. At least you are here too. She sighed and relaxed a bit when she spotted Ghost. She crouched down with Missy and they caressed the wolves. When she raised her head up she spotted John, walking towards them. She smiled a bit. John tried to smile too, but he can't deny how worried he is. Dany placed Miss Sandai between the wolves and stood up. Dany was staring at him, but he shook his head. She knew that means Samwell did not find any solution to their link. She dreamed about them. Again, she told him quietly but she was just looking at her, how she was giggling while the two wolves lay on their backs and they looked so happy. She laughed out loud when Nymeria licked her cheek. What did she dream? John swallowed. I don't know. Dany shook her head. I don't want to force her to talk about it. She is scared, she whispered to John. She doesn't look scared. John placed his arms around Dani from behind and kissed her cheek. She knows. She knows so much more than we think. She took a deep breath. Miss Sandai raised her eyes at them and smiled at her parents, and they smiled back at her. Chapter 158. Dragon's Stone. The mysterious fog covered the whole shore. They couldn't see anything. It was dense, and cold. They could feel the frost in their faces. Miss Sandai was standing next to her holding her hand. Some blue eyes appeared, and those were almost lit through the mist. The little girl took a step behind when she felt the soil below her feet also started to freeze. She wanted to let her mother's hand go, but she couldn't. A moment earlier, her father was standing right next to them, but now he disappeared. She jerked her hand to escape, but when she raised her eyes at Daenerys she was frozen. "Mom," she whispered quietly, but there was no answer. She did not even move, neither the others around her. Then the whole army started to collapse to the floor. One after the other. She heard a huge roar, and when she raised her eyes to the sky, she saw how Drogon was falling down with the baby dragons in his paws. She jerked her hand once more, and she finally could escape from her mother's hand, but that moment Dani fell into pieces. Like an ice statue, and Miss Sandai fell. She tried to stand up, but the ice began to overrun her. She saw two blue feet in front of her, and she raised her head. The Night King was standing right in front of her and stretched his arm. He pointed towards her with his finger, and slowly touched her forehead. She felt how the cold goes through her body and she closed her eyes. When she opened it, it was not deep brown anymore. Those eyes were blue. Icy blue. After Miss Sandai told her dream to her parents, they laid down to the bed together. She was sleeping between them. They had no idea what is her dream means, but they both knew they can't let anything like that to happen. Not now, not anytime. No matter what is the price. Their daughter has to live. Dani woke up earlier than John in the morning. When she opened her eyes, she forgot the war for a minute. She was staring at her love and her daughter. John was holding her close, and Miss Sandai was hidden close to his chest. That sight was perfect. She wanted to wake up for that every morning. Her family. Her perfect family. The cold shook her and she sat up. The air was definitely colder than yesterday. She placed her hands around her body, and walked to the window. The clouds were still there. Those did not come closer, but as if more spread out. She narrowed her eyes to see the sea better, but it was not frozen. At least those were good news. Not if that means the war is not there in the sill. It was, and they could do nothing against it. She knew that have to leave that day. They can't postpone it. Not anymore. And the worst thing was, they have to take her daughter and even the dire wolves with them. They can't leave them behind. No one can stay there, because it was not safe anymore. She turned back to the bed and just watching her family for a couple of more minutes in silence. Jennifer was standing at the top of the hill with eyes closed. Those nightmares became scarier day by day. Maybe she did not choose to serve any god with her power, but she has some kind of ability to sense things, and that moment she wanted to give up that ability. When the dead came for the first time, a couple of years ago, she hid from them in her home, but she knew she can't do it again. Especially not now. No matter how much she was angry with him, no matter how he broke her heart, no matter he left her behind, no matter he doesn't even know who is she wanted him to survive. He was the only family member she had left. She still can't decide it would be better to tell him who she is, or it better remain in a secret till the end. He did not seem a bad man. Not at all, but he left them, and that is a sin, that she just couldn't forget that easily. She heard some kind of growl and turned to the direction. It was Ghost, and Nymeria followed him. She smiled a bit and crouched. You feel it too, right? She placed her hand to Ghost's head. What? Tormund also appeared behind the wolves. I did not know that you are here too. She pulled a face and stood up. I was talking to him. Those rotten creatures are close. Tormund stepped next to her and looked down at the sea. I can feel it in my bones. They are. Jennifer sighed. And if we are not hurry, they are going to squeeze us to this island. She turned her head and pointed out how the clouds were spreading around. And if that happens, there will be no escape. We are ready to leave as Jon Snow command. I am not sure they are ready. She lowered her head, nor to war, nor to the ruling if they manage to win by some luck. They still want to escape from their destiny. They don't belong here. Neither us, she added. Nonetheless, we are here, because we have to be here, to fight for the living, for a new future. Even if we don't care about it. Speak for yourself. I care about people. Tormund frowned. Have you always cared about everyone? She turned to him and asked him. Staring at his face. I care about my people. I always did. He narrowed his eyes. It depends on who we call your people, she answered so seriously, but Tormund still doesn't understand her words. Lady Jenny Fire. Lord Giantsbane. A soldier appeared behind them. The Queen wants everyone in the map room. Now. Jenny Fire did not hesitate for a moment and turned to leave, but Tormund was standing there for a bit longer. That woman was so strange, and she always makes some strange comments. She confused him all the time. What if we kill him? Daenerys asked them. They were in the map room, talking about their next moves. Everyone was there, except Jenny Fire and Tormund. You know it is not a solution. Jon took a deep breath. Not a solution, but it could delay the war. We should not fight on two fronts. If we first stop the dead, and after that kill the Raven, we don't have to fight in two lines. Her mind was racing, and Jon remained in silence. Forgive me, but I don't think it is a good idea. Samwell took a step closer to the table. I think the Raven's power grows every time when the Night King dies. Bran. He swallowed the Raven in him grows stronger after we defeated the Night King. They took over the control him after that moment. Of course, that is not sure, just a theory, but, if I am right, we should not risk it. He lowered his head. We cannot escape from the war, Jon stated quietly, and that moment the door opened and Jenny Fire stepped inside. She bowed with her head, and a few seconds later Tormund arrived too. It is a suicide mission. Daenerys shook her head and walked to the window. Jon waited for a couple more seconds, but she did not continue. Everything is ready to leave the island. Jon raised his eyes to Daario, then turned to Grey Worm. Yes. The ships are ready. Daario nodded. Then I think there is nothing else left, just divert everyone to the ships. We leave in a few hours. Jon answered. Daario and Grey Worm were the first ones who left the room. Tormund. The Northerners are listening to you. Please direct them. Jon told his friend, then turned to his sister, while Tormund also walked out. Lady Brienne, may I ask you to stay next to Lady? He continued, but Sansa gave her an angry look. Queen Sansa, he pulled a face. Of course. She nodded. I am not going to war against my brother. Sansa couldn't hold herself back anymore. She stepped to the table. You can stay here, and die. Dany turned to her at that moment. The deads won't stop. They are coming, and that island will be the first thing they'll reach if we stay any longer. But if you want to stay, I won't restrict you. Dany raised her brow. Arya is still there. In King's Landing. Sansa warned Jon. And? I thought Bran Stark is still your brother. Meanwhile, you are afraid that he is going to hurt your sister? As I know, Arya is his sister too. Dany walked back to the table. If he is not something evil, as you still think, why would he hurt his own blood? Dany was starting at Sansa's face. Can we talk? Sansa looked at Jon. We are talking right now, Jon answered brusquely. If you have anything else that you want to say, just say it. Here. In front of everyone. He straightened himself. He wanted to show her that no matter what is going to happen, he is standing by Daenerys, and nothing can change that. You can't let Arya die, Sansa begged him. Why do you think he'll hurt her? Jon raised his brow. Sansa. What are you not telling us? He analyzed her face, but she remained in silence. Leave, Daenerys ordered the people in the room and looked around. Except you, she glanced at Sansa. Now. She was definite and serious. Everyone hurried outside and the room emptied in a second. Jon still kept his eyes on his sister. Sansa was embarrassed and she had no idea how to start it. Believe or not, I want to save Arya Stark. You have no idea what happened in Meereen, and how important she became to me. Daenerys started. If you want to save her, you have to decide which side are you. She is right. Jon continued and glanced at his love. She nodded slowly to go on. What did you agree on, Bran? He turned back to Sansa. She was speechless. After a minute of silence, Jon took some steps to her. Placed his hand to her hand. Dany turned her head away. We'll help, we can help in Arya too, but you have to help us. He was gentle and kind. You can tell. No matter how bad the decision you've made at that moment to escape, no matter what you promised to him, it was the right choice. Just tell us. No one wants to hurt you. He tried to convince her. Sansa raised her head and her eyes were in tears. She turned her face to Daenerys, but she avoided looking at them. She doesn't want to hurt you either, he added, and Dany turned to them when she heard his words. He wants my daughter, doesn't he? Dany narrowed her eyes and looking at Sansa. Jon frowned. He did not want to bring this topic up in this way. He wanted to do, in a finer way, but Dany knew they don't have too much time. They don't have time to nurture her soul. I asked something. She continued. Is it true? Jon turned back to his sister, and she slowly nodded. And you promised him, that you'll take my daughter to him in exchange for your sister. Didn't you? Dany continued. Let her talk. John raised his eyes at Dany and told her a bit ardent way. It seems difficult for her to tell the truth, Dany stated. He thinks your daughter is some kind of, he thinks she has some power. He thinks she can kill him somehow. Sansa tried to answer. And you promised him to kidnap an innocent child? The child of your own brother? Because you said yesterday Jon Snow is still your brother. Nonetheless you. She walked closer. Enough, please. John stopped Dany. I don't have time to chat charmingly with a woman, who wanted to hurt my daughter. The real war is out there, and we are in the middle of it. She was determined and strong this time. I prepare our daughter for leaving. You can finish this conversation alone, she stated and walked out of the room. Chapter 159. Dragon's Stone. You really wanted to do it. John couldn't believe his sister's words. She told him everything. She couldn't lie. She was more scared. She knew if the deads are really there, she has no other option, no other chance, just being honest with her brother. She realized by now, that she has no chance to kidnap that little girl. She has no help. Even Tyrion refused to help her. She was alone. Not to mention the scene she saw, how the Northerners bent the knee to Daenerys Targaryen. Sansa. John was indignant and impatient. Do you really wanted to do it? He was staring at his sister. I had no other choice. Sansa started to cry. I can't believe, John answered in his disappointment and shook his head. You came here, just to destroy my life again. He turned his back at her. Last time I saved you from the wrong decision. Sansa frowned. Our father. He was mad. Your father. Kept my heritage in a secret for reason. 4 years. Even from your mother. He had taken the risk that may the woman who he loved with all his heart leave him. He lied to her that I am his son. He explained heavily. But you, nonetheless, you promised me, you told this secret to Tyrion Lannister immediately. His eyes were on fire. And you still saying that you saved me from the wrong decision? Do you even hear your words? He hit the table. She was mad. Sansa raised her voice, but John hit the table again and leaned closer to her, threateningly. You are talking about the mother of my child. Choose your words wisely. He hissed, then took a deep breath. Daenerys did horrible things in King's Landing. I know it. She knows it. But it was not just her fault. We played a huge role in it. The thing that happened that day, not only depended on her. So, you wanted to save me from the wrong decision? It is your fault too, that King's Landing ended in a fire that day. It is your fault too, that everything she ever fought for lost. Because you did not even give her a chance. He was angry you only cared about yourself. I cared about the North. A tear rolled down on her cheek. And now? A small almost mocking smile appeared on his face. The Northerners bend the knee to Daenerys Targaryen by their own decision. Ironic, isn't it? He straightened himself. You better get ready for the leaving, he stated and walked towards the door. And Sansa? I don't care you are my sister or not. I meant my words last time. If anyone wants to hurt my daughter, I'll kill that person with my bare hands. What about Arya? She tried to talk. We'll find a solution. He sighed, and as he left the room he slammed the door behind his back. Jon Snow Grey Worm stopped him in the corridor. What happened again? He rolled his eyes. We have a guest. Dany was with Miss Sandai. She dressed her up, and she fought with her tears. She couldn't believe the war came that soon. She was just a little toddler. A child. An innocent child, who deserved to live. To live a happy life, away from those things. Mommy. Missy caressed her face suddenly. Everything is going to be fine. She grabbed her tiny hand and kissed it. We have to travel. We have to leave this place, but... because of those scary people. Miss Sandai asked her. I don't let them hurt you. She swallowed. No one, let them hurt you. She covered her daughter's cheek with her palms and kissed her forehead. Dany John entered Miss Sandai's chamber. Daddy. The small girl immediately left her mother there and Dany wiped her cheek. Missy jumped to her father's arms and he raised her up. Dany slowly turned to him. You should come, John told her in a very serious way. We seem to have more help. He continued. Who? Dany frowned. You owe a lot to the Queen, Daario told Tyrion while he was escorting him in the corridors. I thought she is going to kill you right at the moment when she sees you are here. She changed a lot, Tyrion stated quietly. She is still fierce and she still has dragons, Daario answered. But she became a mother. Tyrion smiled a bit under his nose. She got something that she thought she never can have, no matter how much she wants it. For example, you were not able to give her that miracle. But I could give her more than you. Dario glanced at him. While they were walking, Sansa appeared in front of them. She looked nervous. Your Grace. Tyrion bowed with his head. Sansa. Dario smiled at her. I don't know which one of you did the worst thing. Sansa started. How could you tell them? Especially you. She lowered her eyes at Tyrion. I saved your life. I did not want to see you burn. Tyrion admitted. She knew you are a threat. You should have helped me, Sansa answered with so much anger in her voice. You chose the wrong path. Tyrion raised his eyes at her, then his mind started to race. Dario. He raised his eyes at the soldier. Is that true that Daenerys learned how to fight with a sword? Her sister taught her. He nodded towards Sansa. She became quite good at it. Can I have a word with the queen? Tyrion continued. What do you want? I might have a plan, which can save Arya Stark. He looked up to Sansa. I thought you are going to stay in Meereen and help Sir Davos to keep the peace. Daenerys greeted Kinvara in the hall. The Red Priestess smiled at her, then her eyes stopped on the small child in Jon Snow's arms. There are many others, who can help him. There is still peace in Meereen, you don't have to worry about that. Kinvara started. But there are things much closer that you should worry about. The Deads and the Raven. Dany nodded. We know. We are planning to leave the island. You, just arrived in time. She became a beautiful little girl. Kinvara smiled at Miss Sandai. The Seven Kingdoms can be grateful for her. Our opinions have not changed. Jon started. We don't plan to stay here. The Seven Kingdoms will be free, and chose their own ruler after the war is over. You still don't want to accept your destiny, Jon Snow, Kinvara stated. We have to win the war first. Daenerys cut the hassle between them before they could start it. I guess you have a reason to be here. She raised her brow and staring at the Red Priestess. The Lord sent me here to help you. I followed his order. The light must win over the darkness, and now the darkness comes from two sides. I can arrest one of those. But we must hurry. She answered. We are leaving in an hour. Dany glanced at Jon, then turned back to Kinvara. You will. Dany frowned and she was not sure she understood right. It sounded like Kinvara wants to stay there. My apologies. Yara entered the hall. The ships are ready, people started to take on. At least those are good news. Dany sighed, but Yara looked worried. But... Dany raised her brow. The snow starts to fall. Yara swallowed. As I said. You don't have much time. Kinvara told them, then turned to leave the hall and walked outside. Dany and Jon looked at each other and followed her. They went outside. Jennifer and Nisra were already standing at the shores. Watching the snow. The people were heading to the ships quite in a hurry. They knew the enemy is coming. Dad, Miss Sandai whispered to her father when she felt the cold snowflake on her hand. I know. He squeezed her closer. He remembered her dream. He remembered her words. But that was only a dream. You don't have to worry. He kissed the top of her head. The sea was angry, rippling wildly. I was wrong. You don't have an hour. Kinvara told them and stepped closer to the water. Crouched and placed her palm to it, then closed her eyes. She started to mutter some words. Some kind of spell or something. We have to leave. Jon realized that his daughter's dream may even come true if they hesitate for too long. Hurry! He shouted himself. We don't have time, he continued and handed Miss Sandai to her mother. Bring everything you need. We have to depart now, he told Dany quietly with fear and care in his voice, and then he left them, walked around the shore to warn the people. She saw how Jon ordered some of the soldiers to check the castle, and make it empty. The wolves were already there. They felt the upcoming threat, just as the dragons. Drogon roared loudly and the two small dragons did not move away from him. You should do that, he asked. Nisra turned to Daenerys. Her dream was not just a dream, Jennifer warned Daenerys. It was a possible future. She looked into her eyes. Hurry. She left Missy with the two women and hurried back to the castle. She saw how everyone was running and panicking. After she left her room, she ran into Dario, Sansa, and Tyrion. You should be on the ships, she told them. I have an idea. How we can save Arya Stark. Tyrion told her. Get on the ships, Dany repeated and wanted to leave them. She doesn't care, Sansa stated, and Dany stopped. She took a deep breath and turned back to the red-haired woman. Right now I don't care. You are right, she was facing Sansa right now, if we are staying here for any more minutes, we are all going to die, and we'll have no chance to save Arya Stark. You have no idea what are they capable of, because last time as I remember, you hid in those damn crypts, instead of fighting for your people. She was so determined and strong. I did. I fought for them. I fought for your people, and I know if we don't leave the island in time, we're all lost. So stop with your comments, keep your opinion to yourself and get onto one of the ships. Now. She ordered her. You too. After we left I am willing to listen to what you want to say, she added and glanced at Dario, raised her brow. Do that the queen command, he added and he followed Daenerys. Samuel was holding some books under his arm while he hurried to the ships. John kept his eyes on the people around. He saw Nisra and Jenny fire with Miss Sandai, they were on the ship waiting for them. Drogon was circling above them, and they could see him less and less because of the snowstorm. Kinvara was still there, keeping her hand on the water. Are we ready? Dany stepped next to John and placed her hand to his shoulder. Almost. He nodded. Have you seen? They are there. Dany pointed to their ship, where John could see how Sansa and Tyrion get on. We are ready. They heard how Yara was shouting. They looked around once more and John took her hand. Dany raised her eyes to the sky, and she spotted Drogon. He'll be fine. Maybe I should. Get on the ships. Kinvara's voice disturbed their talk. Now. You can't stay here. Dany frowned and stepped to her. That woman saved her. That woman brought her back to life. That woman gave her a second chance to fix all her mistakes, and have a life, have a family. It just doesn't feel right to leave her behind. John stepped to the plank and waited. I can't hold them for too long. Leave. But Dany felt how her voice was trembling. My time is up. The Lord wants me to join him. It was a pleasure to serve you, Daenerys Targaryen. Kinvara looked up to her and bowed with her head, then she glanced at John. He understood. He grabbed Dany's arm and pulled her with himself to the ship. No. Dany cried out. No, she wanted to escape from John's arms but he indicated Yara to go. Chapter 160. Somewhere at the sea. The fog became denser, they barely could see anything. The snowstorm was heavy, they really escaped at the last moment. They could hear how the ships cut the thin ice sheets on the water. Dany was standing at the end of the ship and she tried to see something. She still hoped that the woman who saved her, who brought her back to life, can survive somehow. The silence was huge in the ship, everyone knew they left the island at the final moment. They would not have thought. They had no idea the Night King can freeze the sea. That was unexpected and frightening. John placed his hand to Dany's shoulder, and she swallowed her tears back. This is how it should have been, John whispered. She saved me. She saved us. She gave us a family and a future. And I let her die there. Alone. Dany barely could talk. She chose to die there. She chose to help us. It was not us. John answered, but suddenly she turned to him and she could kill him with her eyes. We did not even try to help her. You just dragged me out of there. She raised her voice, and all eyes were fixed on them. We did not have a choice. John answered also so loud. If we'd stay we'd all die. You can't know that. She shook her head. We fought with them. You fought with them. And we did not have a choice, Daenerys. We can't kill the Night King even if we are able to do it, because that way, we give more power to our worst enemy. He explained so heavily and ardently. We had to leave, and she stayed to help us. I'll be inside. With our daughter. She couldn't stand when he was talking her that way. And she realized there were too many people around them. Dany. He took her arm, but she pulled it out from his hand, and left him there without any more word. John sighed and took a deep breath. He knew that was the right choice even if Kinvara had to die. He knew, without that Red Priestess, they would not be there today. He would not have a family, but that was their only chance. Jon Yara stepped next to him. Yes. He tried to calm down. We should figure out where we want to dock. The only harbor close here is King's Landing and that would not be a good idea. She swallowed. Dany entered to a cabin, but only Gendry was there. Where is Nisra? She frowned and surprised. She did not feel well. She asked me to stay here. Gendry jumped up. Sit back. Dany indicated him with her hand. You know I don't mind when you are around my daughter. She tried to smile a bit. And he slowly sat back to the chair. May I ask what is our next step? We are heading towards to the capital. Are you sure? I don't know. I need some time to think. Mommy Miss Sandai pulled her dress. Yes darling. She smiled at her. My dream. She continued. Your dream. She crouched next to her daughter. Did not come true. I swore to you, it won't. She caressed her face. And we're gonna stop them and everyone else who is trying to hurt our family. Before they can do it. The darkness is around. Not just behind us, she whispered to her mother. The darkness ends soon. Dani nodded. Don't worry darling. She pulled her clothes and glanced at Gendry. He smiled at them, or at least he tried. That was heartbreaking and sweet at once. That little girl with so much power, that she doesn't even know about. That little girl, who was just a toddler, can be the one who saves the world. It was unbelievable and cruel. Are you all right? Dario stepped to Nizra. She was leaned to the railing and took deep breaths. Again and again. She did not feel well. Nizra. He leaned to her. I'll be fine. She nodded slowly. She died. She continued quietly. I felt it. The moment, when she died. She sacrificed herself for us, Dario admitted. And I have to be the next. Her voice was trembling. That is not sure. You are not going to die. Dario answered and tried to make her calm. I felt her strength. Her power. She raised her eyes at him. When she died, the Lord gave her power to me. I have to continue her mission, I have to die to make them live. To help them create a better world. She was fighting with her tears. And my time is near. She took a deep breath and a tear rolled down in her face. But I don't want to die. Come here. Dario hugged her close. He was not a too sensitive man, but in that situation, he knows she needs someone who reassures her. Maybe AHM. I don't know much about the Lord and his plans, but maybe his plan for you to serve them for long. To stay next to them. We'll find a way to keep you alive. Yera. Jon tried to get her attention, but her eyes were stuck on Dario and Nizra, while they were hugging each other at the other side of the boat. Yera. Jon repeated a bit more angrily. Yes. Yet. She turned back to him and tried to answer, but she had no idea what was the question. So, most of our ships bypass the island near to the shores, and we can dock at Storm's End. So we can manage the attack against King's Landing by the shores, from a different direction than they expected, but we have to hurry. Jon was trying to show in the map, what does he mean? Do you think we can manage it in this way? He raised his eyes at Yera. Docking at King's Landing would be a suicide mission. So I think, we don't really have any other chance. Yera shrugged her shoulder. We lose a lot of time, and we can just hope, that we can arrive there sooner than the Deads. Jon shook his head. But at least we can manage a surprise attack. The Raven won't see us. Yera frowned. Not until my daughter is with us. Right, Sam? He raised his eyes to his friend. Like the best of my knowledge. He nodded, and the door opened at that moment, and Tyrion stepped inside with Sansa and Brienne. I don't think we have anything to talk about. Jon glanced at his sister, then turned back to the map. Forgive me. Tyrion stepped closer. But I think I have a plan. To save your sister too. If you want to save her. I am so sorry, Your Grace, but... Nizra went back to Miss Sandai's cabin and apologized to Daenerys immediately. You don't have to. Dany stood up beside her daughter and stepped to Nizra. It must be hard for you too. I understand, and if you need more time for grieve. She swallowed. She is in a good place now. With our Lord. Nizra answered. You can cry. I've learned through the years. Crying helps. It facilitates our souls. Sometimes we need that. Dany told her kindly. Miss Sandai climbed down from the bed and walked to them during they were talking. She took Nizra's hand and leaned to her. Dany and Nizra both smiled about the little child's action. Now we don't have time to grieve. Nizra took a deep breath. The worst is yet to come. She caressed the little girl's head. Do you have any plan, how we can? She was paying attention to her words. Stop them. I can stop them. Miss Sandai raised her head up. And I will. Dany remained speechless. Missy reminded her of herself. When she was young. Those times she was that strong too. When she was a child. She swore to herself when she was a little child, that she'll create a better world, then she just let her brother suppress her. She should have never let him ruling over her. He did not deserve the power, no matter he was her brother or not. The world became a better place when Drogo killed him to save her. You are a brave little girl. Nizra smiled at Missy, then looked at Daenerys confusedly. If you... Dany frowned. Really feel good enough to stay with her, go and. She swallowed and asked Jon what are the plans. He was right. On the board. You couldn't do anything to save her, no matter how much you wanted to. Nizra tried to convince her. No matter how you want to save everyone. You can't. No one can. For some of us, this will be the last journey. And we have to accept that. Nizra took a deep breath and lowered her head. We'll see. Because I won't just give up on the people who were next to me all time long, she answered firmly. You are not just a priestess for us or a nanny. You are a part of our family, and I intend to keep my family safe. Dany was staring at her, and Nisra nodded with a smile. Those words meant a lot to her. She never really felt that she belonged somewhere, but since she was with them, it was different. Daenerys glanced at Miss Zendaya once more, then she took a step towards the door. It opened before she could reach the door handle and Jon was standing there face to face with her. He was staring at her with those worried eyes, and that scared her a bit. I am sorry. She stepped more closer and placed her arms around him. I know you wanted to help. He kissed her forehead. Don't have time for this now. I am not mad at all. I understand. He whispered. You should come. Tyrion has some plans and... They mentioned it, that they may have some plan. At Dragonstone, but I did not have time to listen to them. Dany narrowed her eyes. It can work. He admitted, but... I'd like you to hear it with your own ears. And we make a decision together. He caressed her face. I don't trust him. Dany shook her head. Me neither. Jon took her hands. I just want to believe there is a chance to save my sister. Arya. You know I want to save her too. Dany squeezed his hands. I know. And I want to believe, we can do it. But, right now I don't have any idea how. Jon admitted and shook his head. I need you to make this decision. Because that plan, stands or falls on you. We are not going to King's Landing. Tyrion looked out at the window, while they were waiting for Jon. We turned back. It was a lie. Sansa sat down. That they want to save Arya. They just want to hide. He doesn't care about his sister anymore. She continued. I don't think you are right in it. Jon Snow might become a father, but, his family, his old family is also important for him. He turned to Sansa. Of course she pulled a face. Nothing proves it more, that you are alive. After you admitted that you wanted to kidnap his daughter, and took her to Bran. If you would not be his sister, he would have killed you already. Tyrion was honest. And that was not your first betrayal against him. All of us betrayed him, fooled him, used him to achieve our goals. He lowered his head. Yet, he is here, and he wants to save the world, again. They could have stayed in Mirren, and lived their life. I am sure she has plans with Westeros. She wants to rule, and the freedom that I have achieved for the North, worth nothing anymore. Sansa shook her head. You judge her wrong. Tyrion frowned. How could you defend her? Sansa became a bit mad at him. Right now, she is our only chance. She is your only chance too, to save your sister. Like it or not. And if you continue that behavior with her, you can already bury your sister. Tyrion warned her. The door opened and Dany stepped inside, with Jon by her side. So, as I heard you have a plan. Daenerys raised her eyebrow and immediately come to the point. Chapter 161. I noticed we are not heading to King's Landing. Tyrion started. We are not. Dany turned to Jon. She missed that information. She wanted to talk about the plans, but then Jon just escorted her here, to talk with Tyrion and Sansa. No. We are not. That would not be safe. We can't reach the harbor without getting attacked from the walls. We can't approach the capital from the sea. That is not possible. Jon admitted. Wise decision. Tyrion nodded. And thoughtful. I would have suggested that too. In that case, maybe we should turn back. Dany sighed and made a sarcastic comment. We'll make an attack from the fields. From south. But that is not why we are here. Right. Jon raised his eyes to the dwarf. No. No. We are not. He cleared his throat. I had time to think. As I heard you. He slowly looked at Daenerys. Learned the craft of swordsmanship. Why does it matter for you? Dany frowned. Am I late? Gendry opened the door. What? Tyrion frowned. I asked him to join. Jon straightened himself. He could help. So, why does it matter for you that I learned the craft of swordsmanship? Dany returned to the main topic. Not for me, but maybe it matters for Arya Stark. Tyrion continued. If you sit down, I'd outline my idea. He hesitated a bit while he was talking. I've already told the main points to Jon Snow. Dany glanced at Jon, and he indicated her to sit down. He stood behind her and placed his hand to her shoulder. You support the idea, right? Sansa interrupted Tyrion's words. I have not decided yet. Jon looked at his sister. And you are the main reason why I have huge doubts. He narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? Dany started to lose her patience. I don't have time all day for this. We have to prepare for the war. As I know, your daughter is the key to kill the thing that the king became. The dwarf still tried to avoid the main subject. The raven. Dany tried to pull the words out finally from Tyrion. Yes. He glanced at Sansa. Queen Stark made a promise to him, for the exchange of the life of Arya Stark. And yet she is still alive. She should be grateful. Dany raised her brow. She is. I am sure. Tyrion swallowed and waited until Daenerys turned her head back to him from Sansa. But what if we can deceive the raven? Tyrion asked her. If we give him what he wants, but meanwhile we are not giving him anything, just kill him with a trick? With some kind of bait? He shrugged his shoulder. With whom? Dany spread her arms. With you, Sansa answered to her and raised her eyes at Jon. You look worried. Sam stepped next to Jennifer on the board. She was standing there and watching Tormund and the wolves. He was feeding them. Who is not worried now, is a fool, Jennifer answered. You know. I am calm. Samwell sighed. I mean, I know my life is in danger again. And that we already defeated them once, doesn't mean we can do it again, but I am calm because my family is safe. In Essos. The other side of the world. He admitted. You think if we lose they can't reach the other continent? Jennifer looked at him. I have to believe in it. Sam lowered his head. I only care about their safety. Family can change our order of importance, isn't it? Jennifer stated and looked at Tormund again. You can't understand if you don't have any. I can imagine how hard it must be for Jon and Daenerys. I always wanted to replace him. Change our lives. I mean with Jon. Samwell smiled. But right now, I am happy that I am just a no one and I don't have any higher duty to save the world, he admitted quietly. You aren't a no one, Samwell Tarly. Jennifer turned to him. You also have an important role in this. Else you would not be here. We all have roles in this final war, like it or not. We are all chosen ones. You are here. Yara entered to Miss Sondai's cabin and found Nisra there with the little girl. Where else? Nisra glanced at her and smiled. Well, as I saw you were not here not too long ago, Yara answered in a kind of serious way. I don't know, what do you mean? Nisra frowned. Did you have a good conversation? She continued. With whom? Nisra shook her head. You exactly know who I am talking about. I saw you. Have I been away for that long? Yara stated sardonically. That you go back to his bed. I'd appreciate it if you stop with this, especially in front of her. She pointed at Missy with her eyes while she stood up. She is just a child. She doesn't even understand. I wouldn't be that sure in it, Nisra answered and looked down at the bed, where Missy was turning the pages of a book. Can we talk about this later, when her mother comes back? If you don't have a better thing to do. Yara shrugged her shoulder. If you continue this, I have. Nisra rolled her eye. What they? She tried to control herself. What is your problem? I never gave you a reason to act like this. I don't even hug others in front of your eyes. I was in a bad mood. He was there. We were talking a bit. Where were you? Nisra asked her. Filled my tasks. Right. Nisra pulled a face. As usual. Everything is more important than me. So it is not just who can be angry. She lowered her head, and glanced at Missy again. She was still looking at the pages. We'll talk about it later. Now please leave. I promised her to read some tales. She turned her back at Yara and sat back next to Miss Sandai. Yara left the room after some hesitation. Nisra's mind was racing. Maybe she should just end this. They don't have a future anyway. She is going to die soon, and if she ends this thing, between them, at least she won't hurt her. She can move on more easily. Daenerys was walking up and down and she was clearly not sure she can believe to her ears. And you? She raised her eyes at Jon. Think it is a good idea? She frowned and tried to hold herself back. No. Jon lowered his head. I think it is just a possible solution if you think it is. So you want me to put my life and our daughter's life in her hand? She pointed to Sansa. Do you hear how it sounds? Dany, I know. Jon swallowed. I just want you to think it through. I don't think there is anything that we should think about. She raised her voice. I can't believe you even think about it. She rolled her eyes. Jon took a deep breath. He just wants to save his sister. Sansa interrupted them and stepped closer. I know. Sansa hesitated because Daenerys gave her that look, that angry and envious look. She clearly wanted to kill her with her eyes. I know I don't deserve your trust. I betrayed you and You not just betrayed me, but it was mostly your fault, that the man I love turned against me, not to mention you wanted to destroy everything that I ever worked for. Because of what? Oh, right, because of the North. Dani was not kind, she talked from her heart. That is our only chance to save Arya. Sansa's eyes filled with tears and she barely could talk. Dani remained speechless. I wouldn't ask. If I know, there is another option, but there is not. She started to cry. You are my only hope, to save my sister. I was your only hope to save the North and humanity. And I did. And what did I get in return? Dani did not let her heart got emotional because of Sansa's tears. Dani shook her head and turned her back at the Stark girl. The North is yours, Sansa told her immediately. If you help me to save my sister, the North is yours. You have my word. Not that it matters much. Jon raised his eyes at his sister. You gave your word for me too. When I told you my secret about my heritage. Sansa opened her mouth to answer, but Daenerys did not give her time. You still don't understand, right? Dany turned back to Sansa. I don't want to rule. I don't need the North. She took a step closer to her. I want my daughter to have a normal and happy life. Which is not going to happen until your brother desperately wants to end her life. I want my daughter to live, to grow up, to have a loving family. Which I never had. She kept eye contact. You can keep your kingdom, or what is left of it. Because in case you forgot, the dead's already here, which means the North has already fallen. Dany took a deep breath. Do you think about our request? Sansa asked again. Maybe I can help. For everyone's surprise, Gendry took a step to them. No, I am a no one, and probably my help is not too much, but, you know you can trust me. He looked at Dany then turned to Jon. I never betrayed any of you. I never had a chance to thank you that you gave me that noble title, and a chance to be the right wooer to Arya Stark. He continued. I can go with you and I can help you with this mission. You know I would never hurt your daughter. Neither you. He looked so confident and dedicated. You know what Arya Stark means to me. Help me to save her. Or let me help you to save her. Please. Gendry kneeling down in front of Daenerys. She glanced at Jon and she had no idea what to answer. She needed to think it through. That mission was full of risks, and she has to trust in Sansa Stark and Tyrion Lannister. The two main person who caused her death. It was not that easy. Suddenly she felt Jon's hand on her shoulder. She raised her eyes at him, and he bowed with his head with a kind smile. Leave, she ordered the others in the room. I need to have a word with Jon. She looked around. Gendry stood up and immediately complied with the request. Sansa and Tyrion followed him, but before they could leave the room Dany continued. And Gendry? Not the noble title made you a proper wooer for Arya Stark, more your noble heart. Thank you. Gendry nodded, but he was still not sure what does this mean. He closed the door behind his back. The silence was huge in the room. Jon waited for her to say something. He was still not sure, he wants her to do this or not. A part of her heart wanted to save her sister, but the other part, he doesn't want them to risk their lives. With this, if I am willing to do this, we can end the war, Dany admitted. Dany, you don't have to. Jon shook his head. In a way or another, we have to bring her close to the Raven. You know only her blood, her fresh blood can kill him, maybe that is what we have to do. And we don't have much time. The deads, maybe we don't have any time at all. They are here, maybe they'll reach the capital sooner than we. But I never wanted to let you do this alone. Jon stood right in front of her and placed his hands to her arms. I wanted to be the one, who kills him. To prove to you that you. Do you think you still have to prove me anything? Dany placed her hand to his face and looked into his eyes. Jon grabbed her hand and kissed it, then he pulled her closer and kissed her lips too. Like it was the last kiss that he gave to those full lips. Chapter 162. Somewhere at the sea. Dany was standing at the end of the ship. She needed some time to think about the things that Tyrion and Sansa want from her. The air was almost icy, the dead must be close, but those clouds stopped above the island of Dragonstone. She can see how the snowstorm rages violently a bit further. She had no idea what to think. The dead wanted to chase them away from the island, or they wanted to kill them, but she doesn't understand why they don't come further. It was clear the Night King can freeze the sea too, but they could escape on the other side. It was so strange. Everything was messy and worrisome. She placed her arms around her body to keep herself warmer, but a moment later she felt how someone placed a cape to her back. She squeezed the edge of it and looked back above her shoulder. She was not surprised. She knew it was Jon. He placed his arms around her body and put his chin to her shoulder. Miss Sandai? Dany asked him quietly. She is sleeping. And I wanted to know that you are all right or not. He answered. You disappeared. I just need some time alone, to think through it. She snuggled a bit closer to Jon. They heard a loud roar and Drogon flew through the air above them. It is not going to work. She shook her head. What do you mean? Jon frowned, and Dany turned to him. She shuddered because of the cold. Don't you want to go inside? He rubbed her arms. I want to go back to Essos if I have a choice. She sighed. Jon nodded. He felt the same, but they both know that wouldn't help. Their daughter would still be in danger if they just go back, and the dead will win. Sooner or later the Night King will reach the other continent too. That was not a possible solution. Not to mention if the army of the dead win, there will be nothing left. No future for their daughter. Jon placed his arms around her and walked with her to their cabin. Much better here. Jon took a deep breath. It's incredibly cold out there. He rubbed his palms. He kept his eyes on Dany and he saw how worried she is. He understood. He felt the same. He wanted to escape from reality. With his family. That was the only thing that mattered for him. His love and their daughter. They are close. Maybe closer than we think. Maybe they are following us and Kinvara's sacrifice was worthless. She glanced out at the window. It was not. Jon shook his head. If she didn't help us, we'd be already dead. All of us. She gave us a chance. He explained. What should I do? Dany turned to Jon. I know it is our best chance to be close to Bran and kill him, but what if Sansa or Tyrion betray us? What if I am not good enough? Bran probably has many guards and she blurted. Dany. He stopped her and looked into her eyes. Stop. Please. He caressed her cheek. They heard Drogon's voice again. Dany lowered and shook her head. It won't work. She stepped away from Jon and her mind was clearly racing. Jon followed her with his eyes. You have to trust in yourself. He tried to give her strength. Even if I do. Dany took a deep breath. Drogon will follow me. If I am leaving with them. Especially if I bring Miss Sandai with me. Think about it. Is it believable that Sansa or Tyrion could catch us, while Drogon is there? Dany spread her arms. It's not. She pulled a face. What if I go with them? Jon asked her after a minute of silence. Jon, it is not possible. I mean, it is even more unbelievable, that they could catch both of us. She was staring at him questioningly. Bran needs our daughter. Bringing you would be just some extra. He wants our daughter. Not you. Jon started to explain. What if we act that they caught me and our daughter? He raised his brow. And I am still one of the best swordsmen in Westeros. I can keep her safe. More than me, Dany admitted. But I won't. I can't leave you here facing the other enemy. Jon shook his head. I can uphold them. With Drogon. Dany answered. No. Jon protested. No, I won't agree with you to do that. There is no good option. She sighed. Believe me, I wish that we could do this together, face both of our enemies together, but that is not possible. Dany was filled with fear. Do not expect me to leave you here to face with thousands of dead people, Jon begged her. We have, more reason than ever, to stop them, she answered quietly. Yes, I know. Our daughter. Jon sat down and agreed. Not just our daughter. Dany continued so shyly. I want this to Dany. I want a life with you. Together. A long life, and that is why I can't decide which one is a good decision. There is no good decision. Both ways, your life is too much in danger. Not just mine. She bit her lower lip and staring at him. No. Mine too. I agree. I am not talking about you. She took a deep breath. If I go with Miss Sandai, I won't leave just with her. If I stay here, it's not just me who stays here. It was hard for her to continue, and she saw in his face he doesn't really understand. Maybe it is not the right time to tell this, but I don't want to make that mistake again, keep things hidden from you. What are you talking about? Dany frowned. It is not sure, and, maybe we are going to have another child. She lowered her head and scratched her fingers nervously. Jon forgot to breathe. He was staring at Daenerys and he felt how his eyes filled with tears. I know. I shouldn't tell this. She rolled her eyes and she became more nervous. Jon stood up and stepped to her. It is not even sure. I should have not told you until I am not sure. She turned back and there. Dany. Jon stood right in front of her and whispered her name. I am sorry. Sorry for what? He smiled at her. It is the most amazing news that you could say. He barely could find the words and took her hands. I don't know what to say. It is not sure. I just Feel it and. I feel all the signs and. She stuttered and John for an answer just pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. I don't know what to do. She continued and she started to cry. First of all, you should calm down. I know how much you scared of being pregnant again and. John tried to calm her down. It is not that. Dani shook her head. I am. I wanted it. I wanted to give you the thing that you wanted the most and, in another situation I'd be happy, the happiest woman, but, we have to face the most dangerous things and. She explained while John was still squeezing her hands. I am going to solve it. You don't have to face anything, he answered. John. Dani raised her eyes at him. No, I am not going to risk to. We don't have a choice. Dani made it clear. I don't want to risk it either, but, if we don't defeat our enemies our children won't have a life to live. She placed her hand to John's face. We have to create a world for them. We have to make peace. We just, really have to think it through, which is the most, safe plan. She continued. Go and defeat Bran and that way we stop the Night King. John sighed. You don't have to face any of them. You can stay here, or you can sail away if you want to. Back to Essos, and I. You can't think it serious that I leave you and Miss Sandai behind. I thought you know me better. Daenerys surprised about his words. I am not a fragile little girl. I never was. Last time. John swallowed. Don't. Dani shook her head and stepped away from him. Don't remind me, she warned him. I just want you to think sane. John followed her. I don't want to remind you. I want to forget that happened, but... Then don't talk about it, Dani repeated nervously. I know I made a mistake, but now if we don't defeat them our children won't have future. And I won't hide somewhere in the sea, while you and my daughter risk your life to save humanity. She raised her voice. Do you think I want that? John swallowed. Do you think I don't want to run away? I want to. I want to run away with you. With Miss Sandai, but... There is nowhere to run. Daenerys shook her head. I think we should talk with Sam. John tried to calm down. Just to be sure, everything is all right with you. Then, sleep and we'll reach the shores tomorrow. Yara thinks we can dock around noon. Until then we'll figure out what to do. We know what we have to do. We have to fight on two fronts, separated, because people need us. We just need to figure out which one of us goes where. Dani lowered her head again and staring at the floor. I should have not told you. Not now. She took a deep breath, and John stepped to her, placed his hands to her arms. I just want to. I know. Dani raised her eyes at him. But keeping me away from the war is not possible. No matter how much you want it. She smiled a bit. We need Drogon and you can't control him. I am his rider. I can hold them up. With Dragon Fire, I can cut their way to King's Landing. I can give you time until you kill the Raven. I don't have to face him, not face to face. I'll be safe with Drogon. But if you go to King's Landing, instead of me, you have to do everything to keep yourself and our daughter alive. I can't survive if you die. You know I'll die for her, John answered. That is what I am afraid of, Dani answered. John smiled a bit at her and pulled her closer then kissed her lips gently. Full of love. She was the love of his life, and just like her, he can't imagine it either, to lose her. They both have to survive, or nothing makes sense. She placed her arms around his neck and that kiss became deeper. She felt how his hand was sliding towards to her bum and squeezed her closer. She giggled a bit. I thought you want to talk with Sam. Her eyes were shining. The thing that they going to have another child, deep in her heart makes her happy, only the other events overshadowed her happiness. I guess it can wait. Now I want to spend some time with you. Alone. John admitted. Tell me that won't be our last night. Just, promise me. She almost begged for him. Dani. John sighed. Even if it is not true. Just promise me. Please. She placed her finger to his lips. I promise, he whispered to her mouth and kissed her again, filled with passion and love. That time they both knew they won't spend a vehement and wild night together. No. That night was more about their love for each other. Not to mention, John wanted to be gentle with her. With her, the woman who carried his second child under her heart, and he meant that promise. He really has more reason than ever to stay alive. Chapter 163. Somewhere at the sea. It was not like their other nights. That night was about tenderness and love. They were making love for hours. In each other's arms. The dragons were sleeping in them. John did not want to hurt her in any way. He paid so much attention to her, all night long. He wanted her to enjoy the night, he wanted her to feel that she is the most important thing in his life. He wanted her to remember him if anything goes wrong, in this way. As the man, who loved her with all his heart. He was not sure they're gonna survive. He can't be sure. He wanted to see both of their children growing up, but if he can't, at least he want them to survive. Their love was once in a lifetime love, and they both knew it. Time proved nothing else, just that how much they meant to be together. They were born for each other. Life put so hard and heavy obstacles in their way, but they could solve it. They could go through it. Together. They were laying in each other's arms, naked, and John did not let her go for a moment. They felt the sun rays on their faces and they wished the night lasts more longer. The night, when they could forget that they are in a war. I don't want to get up, Dani whispered to him, and she was laying on his chest. Her hair fell on the pillow and she let it grow much longer in the past few years. John adored when she doesn't braid it, and in the past few months, she usually let it loose. She was even more beautiful in this way if it was possible. This night was. John tried to find the right words. This night reminds me of our first night together. Dani raised her head up and smiled at him. Do you remember it? There was a huge and shining smile on her face. How could I forget? That night, we created a miracle. You can't be sure. Dani shook her head and raised her brow. I am, John answered confidently. Am I remembering wrong, or we had sex on that boat, quite a lot times? She giggled. Every damn night. John with a grin on his face placed his hand to her cheek and pulled her closer to kiss her lips. But that first night, was different. Why? Dani frowned. You've told me several times that you can't have children. I just couldn't believe it. John answered quietly. So you came to my room to prove that I am wrong. Dani giggled. Shame. You wanted to make me pregnant without even proposing me. I've already told you, I did not make love with just anyone. To be honest, there was only one woman in my life instead of you, and, that was, let's just say it was not my choice. I did not want to give life to a bastard. But with you. John lowered his head. I wanted it with you. I knew at the moment when I knocked on your door that night, that I want you. I wanted a life with you. It was not a question, I wanted to prove that you are wrong, I wanted to give you a family. He admitted. You did. Even if not in the simplest way, but we are a family. Dani answered softly. Maybe, we really needed to went through all of these things, to be here where we are now. She shrugged her shoulders and caressed his chest. Yet I wish I could delete some things from it. John sighed. Don't. Dani pulled herself closer to his face. And, we should not look back. We should just look into our future. She smiled and leaned closer. Because I want to spend many nights like this with you. She kissed his neck. Many nights. She giggled. I love you so much, John whispered to her ear and grabbed her, turned with her in the bed. She laughed so loud and John tickled her a bit. John. She tried to stop him, but her loud laugh filled the whole cabin. He was sure maybe the others can hear it outside, but he doesn't care. It was a good feeling. Hearing her laugh, seeing her smile, knowing that she is carrying their second children under her heart. He stopped and his hand stayed on her belly. You won't feel him yet. Dani narrowed her eyes. Him. John raised his brow. I don't care. Him or her. It doesn't matter. I just want. I hope everything goes well this time. It is kinda weird. I don't even know him but I cannot imagine that I lose him. I am so silly, maybe I am not pregnant at all, just my mind, or I am too nervous and no one knows it better than a mother. John made it clear and smiled at her. And you said him. Again, he added. Did I? Yes, you did. John laughed a bit and pressed his lips to her lips again. Those are. Nisra stepped to Yera, who was standing at the front of the ship. She kept her eyes on the shores in front of them. Yes. We are going to dock soon. Yera answered and took a deep breath. I was waiting for you. Last night. I did not want to leave her alone. Nisra lowered her head. She has parents. You should have told them that. I insisted to stay, Nisra admitted. John wanted to stay there with her. But I thought it is better if I let him be with Daenerys. She needs him now. And I need you. Yera turned her head to Nisra and stared her face. But you are not pregnant. Not like the queen. Jennifer stepped closer to them. What? Yera surprised. How did you find out? Nisra frowned. Probably the same way as you. My intuitions and my dreams show me some things. You figured it out too, didn't you? Jennifer smiled a bit. Does she know? Nisra asked her back. I don't know. Jennifer shook her head. And I am not even sure it is good right now, if she gets to know about it. She stepped next to Yara and raised her eyes at the shores. At least the deads did not cut all our ways to King's Landing. They are up to something. Nisra also staring the shores in front of them. They wanted us to escape and change our plans. No. Jenny Fire shook her head. As I see, they wanted us to speed up our plans, she stated so naturally. And leave. We hesitated for too long. You scare the hell out of me, with those witchy things. Yara pulled a face. I don't even understand what are you talking about. You don't have to. Jenny Fire smiled at her. Beautiful. They heard Miss Sandai's voice, who was in her father's arms, and they were in the deck. John explained to her some things while he was holding her close. The two dire wolves were next to them, meanwhile, the dragons were eating at the other side of the ship. It is so bad that they won't have a long happy life together. Jenny Fire sighed and crossed her fingers in front of her body. You cannot know. The things about the future are always changing. Nisra warned her. I accept the worst, and at least only better things can happen. She shrugged her shoulders. But you should not scare the shit out of others, Nisra mentioned and followed Yara, who left them behind and walked to John. Lord Snow. Yara started. We are going to dock in an hour. Great. John nodded. The shores are. Looks safe. No fog. No snow. And the weather is much warmer this side of the Ness. Yara answered. I send some men to look around before we dock the ships. Would be great. John nodded. Yara nodded and turned to leave but John stopped her. Lady Greyjoy. He started. Did they? Yes. At dawn. Yara smiled. I have to admit, it was a quite good idea. I want to have a plan B if anything goes wrong. John took a deep breath. Do you really trust your sister and that dwarf? Yara sighed and wanted an honest answer. John turned his head away, and he spotted Tyrion, Sansa and Gendry together on the other side. They were talking. Sansa caught his eyes and tried to smile at him, but he did not return the gesture. No. No, I don't. John turned back to Yara. That is why I am going to leave with them, and not Daenerys. John informed them about the changes. She is going to stay here with you, she is more useful here. To hold up the deads. In her. Yara almost spits it out, but Nisra gave her an angry look. In her role. Nisra finished her sentence. I mean, she is the queen. She always. I mean, ahm. She did not find the right words to save the situation. John. Dany stepped out from the cabin's side, and Sam followed her. He has a huge smile on his face. John was just staring at them questioningly, and his friend just nodded for an answer. John felt how tears filled his eyes. Dad. Miss Sandai raised her eyes at his face. What is it? Nothing, darling. Daddy is just happy, he whispered to her daughter and walked to Dany with the little child in his arms. Mommy Missy stretched her arms towards her mother, and Dany was ready to take her away from her dad's arms. Your mother has to spare herself now, John told to his daughter. It is better if you stay here. John. Do not start this. Dany raised her brow. Everything is. John looked at Sam. Everything is fine. Sam nodded. She is strong and healthy. He continued and glanced at Daenerys. And it is in a very early stage now. So I am fine. Dany finished the sentence. And I can hold my daughter in my arms. I am sure of it, she stated, and she wanted to take Miss Sandai out of John's arms, and he finally let her. Mommy Missy giggled immediately in her arms and she felt how something touches her belly. She looked down. It was Nymeria. She feels it too, John told her with a grin on his face, and he crouched to pet the wolves. What she feels? Miss Sandai looked at her mother questioningly. Ahm. Dany glanced at John and he couldn't stop smiling. You always wanted some company to play with, right? She asked her daughter. Now, if everything goes well, it seems you are going to have a brother or a sister. She took her tiny hand. I already have, Miss Sandai answered and looked down at the dire wolves. Yes, the dragons and the dire wolves are your families too, but, that sibling, will be a real one. A small little boy, or a small little girl. Dany explained. What? She heard Sansa's voice from behind her. She stepped to them in a hurry, and Tyrion also followed her. Dany sighed and John also stood up. Placed his hand immediately to Dany's shoulder. Is that true? You are pregnant? Again. Well, it usually happens when two people love each other. Dany pulled a face. Guess. She wanted to continue, but she felt how John squeezed her shoulder a bit. Guess, you'll find this happiness in life, Lady Stark, when you find your true love. She cleared her throat. Congratulations, I guess. Tyrion spread his arms. Even if those news does not come in the best moment. I mean. He tried to correct himself. In that way, it must be a much harder decision for you to trust us and come with us to implement the plan. He swallowed. I'll keep you safe. As I promised. Gendry added. You don't have to. John straightened himself, but everyone was looking at him so confused. She is not going to King's Landing. But I will. He made it clear. I'll kill that thing that took over control of my brother, I'll save my sister, and we'll end this. Once and for all. He sounded so definite and brave. Like a real king. Chapter 164. Somewhere at the sea near to the shores. What is this nonsense idea, that you want to come with us? Sansa followed John inside. Meanwhile, Dany left with Miss Sandai to get ready for the docking. John trying to ignore his sister's arrogance, but it was harder day by day. We agreed. Sansa continued and John turned to her. The plan changed. Because you knocked her up again. Sansa frowned. You are talking about my future wife. That is the last time I warn you to choose your words wisely. John kept eye contact with her, and she lowered her head after a minute. She is just nervous. Because of her, your sister. Tyrion tried to save the situation again. I'll be your prisoner. Me and my daughter. John enlightens them about the plan. Given the situation, that is the smart decision. Tyrion bowed. May I ask, is she staying outside of the capital and facing the army of the dead? He continued. Guess we don't have any other choice. John pulled a face. I asked her to stay on the ship and stay away, but she won't. Tyrion smiled a bit. That wouldn't be her. No. No, that wouldn't be her. John answered with a bit of sadness in his voice. Tyrion saw it and stepped closer to him. He wanted to pat his forearm, but he hesitated. She is going to survive. Tyrion swallowed. Do not act as you care about her life. John shook his head and looked at Tyrion with so much anger in his eyes. Even if we can defeat them, you have no place near the kingdom. I hope you know that. I thought you are not interested in ruling the Seven Kingdoms, Tyrion stated. I never wanted it, but maybe that is the only way to keep the power-hungry people away from it, John answered so seriously. I'll do everything to make this shit world a better one. I won't risk my life, my family's life, to let everything in the same way. He raised his voice a bit, and walked on, left them behind. And finally he became the person who he has to be, Tyrion commented with a smile on his face. What are you talking about? He doesn't see clearly, because Daenerys totally took his mind. Sansa rolled her eyes. No, Queen Stark. Tyrion raised his eyes at her. Now Jon Snow finally found his path. He finally understands what he has to do. He caressed Sansa's arm and walked in the other direction. Nysra, are you listening to me? Dany asked her, meanwhile she was dressing Miss Sandai. Nysra was standing at the window and staring at sea outside. Nysra. Dany repeated, and she came to mind suddenly. I'm sorry. I understand your pain, but right now, we don't have time to mourn. No matter how her loss hurts us, she warned her and adjusted the dress in Miss Sandai. She was not just a priestess for me. She was more like a sister. She helped me in my darkest hours. Gave me new hope again. A hope which worth living for. Nysra explained quietly. She gave my life back. So believe me, I understand your pain. It seems that was her task in her life. Give new hope for everyone. Give a new chance. Dany sighed. Wish I could have helped her. She swallowed her tears back. We have to focus. Dany cleared her throat. Focus on the upcoming war. It is here and we need you in this. I know. Nysra nodded and handed a little cape to Daenerys. She took it and placed it on Miss Sandai's back. The little baby was looking at them during their talk, and Daenerys could have sworn that she understood every damn word. Her eyes betrayed her, even if she asks nothing, and that was a bit scary. No matter how much they wanted to hide the problems from her, she was the princess that everyone was waiting for to give them a better world, and she felt ashamed, but she doesn't want it. Not for her daughter. She knows how it feels to make sacrifices. She knows how it feels to meet the expectations. She just wanted her children to have a normal life. Guess they can never get it. I'd like to have a word with Daario Naharis. Would you please search him and send him here? Dany tried to do what she just asked from Nysra, and focus on the war, but Nysra looked confused and she started to play with her fingers, but she did not move away. I just asked something. Dany was staring at her face. I know your grace, but... Nysra started But... I don't think it is possible. You sent Daario away. Dany stormed out from the cabinet's corridor, and started to yell with Jon at the moment she spotted him. Jon surprised and looked around. Everyone was looking at them. Since when you made decisions without me? Since when you give orders to my people? She raised her voice. It is not the right place to discuss this. John stepped closer and trying to calm her down. I don't care about the place. Did you send him away or not? Danny was on fire. I didn't. It was his idea. John sighed. Come. He wanted to go a bit further from the others to explain her. I thought you trust me. He took a deep breath. It is not about that. Danny was still heated and mad at him and she was still talking a bit too loud. John glanced around again. Where is he? He came up with an idea, and that could help. If something goes wrong. John explained. They will go in another way to King's Landing and keep a second line. With some of the second sons. He'll see them and kill them, Danny answered. There is nothing to cover them. That is why Nisra is involved. John sighed. She follows them with her abilities or what, I don't really know how it works. You risked their lives. You sent them to death. Danny told him and she was clearly worried about them. It was not me, okay? I just agreed with him to do it. I did not choose him to go there. John rolled his eyes and took a deep breath. They can divert Bran's attention from us. They can give us more space and opportunity to attack. He placed his hand to her shoulder. I know you care about him, but he'll be fine. John swallowed. Danny shook her head and staring at his face. You should have asked me, Danny mentioned. I don't want you to make decisions behind my back. Especially when it is about sending away my best soldiers. She raised her brow. He wanted to help, and I agreed with him. He can take care of himself. John tried to hide his jealousy. He couldn't help himself. When it was about Dario, he was still jealous. Especially when Danny paid that much attention to him. I know you'd be happier if he would have stayed near to you while I am away, but that moment, when we made that decision, we thought you'll be the one who goes to King's Landing. He pulled a face. You are still jealous because of him. Danny smiled a bit. I am, John admitted and straightened himself. Especially when you are talking about him in that way. What way? Danny stepped closer and placed her hand to his chest. As if he were important for you. He is. Danny made it clear. But not in the way you think, she added when she saw how his eyes widen. I wanted him to take the dire wolves and the dragons away. Because we both know, Ghost and Nymeria can't come with us. It would be too dangerous, and the dragons are too small for a fight with the deads. I don't want them to die. Neither Dario. I trust him. Danny raised her brow. I would have dared to trust the pets, who's so important for our daughter to him. To keep them safe. Danny lowered her head. That is all. I am sorry that I ruined your plans. John frowned. Sorry. Yara stepped next to them. We are docking at any minute. Thanks. John nodded towards her, then turned back to Daenerys, and remained in silence, while he caressed her cheek. I know. I want to turn back too. Sail away to Essos, but we discussed it many times. We can't have a life until we defeat him. Them. She exactly told the thing he had in his mind. He placed his forehead to hers. Anchor down. They heard how Yara was shouting, but they tried to enjoy the last moment in the deck. They knew at the moment they get off of the ship it starts and there is no turning back. Some moments later the soldiers placed the huge wood to the floor and the army was marching to the lands. We don't camp, John told to Yara, and Tormund arrived next to them. Where were you? He looked at his friend. Having a sleep. He yawned. John pulled a face, then he found Danny with his eyes again. She just took Miss Sandai from Nisra's arms and the dire wolves were next to them. The two small dragons are jumping towards them, and they were so loud. Sounded as they had some debate or something. John raised his eyes at Danny, then he glanced at Tormund. No. That was not a good idea. He needed Tormund in the battlefield, but still, who he can trust, who they don't need to keep the dragons and the wolves away from the battle. Everyone has their own role in this fight. They need everyone in the battlefield, but there must be someone who can keep those animals away. He jolted when Drogon landed on the field in front of them with a huge roar. Dagon and Jorel stopped the fight immediately. They respected Drogon. It was clear. Danny walked closer to John with Miss Sandai and John immediately took her daughter's hand and kissed it. Nisra is going to stay here, Danny informed John. With some of the Unsullied. She can focus on Dario and his men to hide them. She continued. We have our daughter, she has the power to hide us. She lowered her head and looked at her daughter. She placed her tiny face to her chest, and she was so sleepy. Yeah, I was thinking to ask Tormund to stay. He has a good relationship with the wolves, but I think your idea is better. John admitted. I wish we can keep everyone away from it. Everyone who we love. But Danny shook her head. She sighed. We need cages. I have two for the dragons, but we have to lock the wolves. Yet. John nodded and looked around. Ghost and Nymeria were next to them a couple of minutes earlier, but they were not around anymore. He started to worry, and he turned back and forth. Where are they? His voice filled with anxiety. Where are the wolves? Dany looked around too, and the next moment Miss Sandai was pointing to the fields where the forest starts. There, she said quietly, and both John and Daenerys stepped to the railing to see it better. Ghost turned back for a minute, he and John looked to the eyes of each other, then the wolf just followed Nymeria to the woods. Fuck. John lowered his head and stated quietly. No. Tell me it is not happening. Dany barely could breathe. Tormund, John called his friend at that minute, without giving any answer to Daenerys, and left his family behind. Dany was squeezing Miss Sandai and followed John with her eyes. Go after them. With some of your men and take them back. I can't control the wolves. How do you imagine it? Put some dog collar to them and lead them back. Tormund frowned. I don't know, but we need to keep them in the ship. John raised his voice. They can take care of themselves. Why the hell did you let them took off the ship? John almost shouted with him, and he glanced at Yara, but they couldn't answer. He couldn't believe their plan failed at the first moment. He looked at Daenerys. They both knew. If something happens with Ghost, that means it happens with John too. Chapter 165. Storm's Land near to the shores. John. Dany stepped next to him. He was standing in the field and he couldn't take his eyes off of the woods, where the dire wolves disappeared. She placed her hand to his shoulder. He lowered his head and shook it. I should have locked them. I should have locked them while we were in the boat. He blamed himself. It was not your fault. Dany sighed. The news about our baby. It distracts our attention from the situation we are in. She continued so quietly. If he dies. If he gets killed. John raised his eyes at her, but Dany placed her finger to his lips. He won't. She has tears in her eyes. Ghost survived many things. With or without you. I believe that he'll survive this too. She tried to calm him down, meanwhile she was more worried than he is. Why he left? John frowned. Why? He took a deep breath and raised his eyes to the air. I tried to find him, I tried to warn him, but... Don't. You know it is dangerous. Dany whispered at him and caressed his face. You know, if you can't control it totally you may get loose in him, and we can't risk it. Not now. There was a small little smile on her face. I need you. We. She placed her hand to her belly and lowered her head for a moment. We need you. All of us. Miss Sandai. Me. And our baby. Don't mention it. John rolled his eyes and turned his back at her. It is all my fault. He blamed himself again. I can find them. Dany stated with Drogon. He is quicker. They can't be too far. Maybe, if, while our army marching towards King's Landing, we can find the wolves. Together. Dany continued. Before you go to King's Landing with our daughter. We can't leave our daughter here. John shook his head. She is coming with us, Dany answered immediately so firmly. No. John shook his head. Look, do not start this again. Dany rolled her eyes. Miss Sandai is not going to ride in any dragon. It is dangerous. John turned to her and looked into her eyes. Dangerous? Wasn't it dangerous when I saved you beyond the wall? Or when he brought you to Volantis to reunite with your family? Dany raised her voice. You know what I mean. It is not safe for her. She is too small. What if she falls? She won't if her dad holds her tight. Dany continued, but he did not answer. Or what do you want to do? Go after them on a horse? Leave us behind? They are wolves, maybe you'll never find them. With Drogon we can see much more of the field. Yet and we can be shot down. John reminded her. What if Bran created more of those scorpions that killed Rhaegal? I can't believe you are having a debate me because of it. That is the best solution. Dany spread her arms. I am not debating. John sighed, but his tone betrayed him. It was clear that he is mad and angry. Not. Dany raised her brow. You know what, I'd have gone after them already. But it is not enough. I can't send them back alone. He would never accept my commands. Only yours. I am afraid he is freer than accept any of the commands. John shook his head. I don't even know who he resembles, Dany stated and pulled a face. John raised his eyes at her, and there was a small grin on his face. Just like in Dany's face. He stepped closer and placed his hands to her arms. I am sorry, John told her. I did not want to argue with you. I just... Do you trust me? Dany asked him. You know I do. John forced a smile. We should leave. We are wasting too much time. Yara stated while she was sitting on the horse. The army was ready to march towards King's Landing. She looked to the side, and Nisra was sitting on the horse too, next to her, with Missy in her arms. She should not be here, Yara stated. No. She should not. Nisra caressed Miss Sandai's tiny hand. But since she is the key to save humanity, I guess we don't have any other choice. Nisra looked down. That is nonsense. How this girl can? Do not ask questions about things that you don't understand. Jenny Fire stopped next to them with a horse. Grey Worm also arrived. She raised her eyes at the unsullied man, and you too, she turned to Yara. Inform your men that nothing is more important than keep that little girl safe on this trip. Since when you give commands to us? Grey Worm asked her. She is right. Without her, we are all lost. Nisra confirmed her words. Her life is more important than anything. I'll do what the Queen's command. Grey Worm enlightened them. Your blind loyalty will cause your death, Jenny Fire told straight to his face, and pulled the reins, and left them. Her style is raw, but she's speaking the truth. Nisra raised Miss Sandai a bit more up in her arms and mentioned it. Grey Worm turned their back at them and walked away. I thought you are going to stay. Yara glanced at Nisra. I will. We already locked the dragons. When they come back, she turned her face towards the place where Jon and Daenerys were talking. I'll go back to the ship. She lowered her head. Why did you even sit to that horse? Yara frowned. Because the princess wanted to. You are not her mother. Yara shook her head. You don't have to fill all her requests. She doesn't like me. Miss Sandai raised her deep brown eyes at the Ironborn lady. That is not true. Nisra smiled at her. She loves you. She is angry with me. She has no idea how much I love her. She glanced at Yara. And sometimes people are very cruel with each other when they are in love. When you'll grow up, you'll understand. She tapped Missy's nose gently and she started to giggle. Nisra and Yara looked at each other, and the Red Priestess smiled at her. I promise I'll be back. I recommend it. Nisra nodded and bit her lower lip. She loved that woman. Even if they don't have a future. At least she found love first in her life. It was real. She knew it. And she was grateful that she could feel that feeling in her life. Lady Greyjoy. Daenerys arrived back and Jon followed her. We are not coming with you. Now. She started to tell the plan. Meanwhile, Jon took Miss Sandai out of Nisra's arm. What do you mean? We have to find the wolves, and for you, it took at least a day or two to reach the capital with that man people. Daenerys continued. If you follow the patch we agreed, we'll join you latest at night. Jon stepped next to Dany with his daughter in his arm. May I ask, how are you planning to find the wolves? Yara frowned. Dany smiled a bit and turned her face towards her firstborn son. The huge, enormous beast who was standing behind them. As if he knew they need him. Keep the dragons safe, Lady Nisra, and stay away from the shores. She turned to the woman and ordered her. That is just as important, as the other part of the mission. I know. And I'll keep my eyes and my mind open. Nisra bowed, and one last time, she raised her eyes at Yara, then walked away, back to the ships. Jon stared at the huge dragon in front of him. Drogon leaned closer to them, and Missy immediately stretched her hand to pet his head. Cautiously, darling, Jon warned her. I thought you are not afraid of them anymore. Dany smiled. He would never hurt us. Dany placed her hand to Drogon's head and caressed it. Missy followed her moves and her eyes were shining. Dany noticed and turned to her daughter. We are going to fly on Drogon. Really? Missy surprised, and she was smiling so brightly. Yes, darling. Dany looked at Jon. We have to find Ghost and Nymeria. Where is my brother? Sansa stopped next to Tormund with her horse. The king left with the queen, Jenny Fire answered instead of the red-headed wilding. What? Sansa surprised. That, the plan was not that. The plan changed, Jenny Fire told her so coldly. They had to leave to prevent more problems. We should leave, the troops are set off. We were just waiting for you, Lady Stark. Jenny Fire continued. Sansa had no idea what to say. She felt betrayed. Her brother. Jon promised her that they're going to save Arya, and now he just left with Daenerys without any word. They agreed to do something and now he just changed the plans. He was totally controlled by Daenerys, that made it clear again, and she hated it. What if they just go back to Essos? What if they just escaped because of their new child? What if they leave them behind to face the enemy and die there? She easily could believe in it. I can't stand her. Jenny Fire mentioned to Tormund and looked back at Sansa over her shoulder. Guess you are not alone with that feeling. She betrayed her brother in a very nasty way. Tormund answered. Yet she is here and alive. Our king and queen should not forgive the traitors that easily. Jenny Fire continued. Blood is an important bond. Tormund shrugged his shoulder. She is his sister after all, but you can feel their relationship is not really sisterly or brotherly. Jon never really could forgive her, that she told his secret to the Lannister dwarf. Why she hates the queen that much? Because I feel the hate but I don't know the reason. Jennifer frowned. I always thought she is jealous. Tormund laughed a bit and glanced back above his shoulder too. When he spotted Brienne next to Sansa, he forgot where he is, and his eyes stuck on the huge woman. Jennifer noticed it and pulled a face. Guess that is where our talk ends, she told him sarcastically. So those are your types. She'll be mine one day. I know it. He laughed. And the thing you've said about blood. There are some, to whom it doesn't matter. They can leave their family behind no matter they are bonded by blood or not. She pulled a face and she left him behind. He narrowed his eyes, and he still doesn't understand that woman. Why she made those comments to him. Why she is that odious with him. When he raised his head up again and spotted Brienne, he forgot his thoughts about Jennifer. A kind of idiot smile appeared on his face and Brienne just answered with an eye roll while they were riding beside him. Ladies. Tormund greeted them but none of them gave an answer. My big friend. Tyrion smiled at him. You can call me in many ways. But I am not a friend of a traitor. Tormund stated. Dany and Jon were on Drogon's back, and they were flying over the trees, close to the ground. They were both spying the ground to find the wolves. Meanwhile, Jon was holding Miss Sandai in one of his arms so tight. He squeezed her so much because she was so excited, and continuously moving. She wanted to see everything and giggled all the time. Dany narrowed her eyes when she spotted something in the field and directed Drogon to land near to the place. Did you see something? Jon asked her. Maybe. Dany glanced back. Again Missy interrupted the talk. Soon honey she caressed her daughter's face and jumped down from Drogon. The huge beast tried to help them to get off of his back. He almost pressed his whole body to the field, to make it easier for them. Jon placed Missy to the ground and Dany took her hand. That way Dany pointed to the edge of the forest. I think I saw Ghost or something similar to him. She was not sure and glanced at Jon. He nodded and pulled out his sword and took some steps towards the forest. Chapter 166. Storm's Land. Daenerys wanted to enter between the trees, but Jon grabbed her arm immediately and stopped her. He was holding Miss Sandai in his other arm. I'll go. You may forget I am not that bearish woman anymore. Dany raised her brow and smiled. You never were. But still. I am the best swordsman in Westeros, and not you. He answered, and handed Missy to her, and pulled out Longclaw, then took some steps. Dany followed him. It did not take too long when they finally spotted Ghost, who was standing right next to Nymeria. The female wolf was laying on the ground. They heard some noises around, and several other wolves appeared around them. Growling. Jon. Dany whispered his name. Keep calm, Jon warned her and kept his eyes on Ghost. He squeezed his sword with his fingers. Ghost raised his eyes at him, then looked around and snarled to the wolves. They did not leave. Ghost glanced at Jon and he immediately understood what he has to do. He lowered his sword and swallowed. Ghost turned to the wolves again. They kept the distance and started backing. Ghost turned back to Nymeria and poked her with his nose. The female wolf raised her head up and that moment Daenerys understood. She did not say a word, just walked closer, no matter how much Jon tried to hold her back, no matter how many wolves were around. She wanted to know, she is right or not. Dany. Dany. He tried to warn her, but she shook her head, and with their daughter, she went closer. Mommy. Missy pointed towards Nymeria. I see, darling. Dany smiled and she reached the dire wolves and crouched next to them. She placed Missy to the ground. The tiny girl immediately placed her hand to Nymeria's head. Not the best moment to have kids, Dany stated quietly when she finally spotted the two small creatures around their mother. She glanced at Jon above her shoulder and smiled. But it seems it is not a thing that we decide. Oh my god. Jon finally came closer and took his eyes off of the other wolves around. They started to leave them behind and walk away. They respect Ghost and Nymeria. They were bigger, stronger, commanding authority. They did not dare to attack them. It seems. Nymeria and Ghost becoming parents. Just like us. Dany couldn't stop smiling. Ghost. Jon crouched next to them. You should, stay in the ship. He scratched the wolf's ear. I guess it doesn't work in this way. Dany sighed. They belong here. Belong to nature. Then, what do we do now? Jon frowned. I have no idea. Dany took a deep breath, and she looked at her daughter. She was smiling while Nymeria was licking her hand. The deads were close. They both knew it, and they had to hurry if they want to prevent them. Where are they? Yarrow looked around after they camped down at the place in which they agreed. She worried about them. They should have been there with them. They should have arrived back. We are talking about Jon Snow and the Dragon Queen. Nothing can happen to them. Tormund answered with a small smile. I am not sure about it. Yara shook his head. Last time when I left her behind, she died, by the hands of Jon Snow. You don't know him. You did not spend any time with him after that he did that thing. After he killed her. But I did. Tormund continued. He was more serious than usual. I spent long weeks. Months, with him. He is a good man. He always tries to do the right thing, even if he doesn't think it is the best thing that he could do. He wants the best for the people. It was definitely not the best for the people to kill the one rightful queen. Yara glanced at Tormund. Sometimes, we make mistakes. Sometimes we are wrong. Tormund took a deep breath and he spotted Jennifer a bit further. She was standing alone in the field. You really believe in him, don't you? Yara asked him. Despite what he did. You think the Dragon Queen is the best that can happen Westeros? I think Jon Snow is the best that can happen with the kingdom. Maybe we are both right. They both were born to create a better world. Maybe together they can. Yara shrugged her shoulders. Lady Greyjoy, a sound came from behind them, and Yara left Tormund there. He was still looking at Jennifer and decided to walk closer to her. So what are your witchy feelings, say? He stopped next to the black-haired woman. About what? About how great is the mess we are in. Isn't it clear? She pulled a face when turned to the red-haired wilding. I knew a woman like you years ago. Many years ago. He sighed and started. Jennifer felt how the words stuck in her throat. I was just a kid, she enchanted me. Her beauty, her mind. Her whole presence. And what happened? Jennifer swallowed a quite big one and avoided looking at him. She did not belong to the herd, and we were moving on. The Wildings. You know we never leave anyone behind. I remember I asked her to stay with us, but she did not want to leave her home. I tried to find the place many times after that but, never succeeded. He laughed a bit. Then you moved on. And forget her. Jen stated. I never forget her totally. How could I? She was the first woman who showed me some, very interesting and enjoyable things. There was a smirk in his face. Those practices have worked with every damn woman in my life. Great. Now if you are nostalgic enough, we should have some rest. She turned to leave. She did not want to hear more about his great conquests. Jon walked closer to Daenerys and placed his cloak to her back without asking. It is getting colder, he stated with a smile. Your daughter is not cold. Dany leaned to his chest, and he placed his arms around her. They were watching how Missy was playing with Ghost around Nymeria, while the baby wolves were feeding. My daughter has some northern blood. Jon laughed a bit. Dany sighed so worriedly. Jon immediately noticed it. You are afraid to leave. You want to, pull the time. Am I right? I was never afraid of anything. Truly. Dany lowered her head. Now I guess. I have too many things to lose. Too many people. And. She hesitated before she continued, and she turned to Jon. I lost my mind when I lost Yora, my son and Miss Sandai. What do you think what will happen if I lose you and her? She raised her eyes at him, and her voice was trembling. You won't. But what if? I don't want to be my father, but even the thought, the possibility of the loss of you too, fills me with feelings which, scares me. She admitted. If that reassures you. He placed his palm to her face. If anyone hurts you, or Miss Sandai, I'll be the one who burns the capital to dust. He told with so serious face. You would never be able to do it. Dany lowered her head. You are much better than that. Better than me. That, what makes you a better ruler, than I ever will be. She admitted. You never let your feelings distract your attention from the most important things. You would never be able to hurt innocents because you are hurt. She caressed his hand and removed it from her face. Maybe I really was like that. Jon nodded. And thanks to that I lost something that is more important for me than anything. He turned her back to himself. We learn from our mistakes. You. All of us. I know you, Dany. That woman, that day, in King's Landing was not you. It was me, Jon. It was me too. Dany made it clear. No matter how much you want to believe or deny it. It was me. And it was me, who punished you for your mistakes. He felt how even his eyes filled with tears. But this is our past. He talked so slowly to make her understand. And we have a future. He lowered his head and stopped his eyes on her belly. As you said, we have more reason to win this war, than ever. He placed his hand to her tummy. But if we want to win this war, we have to go back, even if we have to leave Ghost and Nymeria here. We are far away from the war, from King's Landing. If we do everything right, the Night King will never reach this place and the wolves are safe here. He continued. If we'll lose, at least they have some more time to escape and live a little longer. You always think of others. Danny smiled at him. No, I am only thinking of you. He made it clear and leaned closer to kiss her lips. Gently. Miss Sandai, we are going to leave. She turned to the wolves, but only Nymeria was there with her babies, but Ghost and Miss Sandai were disappeared from their sight. John, Danny whispered his name and her heart started to beat in her throat. Stay here, John told her and immediately walked further to find them. He couldn't believe that is happening. They did not pay attention to their daughter for a minute. They were not in danger, she was there with the wolves, and not a minute passed, and she disappeared. At least Ghost went there too. Or at least he hoped. He glanced back above his shoulder to Danny, she was still standing there, and keep her eyes on John, but at the moment he walked farther in the forest, she turned to the other direction and took some steps. Nymeria whispered quietly. I won't leave you here. Don't worry. She looked down at the wolf, then she went on, towards the trees. It started to get darker, and she knew, they have to find Miss Sandai before the sun goes down. She heard some noises from the brushes around and she placed her hand to her sword and pulled it out. She was not afraid of the enemies, she was sure she can handle anything, especially when it is about her daughter. She stepped another, so cautiously, and the next moment Ghost stepped out behind the brush with a rabbit in his mouth. Where is Miss Sandai? Danny asked him as if he could give an answer. She checked behind the brush, then she turned around again. She hoped she'll see something. Anything, but she was not there. She must be here. She tried to calm herself down. Miss Sandai, she started to yell her name, but the next moments, she heard the loud and painful roar of Drogon. She started to run towards the place where they left the huge dragon, but when she reached the edge of the forest, he was not there anymore. She raised her head up and she spotted the black creature, barely could fly but he tries hard to move away. There was a huge bolt in the base of his wings. She turned around again but she doesn't see anything. Drogon roared again and she saw how he approaching the ground at the other side of the forest. She heard some other noises and finally, she spotted John. He was intervened by several soldiers, and a man, who she doesn't know. They were tossing John towards him, and one of them was holding her daughter. She squeezed the edge of the sword and wanted to attack them, but she heard how Ghost growled a bit behind her and his eyes were stuck on one point. There were many more soldiers there, not just the few who accompanied John and her daughter. She has no chance. Not in this way. She hid behind the tree again. Compared to that, you should be on the wall. You are quite south, aren't you? Bronn asked John with a smirk on his face. Take them to the king. Where is the Targaryen girl? He raised his eyes to the soldiers. We did not find her, but her dragon can't fly. We shot his wing. We better hurry. Bronn stated and looked around once more. Let the dragon be the king's concern. Chapter 167. Storms lands. Drogon was roaring so painfully and loudly. That arrow clearly hurt him. Danny ran there, after John and those soldiers disappeared from her sight, and tried to pull out that huge arrow again and again. The armor covered most of Drogon's body, but Gendry couldn't do anything for his wings would not restrain him from flying. Everything started to fall apart. She felt how her heart was beating in her throat, so heavily. Her eyes filled with tears, and she felt again how the anger and fear took over control in her whole body. She looked into Drogon's eyes and he gathered all his strength to help her. He raised up his wing as much as he could, and Danny squeezed the arrow and pulled it again. Finally, she could take it out, and that moment Drogon let out another loud roar. Something is wrong. Nymeria was standing at the railing of the ship. She felt it. She had no idea what is going on, but she knew Daenerys, Miss Sandai, or John, was in huge trouble. She glanced at the small dragons and they looked nervous too. They have almost shattered their cages while they desperately wanted to get out. Nymeria raised her eyes again at the shores and tried to focus her mind to find them. For some reason, the Lord of Lights chose her to protect them, and she doesn't want to disappoint the Lord, either her queen. Her family. Because they were her family, as Daenerys said. Not just some king or queen to serve. In the camp, Jennifer felt it too. She was staring at the sky, which became dark at that time. It was late at night, and they should have arrived back already. They said they'll reach the camp before the sun goes down because it was not safe to stay outside in the fields at night. Not in enemy lands. Lady Greyjoy Grey Worm found Yara in front of her tent. It was clear, she was worried too. I don't know the answer. She knew Grey Worm was a close friend to the queen, and probably he wants to know where is she. That is why I wanted to inform you, we are going to leave and find her. With my army. He straightened himself. I don't think it is a good idea. Yara shook her head. The queen's command was quite clear. She wanted us to stay here, and be ready for the war. She is with the traitor, and they are missing. Grey Worm added. I won't make the same mistake again. He continued with so serious face. I thought the queen makes you understand that Jon Snow is not her enemy. Yara turned to Grey Worm, but her eyes stopped behind him, a bit further away, where Sansa and Brienne were talking. Not sure about his sister, she frowned. If you want to help, some of your soldiers should stay here and spy on that one. She nodded towards the Stark girl. She is the real risk, not Jon Snow. All those northern people are untrustable. Grey Worm glanced behind his back and agreed. Maybe not all. Tormund stepped next to Yara from the other direction. Do we know anything? No. Yara shook her head again and lowered it. It does not make sense, to go after her with a whole army. She sighed and raised her eyes again to Grey Worm. Bran Stark probably see everything that we are planning or doing since the child is not with us. If we let scatter our troops we lost. She tried to think with a clear mind. So you want me to sit here and do nothing? Grey Worm raised his voice. The princess is in trouble. Jennifer finally arrived at the small group and she looked so worried and stressed. How do you? Tormund did not understand. Not here. I can't protect ourselves here. Come. She indicated them to follow her, and she left towards the forest near to them. Sansa saw that they are leaving and she glanced at Brienne. She wanted to know what is going on. So. Bronn was eating at a campfire. He was sitting opposite to Jon Snow. Miss Sandai was in her father's lap and 2 other soldiers were around them closely. That pussy must be very special if that worth to turn against your family. He bit the meat in his hand and continued to talk while the food was in his mouth. Jon gave him an angry look and placed his hand immediately on Miss Sandai's ears. So that is it. Bronn laughed. That toddler that makes everyone terrified. He continued with the food too. You make our life quite difficult, you know that, right? He glanced at the kid. Missy raised his eyes at him. She was in silence. Since the moment they caught them. She didn't cry, she didn't try to escape or run away. She was just sitting in her father's lap quietly and she kept her eyes on Bronn. He was chewing the food and suddenly started to cough hard, then jumped up and caught his throat. I swear I am gonna kill that kid. If she tries. She is just a toddler. You said it. Jon squeezed Missy and he was ready to defend her, even if he had no idea how. He would have sacrificed his life any time for her. That was not a question. Bronn wiped his mouth but he kept the distance. Missy turned to the flames and her eyes stuck on it. Deep inside the fire, she saw something. None of them noticed it around them. What the hell is she doing? Yara asked the others. They were standing inside the forest. Jennifer was walking around with a torch and murmured some spell kind of thing for minutes. Probably some protector thing. Tormund had no idea, but that was clear she has some witchy abilities. Nizra found her. Them. Jon and Miss Sandai. Jennifer stopped at that moment and turned to them. All of them were staring at her with eyes wide open. How? Nizra is on the ships. She must be on the ship. Can't say that. Yara started to worry. But she has abilities with fire, just like me, with other things. Jennifer made it clear. We don't have time to explain it. We could connect our minds and she showed me. Jon and the princess captured, that is sure. And the queen? Grey Worm stepped closer. What about Daenerys? Where is the queen? He became heated and almost angry. I don't know. Jennifer shook her head. We could connect through the flames. Daenerys is not there with them. She swallowed and raised her eyes at Tormund. She. Do not tell me she died. Yara took a deep breath and she was afraid of the answer. I don't know. Jen shook her head. Nizra is trying to find her, but we have limits. If she uses all her power to find her, Daario Naharis and the soldiers become visible for the Raven. The queen made it clear for her, to protect them for all costs. To save Jon's sister before we arrive to the capital. She admitted. They did not notice that Sansa was standing close to them with Brienne, and heard all words. She surprised, she would have not thought that Daenerys cares about her sister that much. She glanced at Brienne and she indicated her that they should move before anyone notices they are here. When they stepped out the forest, they heard a huge roar, but they couldn't see anything. The night was too dark, but it must be the dragon. Another loud and painful roar followed the first one and Drogon landed right next to the camp, a bit unstable. He almost fell to his side. Dany jumped down from his back, and for the noises, all the others ran out of the forest. You are alive, Yara stated with a smile on her face, but Daenerys was not smiling. When she spotted Grey Worm she turned to him, but she did not move away from Drogon. Find Samwell Tarly. Now. Drogon needs help. She ordered the soldier and he nodded and left them there at that moment. Drogon raised his wing a bit, and everyone could see the deep wound. Jennifer stepped closer to take a look at it. What happened? Tormund was the one who asked it finally. They came from nowhere and caught Jon and Missandei. We are going to attack King's Landing. Latest in the morning. She told them without any hesitation. Your Grace, that was not our plan. Our plan changed. Dany raised her voice. Jon and my daughter are in their hands. Not the way we planned. She spotted Sansa at that moment. Someone betrayed us. Wonder who, she added and looked Sansa so threateningly. Your Grace, I give my word, that Lady Sansa did nothing against you. Brienne stepped in front of the Stark girl immediately to protect her from Daenerys. Why should I believe you? You protect her from the first moment. We all know that she is your queen, not me. Daenerys continued. Someone must betray us. How else they would have known how to find us? She was mad. Angry. She felt she is so close to losing control. Jon and Missandei are safe. With them. Jennifer wanted to distract her attention from the Stark girl. They captured them, she raised her voice. Yes, but they are alive, and that man has to take them to the Raven. Alive. Missandei is the key, they won't kill her until. Jennifer continued. Until. Dany asked back and raised her brow. Until when? I am here. Sam was trying to follow Grey Worm while he was running and he barely could breathe when he reached the dragon. He placed a bag to the ground and tried to find some medicine. He has to be better in the morning, Dany told so coldly to Samwell. That wound. That was not a request, she added so brusquely, glanced at Drogon once more, then she just walked away from them. It seems history repeats itself. She started to lose her mind. Sansa stated when Daenerys disappeared from their sight, but Grey Worm jumped to her that moment and placed a knife to her throat. Brienne barely could breathe, she did not see that is coming. Put that down. Tormund tried to step closer. Another bad word about the queen and I promise you can't say a word anymore. He threatened her. Stop it. Brienne almost begged him. We have to think with a clear mind. We can't let it happen again. Yara continued. We are here with her now. Nothing goes wrong. Daenerys stormed inside a tent and looked around. There was only a woman there, a northern one, but she bowed with her head right at the moment she entered and hurried outside. Dany tried to normalize her breath, then she sat down. Almost fell to the floor, to her knees, and she started to cry. She was not strong enough. She was lost. The two most important people for her are in danger and a child was growing in her belly. She couldn't believe that is happening. She can't let this happening. She knew she'll do everything to save Jon and Missandei. Even if she has to burn down King's Landing again. She felt the rage, the anger, the fear, those feelings that controlled her moves years ago. Those feelings were there again. You should eat. The voice surprised her, and she felt a hand on her shoulder, and saw the plate in front of her eyes. I am not hungry. She swallowed back her tears. And I don't trust you enough to accept food from you. She glanced at him. She knew his voice too well. Tyrion was trying to smile at her. I understand. He pulled back the plate and lowered his head. But think about the fetus. You have to be strong if you want to save them. He continued. I ask someone who you trust to bring some food for you. If you let me. Why? Dany swallowed. Why do you even care? You are just afraid. She stood up and pulled a face. You are afraid that I am going to do the same thing that I've done years ago. Right. She could kill him with her eyes. Do you want to? Because in that way, you would kill them too. They would burn together with the city. Maybe you want to destroy him, and your enemies, but I know you'd never be able to hurt them. Tyrion lowered his head, and long minutes passed in silence. Chapter 168. Storm's Lands. Dany had a hard time falling asleep, and when she did she had horrible nightmares. She heard the same sentence again and again in her head. Burn them all, the same scary sentence, which she heard every damn night in her head when she first burns down the capital. Her mind was racing, but Tyrion was right. It was hard to accept it, meanwhile, she knew that is the only thing that she can do. Attack the capital. Maybe if they go there immediately she arrives there on time. She has to arrive there on time. If she doesn't even want to think about it. If they die, if Bran kills them, there is nothing to lose. Nothing to left. The wind was blowing so coldly. It reminded her that they have two enemies to face with. Two cold-hearted enemies. Not just Bran but the Night King too. She took a deep breath and adjusted her dress on her body. Your Grace. Samwell entered the tent. Samwell. She tried to smile and waited for him to tell some good news. She needed some comforting news, at least about Drogon. His wound. Dragons can heal quite quickly. He nodded. I never knew that ability of them, but it seems his wound almost totally gone. I helped him to feel better. And now you are afraid of what will I do? Am I right? She kept his eyes on the man. You are afraid that maybe you helped me to destroy and burn down the capital again. Because you cured Drogon. She crossed her fingers. It turned in my head, to be honest. Yes, he admitted. None of you trust me. Dany realized. You, Yara, Tormund. I saw the fear in their eyes yesterday. She sighed. Just as I see in yours. We have bad experience. Sam cleared his throat. You can't blame us. Your Grace. Sam answered with some hesitation in his voice. Jon and Missandei are there by now. Probably, she stated and turned her back at Sam. You've read a lot, about her abilities, her role, the balance and everything. Will he kill her? If he kills her. It was hard for her to talk about it, but she needed to know. What happens if the Raven kills her? She swallowed a big one and Sam had no idea what to say. Be honest with me. Please. She turned to him and looked into his eyes. I don't know for sure. She was born to restore the balance. To bring peace, to stop the darkness, and create a better world. She is the princess who was promised to bring the dawn. I mean, she is the key to kill the Night King. We can hope, Bran keeps her alive until he defeats the Night King and the army of the dead. It did not reassure me, Dany answered honestly. What do you want to do? Sam asked her back. I want to save my family. King's Landing. Bronn and his team reached King's Landing with their prisoners. The people around them were just watching them. They hoped this will end the war. End the famine. End their suffering. They were clapping for Bronn, and they clearly forgot what Jon Snow did for them last time. Jon was looking at their faces, how happy they were, and it makes him disappointed. Disappoint in people. How can they root to kill an innocent child? How can they support this? They clearly lost all their hopes. His eyes stopped on a few men who were wearing hoods to cover their faces. He frowned and tried to see them better. One of them pulled down the cover from his face, and Jon found himself looking at Daario Naharis. There was fear in his eyes, and he frowned. He doesn't understand how it happened. That was not the plan. No. Something went wrong, he knew it, but their appearance made Jon a bit reassured. That meant he is not alone there. Maybe Daario can figure out something to help him, and his daughter. He was afraid of Dany. He worried about her. Bran was standing at the window in the castle, and he was looking down at them. He looked pale but there was a smile on his face, an evil smile. He raised his eyes to the sky and saw the dark clouds. Those clouds which haunted him for days, for weeks now. Those nightmares about the Night King. But it is due to these nightmares, that he sent out some troops to find his bastard brother and that little girl. He saw how the army of the dead occupied Dragonstone. He saw how the ships were moving away from those shores. He knew there is only one place where they can dock. As if the Night King wanted to chase them into his arms. They stepped inside the castle and Bran turned with his wheelchair. Suddenly some flames erupted from the fireplace and he surprised. He could have sworn he saw something in those flames, some face for a second, but no matter how hard he tried to concentrate he doesn't see anything anymore. Somewhere in the sea. Nisra opened her eyes. She was in the ship cabin and watching the flames of a candle. She saw Bran Stark in his room and she saw Arya Stark in the cell. She was alive but not in the best condition. There was someone else next to her, but she couldn't see it clearly. She did not pay too much attention to that. She knew the storm is coming to the city, the deads were close. Hurry Daario. You have to hurry, she whispered to the flames and took a deep breath. We don't have much time. Storms lands. No. No, we don't. Jennifer told the flames too, and when she raised her head up she saw how their armies started to march towards the capital. King's Landing. The door opened, but Bran did not turn to the direction immediately. He doesn't have to. He exactly knew that is Bronn and his prisoners. They pushed Jon to his knees, and he almost fell down, but he took care of Missandei. She was the only thing that mattered for him. He placed the little girl to the floor and she immediately placed her hand to his face and looked into his eyes. Everything will be all right darling, Jon whispered to her, just stay next to me. He asked her, no matter what happens, okay? He raised his brow and the little girl nodded. You don't have to be afraid, Dad, she told him and turned to Bran. He was still sitting with his back at them. Your Grace. Bronn started. Where is the Dragon Queen? Why you didn't bring her here? I thought my commands were clear. Bran asked them while he was staring at the fire. We didn't find her but we shot her dragon down. I thought you saw that. Bronn frowned. Of course I did, Bran answered and turned with his chair to them. He looked at Jon with a smirk on his face, then he was looking at Missandei with disgust in his face. The little girl was holding her father's hand. Now leave. But Bronn wanted his rewards. You'll get everything that I promised after we finished this. Now I have to have some words with my brother, he commanded them. You too. He glanced at Podrick. Everyone started to leave the room, and Podrick closed the door. John stood up and he did not take his eyes off of Bran. It was not his brother, now he sees it clearly. His eyes changed, he looked like the same man, but meanwhile, he felt deep in his heart, there were no human emotions in him. That thing, that raven took over the control in his whole personality. There were two soldiers next to him in silence, wearing some armor in their whole body. Our father was always so proud of you. How noble and trustworthy you are. Bran started. It seems he was wrong about you. He smiled. You betrayed your own family. You betrayed the kingdom when you left your place where I sent you. You should live the rest of your life there. But still I wouldn't be as disappointed for him, as you are. John straightened himself. What would he say if he sees what you became? A monster. You judge me badly, my dear brother, Bran smirked. I am going to create a better world. How? That you destroy the old one. John spread his arms. Just clear it. From the unnecessary things. You are talking about innocent people. He raised his voice. They deserved a just and honorable king. Who takes care of them? I was a fool and I believe you are good enough to be one, but you became the worst monster. John continued and swallowed. Where is my sister? Our sister? Where is Arya? Oh, so you here because of her? Bran smiled. She is alive. Yet of course. And it is so easy to get her back. You have nothing else to do, just hand me that little creature. For an exchange. He lowered his eyes to Miss Sandai, but John just squeezed her closer. Not that if it's your choice. That girl could not have been born. I took care of it, and yet she is here. He became serious. Nor she is more than a being, who should not live. What do you mean you took care of it? John frowned. You still don't figure out. He laughed. Honestly, it was not easy. It consumed all my strength. He turned back to the fire. I saw the future. After we defeated the Deads years ago at Winterfell. You did everything to save me, you believed in my words. You defeated the Night King, not you were too hapless to do it, but with the help of Arya, you defeated the army of the dead, before they could end me. You had no idea what you did at that moment. Gave me the power that I needed. Then it was not hard to decide what to do. The Raven showed me the way. I knew they will kill that dragon at the moment you reach Dragonstone. I knew if I tell Sansa the truth she couldn't resist telling the others, especially Tyrion Lannister, and you helped me whole time long without knowing it. Bran, when he was still there, he tried to warn you that he is not himself anymore. He was fighting with me, but he was too weak and lost. Then it became so much easier. He turned back to them. She was weak. She was lost. She was alone. And she was pregnant with that thing, but she had no idea about it. You knew. You. John tried to find the words. He surprised and he couldn't believe the things that Bran said to him. He played with them all time long. You made her burn down the city, John stated with tears in his eyes. You made her become a monster. It was not hard. Bran sighed. She had those dreams again and again. The dreams about a better world, after she burns everything to ashes. Burn them all. Burn them all. I just had to repeat that sentence. She was fighting against it, but then her nature won. The hardest thing was to get into her mind when she wanted to stop. When the bells rang. She wanted to stop. Then I made her remember she has nothing. She lost everyone she ever loved. Including you, because you couldn't love her back after you got to know the truth about yourself. Your real parents. She was alone, and she has so much fear in her heart. I turned this fear to anger and then you killed her without thinking. Without knowing that you didn't just kill her, but your own child too. He pulled a face. Guess you did not count on her resurrection. John took a deep breath and tried to act strong. His biggest fear became reality at that moment. Dany was innocent. It was not her. He can't let Bran see his emotions. And if any of us is a monster, that is you, and you can't win this war. We won't make that mistake again. John acted so confidently. Before Bran could answer they heard a roar from outside the castle. Chapter 169. King's Landing. Earlier that day. After Dario saw John and Miss Sandai in detention, he knew he has to hurry. He had no idea what happened, or when the plan turned in the wrong direction, but he knew he has to save that Stark girl, and then they can help Jon Snow. He also knew that Daenerys won't stay away for too long. He knew her. He knew that she is going to take a step if she is still alive. Because that was not even sure. They walked forward towards the other entrance of the castle, and meanwhile the whole city paid attention to Bronn and his prisoners in the center. They easily could hit and kill the two guards there and they were inside. He walked down the hall carefully and slowly. He paid attention to the castle the last time when he was there with Jenny Fire. The cells must be there in the basement. He indicated something to his soldier, then grabbed a man's throat from behind and cut his throat with a quick move. One of his soldiers stabbed another soldier and they turned to the other corridor. There it is. Dario sighed when he spotted the place. 5 guards. He counted and glanced at his soldiers. Easy task. A smirk appeared on his face and went forward. Do you trust them? Yara turned her face after Tyrion and Sansa. They just landed near to King's Landing on Drogon. Tyrion told them he has a plan, how they can enter into the city, without anyone notices them. Dany had no other choice, she has to put her trust in him again. They have no other plan. The Unsullied, the Dothrakis and Tormund with the Northerners were marching towards the capital on the fields. Meanwhile, Daenerys took a small group to the back gate of the city. No. No, I don't, she admitted and sighed. But that is why you and she glanced at Jenny Fire are here with them. She sighed. If they want to betray me. Dany continued. I won't hesitate for a moment. Yara nodded and placed her hand to Dany's shoulder. Do you, really want to go there? On Drogon's back. We should go. Tyrion stepped next to them. I promise I'll do everything to save them. Do not make promises to me. It is just a waste of time. Dany pulled a face and turned back to Yara. Find them. I distract his attention from you. The deads are close. Jenny Fire raised her eyes to the sky, and the clouds were getting darker. Scarier. Not to mention the air became much colder than it was an hour earlier. Where is Gendry? Daenerys frowned at that moment but none of them know the answer. Dario waved his sword, and the metals clashed together so loudly. They had vantage over the guards, but they were fighting quite well. Dario underestimated them at first. He saw how one of his soldiers fell to the floor, and the blood spilled from his neck. It made him mad and nervous, and he loved to fight. He stabbed his sword into the other guard's stomach, then he stepped to another one and killed it from behind. March forward. Open that gate, he ordered his men, and they did that he told them. None of them noticed the one behind Dario. He placed his arms around his body, and Dario felt the tip of the knife on his throat, but then the guard fell to the floor too. Dead. Dario did not understand. He turned back, and he spotted Gendry with an axe in his hand. It was totally bloody. What the hell are you doing here? How? I know the capital much more than anyone. I grew up here. He walked past by Dario. The Queen. Dario wanted to stop him, but he has no other intention than save the love of his life. She is fine. She'll be here anytime. Just like the dead. We have to hurry. He warned Dario and they heard a huge noise. The second sons just entered into the prison. They hurried up their steps and went inside. Stand guard, Dario told them and followed Gendry. He did not have to take too many steps, and he saw Arya. The girl was chained there to the wall, sitting there. She was dirty, hopeless. Gendry never saw her in that way. She was one of the strongest people he has ever known, and now she looked defeated. He crouched next to her and placed his hand to her chin. Arya. Gendry whispered her name. She did not even react at first. Arya. Arya, please. It is me. No. She shook her head. You won't fool me again. She pulled a face. Arya. Gendry caressed her face so gently. It is me. Gendry. No. She frowned. It is not you. It won't work. Leave me alone. It is enough of mind tricks. I hate you. She almost cried, but it was clear she was fighting with her tears. Gendry glanced at Dario and he just shrugged his shoulders. He doesn't understand what is going on there. He turned back and stepped out from the chamber to find the keys at the guards. Arya, it is me. I came here to save you. Please. You have to help me. Gendry kept talking to her. How can you do this with me? With your own sister? She asked him and looked straight to his eyes. I am not your brother. Gendry was surprised, but her eyes were so empty. So confused. He hesitated for another moment, then he pressed his lips to her lips, in the way he did the first time. First, she wanted to push him away, but not a few seconds passed, and she returned his kiss. Gendry. Arya stuttered his name and a tear rolled down on her face. It is me. Gendry smiled a bit. We are going to take you out of here. He kissed her forehead. I thought. She lowered her head. He was playing with my mind. He made me believe that. The keys. Dario arrived back and handed the keys to Gendry. He immediately opened the heave handcuffs on Arya and helped her to stand up. You look shit, Dario stated when he looked at her from tip to toe. That not helps. Gendry gave him an angry look. Just take me out of here. Arya took a deep breath and leaned on Gendry. I am afraid you have to wait with that. Your brother. Dario started to answer. She can't help. Not now. Look at her. She barely could walk. Gendry only cared about her. Just kill him. Arya took a deep breath. He is not my brother. I did not talk about the raven. Dario sighed. He captured Jon and Missandei. He finally told it, and Arya's eyes widened. Before she could answer, a huge roar disturbed their talk. The roar of Drogon. The walls were on fire. Daenerys destroyed all the scorpions which they had left. She felt her heartbeat in her throat. She felt how the memories came back to her mind. The memories of that horrible day. The memories of the day, when she set the whole King's Landing on fire. She killed many innocent people that day. She made another circle over the city, to check are there any more weapons or not, but it seemed Drogon burned down all of those. The sky became darker and darker, and this time not because of the smoke of the fire. It became almost pungent cold. She felt it. She closed her eyes for a moment, and Drogon landed on the walls. She looked around, and she saw nothing else, just scared people. I am not here to hurt you. She tried to talk as loud as she could. I know you have no reason to trust me, but I have to ask you to trust me. I came here because your king kidnapped my daughter. I only want my daughter back. And her father. If your king gives them back to me, without any injury, I promise I won't hurt any of you. Bran went to the window and smiled a bit. He saw Drogon. He saw how the scorpions were burning on the top of the walls, but he did not worry. He glanced at Jon with an evil smile. It would be horrible if she does that thing again, right? He asked him. Do not dare. Jon stood up to stop him, but the guard stepped to Jon and captured him. How strong is she now? Now, when she has so much more to lose. He turned back to the window. Bran. Please. Don't. Jon almost begged him, while he tried to escape from the guard's arms. I know you are there somewhere, you have to fight against him. He tried again. Bran. The king did not care about him or his words. His eyes turned white. Devil. Satan. She is here to kill us. Daenerys heard the voices from the crowd. Kill her. I hope the king killed her bastard. She closed her eyes and tried to stop the voices. He did kill them. I saw their dead body on the square. She shook her head. No. It can't be real. She is just like her father. She is mad. She is just as bad as her father was. Dany tried to breathe, but those voices became louder. Her daughter died. That man died. The king killed his own brother to save us. Long live the king. No. Dany tried to remain calm. Tried to remain sane. She was fighting with herself. She was fighting with her pain. Even if he killed them, she can't burn innocent people again. That won't help. That just makes things worse. She has no one. She is lost. She has to die. She'll burn us all. The voices continued. Dany was squeezing the armor on Drogon. Burn them all. She heard her father's voice in her head. Burn them all. It became louder. They destroyed you. Destroyed your family. They killed everyone you ever loved. They caused your downfall. Burn them all. Jon kept his eyes on the window, he could see Drogon too. Dany, don't. Please, he whispered so quietly. Please don't do this. Dany. Please. He knows she doesn't hear him, but he trusted in her. He had to have hope in her and her mind. Her decisions. She has to know that they are there, alive, and if she starts to burn down everything they probably going to die too. Jon did not even pay attention to Missandei, neither the guards. They just wanted to be sure to keep Jon Snow away from the king, but it was not Jon Snow who meant risk for the Raven. Missandei took some steps towards Bran, and Jon finally noticed that she is going to do something. He wanted to stop her, but he has a feeling too, that he has to let her do what she thinks is right. He kept his eyes on his daughter, meanwhile tried to get all the attention of the guards. He was still trying to get rid of them, and they did everything to hold him back. Missandei reached Bran and she raised her hand up and placed it to his arm. Burn them all. Dany heard that sentence again and it was harder and harder to make it stop. To erase this thought from her mind. Don't, she heard the soft, familiar, and kind voice at that minute. Mom. Don't. Missandei, she whispered her daughter's name and raised her eyes at the rebuilt tower. We are here. She heard Missy's voice again. Both of us are here and alive. Dany took a deep breath and directed Drogon to raise up to the air, and he flew towards the tower. No. Bran opened his eyes and shook the little girl off himself. Kill them. Kill both of them. Now he yelled with the guards and they drew their swords. Missy raised her eyes at Bran and looked straight to his eyes, meanwhile Jon tried to avoid their attacks to save his daughter. Chapter 170. King's Landing. The people in the streets were screaming and running at the moment when she rose to the air with Drogon. They tried to hide somewhere, but the fire that they expected did not come. No. She flew towards the tower, without spreading fire to the streets. Tyrion followed her with his eyes and smiled a bit. That does not prove anything, Sansa stated. Hurry. We have to open the gates. Yara warned them and went forward. All of them followed Yara, except Jenny Fire. She stopped and she had a horrible feeling. She knew that they are there. She raised her eyes at the tower. Kill him. We don't have time, she whispered and turned to the gates. They were trying to mix with the people around there. Tyrion covered himself with a cloak. Too many people easily can recognize him. He knew that. The cape also covered his eyes too, he barely could see further than his nose, and he bumped into someone. He looked up and he was standing face to face with Bronn. They both were surprised. The traitorous dwarf, Bronn stated. I thought you've got killed by that dragon whore. And you? Why are you at the gates? You shouldn't be next to the king. Tyrion raised his brow. He glanced at Yara next to Bronn and tried to indicate her to go on. Do her task. Sansa and Brienne were standing next to the walls. They kept their eyes on Tyrion and Bronn. He can take care of himself, Bronn answered with a smirk on his face. What did he offer you? Field, another castle? Gold. Tyrion looked around nervously. This time you chose the wrong side. As I remember you said it last time too. And I was right. Why don't I tell the guards that you are here? I am sure the king would be grateful. You won't do it, because you running away right now. Are you afraid? Tyrion asked him. You know me. I don't like face-to-face fights when there are better ways. Bronn sighed. That is your lucky day. He turned his back at Tyrion and wanted to leave the city. I wouldn't do it, Tyrion warned him and stepped closer. Why? You want me to stay here to burn alive? I won't. That bitch is crazy and unpredictable. I leave until I can. He pointed towards the air with his finger. If you go out of the city, you are going to die too. In the worst way. Tyrion added, and he was looking straight into his eyes. They are here. Leave her alone. Jon finally could hit one of the guards, while he desperately tried to escape from the other one. Bran pulled out a dagger under his clothes and pointed to Missandei with it. No. Jon yelled with him, and the next moment the whole building shook when Drogon landed on it. Missy stretched her hand towards Bran and he cut her palm, but she did not pull it back. She placed it to his arm and Bran started to scream in his pain. Somehow her touch, her blood burned his arm. The guard could stab Jon's side with a dagger too, but he more worried about his daughter's safety. He grabbed and twisted the guard's arm, and cut his neck with his next move. Guards! Bran screamed in his pain. Guards! Jon stepped closer to pull away his daughter from the raven, but Missy did not even pay attention to him. She squeezed Bran's arm even more. Jon had no idea what is going on. He knew her blood has some effect on the raven, but that looked scary and chaotic. He heard how the doors opened and turned to the direction with the dagger in his hand. Are we late? Arya asked him, and she immediately stepped to the guard which was still alive and trying to get up. She stabbed him right through his heart. Jon turned back to Bran and Missandei and the king's eyes went white, and Missy fell to the floor. She fainted. What did you do with her? Jon grabbed Bran by his collar and raised him up from the chair. Jon. Daenerys finally stepped inside through the balcony window. She smiled a bit, then her eyes stopped on Missandei. She ran there and hugged her daughter closed. She was breathing but her pulse was kind of slow. Honey. Darling, you have to wake up. Missandei. Please. She begged for her daughter. What did you do? Jon shook Bran again and staring at his face. We have to kill him. Arya told Jon without hesitation, he is not our brother. They were both looking at Bran. Jon pushed him back to the chair and crouched next to Dany. Missy started to open her eyes. Darling. Dany squeezed her close to her chest and she was crying. Jon hugged them close too. Jon. Arya warned them that they don't have time for this. Not now. Not at that moment. Fuck. Daario stated while he was staring at the window. The snow started to fall. Close the gates. Yara screamed after the whole army entered the city. She saw from that place that the deads were there. Right in front of King's Landing. They let the army enter into the city at the last moment. We have to fight together if we want to survive. Tormund yelled so loudly, but the King's Guard and the Unsullied started to fight with each other. Stop. Jenny Fire also tried to stop them. They were in the middle of the crowd. Stop for fuck's sake. Tyrion pushed some of the guards back from the fight. He raised his eyes at Bronn, but he did not help, just walked away from the battlefield. Coward, he searched Sansa with his eyes, but it was too chaotic, he doesn't see anything. He heard how more and more swords were clashing together. The snowstorm suddenly became fiercer and they barely could see each other anymore. You idiots, stop fighting with each other! Yara yelled from the top of a higher stone. She tried to stand there. If we don't fight together against them, they are going to kill us. Your king won't save you. You only can count on yourselves. They are here. Danny was still holding Miss Sandai in his arms and stepped to the balcony window. Mom Missy tried to get her attention and raised her tiny hand. It was still bleeding. Danny looked at John. They know they have to kill Bran to stop the Night King. They have to put a dagger to his heart. A dagger dipped in her blood. John raised it up and Missy stretched her palm towards her father, as she knew. John hesitated and looked at Danny once more. She nodded and squeezed the girl. John ran along with the knife with trembling hands in his daughter's palm and stepped to Bran. He tortured me. He is not our brother. Arya was standing right next to him. No matter how he looks like. He did not just torture you. John swallowed. He tortured every one of us. He made you. He turned to Danny. He made you do that horrible thing that day. John. We discussed this many times. Danny rolled her eyes. And we don't have time for this. You know what you have to do. Tell her. John turned back to Bran and put the dagger to his heart. Tell her. He yelled with him. You are all going to die. Bran smiled so brittle and wickedly. John did not hesitate any longer, he just stabbed him. Deeply. His eyes changed. Those became lighter and he was facing his real brother at that moment when he died. Bran, he whispered his name but he was not breathing anymore. Arya felt how a tear rolled down on her face. They were looking at Bran's dead body for a couple of more seconds. Danny slowly stepped next to John and placed her hand to his shoulder. He confessed it. He wanted to poison your mind again. John stuttered to Danny. I almost did it again. I felt rage and pain. The people around said that you died. You and Miss Sandai. And Danny answered quietly. No. It was him. John swallowed. Our daughter saved me. She lowered her head, and looked at Miss Sandai. She snuggled closer to her chest and she was tired. It was clear. Our daughter. John caressed her tiny head, saved all of us. He smiled a bit. I don't want to ruin your happiness, but it seems it is not over yet. Dario looked out of the window, and the snowstorm was still huge and raging. They turned to the direction. I thought. Danny frowned. Sam said if we kill him. He wants me, Missy whispered so quietly. He wants me, she repeated and Danny felt how she is trying to hide more in her arms. John looked at Danny worriedly. It seems Sam was wrong, Arya mentioned while Gendry placed his hand to her shoulder. She glanced at Bran. The dead body of Bran. But we killed him. Danny's voice was trembling. It should be over now. Maybe we have to do the same with the Night King. Maybe her blood is the key, to stop both enemies. John was trying to think. Sam said. Daenerys couldn't believe it is happening. I know. John raised his voice. But we don't have any other choice. We have to try it. If that works with him, he glanced at the dead raven, maybe it will work with the Night King too. So you want me to risk our daughter's life for a maybe? Danny asked him. I saw how her blood burns him. He pointed to Bran. I saw it with my own eyes. She has some abilities. Some abilities that we don't understand. She is the key. I know that. John tried to explain it to her but she shook her head. She fought with the Night King. She knew how dangerous he is. She remembered quite well. I'll kill him again. Arya stepped next to them. We just need her blood. She doesn't have to be there. She tried to find a solution. We smear the dagger, and you can take her away. John finished his sister's sentence. I am afraid it is not that easy. Samwell entered the room. I am glad to see that you are all alive. You've told us. Danny immediately stepped to him threateningly. I was wrong, Sam answered before she could continue. When we arrived here, I went to the library immediately. I don't find anything new, but, when it is about blood. Blood has to be fresh. That is sure. We need her. Here. You can't take her anywhere, no matter how you want to. Why he did not die? John asked his friend. I am sure he became weaker. And that is the order. Last time we killed the Night King first, but it did not help. Somehow they linked, and now the Night King lost some of his power. If we ever have a real chance to kill him once and for all, now it is the time. What if you are wrong about this too? You were sure that he dies if we kill the Raven. Now you are sure that he became weaker. What if he became stronger because of his death? Danny was more worried than believe any of his words. If I am wrong, and he became stronger. Sam hesitated. Then we are all lost. John finished his sentence. We have no other chance than try it. He looked at Dani. He wants me. Missy repeated the sentence, and squeezed her mother's clothes. I can't, Dani whispered to John and shook her head. I am not ready. Neither of us is ready. John kissed her forehead, and he wanted to run away with them. He wanted nothing else just to take them away from the danger, but that was not an option. If they don't try to kill the Night King, the long night arrives and lasts forever. Chapter 171. King's Landing. So what is the plan? Arya raised her brow and staring at John's face. We have to get close to him. John tried to think. Like last time. Dani frowned. Last time when you tried to get close to him, you almost died. She reminded him. As I remember, your luck was that Drogon landed next to you on time. With me. She was so serious. Meanwhile, John saw how her eyes filled with fear. Now we are together. He tried to calm her down. He had to make her understand they have no other chance. No matter what they want, no matter how it scares them. Their daughter, they have to bring their daughter close to the most powerful evil, and they have no idea what happens if he catches her. They have no idea about anything, and that thing even scared them more. Facing with the enemy meanwhile, they are so insecure. I am going with you. Arya stepped closer to her brother. Just as I do. You can count on me. Gendry placed his hand to Arya's shoulder and looked at John. John smiled a bit at his sister. He did not even have a chance to tell her how happy he is because she is alive and they could rescue her. You may forget, but he is not alone. Dani interrupted the moment. It is not that easy. We don't just have to face him but the whole army. Maybe a bigger army than he had at Winterfell. She swallowed. And you can keep them away from us. With Drogon. John turned to her and her words stuck in her throat. With fire. He looked into her eyes, but Dani noticed that he is getting paler. She frowned and saw how he kept his hand on his side, and his clothes were bloody. What happened? She asked him. It is nothing. John shook his head. Just a little injury. Leave. She turned her head towards Arya and Gendry and formed a please with her lips too. Arya stretched her hands towards her to get Miss Sandai out from her arms. She hesitated a bit. We won't go anywhere. We'll be there at the door, Arya answered. We don't have time for this. John rolled his eyes. You want me to entrust our daughter's life to you? Meanwhile, you are close to passing out due to your blood loss. I won't. Let us take care of that wound. Then we can talk about the plan. She was serious. Arya raised her eyes at Gendry, then started to walk out of the room, and the two men followed her. Only Sam stayed in the room with them. I am fine, John answered, but it was clear that the wound hurts. Sam. Please, Dani asked him to help. So. Do you see anything? Tyrion stepped next to Yara. They were standing at the top of the city walls. Instead of the mist. Yara glanced at the dwarf, then turned back to the direction of the fields. They are waiting. They are waiting for something, but for what? Maybe they succeeded. Tyrion turned his head to the towers. Maybe they defeated the Raven and the Night King is gone. And it is just, the mist left. Tyrion tried to be positive. They didn't. Jennifer arrived there. The Night King is alive. How can you be sure? Yara rolled her eyes. You still have doubts in forces that you don't know. Guess it is the habit of your kind, she answered without any emotions in her face. You, the Ironborn, always believed what is dead may never die, meanwhile you doubt in my powers. Ironic, isn't it? Samwell Tarly said it clearly. If they kill the Raven, the Night King is going to die too. Samwell Tarly may be wrong. Jennifer turned to Yara. The Raven is gone. Guess you feel it too. Yara pulled a face. No, I just paid attention to the signs. There were many ravens around the tower, sitting there, waiting, and there was a moment when they're all gone. Flew through the mist around the city. They no longer have any master, any reason to stay here. She explained. But the fog, the mist is still here. And it is still snowing. The Night King is alive, and he is waiting. Waiting for the princess. To finally get the strength he desires. She swallowed. The soldiers. Tyrion turned to the other side and looked down at the people around there. They are afraid. They noticed something is not right. That snowstorm, we are in the south. It is not a usual thing here. Jennifer answered. Why we don't send some soldiers there? Sansa also arrived there, with Brienne. To see what is going on. And whose soldiers do you want to send into the throat of the death? Jennifer looked at her. Guess not yours, but, the Queen's soldiers will never accept your command, so, guess it is not an option. She is not a queen, Sansa grumbled under her nose. She is. A greater one that you can ever become. Jennifer added and walked away from them. So? Is that deep? Dani stepped next to Sam, while he was cleaning the wound. John hissed many times. He'll survive. I tie it up and he'll be fine. Thanks to you. Sam admitted and smiled a bit at Daenerys. If we don't, it could have been infected and. Dany answered with a nod and turned back to the window. Something is not right. She shook her head. We are going to face the army of the dead again, it is not right, John answered. No, I did not mean that. Why? Her mind was racing and she turned back to John. At Winterfell. They did not hesitate any minute. They were attacking us immediately. They tried to climb through the walls, they attacked us. She explained. Why they don't attack us now? What are they waiting for? We attacked them first. At Winterfell. Our army. You mean my Dothraki horde? She made it clear. I lost almost all of them with that move. She crossed her arms in front of her body. For nothing. She raised her brow, and John lowered his head. She was right. It was an unnecessary move, but they thought the Dothrakis could kill many of them even with a great loss, but they were wrong. I won't repeat that mistake again. Sam helped John to lean forward, and he started to tie his body. Miss Sandai said, he wants her. Dany tried to see things clearly. What if the Night King is waiting for us, to do exactly what he wants us to do? Bring our daughter into his arms. Dany looked at John questioningly. And what we should do? Stay here and wait? Maybe if they leave? You know it is not an option. John shook his head and Sam almost finished with his wound. I don't know, John. I just don't want to walk into his trap. She raised her voice. I don't want to sacrifice my family. Me neither. John tried to remain calm, meanwhile, he was more nervous than ever in his life. He knows if he loses Miss Sandai or Daenerys, it will be the death of him too. If any of them is going to die, he has no longer reason to live. How are you? Jennifer walked back to the ground and found Tormund there. His arm was bleeding and there was a soldier's dead body in front of him. He didn't understand that we are not enemies, Tormund stated and tried to stop the bleeding. Jen caught his arm and started to clean it with her clothes. The giant red-haired man was staring at her. You remind me of her, he whispered, and she raised her eyes at him slowly. Of who? She asked so quietly. You have the same eyes. Same moves. Same hair. He smiled a bit. Same annoying habits of talking about nonsense things. He laughed a bit and placed his hand to her hand on his arm. Believe it or not, I loved her. With all my heart. And I have no idea about you. He looked into her eyes, and she tried to find the right words, but just a tear rolled down on her face. I would have never, leave a child behind. I am not a bad man. I know you think I am, but I am not. He explained. When? She pulled her hand back and wiped the tear from her face. I was not sure. Not until this moment. He placed his hand to her face. Your tears betrayed you. He caressed her face with his finger. What is the chance to an ugly idiot like me, have such a beautiful daughter like you? He laughed a bit and pulled the woman into his arms and hugged her close. Father, Jen whispered to him and squeezed him. I think we are done. Sam stood up and stretched his arm towards John to help him to stand up, but he shook his head and did it by himself. Daenerys was standing at the window in silence, with her back at them. John indicated Sam to go out. He needed to have a word with Daenerys. He understood why she acts like this, but they can't just stay there and wait until the army of the dead makes their move. Sam closed the door behind himself, and John stepped closer to his love. How are you feeling? Dany swallowed and raised her eyes at John. Thank you. John frowned. Without you, I, probably would, faint in the middle of the battlefield. He smiled. Despite we discussed it many times that we can't be reckless anymore. She raised her brow and turned to John. We have a daughter. And. She lowered her head and placed her hand to her belly. If we are lucky enough we are going to have another child. We have to be sure that, we can't risk our lives more than we have to. But we have to. You know that we can't just sit here and wait. The cold and the snow. King's Landing is not ready for this. No one here in the south is ready for this. He placed his hand to her shoulder, and his other hand to her belly. He is waiting for us to bring Miss Sandai there. She turned to the direction of the mist. Probably he knows her blood can kill him. John nodded and pulled Dany closer to his chest. And probably her blood can. Don't. Dany lowered her head. He wants her. I have no idea how she knows it, but she knows it and I believe her. She had dreams about the Night King and. I promise I do everything to not let those nightmares coming true. John kissed her forehead. Dany took a deep breath and escaped from his arms. She turned to Bran and staring at him for a moment. His dead body. John made a promise to her, and he kept it. He killed his own brother. He was not his brother, not anymore, but, it must be hard for him, to kill that enemy who exactly looks like his brother. She still didn't really realize that everything she did in King's Landing years ago, did it, because of him. Because he poisoned her mind. But John took revenge on him. For his love, for his family. She stepped closer to Bran's dead body. Dany. John saw there is something in her mind. She bit her lower lip while she was thinking. She turned to John then back to Bran. Do you think, the Night King knows that he died? She asked him quietly. What is in your mind? John stepped closer to her and trying to figure out her thoughts. We can use him as bait. We can, betray the Night King. If he thinks he is still alive, he wants to kill him first. When we were at King's Landing. Maybe if he thinks he is alive, he'll try it again, and we can surprise him. I know it sounds ridiculous but... Dany was trying to figure out a plan. Bran's died. But your sister is alive. Dany raised her brow and staring at his face to make it clear what is her plan. Chapter 172. King's Landing. Jon. Sansa noticed her brother on the street. She immediately took some steps to his direction. She worried about him and she worried about Arya. What happened? She asked him but Jon just smiled a bit at her, and walked on towards the top of the wall to see what is going on. Sansa glanced at Brienne, who did not leave her alone for a moment, then she hurried after Jon. What is happening? Did they make any move? He asked Yara. Jon. Sansa tried to get his attention desperately. He raised his hand and showed her to wait. No. Yara shook her head. But the storm, the snow. It is getting fiercer, and the temperature is constantly decreasing. Sooner or later we are all going to freeze, if we don't make a move. So that is how he wants to weaken us, Tyrion asked them. He wants us to make the step. Daenerys was right. Jon sighed. He wants us to do what he exactly wants. He frowned. Where is the queen? Yara asked. Hi. Where is Arya? Sansa interrupted the talk again. She grabbed his arm. Where is Arya? I don't know. Jon tried to lie. You have to help us. You have to help people. No. What do you mean you don't know? Jon. Where is my sister? What happened? Sansa freaked out. We don't have time for this. He turned his head towards the mist near to the castle. Not now. He swallowed and looked at his sister. You have to collect the women and children around the city. Take them to a safe place. Jon was staring at her face. The other side of the city. They have to stay away from the fight. We have to protect them. But... Sansa shook her head. You can't fight with them. You never had to fight in a battle. It is not the right time to start it. Be a responsible queen, and took them to a safe place. Now. Jon tried to convince her. I help you, your grace. Brienne stepped next to her. It is not mine. I have no right to tell you what to do. Yara stepped forward. But Sir Brienne, I think we need you in the battlefield. I am afraid Lady Greyjoy is right. Jon nodded. We have some problem. Jennifer arrived at them and she looked worried. She immediately turned back to the direction where she came from, and everyone followed her. They reached the ground where they found many people who were near to the edge of freezing, especially children. Soon all the fire will go out as well. Jennifer looked at Jon. What is the plan? Please tell me you have one. I don't understand. Jon shook his head, while he was staring at the little children and saw how Tormund placed a blanket on them. Bran, the Night King should have lost some of his power, but it seems he is getting even stronger, with the death of... He was murmuring in himself. Why do you think he should be weakened? Jennifer raised her brow. Samwell. Jon tried to answer but his mind was racing. I respect the maesters, but... Jennifer started. They know nothing about supernatural things. They have no knowledge of those things. Just a few words, and myths which have not been destroyed by some old ravens. She spread her arms. He wants my daughter. The Night King. Jon raised his eyes at Jennifer. That is sure. The question is how we give your daughter to him. She sighed. I don't understand anything. Sansa interrupted them again. What the hell happened? Where is Arya? What happened with Bran? What is going on? She grabbed Jon's arm and turned his body face to face. And where is the queen? Tyrion stepped closer to him and staring at his face. She is preparing for the last battle, Jon answered to Tyrion, then raised his eyes towards the tower, where Drogon was waiting for his mother. Sansa. I promise I'll explain everything later. He took a deep breath and turned back to his sister. But right now if you don't take them some closed place, they are going to die. He pointed to the children around them and Sansa finally nodded. It seemed she finally understand. Brienne, Tyrion help her, Jon ordered them. They started to collect the children and women around the streets while Jon walked to the gates and trying to see something through the lattices. He squeezed the edge of his sword and tried to control his breathing. You don't want to go out there, right? Yara stepped next to Jon. Do I have a choice? Jon glanced at her. You are going to die. You can't. Yara frowned. Before Jon could give an answer they heard some screams and strange noises from behind. When they turned they mouth fall open. Dagon and Jorel were there. Landing quite miserably among people. What they? Jon frowned and then he finally saw Nisra. She stepped closer but her eyes met with Yara's eyes, and for their surprise, the serious and rigid Greyjoy immediately jumped to her and hugged her close. Kissing her in front of everyone, in the middle of the streets. Tormund laughed at them quietly. I thought I never see you again. Nisra whispered to Yara's mouth and her eyes were filled with tears. What are you doing here? Yara asked her, but it was so hard to form any words. I can ask the same. Jon stepped to them. What are you doing here? You should have stayed on that boat with the dragons. He pointed to the two small dragons who were standing right next to him at that moment. I serve the Lord not you. And the Lord wanted me to be here. Because you need me. She raised her brow and looked into his eyes. Just as you need the dragons. Daenerys, the queen did not want to risk their lives. Jon reminded her. That is why she asked you to stay on that boat with them. Not bring them here, to the middle of the war. He raised his voice and everyone was holding their breath. What do you think what she's going to say if she'll see they are here? She has to worry about our daughter and our child, whom she carries under her heart. She doesn't need more things to worry about, she doesn't need more things, which can ruin our plan. What plan? Nisra stepped closer and scanned his face. Jon opened his mouth to answer, but she was right, they had just some mixed thoughts and not a real plan. They knew what they want but they had no idea how to implement it. I am not here accidentally. The Lord sent me here because he knows you can't win this war without me. Without them. Without fire. Nisra continued and looked around. She saw how all the flames asleep because of icy air. She saw how people were shivering around. The cold has one enemy. Fire. Your daughter is the light, but if you want to win, you need help. My help. The help of the Lord of Lights. She explained and placed her hand to Jon's shoulder. It was warm. He could felt it through his clothes. He glanced at her hand then looking into her eyes again. Fire cannot kill them. Jon shook his head. We tried once and we failed. He pulled a face. No. No, it can't. Not the Night King neither the White Walkers, but, fire can hold his army back. She continued, and she was annoyingly calm. She looked like she knows exactly what is going to happen, and she knows what to do. Meanwhile, they had no idea how confused she was, deep in her soul. She accepted her role, the role that she inherited from Kinvara, even if that will cause her death. If she has to die, to keep everyone who she loves alive, especially Yara. She glanced at her while those thoughts went through her mind. She'll do what she has to do. She stepped to a candle and held the wick between her two fingers and started to murmur something but not in the common language. Everyone was watching her. Suddenly flames flared, but it was tiny and it has gone in a few seconds. As I see the fire is not going to help us. Jon frowned and took a deep breath. He glanced at the tower again, but Drogon was still there. Waiting for his mother to leave and start the plan. The plan which he was less and less sure of. The fire I light, really don't. She nodded towards the dragons, who were around Jon. They were like small dogs, who wanted to be close to their owner and wanted his attention. He got used to their closeness, but he still doesn't feel they are his children. They were supernatural creatures that were sure, and they belonged to the Targaryen name, but he was not their owner. Not their dad. But the fire they light. Nisra smiled a bit. Dragon fire is warmer, hotter, and more dangerous than simple fire. It can digest everything. Well, almost. But, the cold can't extinguish it. She was staring at Jon's face. Drogon would have burned down the whole capital, again, if we use him to keep people warm, but these two can help to save more people here in the city, while you and the soldiers are fighting outside. You just have to tell them the right order. Nisra crossed her fingers in front of her body. I can't. Jon lowered his head. I thought you are a dragon by now. Nisra shook her head. They won't accept my order. Jon looked down at the dragons. Both Dagon and Jorel kept their eyes on him. I am not. Not a Targaryen. Nisra cut his words. You are. But you are right, maybe your wolf side will always be stronger. Yet. You already tamed a dragon. She smiled a bit. 2 dragons to be sure, there was the dragon on which you rode in the last battle against the dead. She smiled under her nose and raised her brow. John did not understand at first what she means when she said 2 dragons. He needed a few seconds to realize she was talking about Daenerys. He did not tame her. No one can tame her. He just made her understood how much he loves her, and their daughter. And even their unborn child. John crouched down and caressed the head of both of them, but before he could say the word he heard some loud voices from behind. He turned to the direction and he spotted Dario and Gendry, who accompanied Bran through the crowd. People were shocked, and no one knows what is going on. Especially when they spotted the little Targaryen girl in their king's lap. Let her go or I'll kill you. They did not even notice when Grey Worm got that close to Bran, but Dario jumped between the king and the unsullied soldier. It is not what you think, Dario explained. Traitor Grey Worm shouted with him, and he wanted to stab him, but Dario was a better soldier, he could block all his hits. Stop! John interrupted them, but Grey Worm did not even hear his words. Grey Worm, I command you to stop. You misunderstood the situation. He tried again. You betrayed her again. Grey Worm turned to John at that moment, but Dario grabbed him from behind and squeezed his arms. Don't be an idiot. Where is the queen? You killed her again. Grey Worm was shouting with John, and he was clearly mad and confused. Dario pushed him to his knees. I understand, the situation is ambiguous. John raised his palm. But he is not the king. Not the Raven. John lowered his voice and stepped closer to Grey Worm. The unsullied soldier couldn't look at him. He wanted to kill that man since he killed his queen for the first time. He was staring at the ground and he surprised when that tiny little girl was looking up at him. Please. Trust my dad, she asked him so softly and placed her hand to his face and smiled a bit. Chapter 173. King's Landing. Grey Worm remained in silence, and he was staring at the little girl. She caressed his face and he felt some peace when she touched him. Dario felt that he calmed down. He released him slowly when John nodded towards him. He was standing so close to his daughter at that moment. Daenerys is ready. Bran rolled closer to John, but he was speechless. Seeing his brother in his living breath again was so strange, even if he knew that is not him. John. Bran frowned. Are you all right? He asked him. Believe me, I hate to wear his face. It is not easy. But, maybe that is the only way, he whispered quietly, then looked around. Grey Worm frowned, and he started to understand the situation. What do you want to do? He straightened himself and looked at John. We set a trap. John took a deep breath. With a bait. He couldn't believe he said those words. You want to send your own daughter out there? Jennifer stepped closer and she was nervous. He wants me. Miss Sandai raised her eyes at the woman. The Night King wants me, she repeated, and John crouched down at that moment and raised her up to his arms and kissed her face. I won't let him touch you. Not today, not ever. I promise. He kissed his daughter's forehead again. They are cold, Miss Sandai stated quietly, and John did not understand at first. He frowned and looked into her eyes. She pointed towards the women and some children around the square. They need fire. Missy continued, and John has no idea how she feels those things, how she realized those things. She was just a 3-year-old toddler, but with some abilities. John was not sure he wants to understand this. He wanted one thing. Save her and her mother's life. That one thing mattered for him. His family. Dad. We have to help them. The princess is right. Nizra smiled at them, and John put his daughter to the ground, and she walked forward. The 2 dragons immediately jumped around her, and they were clearly happy to see her again. Can you ask him to make some fire? Nizra placed her hand to Miss Sandai's shoulder and raised up a torch. They want to help. Miss Sandai nodded and caressed Joral's head. Then turned to Dagon. She did not say a word, just looked into the dragon's eyes. Deeply. Everyone held their breath and watched the little girl between the 2 supernatural creatures. Even her look was unique. She couldn't even deny that she has Targaryen blood in her veins. Her hair. The pure beauty as she was, but her eyes were his father's eyes. And those mixed features appeared on her in the most perfect way. Dagon turned to the torch and opened his mouth to breathe fire. Only a small flame came out from his mouth, but that was perfectly enough. Can we repeat it for a few more times? Until your father made the plan clear for everyone. Nizra asked Missy, then turned to John. He swallowed a big one and nodded. The Red Priestess took Miss Sandai's hand and they walked further from the others, and the dragons followed them. First of all, Daenerys flies out there, and check how many soldiers, dead people around there, and how far, and what are they waiting for? John started. She can separate the army of the dead from the Night King with some fire. Or at least, she can hold them up with the fire, until we get the attention of the Night King. But he is not alone. Tormund stepped next to John. He has those white scary buddies. He gestured. That is why I need the whole army. Everyone who is able to fight. John admitted. All of you have to fight against them, meanwhile we catch the Night King. With Arya he nodded towards his sister, who was wearing Bran's face. She agreed. We have to do it fast, and without any hesitation or mistakes. That is our last chance. John sighed. What if he catches your daughter? Yara asked shyly. He won't. What if he will? Jenny Fire stood next to Yara. Because there is a chance, no matter how much you want to save her. What is the plan if things go wrong? That is not an option. They are right. We have to have plan B. Dario sighed. You still don't understand. John took a deep breath and lowered his head. There is no plan B. If he catches my daughter, that is the end. The end of all of us. The end of humanity. He was talking so seriously, and after his words, everyone remained in silence. John sighed and looked around. Everyone was staring at him. He saw there were many questions in them, but they were afraid to ask any more questions. Your Grace. Samwell stepped closer to Daenerys. They stayed at the tower. She was not ready. Not ready to start it. She knew John is waiting for her, to fly up to the air, and if she does, the war starts. Irreversibly. When she flies out, their plan starts. She was not sure she wants it. She was not sure of anything. She held his hand on her belly and caressed it. Her child, who may never be born. The child, who was another proof of their true love. They did not want anything else, just raise those children, in peace, away from Westeros. Away from the Night King, but they did not get a chance. They have to win this war, to live in peace, and she hated that responsibility. Daenerys. Samwell tried to get her attention again. Yes. She turned to him, with a small smile. A fake smile, it was clear. I think you should, the time has come. You have to start it. He found the words so hard. Can I ask something? Dany frowned and she kept her hand on her belly. Anything, Your Grace. Sam nodded. I know I don't have any rights, to ask anything from you. She lowered her head. Not after what I did with your family, even if I had no idea who were they. She sighed. No. Sam stuttered. I forgave you. A long time ago. I should have seen the things, from your side. I should have understood why you have to did that. Because you had to. I know. Now I know. My father was a stubborn man. I should have not blamed you. You should have not tried everything to turn John against me, Dany added with a small grin. But, we can continue this till the end of the day. She took a deep breath. We are just human and we all made mistakes. Probably, if we survive we are going to make other ones. But I want to prevent one. She raised her eyes at Sam. He was waiting for her to continue, in silence. As I said, I don't have any rights to ask this thing from you, especially because I want you to, if anything happens with me. I want you to help John to take care of our daughter, or, if anything happens with both of us. I want you to raise my daughter. If she survives, if we can stop the Night King, if we can stop the end of the human world. She was so confused, and she blurted so quickly. Would you please do this for me? Not for me. For John. Because I know you. There were tears in her eyes at that moment. I know you love him as your brother. As your family, and that is why I want, no. She shook her head and nervously playing with her fingers. I'd like to ask you to take care of my daughter Samwell. She slowly raised her head up and looked into his eyes. I'd like to ask you to raise her up, in a loving family. As your own daughter. I don't want you to make her a queen, or treat her like a princess. No, Her voice was trembling. I just want her to have a happy family. I want her to remember her childhood happily. She tried to hold her tears back, but one of those teardrops rolled down on her face. Everything is gonna be alright. Samwell tried to calm her down, but he knew, he can't hug her, that would be indecent and weird. I know John for many years. We were just kids back then, but he is going to survive. Both of you. You and him, you always survive. He tried to make a joke but Daenerys couldn't smile. And we both would do everything to save our daughter, she stated so seriously. Even if that means we have to die. Her life is more important than ours. I know John too. I know he would die for his daughter if he has to. So. She stepped closer. So this is why I ask you to take care of her if anything happens with us. Why me? I mean. Sam had no idea what to say. Because I saw you. With your family. When you reunited in Mirren. I saw how you treat your children, your wife. I saw how you love them and that is everything that I want for my daughter, that is everything that I want to give her and if I can't, I want to leave this world behind, knowing she'll be in good hands. She answered quietly. Can you, promise this to me? She frowned and staring at his face. I promise. Sam swallowed a quite big one and nodded. Thank you Samuel. Dani smiled a bit and wiped the tear away from her face. You are a good man. And, a good friend. She took a deep breath and turned to the window. Looked around once more. She saw the mist, but nothing else. And please. She continued but she did not turn back to Sam. Please tell her, remind her, that her mother loved her more than anything else in this world. Just as her father. She finished the sentence, and before Samuel could answer, she stepped out and climbed to Drogon's back. She couldn't prolong the time. She has to leave. She has to start it. The war was there on the doorstep, and they had to make a move to start it or everything and everyone is going to freeze. She felt the cold, penetrated her skin. She felt it in her bones. She looked down at the streets, and those were empty. She spotted Sansa with a group of women and children, trying to find some safe and warm place. They were holding some torches with huge flames. At least they had some fire to keep themselves warm. Dani closed her eyes for a moment, and a picture came to her mind. A picture of them. She, Jon, and Miss Sandai. Together. One of the sweetest moments from Mirren. When they were just laughing together as a family. She has to win this war. She has to defeat the Night King, because she knows she wants to relive that memory. Again and again, until they grew old. She caressed the neck of Drogon and opened her eyes, then they raised up to the air. Jon heard the huge roar, and when he raised up his head he saw that they flew up to the air, and flying straight to the mist. The dense fog. Dani looked down from the back of the dragon and saw Jon one more time before she disappeared in the fog. I love you, she whispered quietly, then she tried to focus her all attention to avoid every attack which she may get. Jon kept his eyes on the point where they disappeared and waited, but he was not calm. His heart started to beat so fast, and he even held his breath and waited to see his love again. Chapter 174. King's Landing. Miss Sandai and Nisra entered the huge room which was full of women and children. They were clearly freezing. Many others followed them there and watching what that little girl is capable of. She was a miracle, Nisra knew that, but she was not some kind of sorceress. She just had some abilities. Her blood was unique, thanks to her parents. She was the union of ice and fire. The living proof that union is unbreakable and eternal. When the dragons stepped inside, all eyes were fixed on them. The mothers hugged and squeezed their children closer. They were clearly afraid. They can't be blamed. Some of them, many of them were there when years ago Daenerys did that horrible thing, and they had no idea it was not her. Nisra tried to smile at them, and he was holding Miss Sandai's hand. What are you doing here? Isn't that kid? Sansa stopped them. Isn't that kid should be outside to redeem the world? Sansa pulled a face and just watching Miss Sandai. Meanwhile she was holding a torch, but there was no flame, no fire. May I? Nisra stretched her hand to get the torch and she crouched next to Miss Sandai. Dagon immediately jumped next to the little girl and she placed her tiny hand to his face and the dragon throwing fire to the torch, and huge flames popped up. Sansa's eyes widened, and she heard some noises from the other side of the room, where Jorel did the same thing with some candles and torches. They want to help you to stay warm, Miss Sandai told to Sansa, and before the red-haired Stark could say anything she took her hand with both of her hands. Missy did not say a word, she was just holding Sansa's hand, and looking into her eyes. Not a minute later Sansa started to feel how her whole body warming, from inside. She opened her mouth to say something but the words stuck in the throat. We better go back to your father. Nisra straightened herself. Watch out of the fire. Guard the flames. Those flames can keep you alive. Nisra warned Sansa and turned her back at her, then left the room with Miss Sandai. Jon kept his eyes on the sky and he was just staring at the dense clouds. Come on Dani, he whispered and his heart was beating in his throat. A few minutes passed in this way and no one dared to say a word. They were waiting for Jon. They were waiting for his command. They were ready to start the war if he says that. Arya glanced at Gendry from the wheelchair. Jennifer stayed close to Tormund. Meanwhile, Yara was staring at the gates. They expected the worst. Jon did not move. Come on Dani. Please, he said those words again. Daenerys tried to see something on the field, but the fog and the storm almost blinded her. She tried to fly below more and more, and she did circles in the air. She was worried. She knew the Night King and his whites have those spears, and she just hoped Gendry's armor can protect Drogon from those. She cannot be sure. She had to pay attention to everything if she doesn't want any bad surprises. She took a deep breath and decided to do one more circle. Drogon's legs almost touched the ground but she did not see anything. Then suddenly Drogon flew up when he almost collided with one of the White Walkers. Dany squeezed his back to stay on him, and then a spear slipped past her, then another, and Drogon roared loudly and tried to escape. Daenerys tried to see something, but there was no trace of the army of the dead. She only saw a few of his whites, but no huge army. It was strange. Drogon swayed a bit because of the snowstorm and she felt how he started to land a bit further from the White Walkers. He was unstable, probably the effect of the cold. She knew they have to escape. She knew they have to go back to the city to inform Jon about what she saw there, but Drogon couldn't fly up. A minute later he landed in the cold snow and Daenerys did not see anything else, just the huge whiteness everywhere. Drogon does not let me down. We have to go back. She caressed the dragon's back, but it was so cold, the armor began to freeze on him. It is not good. She shook her head and she saw something is moving in the fog. Fire. She reminded herself. Fire can hold them back. She slipped down from the back of the dragon and grabbed her sword. She glanced at Drogon and walked closer to his head. You can keep us warm. You can save us, she told him and looked again in the direction where she saw movement. She saw two shapes moving towards her, and she took a deep breath, then ordered his son. Dracarys. Jon Tormund stepped closer to him, but he did not move. My lord. Jennifer tried to get his attention too, but he was just staring at the fog. Jon. Arya and Bran's body rolled closer to him. Jon. We should make a move. We should attack them. Daario stepped to him too, but he did not answer. They agreed with Dany, he will wait until she gets back. They needed the information. They needed to know what they can expect from outside. How many deads are waiting for them? He felt Dany is all right. He couldn't explain but he felt it, and the next moment he felt something else. Her daughter's hand in his hand. Missy raised her eyes at him and squeezed his hand. She needs you, she told him quietly. Mom needs you. Jon nodded. Maybe she is all right at that moment, but that can change, and Miss Sandai has a special ability to feel her mother. To feel her family. Jon swallowed a big one then looked at Tormund. He gave a sign with his head. Be prepared. Tormund shouted around. Line up for battle. Daario also warned the soldiers. We're going out. Arya. Jon turned to his sister meanwhile squeezing her daughter's hand. Stay here. With her. Keep her here, until, we'll try to cheat him here. And then, we can end this. He seemed so determined and confident. He crouched next to his daughter and kissed her forehead, then he hurried away from them. He knew if he spends another minute with his daughter, he won't be able to leave her here. He did not look back, but Missy doesn't mind it. Now it begins, Nisra stated and looked at Yara. She smiled at her from the gates, then joined Jon and they walked outside of the capital. Daenerys was trying to see through the flames which Drogon made around them. In a circle. He made sure the flames keep them safe from the deads and it kept them warm too. They did not even feel the coldness anymore. Dany was keeping her sword. She knew they are coming for her. She knew the Night King is there. Close. She felt it in her veins, and finally, she saw them. Two White Walkers came through the flames right towards her. Just two. She wondered where are the others. They did not hold any ice spears, just swords. Probably they were the two who tried to kill Drogon a few minutes earlier. Drogon spread fire at them, but that did not stop them. She knew. Fire only could stop the army but not those creatures. They approached her irrevocably, and Drogon spread fire at them again, but they did not even feel that. It couldn't stop them. Drogon. Go away, Dany shouted with him, but the dragon stayed there. It seemed he doesn't want to let his mother down again. Daenerys glanced at him, but the next minute one of the walkers attacked her, and as if she was driven by some internal force, she raised her sword and those clasped. She tried to block the attack from both sides again and again. Arya trained her well, and Jon too. She became quite good at it in the past few years. They were fighting, and Drogon roared loudly from behind and followed Daenerys' moves. He spread fire again and again to the walkers, but it only held them for a few moments, not longer, but it was a huge help for her. She missed paying attention to one of them for a second, and she only avoided his attack at the last moment. She fell to the ground to her back and the sword fell out of her hand and she tried to climb back from the White Walker. She tried to escape from them but both of them were toward her. She glanced at Drogon and he was ready to spread fire at them again, even if that means he'll burn up his mother too. Dany nodded towards him, but he had no chance to do it because before he spread fire, one of the walkers lost his head and Daenerys saw Jon was standing behind him. She did not hesitate any longer, just grabbed the sword and stabbed the other one with it. The walkers just turned into mist and snow. And ice. Jon saw that once or twice already, but for Daenerys, it was a new thing. Dany. Jon stretched his hand to help her to get up. Where is Miss Sandai? She looked around and they were still standing in the middle of a fire circle. Are you all right? He placed his hand to her face and caressed it. Dani. You're. She raised her eyes at him, and she saw the fire scorched his clothes and his hair too. How did you? I knew you need me. He smiled at her. Missy, our daughter knew you need me. He caressed her face continuously. You have to tell me, what did you see? Nothing. Dani shook her head and she was so confused. Dani. Please. You have to remember it. How many deads are out there? Our army is out of the city to start the fight, we have to. I did not see anyone. I only saw the White Walkers. The white ones. Only them. A few of them. She tried to tell him, but I did not see the army. She shook her head. Miss Sandai. John raised her eyes towards the city. It was a fucking diversion. He added. They wanted us to get out of the city. What? Her eyes filled with fear and John grabbed her hand and pulled her with himself. What the hell is that noise? Gendry stepped in front of Arya and Miss Sandai. They heard some strange noises from the other side of the walls. From the other direction, not from the gates. He stepped closer. They are here, Miss Sandai stated and closed her eyes for a minute. Miss Sandai, what are you talking about? Arya looked at her, but she got an answer to her question quite quickly. The deads were climbing over the wall and there were thousands of them. Run! Arya shouted with the others around her. Run! She repeated herself and everyone started to panic, while Miss Sandai was just standing there in silence, and did not move. Nisra grabbed her, and raised her up, and started to run in the other direction, to save her. She was their only hope. They had to keep her safe. They had to keep her alive until they ended the Night King. It was important. It was their only chance. Arya also gave up her act, and she stood up with a sword in her hand and pushed away from the face of Bran. If that is our last day. I want you to know. Gendry turned to her. I know. I've always known. She smiled at him then turned back to the direction of the deads. We have to fight, she shouted, and for her luck, there were a few soldiers who stayed inside the city. She knew they had to hold them up to save Miss Sandai. Chapter 175. King's Landing. What do you want to do? John grabbed Dani's arm when she wanted to climb to Drogon's back. Our daughter is there. She pointed towards the city. You said I can hold them up. So I'll try. She was determined and turned to him. Go, she caressed his face, and then she climbed to the dragon. Save her, and stay alive. It sounded like an order. They smiled at each other and the next moment Dani raised up to the air and flew towards the city. She saw how he was running to the gates. She took a deep breath and after she flew over the city walls she saw how their army who remained within the walls are fighting for their lives. The deads were still climbing over the walls as if they would never run out. There were many of them. Too many. She knew it. And she knew she has to give the order. She has to burn the part of the city again if she wants to stop them. It scared her. The thought scared her. What if it was not only Bran inside her mind? What if she really has that madness in her? Her father's madness. She spotted Arya and how she was fighting for her life, with Gendry by her side. She also saw Tormund and even Jennifer there. Then Daario, Yara. She glanced back and she saw how their army entered the city and joined the fight. She only did not see the two people who she wants to see the most. Jon and Miss Sandai. They were nowhere to be found. She knows she has to focus, or she is going to lose everyone she ever loved. The ones who were standing next to her. Who agreed to fight by her side, to save the world, to save their daughter again. She turned to the walls again, where the dead were coming from. She closed her eyes for a moment and when she opened it she saw Dagon and Jorel. They were flying right in front of Drogon. What? She surprised, and she forgot to breathe. She had no idea that they are there, they had no idea what were they doing there and she worried. She remembers what happened with Vice Ryan. How could she forget that? His son became a monster, and those dragons were just children. Nothing more. They were not born to end this way. Somehow she has to send them away. Leave. She yelled with them but they did not pay attention to her. Leave, she told them again but the next minute they just spread fire to the walls both at once. They moved in sync. To sync. It was like, something or someone directed them. Dracarys, she told Drogon when they reached the wall and the huge dragon spread fire towards the thousands of deads. Nisra Jon stormed into the tower next to the gate. Some deeper feeling directed him to go there. Nisra was crouching there next to his daughter, whose eyes were white and she has murmured something. Nisra looked worried and she tried to shake her, to bring her back. I don't know what happened, she told him, and she was almost crying. I am so sorry, she told Jon while her eyes were in tears. Don't. Jon stopped her and knelt next to his daughter. He analyzed her eyes. She is He frowned, then turned to the window, then back to Miss Sandai. He raised her up to his arms and stepped to the window. She is working, he whispered, and saw how the two small dragons were helping to their huge brother to keep the deads away. She is. He glanced at her daughter again. She is helping her mother. She wants to save people. She is a unique creature. Nisra wiped her tears away and stepped next to John. No. She is not some creature, he answered so seriously. She is my daughter, no matter on what mission she was born. She is my daughter. And I won't let them win. How do you want to end this? Nisra sighed and scanned his face. We have to find the Night King. But how? Nisra spread her arms, and John has no answer. He looked at her daughter again, who clearly was directing one of the dragons with her mind, but that won't help. It helps to hold the dead back, but he knew, if they don't stop the Night King they can't win the fight. No matter how hard they try. Watch your back. Arya warned Gendry, and they were in the middle of the chaos. Daenerys holds many of the dead back and burns them before they could get through the wall, but there were still too many from every side and it seemed like an endless war. Where is Jon? Tormund shouted. Meanwhile he cut one of the zombies into 2 pieces. I don't know. Yara stabbed one, then another caught her from behind, but Tormund cut the zombie's arm, then cut his head too. They could come up. Daario hit another dead people before he could hurt Arya. We won't last long. He looked around and saw many of their men were already dead. I'll find him. Arya tried to break through the crowd and it seemed like nothing could stop her. Dany flew over the wall and she kept burning the army of the dead outside, but she kept searching the Night King with her eyes. Meanwhile, she tried to pay attention to the small dragons. They clearly followed Drogon in some way, tried to support him, but suddenly she saw Joral's eyes. Those were white. She surprised, but at the moment she looked into the dragon's eyes she knew. She just felt it. Can Jon? No. She shook her head. It was not Jon. But the words of Sam also came to her mind. If they stay too long in the animals, maybe they are going to stuck there forever. What if Miss Sandai inherited his father's abilities too? She has many other abilities. What if that is one of those? You have to go back. She formed the words with her mouth, but the small dragon just turned back to the direction of the field, and she saw how the fog and the snow thickens. She narrowed her eyes to see it better, and she finally spotted the Night King. He was there. Outside and wait. He waited for his moment. Surrounded by some of his white walkers. She grabbed Drogon's back and directed him to turn back, hoping the small dragons will follow him, and they did. Jon was running down the stairs with his sword and Nisra followed him with Missy in his arms. The little girl suddenly took a deep breath and her eyes turned back to normal. My lord, Nisra warned Jon to stop and he immediately grabbed his daughter, and caressed her face. Darling. Darling. What happened? He asked her and he reassured a bit. He remembered Samwell's words too. He knew he has to hurry, but she came back by herself. It reassured him a bit. What, you were, in one of the dragon's mind? He tried to understand. In their mind. Both of their minds, she answered quietly, and she looked tired. Jon understood. Being in the animal's body was exhausting. It took their strength. He felt it many times. I know where he is. Who? Jon shook his head. The enemy. I know where he is, she answered quietly, and Jon raised his eyes at Nisra. She knows it is too risky, but if they don't try to kill him, everyone is going to die. Show me. Jon swallowed and kissed his daughter's forehead. I won't let him hurt you, he promised her, then stood up, but some deads appeared in front of him and he had to fight with them. Go back, he yelled with Nisra and Miss Sandai, and the Red Priestess raised the little girl up again to run with her back to the tower, but Missy looked at her father, without blinking, and suddenly the blade of his sword caught on fire and the zombies caught on fire too with one touch of the sword. Jon easily could kill them. She may be just a kid. But she seems to be our strongest weapon. Nisra admitted and raised her brow. It was clear Miss Sandai made those flames. Follow me, Jon told them, and they left the tower. When they stepped out they ran into other deads, and he was still fighting with that flaming sword, but there were too many of them outside. He tried to make a way to escape. To the gates. We have to go outside, Miss Sandai told her father, and he followed her directions, or at least he tried to. The war was huge, there were dead people everywhere and their army was fighting with them, desperately. Jon. Nisra tried to warn him, that some of those are trying to attack him, and when he turned in the direction that the dead man fell into 2 pieces. I am glad that you are alive, Arya stated and took a deep breath. Just please tell me you have a plan to end this shit. She continued after she killed another zombie. We have to get outside, Jon told Arya, and he continued his way towards the gates. Daenerys was doing a circle above the capital and tried to find Jon and her daughter. She needed to inform them. She needed to lead them to the Night King. That was the only way before they lose more people. There were too many deads already. Many of the Unsullied army, many of the Wildings, many of the second sons were laying on the ground. Dead. Blood covered their body and the others trampled on them. She doesn't want to see that again. It was enough once. She saw those horrible happening in Winterfell, and she never thought they have to go through these things again. The little dragons became more scattered. They were not that sink as before. She has no idea how to keep them away from those ice spears, and she doesn't want to see them dying. While her mind was racing, she finally saw Jon and Arya while they were trying to cut a path towards the gates. She has no time to hesitate. We can't get out. Arya told Jon, while they were still fighting with the zombies to get out of the city. There are too many. We can't give up, Jon yelled back and cut another, but deep in his heart, he felt the same, not to mention they didn't just have to keep themselves alive, but Nisra and Miss Sandai too who were with them. Jon. Arya shouted his name and the next moment huge flames appeared in front of Jon and burned all the zombies in their way. He raised his eyes up and spotted Daenerys. She nodded and continued to free their way to the gate of the city. It was hot, and the flames were huge, but somehow those did not touch them. Nisra saw how Miss Sandai kept her eyes on them and she could have sworn that she is the one who kept the flames away from them. They were running and finally, they could escape from the city and started to run next to the walls to the other side where Missy saw the Night King through the dragon's eyes. Daenerys followed them to keep the dead away. They knew where they have to go. They knew what they have to do, but none of them was sure that it doesn't cost their lives, but they had no other choice. If they don't kill the Night King with the blood of the princess who was promised, they have no other chance to end this and every living is going to die. The human realm is gonna end. It depends on them. The future of the human. Jon suddenly stopped and showed the others to stop too. He saw something moving in the huge mist. Something big. Chapter 176. King's Landing. Jon tried to see better what is going on in front of them, but he only saw some blue eyes, and it was so blurred. He couldn't see it well. He showed Nisra to stay back with his daughter, and the next moment Dany landed next to them with Drogon. They looked at each other. The two small little dragons arrived there too and they landed tumbled next to them. Daenerys kept her eyes on them, and she worried. They were just children, just as Miss Sandai, and they should have not been there. They should have been somewhere in the narrow sea, at that damn boat, in safe. Jon turned back and he stepped forward. He raised his sword to be ready for the attack. Arya did the same. Jon, Dany whispered his name, then she glanced back to Nisra and her daughter. Miss Sandai was in silence and motionless. She was staring at that one point where her father saw the blue eyes. Daenerys squeezed Drogon's back and she was ready to give the order to burn them. Jon took another step towards the mist. Jon. Dany warned him to stop, but he knows they need to end this, as soon as they can or too many will die. Drogon roared loudly as if he wanted to warn Jorel and Dagon to stay behind. The two small dragons immediately run back to Miss Sandai and Nisra and surrounded them. Arya swallowed a big one and accompanied Jon with every step. Your Grace. It was Nisra who formed some words at that minute, and her eyes stopped on the forest next to them. Dany turned to the direction. She caressed Drogon's neck and she felt how her heart was beating in her throat. Jon glanced to the side, then he turned back to the blue eyes. They're surrounding us. Arya turned her head back and forth, but she did not have too much time to think. Suddenly the blue eyes started to come closer to them faster. Drogon roared loud again, and the two little dragons flew up to the air, did a circle above Miss Sandai and Nisra, and formed a fire circle around them. Dany. Now. Jon warned her to order Drogon, but before she could say the words something caught that huge thing with blue eyes and knocked it down to the field. Drogon opened his mouth to spread fire. Don't. Drogon, stop. Daenerys tried to stop her, and it was the last moment before he spread fire to the enemy, and to Ghost. The huge dire wolf grabbed the dead bear which almost attacked them and bit his neck deeply. The bear was hoeing, fought, but not a second later Ghost ripped his head off. Another few wolves came out of the forest and walked towards them slowly. Ghost turned to them majestically and they stopped and waited for him. They waited for his order. Ghost. Jon couldn't believe that he is there. He glanced at Daenerys and he knew she is worried. The wolf stepped closer and when he crouched to him to caress his head he felt how his arm hurt. There was a scratch on the wolf's leg. Jon tried to cover his pain. He doesn't want Dany to know. She has enough things to worry about. So their connection was still there, and if anything happens to Ghost, he may die, but right at that moment, his wolf saved his life. They heard some more growling from the mist, and all of them turned to the direction. Ghost began to growl and with the wolves, he attacked the other enemy. Jon followed them with Arya and the fight started. There were more blue-eyed bears and some other animals. They fought wildly. Meanwhile, Daenerys had no idea what to do. She can't burn them. If she gave the order, all of those wolves including Ghost are going to die. Dagon and Jorel were jumping around Miss Sandai and Nisra, they were trying to protect them. Dany saw how one of the bears could break through the lines of Jon and Ghost, and it was running towards her daughter. Drogon turned sharply, she barely could hold on and he spread fire towards the bear without her order. Everything disappeared in the flames, including Miss Sandai and Nisra. She was trying to find them with her eyes, but she only saw the two small dragons flew up into the air. Run! Take her away! She heard John's voice and then she saw how he was running towards them. Arya and Ghost with the herd left followed him. Too many blue eyes appeared behind them and at the minute they reached the line of Drogon he opened his mouth. Dracarys Dany ordered him, and he did that his mother said. John curled up to cover himself from the flames, and he pulled his sister under his huge cloak too. With one breath he could burn all the deads in front of them, and John stood up and his mouth fell open. He was standing face to face with his daughter, who was standing in front of Nisra and her hand was in the flame circle which the little dragons made around them. He turned in the direction of the deads and he saw how the fire spread around, and became bigger until it destroys the last of their attacker. Her daughter, she did something with the flames. She had some power to control the fire. Dany finally could see her daughter and she immediately jumped down from Drogon and caught her, hold her to her chest, and kissed her head. She felt how a tear rolled down her face. She was squeezing Miss Sandai. John looked around once more, but it seemed the fire could stop this group of rights. He moved his arm a bit, but it was still hurt. Arya noticed it. She wanted to open her mouth to ask him, but he shook his head and stepped closer to his family. The flame circle that the small dragons made disappeared. Dany he placed his hand on her shoulder and she turned to him. They hugged their daughter. Daenerys couldn't stop crying. She thought the worst and she was not sure she can continue this. To risk her daughter's life. It was too much. It was too scary and the Night King, she had no idea how many deads are waiting for them until they can reach him. Dany. John tried to get her attention and whispered her name again. We can't. We can't win. We can't do this. She shook her head and blurted. We can. We are still here and alive. Together. I thought, she died. I thought, when Drogon spread those flames towards them I thought. Flames cannot hurt me, Miss Sandai told them quietly and they both turned to her and staring at her face. They were totally confused. She can. John swallowed. She can control the flames. Somehow. She can control the fire. That is how Drogon could burn all of them. He tried to explain even if he doesn't understand the whole thing. She could make my sword to blaze inside the city. And she could direct the flames to not hurt us, Nisra added. Only she has the power to defeat him. That is her destiny. She stepped closer. I don't care about destiny, she is my daughter, Dany answered angrily. I won't take her closer. I won't risk her life. She raised her voice. I am afraid you have no other choice. Nisra frowned. It's not you who decides what I am going to do, she answered so threateningly. You saw what she could do. Nisra tried to continue. You know I am right. No. Daenerys shook her head again and she raised her eyes at John and waited for his help. Waited for him to support her in her decision. It is something bigger than us. John couldn't look into her eyes. He lowered his head. It is something that we can't understand, but I know and I saw, she is our only chance. You are talking about your daughter. Dany swallowed. You can't talk seriously. You want to sacrifice her or what? She freaked out. Of course I don't. John surprised that she can suppose this. I want nothing else, just take both of you away from this war, but I can't. He placed his hand on her shoulder and forced her to look into his eyes. She can work into the dragons. She can control the flames. Even if you don't want to accept it, she is not a normal girl. She is not just an average child. He tried. She was born to destroy the army of the dead. She was born to bring the dawn. Nisra corrected his words. Those dragons should be in that damn ship with you. Daenerys turned to Nisra and safe. Yet they are here, risking their lives. Because you were not able to keep them there. Ghost is here too. You remember, right? If anything happens to him. She pointed to the wolf. Don't you see it? We are marching to our deaths. She looked into John's eyes. Maybe that is the only way to stop them. John hated to say that, but that was the truth. I don't want to interrupt that talk, but meanwhile you are arguing here, many are dying inside the city. Arya cut the conversation. I understand that you don't want to risk her life, but I won't give up. If I have to, I kill him with my bare hands again, and again, any time that I need to I'll do it, but there are people inside the city who I love. Who I care about. If you want to run away with your daughter, do it, but if you are who I think you are, just believe in us. Believe that we can defeat him. She was so confident and determined. Mom, Miss Sandai placed her hand to her mother's face. John was staring at them. He understood Dany's feelings, he felt the same, but he had to put aside his fears, his heart, his feelings, All of them dies if they won't try. All of them. Not just the ones who they love, who they care about, they are going to die too if they run away now. Because the Night King won't stop until he destroys all the human world, to make it a better place. He is going to reach Essos sooner or later, no matter how far they run. No matter how much they want to keep their daughter, their family and save. There was only one way. If they end this. Now. There was no other option. Miss Sandai kept her eyes on her mother and her hand rest on her cheek. She doesn't have to say a word. Dani could read in her mind. She was just a child, but so much power was in her. The power to end the war. She could feel it. She nodded after a second. If any of you make a mistake, she looked around. And you don't do everything to keep her alive. Her eyes stopped on John's face. I'll die sooner than let anything to happen with her, he swore to Daenerys. Should this calm me down? She asked him, and she couldn't take her eyes off of him. We have to go, he warned her and took Miss Sandai out of her hands and kissed her head. When he gave her back to Nisra, he hissed because he made a wrong move and he felt the pain in his arm. What is it? Dani grabbed his arm and took a closer look. Nothing. Just. I made a sudden move. John shook his head and pulled out his arm from her hand. We have to go. He gave a kiss to her forehead and stepped away. She lowered her head and saw Ghost's wound on his leg. It was still bleeding a bit. Everything falls apart. Everything they planned. Everything they wanted to do. Ghost injured, the small dragons did not have any armor and they were there. They were heading to the biggest enemy with their almost 3-year-old daughter. She couldn't imagine a worse version than that. Chapter 177. King's Landing. The fight inside the city was becoming more and more hopeless. All of them tried to withhold and kill all the zombies around, but it was harder minute by minute. Grey Worm saw how a dead man just bites out a piece from his soldier's neck, meanwhile at the other side another one bit the other unsullied arm. Another one almost attacked him, but Dario cut his head off to save him. They did not have time to rest, but they were living, and they got tired. And the deads won't rest. That was their biggest advantage. Tormund pushed Jennifer away from an attack. Since he got to know that she is his daughter, he wanted to protect her from everything. Go to the women inside. He told her. She was not a soldier, not a good fighter, and they can't use her abilities on the battlefield. I won't leave you here. She jumped up and she tried to attack with the sword in her arm. I can't protect you, Tormund yelled with her and grabbed her by her shoulder. You have to hide. I am not going to leave you here, she told him. Life just gives her dad back, and she wanted to fight with him. She was not ready to lose him again. Not after she finally got to know the truth. That he has no idea that he has a child. She can't just run away and leave him on the battlefield. 2 other deads were attacking them, and Tormund noticed too late. One snapped to his arm, meanwhile the other jumped to his back and he couldn't shake them off. Jennifer tried to stab one of them, but there were other deads around her and it seemed that is the end. The end for them, way before they got to know each other. Watch out! Brienne shouted and Tormund squatted down, so the huge woman could cut the head of the dead who was clinging on Tormund's back, and with his next move, he killed the one which was biting his arm. Brienne stepped closer to Jennifer and saved her from the other zombies which surrounded her. Take her to the women. Tormund grabbed Brienne's arm and asked her. Take her there. Please. He begged her and she saw how important it is for him. She thought that a huge man loves only her, but it seems that a young woman stole his heart. She can't blame him. She refused him, she was in love with another, but seeing how desperately he wanted to keep this woman alive, makes her think maybe she chose the wrong man years ago. Please take her away from here. He asked her again, and Brienne finally grabbed the black-haired woman's arm and pulled her with herself. Jennifer tried to escape, she hoarsely hoeing to escape, but Brienne was bigger and stronger. She could easily take her away from the battlefield, meanwhile, she was cutting and killing some deads who were on their way. Fuck, where the hell are they? Dario had enough. He was sweating and he was trying to find some other solution. The fire could hold them up, but both Daenerys and Drogon disappeared from the air and the zombies were just coming. More and more. Without limit, and nothing could stop them. They reached the other side of the city, along the wall. Daenerys kept Dragon close to the field to defend her family if that is necessary. She surprised when without directing him Drogon landed right in front of Jon and Arya to stood in their way and roared. What is it? She surprised and felt how the dragon wanted her to get off from his back. Drogon. She frowned. What is going on? Arya glanced at Jon. I don't know. He shook his head and kept his eyes on his love. Jon stepped closer and Dany climbed down from the dragon's back. He turned to Miss Sandai for a moment, then Drogon flew up to the air and the small dragons followed him. They flew above the city. What? Dany followed him with her eyes and she was still confused. They need them. Miss Sandai enlightened them. There are too many of them. Without them, they can't defeat them. You. Dany looked at her daughter. Miss Sandai, what did you do? Her lips were trembling. They'll come back, but now they need them, she added and looked towards the city, where the dragons started to burn down the deads again. Fire can't kill him, they can't help us, she added. Dany turned to Jon and then they both were staring at their daughter. She just sent the dragons back to the city, and they had no idea how. Don't do things like this without permission. Daenerys stepped closer to Miss Sandai. We need them to keep us safe. We need them here. If they stay they're going to die, she answered immediately. Ice. There is too much ice. Missy continued and she closed her eyes. Ice can kill them. I don't want them to die. You want to save your siblings. Dany understood. And they only can go away if Drogon goes away, right? Great. Arya rolled her eyes. Anything else that we need to know? Darling, Jon stepped closer to his daughter, but she closed her eyes once more, then when she opened it was white. She walked into one of the dragons again. Don't. Dany wanted to bring her back, but Jon stretched his hand in front of her, to stop her before she could shake her daughter. We have to trust her and we have to trust in that higher power which directs her. She knows what is she doing, he stated. She is a child. Dany reminded him. Dany. Trust her. He placed his hand to her face. Even if she is a child, you know she is special. And she wants to help people with all her power just like us. He tried to convince her. Her decisions and moves helped us all day long. It is nonsense and unbelievable, but she is the key, he repeated himself. Trust her. And I should trust you too, right? She couldn't control her emotions. Yes. I'll do everything to keep both of you alive. And him. He placed his hand to her belly. You know I will. She lowered her head and watching his hand on her belly, then she glanced at Ghost. He was standing right next to Jon, she saw the wound again, and she raised her eyes at Jon. With a sudden move, she placed her hand on his arm, where the wound has to be, and he hissed immediately. She shook her head in her disappointment. You are hurt. You have a huge stabbed wound in your body, even if we tied it, it is there. And now this. You are not immortal in case you forgot it. She was nervous and mad at him. What do you think, how long can you survive in this way? She asked him and spread her arms. As long as it is necessary. He straightened himself. It is not that easy to kill me. He frowned. In case you forgot it. He tried to make her smile, but she couldn't smile in that situation. I'll be fine. Until you and our daughter are alive, but as we already discussed it, we only can stay alive if we defeat the Night King. And I think this is the final word. Arya raised her sword, and they all turned to the mist. 3 White Walkers were coming towards them with ice spears and swords. Ice. Daenerys noticed the spears, which killed her other son, Viceroy years ago. She glanced at her daughter, but she was still not with them. Her mind was in one of the dragons. She saved them, she stated so quietly. She took a deep breath and grabbed the handle of the sword. Now it was the time to use it. It was time to show how good she is. Arya and Jon taught her well, but she never really had to fight for real. She pulled out her sword and turned to the White Walkers. Stay behind, she warned Nizra, then her eyes met with Ghost's eyes. The White Wolf did not get involved in the fight with those creatures, he stayed close to Miss Sandai and Nizra. Just as the other wolves. She nodded and joined the fight with Jon and Arya. They can defeat 3 deads. They can't stop them. And if they defeat and kill them, many of the dead will disappear from the city too. Brienne pushed Jennifer to the room where the women were staying. Sansa shuddered in fright when they stepped inside, and Brienne immediately closed the door. Let me out, Jennifer shouted with her. No. He grabbed her arm and pulled it with herself more further inside the room. He told me to bring you here. I did. If you love him, do what he asked and stay here. He released her arm and staring at her face. Of course I love him. That is why I want to be next to him. Jennifer shouted with her. I can't lose him. I know what you feel. Brienne cut her words. I lost the one I loved. Years ago, and I never really got over it, but it doesn't worth it. No man worth dying for them. They. What? Jennifer frowned. Do you think? He loves you. That was clear even from that one sentence. He was begging me to take you out of there. Wish I could say the same. Wish the man I loved would have done the same for me, but... Brienne explained. Tormund is my father. Jennifer stepped closer to Brienne and told straight to her face, and that moment she became speechless. On the left, Jon yelled and they switched sides with Arya. They were fighting fiercely with the White Walkers and Jon tried everything to keep Daenerys out of this fight. He was fighting with 2 at once, and no matter how many times Dany wanted to get involved, he cut her way. Go to Miss Sandai, he ordered her. Take care of her, he warned her, while he pushed one of the White Walkers to the ground and struck down at the other. Jon. Arya yelled his name, and now it was she who wanted to change sides, to continue the fight, but he made a wrong step and swayed for a minute. Dany. Arya yelled her name, and threw a dagger towards her. She caught it and stabbed one of the White Walkers from the back and he became snow and ice at that moment. Nice. Arya smiled at her, then she could kill the other one. Only one left, who started to walk towards Nisra and Miss Sandai, no matter how much she was backing from him. The wolves were growling but they did not attack. The dead almost reached them, when his head fell to the ground and Jon was trying to breathe normally after he cut it down. It is not over. Dany sniffled and raised her sword again. There were more of them. And they were coming without hesitation. Jon stepped next to Daenerys and he was ready for this fight too, just like Arya. If you can do me a favor. Arya glanced at her brother. Do not send her away, okay? It is easier if all of us fighting with them. She raised her brow and smiled at Daenerys. Not to mention I don't think she needs to be saved. She shrugged her shoulder. Let's make an end to this shit. Jon and Daenerys looked at each other and Jon nodded appreciatively. No matter she is pregnant or not. No matter she is his love or not. She was a warrior and she learned her lessons. She learned how to fight, and right now they needed her to fight by their side. He glanced back at his daughter then took a deep breath. Nisra lowered her head and checked the little girl too. Your parents need you here, not inside the city, she whispered to the small girl. You should come back. Chapter 178. King's Landing. What is going on out there? Sansa stepped next to Jennifer and Brienne. She was shaking, she clearly dreaded. Will we win? Will we defeat them? She kept asking questions, but Brienne and Jennifer have no answer for those questions. They had no idea how it would end. Say something. Please. Sansa placed her hand on Brienne's arm. Is Arya? She tried to form some more words. She left to find Jon and the princess, Jennifer answered finally. But is she okay? Sansa turned to her and her eyes were in tears. We have to prepare. Brienne cut off the conversation. We have to fight if they can break here. Look around. These are just women. We can't. We are just women too. Jennifer made her remain in silence. And we were out there and fighting. Until, they sent us away. She lowered her head. It was clearly hard for her to accept that. I won't give my life to them. Not that easy. If they want to kill me, they have to kill me in a hard way. She was determined. Arm the women. With anything that you find here. Brienne nodded and she placed her hand to her sword's grip and their eyes met for a moment. That black-haired woman had the same determined and militant eyes as his father, even if their eye color was different. I won't let him die, Brienne added and smiled a bit at Jennifer. Thank you. She barely could say those words, and Brienne turned to leave at that minute. What? Wait. Where are you going? Sansa jumped her way to stop her. I have to go back. No. Sansa shook her head. No, you have to stay here. And, take care of us. Keep us safe. Keep us alive. She was begging her. If they die out there, nothing can keep you alive. Brienne first in her life put Sansa in her place, and pulled out her arm from her grip, then she walked out of the huge hall. Daario and Grey Worm were trying to help each other in the fight, cover each other, just like Yara and Tormund and everyone else. Gendry was working with one of the second sons. Watch out! Daario shouted and turned to a zombie, but before he could cut that thing, it suddenly became ash. Some others too. They did not understand. There were still many deads around them, but plenty of those just disappeared. They heard a roar too, and they saw how the dragons returned and burning those walking deads. Another zombie was running towards them, but it became dust before he could reach them. What? Grey Worm frowned. If we kill Aright the ones that he created. Gendry's mind was racing and muttered. I have to find Arya. He turned away and he spotted the small dragons, which seemed to turn to leave the city again. He immediately started to fun after them. One of those even looked at him. He could have sworn that dragon wanted to tell him to follow. Yara and Daario looked at each other and they had no idea what is going on. Gendry Tormund shouted after him but he kept running. He knew that no matter how hard they try to fight with those deads, they have to kill the Rights and the Night King if they want to stop it. Not to mention he worried about his love. No matter how a great fighter she was the woman he loved with all his heart, and he needed to know that she is right and alive. Dany Jon yelled her name, and she swung with her sword, and cut Aright in 2 pieces while Jon captured him. That was. Arya tried to breathe. That was the last one. She leaned on her knees. I am afraid not. John looked around but there were no more rites around them, then he turned to Daenerys but she did not pay any attention to him, she stepped to her daughter, who was still not in her mind. She placed her hand to the little girl's cheek and she worried more and more. Don't do this. Honey. Dany tried to bring her back but she had no idea what is the good decision. She'll be okay. John stepped behind her and put his hand on her shoulder. And we have to move on. The Night King is close. We're going to damn die. Arya sighed and straightened herself but before I leave this world, I put that asshole in the graveyard once and for all. She started to walk towards the direction where the rites came from earlier. Tell me she won't be stuck in the dragon. Dany kept her eyes on her daughter. She knows what is she doing. Somehow she knows. John nodded. Finish this, before more human is going to die. He took Dany's hand and indicated to her that they have to go. They have to move and finish the fight. Dany spotted that his arm was bleeding. She turned her face to Ghost while they were walking forward, but his leg was bleeding too. While they were fighting, the wounds became deeper, those did not have enough time to heal. And there was something else. While Ghost was walking in the snow, Daenerys saw how he left blood drops behind himself. But those are not coming from his leg. She released Jon's hand and crouched next to the wolf. Placed her hand on his head, and he sat down and raised his leg. The blood came from somewhere around his stomach. At the same point where Jon got stabbed earlier that day. She wiped it with her clothes and looked into the wolf's eye. Stay alive. Please, she barely could tell those words to Ghost, and caressed his face again, then she stood up and turned to Jon. Arya was waiting for them a bit further, but when Dany stood up their eyes met. Jon Dany turned him to face with her and looking at his stomach. She shook her head. I am fine. Jon tried to convince her but it was clear that was not true. Don't lie to me. She raised a brow and caressed her arm. If you continue this, you are not going to survive. I am fine. We have to go. Jon answered fiercely. He knew exactly what she wanted but that was not an option. He is not going to let them go alone. That was the most nonsense idea, which may have come to her mind. At least let me. She stopped him and turned him back to face her. Let me see it. You can't do anything with it, Dany. Jon put his hand to her face. Sooner we finish this, the sooner we can heal the wound. You will bleed out. Daenerys did not let him win this time. I need you alive, not dead. I've survived worse. He shrugged his shoulder. I can't bring you back. Nisra reminded him. Kinvara and Melisandre. They were the chosen ones. The Lord gave them the power to bring you back, both of you, but I am not that strong. This time if you die. I am afraid I can't help. Before they could give any answer, Missandei opened her eyes, and those eyes were brown again. Honey. Dany ran to her and took her out from Nisra's arms. Don't play with this thing. I know you only want to help, but don't just stay for that long. It is. It. She kissed her daughter's face again and again. What is it? Arya raised her eyes at the snow, where they came from, and it took minutes when she finally spotted her love, who was running towards them as fast as he could, and Dagon and Jorel were flying a bit further from him. Gendry tried to talk, but it was not easy for him to keep pace with the dragons, but he knew that they are trying to show him where he has to go. He was so sure. He had no idea why and how, but somehow he knew. I run as fast. He was panting, but the next minute Jon fell to the ground and Arya was standing behind him. She knocked him down from behind. Thank you, Dany told her and nodded, then crouched next to her love. I am sorry, she whispered to him, meanwhile she was squeezing her daughter close to her chest. He won't survive if he comes with us. Arya sighed. You have to bring him somewhere safe. To the woods. She stepped to Gendry. And Ghost is going with you too, Dany added. With the wolves. She stood up but put Missy to the snow. What? Gendry was totally confused. He was looking at Daenerys then at Arya. And he clearly doesn't understand what is going on there. He has serious injuries. If we don't stop him he is going to die. And we don't want this. Arya made it more clear. But why did you hit him? Gendry asked the small Stark girl. Because he is at least as persistent and foolish as you, and he doesn't understand when someone says no. Arya stepped closer and smiled a bit at Gendry. Keep him away from this, and keep him alive, she asked her lover. Your Grace. Nisra was looking at Jon's body on the ground and his daughter, who kept her hands on his dad's stomach. My queen. She tried to get Daenerys' attention again, and all of them turned towards Jon and the tiny princess. What is she doing? Gendry asked the question which everyone thought of. Dany stepped closer and Missandei's hands were on Jon's wound. She was saying some words which she couldn't understand. That is a spell. Nisra recognized her words. It isn't, the Lord of Lights. It is. I only read about this spell in the books. No one can read it. No one can form those words, just, if the Lord wants to. She tried to explain. If he allows you to say those words, he allows you to, use his power for everything. It sounds like as if your Lord moved into this child. Arya rolled her eyes, but Dani looked at Nisra and both of them knew that is not an impossible thought. Missandei's power was growing continuously, especially since the war started and she was the princess who was promised. Maybe she has that huge power because the Lord of Lights wanted to help their fight in this way. They turned back to see what is happening with John and he started to come to mind. He opened his eyes and raised his head up. He spotted his daughter, kneeling next to him and he felt the warmth at the place where her tiny hands were. What? He was blinking and his head was hurt. He placed his hand to the back of his head where the pain comes from. Darling. Dani crouched next to her daughter, then she placed her hand to John's stomach where the wound was. She raised her eyes at John. Does it hurt? She pressed it a bit. No. No. John shook his head. I think. I don't feel anything there. I healed you. Missandei cut off his words and their mouth fell open. What do you mean honey you healed him? Dani narrowed her eyes. I healed it. She turned to her mother and repeated the sentence. The abilities of their daughter started to become a bit too strange and scary but maybe Nisra was right, and the Lord gave her some more power. Gendry jumped there, to help John to stand up, and Dani raised up her daughter. They are here. They are close. Missy raised her finger towards the edge of the wall which surrounded the castle. Dani caressed Missy's cheek once more then she looked at John. Are you all right? Arya stepped next to him before he could say anything to Daenerys. I did not want to hit so hard. She smiled. Why? He kept his eyes on Daenerys and she opened her mouth to answer. It was me. Not her. It was my idea. Arya answered instead of Dani. But we don't have more time to chat. We lost too much time anyway, she added and turned to the direction of the mist. John and Dani were staring at each other for another moment then she lowered her head. Her eyes betrayed her, she knew it, but they don't have time to discuss it right now. And she did nothing wrong. Neither Arya. They just wanted to keep him alive. Chapter 179. King's Landing. John felt better than ever psychically. He had no idea how it can be possible, but at that moment he did not have time to think about it. His daughter saved him, cured him, and they were too close to the enemy. They were trying to cut through the dense snowfall to finally reach the Night King. Missandei kept saying that they are there, they are close. Dani wanted it to end. The whole thing. She wanted all of this to be a horrible nightmare and she wanted to wake up from it. She doesn't want to be here, she doesn't want to risk her daughter's life, neither her lover's life nor her friends. Nor her unborn baby. She must be strong. Again. No matter how much she was afraid and worried. Suddenly while they were walking the snow stopped and the air became crystal clear. As if they were in the middle of the storm. In the storm's eye, and they looked at each other. They knew they reached the line, all of them knew, that there is no turning back from that point. What the hell is this? Arya looked around and they felt it is getting colder. John glanced at Daenerys and he saw how her cheek became almost ice blue. John she barely could say his name, and his beard was covered with ice and snow too. Frozen to it. We have to move. He turned to Nisra and pulled out Missandei from her arms. Run. He ordered them, and they did exactly that he asked before their whole body froze there in the middle of the fields. Run. John yelled again but they barely could move. We have to get out of here. He tried to encourage them. That way he pointed towards the mist again. They had no idea what is in the mist, but they knew they need to escape. Dani glanced back above her shoulder and she saw how the two small dragons flew up and left them there. They should take Missandei out of there too. She knew she is the key, but she started to lose all hope. Dani. John became blurred in her eyes, and his voice came from so far. She felt that she is going to pass out. No matter how she tried to not. Everything became white in the next moment for her and she only felt that two arms caught her. Yara was still fighting with Tormund by her side, but they lost sight of the others. They haven't seen Daario, Grey Worm, nor Brienne anymore. Drogon kept spreading fire on the deads, but suddenly he stopped and he raised his head up. He moved so fast, they barely could follow him with their eyes, and he disappeared in a second in the air. Fuck. Yara sighed. Drogon helped them a lot, and she still couldn't believe how many deads are there, as if they never run out. Dani. John was kneeling next to her and trying to bring her back to mind. Missandei was in Nisra's arms. He gave his daughter back to her, at the moment he had to catch Dani. They were in the middle of a snowstorm again. The Night King's power was much bigger and stronger this time. That was not a question anymore. John. Arya patted his brother's shoulder, and she was staring at one point. She was frightened just like Gendry. They were there. The Night King and some of his rights were standing not too far from them. They could see them. John. Arya's voice was trembling, and John put Dany to the ground and straightened himself. He pulled out his sword and he tried to normalize his breathing. He was facing with the Night King again. They looked at each other, and he could have sworn there was a smile on the blue creature's face. That was the final battle. The struggle that decides everything. The Night King and the Rights started to walk closer to them. Keep Missandei away from him, John stated without even looking at Nisra. Ghost immediately stood next to the Red Priestess and some other wolves were surrounding Dany's body. What is the plan? Arya asked John, but she kept her eyes on the deads. Kill them all. John swallowed and hurt the Night King because we have to stab him by the heart with fresh blood. It won't work. We can't. Arya was so unsure about the plan. We have no other choice. John raised his voice, but before he could continue, Drogon finally appeared above them and made a flame line between the enemy and them. Then Missandei just raised her tiny hand towards the fire and exploded it towards the deads. John couldn't believe in his own eyes, neither the others. Meanwhile Drogon made a fire circle and landed next to Daenerys. The huge dragon leaned closer to his mother and smelled her, then he let a huge roar out and he breathed fire towards the deads again. It just slowed them down, but it did not kill them. Arya spotted how a huge spear was flying towards Drogon, but it couldn't penetrate the armor which was on his whole body. John, trying to pay attention to everything at once, to his daughter, to Drogon, to the enemies who could walk through the fire one by one, to his sister, to Gendry. Everything became so chaotic and fast. He heard how his sister's sword snaps together with another. Gendry tried to help her, and another appeared next to John and it almost cut him, but he reacted at the last moment and started to fight with him. Nisra was trying to stay away from them, but she knew if one of those could come through the line which John, Arya, and Gendry made, they are in danger. Ghost jumped to another right who tried to attack John, and Dany was still laying on the ground, unconsciously. Drogon did not move away from her. Missandei raised her eyes, and she could see the Night King's face through the fire. He did not get involved in the fight. He was waiting. He was waiting to get the child. After a minute she turned to Nisra. Don't be afraid. She told her and placed her hand to the priestess's face. Missandei's eyes turned to white. Nisra looked around but she barely could see anything, just the swords, the fight, and the snow. She had no idea what is happening. She took some steps back and when she turned to the other side, and she was facing Daenerys at that moment, whose eyes were white too, and she stretches her arms towards her. Nisra hesitated, but no one could pay attention to her. She had to make that decision alone. Daenerys wanted her daughter, but she was not herself. That was clear. Maybe Missandei this time warged into her mother. It was nonsense, and inexplicable. Dany took a step closer and placed her hands around Missandei. Nisra let her do it. Some deeper feelings told her that is the right decision. And she remembered what John said. Missandei knows what she is doing. Dany held her daughter close to her chest and turned her back at Nisra, and she disappeared in the snow. John did not notice anything about it. He had no chance to see what is happening behind his back. There were too many enemies around them. Yara Tormund shouted his name, and when she turned to him, she saw how his stomach was bleeding. She turned to the other side, and she finally spotted Grey Worm again, who was laying on the ground in blood. There was a sword in his stomach. No, Yara shook her head and she felt how a tear was rolling down on her cheek. He did not know that man, but she knew that he would die for Daenerys anytime. Just like the others. Many sacrificed themselves to save the world. To save the living. They just can't stop at that moment. They have to believe that they can win. Another few deads turned into dust minute by minute. More and more. She was turning around and saw how Brienne was the one who stepped between Tormund and a dead who wanted to attack him, and that dead people bit into the huge woman and torn out a piece of her neck. Brienne opened her mouth but only blood came out of it and she fell to her knees, and Tormund was the one who cut the zombie into 2 pieces. No. Tormund almost collapsed next to her and tried to revive her, but her eyes were getting stuck and she was not breathing anymore. No. Tormund screamed in his pain. I need you. Yara tried to help him to stand up. Tormund. She told him again while her eyes stopped on Bronn, who couldn't hide anymore there. He wanted to run out of the city, but at least 10 zombies jumped at him, and ate him. Meanwhile his blood was spreading around everywhere. Tormund. They heard how someone was yelling his name and she tried to find where it comes from. Tormund. Here. The man continued shouting, and Yara finally spotted Samwell at some door. She grabbed Tormund. She knew if she doesn't take him away from there, he is going to die. He insisted to stay there, and Yara needed all her strength to pull him away. He lost much strength because of his wounds, so he couldn't resist for too long. Sam jumped next to Yara and helped her to take Tormund inside, and he closed the door and kept it with his body. Tormund was crying and he couldn't even stand up. We're fucked. Yara wiped her forehead and looked at Sam. Where are the others? Sam swallowed and he knew she is so right. Many died. I don't know. Have you seen John? His heart was beating on his throat. They probably out of the city. They were not there with us. Yara tried to think back, but the door banged. We are not safe here. We have to move. Sam stated. Where? Yara spread her arms. That way. Tyrion appeared on the other side of the room. There is a tunnel. Maybe we can win some more time. I won't let my people die out there alone. Yara stepped to Tyrion. I am not a coward like you and your family. No one will remember your family if you die here today, Tyrion told her. I am sure Jon and the Queen do everything to kill that creature. We just have to wait. It makes no sense more of us to die. And do nothing. That is the only thing that you can do. Yara pulled a face. Run away from here like a coward. She was shouting with him. And you? She turned to Samwell. I thought you are brave. Jon cut the head of another right, and he finally had a moment to check his love and his daughter. Daenerys disappeared from the place where she was laying, and when he looked at Nisra, and she was standing there without his daughter, he felt all hope was lost. He jumped at Nisra and shook her by her shoulders. Where are they? He shouted with her. Where is my daughter? He yelled with her even louder and she started to cry. Daenerys took her. She took her away from my arms and they left. Where? Jon was out of his mind. Where? He repeated and he squeezed Nisra's shoulders so tight. It hurts. She tried to speak. I don't care. Where are they? She took her to the Night King. Miss Sandai took herself to the Night King. Daenerys was not herself. She tried to form words. Your daughter forced her to do it. Her eyes were white. Jon almost pushed her to the ground, and without any more words, without thinking he just stormed towards the place where they last spotted the Night King. How can it be possible? Warging into a human was not an average thing. How it could happen? How he couldn't notice it when they left? Why Drogon did not stop them? There were many questions in his mind, and his family was in danger and alone. He was the one who said to Dany, Miss Sandai knows somehow what she is doing, but that moment he was not sure. It more felt his daughter is ready to sacrifice herself than anything else and it cannot be possible. Chapter 180 King's Landing. Daenerys and Miss Sandai were walking towards the Night King. Nothing can go closer to them, or it seemed they did not want to. Some White Walkers were looking at them while they were getting closer to their leader, but they did not try to touch them or hurt them. Dany Jon's voice came from behind them, and the Wrights immediately turned to him and without hesitation, some of them started to run towards Jon to kill him. That moment Dany stopped and turned in his direction. Miss Sandai raised her arm and Dany's arm moved in sync with hers. Some flames appeared around Jon, and the White Walkers couldn't go through it. Jon snots with his sword and killed one of them, but then he realized Miss Sandai did something with him. She made some mantle around him. He glanced at his family and started to hurry up his moves to reach them, but he saw how the Night King also made some steps towards his love and his daughter. He could saw that Miss Sandai's hand was bleeding, and Daenerys was holding a dagger in her hand. Dany, Jon whispered her name. Come back. Come to me. He continued to talk, but she did not move. Now he saw with his own eyes, that her eyes are white. She was not herself. Miss Sandai, honey. Jon swallowed, and it was so strange, but Daenerys raised her eyes at him at that moment. Leave your mother. His voice was trembling. He is going to kill both of you and I can't let it happen. Please come back to me. He tried to form words, but he paid attention to the Wrights around him. They were there, and they clearly can't wait to attack him. They were ready to kill him at the moment they have a chance. Move. He turned in the direction when he heard his sister's voice, and he saw how she and Gendry attacked the enemy at that moment. Miss Sandai. I need your mother. Let her go. Jon stepped more closer to them, and finally, Dany's eyes turned back to normal again, but she had no idea what happened and where are they. Jon jumped next to them in a blink of an eye and moved them away to behind his back, and pulled out his sword. He was standing face to face with the Night King. What? Dany looked around, and the Wrights continuously tried to attack them, but the protective cover was still around them. Missy kept her eyes on her father. Take care of her, Jon told Dany above her shoulder. She did something, to keep us safe. He saw from the corner of his eyes that his sister's fight with the other Wrights looked lost. She and Gendry couldn't win over them. There were too many. I love you, he added, and with his next move, he attacked their main enemy. The one who wanted to destroy the living world and pushed it to darkness. Daenerys was squeezing Miss Sandai in her arms, and the White Walkers were surrounding them, but the little girl was just looking at her father, without a blink. Jon's sword clashed with the Night King's sword, but the blue creature did not strain. He has airy movement, and no matter how many times Jon wanted to hurt him, he failed continuously. Dani was watching the fight and meanwhile, she was holding Miss Sandai in one of her arms, she pulled out her sword with the other. Not even she knew what she can do, meanwhile, she was holding Missy in her chest, but she also knows she won't let anyone hurt her. She was turning round and round, to see everything around them. Mom! Miss Sandai stretched her tiny arm to her mother's face. I need you. You and my brother. This way. Yara tried to cut some way through the zombies. She left Tyrion, she did not agree to leave her soldiers there. She decided to fight for her last breath if that is necessary. Tormund followed her, just like Samwell. They knew at least they have to keep the women safe until they can, who's hiding in the huge hall. Something hit the huge door. They heard it quite clearly. Sansa felt how her heart was beating in her throat. She was looking around worriedly, and her eyes filled with tears. She heard it again. As if something wants to come inside through the door. The women in the room were hugging each other, and they were clearly afraid. They did not want to die. No one wanted to die. Sansa started to feel some panic. She barely could breathe. She thought they are safe there. She thought no one will harm there, behind those huge, closed doors. Jon should have killed the Night King already. He is the only one who could have stopped him, but it seemed they are failed to do it. He and Daenerys. She knew Dany will choose to save herself and that bastard kid, then help the people. She knew it. She is not as great as everyone thinks. She is selfish and she runs away. She was sure. That is why the deads are at the door. That is why they will all going to die. Because that fake queen just leaves them there. Her eyes stopped on Jennifer, who was kneeling and holding a candle in her hands. What the hell are you doing? Don't you hear it? They want to come inside. We are all lost. Not even your god can save us. Neither your great queen. Don't you see it? She just left us here, and run away. That is sure now. Sansa was so hostile and hysterical. Jennifer tried to not pay any attention to her. And those are the leaders who you chose to serve? She totally ruined Jon. She changed him. She changed everything that was good in him. She kept talking. Enough. Jennifer opened her eyes and said quite loudly. The flame ignited at that moment, and she stood up and looked into her eyes. Shut up. How dare you talk to me like that? Sansa tried to hide her surprise. You are what? A coward. Jennifer stepped closer. You are from the north. I am your queen. Sansa swallowed quite a big one, but Jen just started to laugh at her. You'll never be my queen. Jennifer was so definite. You are not a queen. You are a no one. Meanwhile, your people dying out there, you are hiding here and you are afraid of your life. A real ruler would be out there and fight for her people. Fight for them to survive. And that is why you'll never be as good as they are. Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen are the only ones who are good enough to be the rulers of this fucking kingdom. Jennifer was on fire. Only they can save this place, whole Westeros from destruction. Even if that means they have to die. They would sacrifice themselves to save the living world. You can't say that about yourself, right? She raised her brow. Even your sister would be a better ruler for the north than you. She frowned and turned her back at Sansa, then knelt back. She was watching the flame of the candle and muttered something. Nisra, please, pay attention to me. She tried to concentrate. Nisra was standing in the middle of the ground and fire was around here everywhere. She was holding a sword, but the wolves stopped all the White Walkers who tried to attack her. She heard the voice, from far away. The voice of Jennifer. She tried to search for the source of it, but she doesn't see her. Nisra, pay attention. The fire. Jennifer told her, and she focused on the flames. Drogon was doing circles above them, and he kept spread fire to the deads around to hold them back. Meanwhile, the wolves were helping Arya and Gendry to fight. Focus. Jennifer voice ordered her, and she knelt down. She raised her eyes at the direction of the Night King, and she saw Daenerys and Miss Sandai too. They were looking at each other, and Dany shook her head. Meanwhile, Missy raised her tiny hand and placed it to her face. You need to help them. She heard Jennifer voice again. She needs more power. She needs us. Jennifer was still holding that candle, but the noises became louder from the door. Something really want to come through that door. She did not pay any attention to it. She just knew what she has to do. She knew what they have to do to help them. They can't kill the Night King, but they can stop the army before it is too late. Concentrate, she whispered again. Who are you talking to? Sansa frowned and looking at her questioningly, but she did not answer. Nisra knelt down and placed her hand to the ground, deep into the cold snow, which started to melt around her palm. She closed her eyes, and she started some spell. She doesn't know what that means, she just knew she has to say those words, and Jennifer told those words with her. They were chanting together. Drogon roared aloud one after he avoided another spear. He wanted to go closer, he wanted to keep her mother and Missandei safe, but he can't go closer. Dany raised her eyes at him for a moment, then she turned to the direction of Arya and Gendry. They were fighting with their last strength. It was clear. She also spotted Ghost, who made a huge jump and ripped off the arm of a White Walker. Then she glanced at Jon, who was still fighting with the Night King. Wildly. He can't win. Not without me. Missandei told her, and she turned back to her daughter. I need your power. I don't understand, Dany answered with tears in her eyes and shook her head, and that minute Missandei's nose started to bleed. Dany got scared and she saw how the protective cover which was around them started to fade away. She quickly turned to Jon again, and she saw how the Night King could cut his arm at that moment. I can't do alone. Missandei continued, and Dany turned back to her. Dany raised her hand and placed it to Missy's face. Wiped away the blood from her face, and nodded. Do what you have to do, honey. She nodded slowly. I am yours. All my power is yours. She swallowed and closed her eyes, just like Missandei. Nisra felt how warmth floods her arm, from her palms. Meanwhile, the flame of the candle, which Jennifer was holding in her hand, became bigger and bigger. What the hell? Sansa stepped back from her, and that moment the door slammed shut and there were thousands of dead zombies there. Sansa started to walk backward, but she knew there is nowhere to run. They were running towards them, and at that moment she knew this is the end. Missandei opened her eyes and turned to the White Walker, who almost reached her and her mother. She raised her hand, and Dany was in sync with her again. No, they formed the word in sync, and with that word a colossal shock wave swept along the field and all the White Walkers are collapsed to the ground. Nisra blinked once more, then she fell to the snow too. She handed all her power to the little girl. To the princess who was promised. Jennifer also collapsed and spread on the ground. The candle fell asleep and rolled out of her hand. Sansa opened her eyes, and she saw how a dead fell down right at her feet. Just like all the deads around them. She doesn't understand what happened. Gendry and Arya looked at each other, but all their enemies were laying on the ground. They seemed dead, except the Night King. Jon frowned and looked around. He couldn't believe in his own eyes, but the Night King was still alive, and he still wanted to defeat him. When Jon lost his attention for a moment, the blue creature immediately attacked him again and stabbed him by his shoulder deeply. He screamed so loudly, and Long Claw fell to the snow from his hand. The Night King stepped closer to him and made another cut, but Jon grabbed a small dagger from his belt and stabbed the Night King's stomach. The creature did not even feel it, but Jon couldn't raise his arm higher. He fell to his knees with that move and tried to breathe. He tried to get together all his strength, but no matter what Missandei did with the army of the deads. The Night King was too strong, and he felt that he has no chance against him. He tried to stand up, but the Night King was above him with his huge sword. He raised his eyes at him, and before the Night King could make the deadly move, Ghost jumped at the blue creature, and bite his arm deeply, before he throws the huge wolf away. Chapter 181 King's Landing. Daario stormed into the vast hall, where the women were hiding. He looked around and saw lots of deads on the ground. He had no idea what happened, but the same thing happened outside on the battlefield. Some colossal wave came, and all the dead collapsed and they became deads. It was strange. Maybe Daenerys and Jon. Maybe they succeeded and killed the Night King. Maybe the war ended. Maybe they won. He raised his head and his eyes met with Sansa's eyes. She immediately wanted to jump to his neck, and thank him to be there, but Daario's eyes slipped over her and stopped on Jennifer, who was laying on the ground, unconsciously. He jumped there, ignoring Sansa totally, and raised Jennifer's head up to his lap. What happened? He frowned and glanced at Sansa. She pulled a face. She thought she is more important to that man, but he didn't even care about her. He was caressing Jennifer's cheek and tried to wake her up. Sansa, what happened with her? How do I know? Sansa shrugged her shoulders. She did something with that candle and she just fainted. No. Daario turned back to Jen and raised her head a bit more. Don't do this. He shook her a bit. Sansa could kill him with her eyes. Thank God, you are all right. Yara entered the hall with Tormund and Sam. Her eyes also stopped on Jennifer's motionless body, on Daario's arms. No, Tormund spotted her too and he fell to his knees next to his daughter. He pushed Daario away and holding her close. A tear rolled down his face and he tried to wake her up. Samwell was looking around worriedly. He had some injuries but at least he survived, and there was a chance to see his family again, if it is really the end. He turned back to the door and looked outside. The storm was still there. The cold, the snow. It did not disappear, and that was strange. If they killed the Night King, winter should have ended already. What is it? Yara stepped next to him. I don't like that look. Something is wrong. Sam sighed. The deads are gone. Yara took a deep breath. Look around. They are all dead, deads, they can't die more. She shrugged her shoulders. Winter is still here. I am afraid it is not the end. Sam frowned and staring at the clouds, and he spotted some dark shape flying in circles. He took a step forward and tried to recognize it. Suddenly some roars came from the other side of the streets, and the two small dragons landed next to him. He jumped back, he got scared for a moment. The dragons were jumping and roaring as if they wanted to say something to them. Yara and Samuel were staring at the creatures, then Dario also stepped next to them. Something is wrong, he stated immediately. We should find John and Sam hesitated a bit and looked at the captain. And Daenerys. Dario barely finished his sentence and he was already out of the huge hall, running towards the gates of the city. Sansa had no idea what is going on around her. No one paid any attention to her at all. Tormund was holding Jennifer in his arms and begged her to come back to him. Dario, Yara, and Samuel just left her there, and she realized she has no one in her life. Arya, her sister probably died out there during the battle, and she lost the north too. No matter how hard she tried to remain strong, she was broken and lost at that moment. She sat to the edge of the stairs in the hall and sank in her thoughts. Arya, Gendry whispered her name when she wanted to leave him there to help Jon. They saw how he was kneeling in front of the Night King, his sword was on the field, and Ghost just jumped to attack the leader of the Deads. Gendry grabbed her hand and she turned to him. He was pale and he was holding his stomach. Blood appeared on his clothes. He sighed. You are bleeding. Arya placed her hand on his wound, then she glanced at Jon again, who was clearly out of his strength. Sit down, she helped Gendry quickly. I have to. She caressed his face. You. Gendry swallowed a big one and tried to keep his eyes open. Don't. I have to help my brother. Arya felt how a tear rolled down on her face and she wanted to stand up. She loved Gendry, but if there is any chance to help Jon to win this war, she has to help him. She caressed his face once more and she knew maybe that is the last time when they can talk with each other. I love you, she whispered at him, and then a moment later she jumped away from her love. Ghost bit the arm of the Night King, but he tossed him away right straight to a huge tree, and how he slammed into it Jon felt his pain too. He curled up, even more, he was not sure his bones were not broken. The pain filled his whole body. He tried to raise his head up to find his love and Miss Sandai, but he couldn't see them anywhere. Maybe Daenerys did the right thing and took their daughter away from this. That would be a sane decision. Jon, he heard how Arya was shouting his name from afar, and he tried to stand up again. The Night King was staring at him, and when he realized he doesn't mean any threat to him, he turned to his sister, who was running towards him, and he raised his hand to resurrect some of his armies. His smile disappeared quite quickly when he realized it doesn't work. He tried again, and that moment Jon finally could straighten himself. Arya stopped and her mouth fell open. Then just a huge white light spread everything, and it tossed her further from her brother, and from the Night King. She fell to the floor and she lost consciousness. Dario, Samuel, and Yara also saw a huge light. It seems like some explosion. At least it showed them where to go. They were running as fast as they could, and meanwhile they were trying to reach the destination. Samuel slowed down his moves and he realized the snowstorm stopped, and the snow started to disappear from the ground too. It melted so quickly. The weather in the air started to clear, and right that moment they could see everything more clearly. Yara spotted some form moving not too further from them. With long blonde hair, and she could recognize that red cloak anytime. Nisra, she whispered her name, and she ran straight to her. Nisra was trying to stand up many times, but she was so weak. She had no strength in her. She thought she is going to die. Nisra. Nisra. Yara stepped next to her and tried to help her to stand up. It is me. It is. Yara hugged her close and kissed her shoulder. I am here. I thought, you died. She continued, and she started to cry. What? Nisra tried to form words. You did not see it. Yara frowned. What was that white explosion? Was it the Night King? Is he dead? She kept asking questions. I don't. Nisra shook her head, and she was so puzzled. She did not remember anything else, just how she gave her power to Miss Sandai, then she just fainted. She had no other memories. Where are they? Dario finally reached them. Yara raised her eyes at him and shook her head, while she was holding Nisra in her arms. Dario glanced at Sam, and they moved on. Look. Sam warned him not too far from the two girls. They ran towards the body, which was laying on the ground. It was Gendry. He was next to a log, but he was alive. Gendry. Samuel crouched next to him. What happened? Where is Daenerys? Dario interrupted Samuel's question. He lost too much blood. He needs help. Sam frowned after he checked his wounds. Arya Gendry tried to form a word, and he raised his arm so slowly towards the spot where he last saw his love before the explosion happened. Sam stood up and turned to the direction. The Stark girl was really there on the ground. She was not conscious, but she was breathing. Sam checked her pulse. It was quite slow. We need to take them to the city. They won't survive if we leave them here. We need more help. Sam made it clear. We have to find them. Dario was trying to look around. The Night King is dead, they should be fine, but if we won't take Arya and Gendry to the city immediately. Samwell tried to convince him, but Dario only paid attention to find his queen. We can send more help when we... Sam continued, but that moment Drogon landed not too far from them and roared. Loudly, and painfully. He almost lay in the ground and he placed his wings around something. No. Dario barely could form a word, and without any hesitation, he ran towards the dragon, who kept roaring. When he reached the huge animal, Drogon growled at him, but he raised his hand to keep him calm. I am here to help, he whispered to the huge animal. Drogon did not move for some seconds, but then he straightened himself, and he let Dario see what he was hiding under his wings. No. No no no. Dario couldn't believe in his own eyes. Jon, Daenerys and Miss Missandei were there, laying on the ground. Jon's arms were around his family so protectively. Drogon roared again and he lowered his head to smell them. He touched his mother with his nose but she did not move. Her arms were around her daughter. Dario felt how a tear appeared in his eyes and Samwell finally arrived there. He got shocked. His mouth falls open and he did not want to believe it. They saved everyone. They risked their lives to save humanity. They heard a noise from the woods, and Sam spotted Ghost who was walking towards them half a foot. He was full of injuries, and many parts of his body were bleeding. He barely could walk. The huge white wolf walked closer to the family and he started to lick Jon's face, but he did not react anything. Ghost began to whimper so softly and painfully. He laid next to Jon and wanted to hide under his arms. It can't end like this. Dario wiped the tear away from his face but he couldn't take his eyes off of the sight of the Targaryen family. They gave up on everything to save everyone else. We have to take them to the city. Maybe there is hope to heal them too. Sam tried to talk but his voice was trembling. Dario knelt next to Daenerys and placed his hand on her neck to feel her pulse. The sun started to shine above them, and everything became so warm in a minute. Winter is gone, just as the Night King. Some other soldiers arrived there, and Dario stood up and ordered them to take everyone back to the city. Samwell was watching how they raise up the bodies and started to walk back with them. The wolf too. He added and looked at Ghost. Come on buddy. Dario crouched next to him and raised him up to his arms. They need you, Dario warned Sam, and he nodded, but he wanted to check something. He walked to the spot which was still covered with snow. A small little place. Probably the explosion happened there. He crouched to see it more clear, and he realized that is not snow. That was ash. Probably the ashes of the Night King. He swept all of it to the pocket of his cloak and he stood up. He raised his eyes to the sky and he saw how Drogon flew up and followed his mother to the city. Then he looked around. There were dead bodies anywhere. They have to work a lot to clean it up. And he needed answers. Chapter 182. King's Landing. How it goes. Samwell found Dario in front of the huge castle. They were trying to clean up the city, and they made huge bonfires to burn the dead bodies. 2 days passed since they won the battle. The greatest battle ever. It takes some more days, Dario sighed, then turned to Sam. He was looking at him questioningly. Sam knows what he wanted to ask and just shook his head for an answer. Dario nodded and took a deep breath. He turned back to the streets. We won. Only that matters. Sam placed his hand on his shoulder. But for what price? Dario glanced at him and left him there to help the others around. He always loved her. Tyrion interrupted Sam after Dario left him there. I mean, he never stopped loving the queen and I am sure he blames himself. That he was not there with her. He continued. We have huge losses, that is sure, but humanity survived, Samwell answered. My lords. A woman stopped in front of them with a small little child in her arms. What can we do for you? Tyrion smiled at the woman. Do you need food for the baby, or? No. No. We have everything. She answered with a small smile and adjusted the baby in her arms. Is there any chance to meet with the rulers? I mean, I want to. You mean Bran, the Broken? Tyrion frowned in surprised. No, I do not owe any thanks to him. She made it clear what she thinks about Bran. I want to thank that Stark man and the Dragon Queen that they saved us. That they came back and helped to stop those creatures. She explained. Tyrion glanced at Sam. He narrowed his eyes but he had no idea what to answer. We cannot be grateful enough for what they did. The woman continued. They are not the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. Jon Snow is not a king. Tyrion corrected her words. For me, he is more a king than anyone else in the shit history of this land. She looked into his eyes. And the Dragon Queen? Tyrion raised a brow. If you call Jon Snow as your king, that means Daenerys Targaryen is your queen. He wanted to hear her reaction. We all did horrible things in our lives, my lord. Many years passed, and we are not like Northerners. We can forget and forgive and give new chances. Especially if the person deserves it. That woman may do horrible things, but if the gossips are true, she came back from death and we saw with our own eyes, how she wants to fix her mistakes, how she uses her dragons to save all of us from that terrible thing. You should understand this, you've got forgiveness many times as I know. Arya was sitting next to Gendry's bed. He was weak, but his life was not in danger anymore. Sam took care of his wounds and gave him some medicines. He just had to rest a lot. She was holding his hands and smiled at him when he opened his eyes. You are here, he whispered to her. Where else would I be? She rolled her eyes. What happened there? Gendry tried to remember, but he had only blurred pictures in his head. You don't have to worry about it. It ended. And you are going to be fine. She caressed his head. But what happened with Jon? And the kid? And do they survive? Gendry kept asking the questions and Arya swallowed a quite big one. Wish I knew what happened, but 2 days earlier, the final battle. Arya left Gendry behind and the Night King turned to her. He was clearly smiling, but at least she could avoid the Night King's attention from Jon until he stands up. He has to stand up. It cannot end that way. She wanted to help, and she defeated him once. The Night King raised his arms. Spread his arms, and looked around, but nothing happened. Arya stopped for a moment. She did not want to run into the dead's arms, if he can resurrect them again. She pulled out her sword and waited for them to stand up, but no one moved. Nothing happened. The Night King's face turned mad. He clearly did not understand what happened and why he can't bring his army back. Arya, she heard how Gendry was shouting her name. At first, she did not turn in his direction. She saw how Jon finally straightened himself and raised his sword again. The storm became crueler and they barely could see anything through the snow. Arya, Gendry repeated her name again. She turned in his direction for a moment. He raised his finger to show her something, but when she turned back to the direction of the Night King, some huge light came across the field and it hit her body so hard. She hit her head to the ground and lost consciousness. Then I wake up in a bed here. She finished. What did you see? What were you trying to show me? Arya raised her eyes at Gendry. I saw Daenerys and Missandei, I think, but I am not sure. He narrowed his eyes. He tried to move, but his stomach was still hurt. I just know I can't let you go closer. I needed to hold you back. It doesn't make sense. Arya shook her head. I couldn't let you die. Gendry squeezed her hand and smiled a bit. I've told you. I don't want to lose you again. You better sleep. You have to feel better as soon as possible. She stood up and kissed his forehead. Where are you going? He did not want to let her go. Deep in his heart, he was afraid, she is going to leave him again. To live her dreams, to have adventures. I am coming back soon. But there are others, who need some care. She sighed. I won't hop on a ship and sail away. You don't have to worry about it. She smiled at him, and walked out of his room. Arya was walking in the corridors and glanced to many rooms. The doors were open in most of the rooms, and she can see inside. There were many injured people there. One room after the other. Too many. Many lost their lives or got wounds that will never heal. Many risked their lives. They were heroes. All of them. Everyone who fought in that battle. She heard voices from the next room and she stopped at the door. A Northerner soldier was laying on the bed, and someone just closed his eyes with his fingers. A woman and 2 children were standing next to the other side of the bed and they were crying. Vala Morghulis, Arya whispered, but her eyes stopped on the family. Many lost their loved ones. Will that pain ever heal? Is there any cure for this pain? She remembered quite well when she lost her father, her mother, her brother, Robb. She thought she is immune to this feeling by now, but she was not. Even Bran's death wore her. He was her little brother in a way or another. No matter what he became later. She got scared when Samwell told her a day earlier, that he is not sure that Gendry is going to survive. She felt how her heart started to squeeze and she barely could breathe. That family probably felt the same in the room, but she was lucky enough because Gendry was alive. Her eyes met with the women's eyes in the room and nodded towards her, then she just walked on. To her surprise, she ran into an unexpected person when she reached the room where she wanted to go. What are you doing here, Sansa? She raised her eyes at her sister, who was standing in front of the door. Her hand was resting on the door handle, but she did not go inside. Sansa. Arya tried to get her attention. I just. She pulled her hand back from the handle and clasped her hands together in front of her body. I wanted to see. How are they, feeling? That is all. Arya raised a brow. What? Why do I feel that you think I plan something against them? She shocked and took a step back from her sister. I did not say a word. Arya remained calm. I just asked, what are you doing here? He is my brother too. Sansa sighed. But it would be better for you if she had died out there for sure. You can't even hide your hatred towards her. Arya stepped to the door. She was a threat to the north. Sansa hissed. No. Arya shook her head and looked into her eyes. I only understood later too. She was never a threat to the north. If we don't try everything to turn Jon against her, she would never be a threat. We should have accepted her, and support our brother in his decision. But, we have been disappointed many times in our lives, and we couldn't trust anyone else. That was our greatest mistake. I don't think it is a good idea. You. To go inside. She finished her words and opened the door by the handle. Yara entered Nisra's room. She was sitting at the window and looking outside. She felt the warmth of the sun on her face. She never thought she can feel it again. Yara slowly walked closer. She died, right? Nisra asked quietly, but she did not turn to her lover. She did. A couple of minutes ago. Samwell tried to do everything to save her, but she was so weak, she has literally no strength in her. Samwell said it was strange because she doesn't have any visible wounds, but... Yara explained. She accomplished her mission, which I was not able to do. Nisra talked in a strange way. I failed. Nisra lowered her head and she started to cry. He picked the wrong person. I failed, she repeated, but Yara had no idea what she was talking about. She sat opposite her and took her hands. You didn't fail. You are here and alive and that is why I failed. She slowly raised her eyes at her. I was not able to do the task which I was selected by the Lord. I couldn't be selfless and give all my power, my life to save everyone else because I did not want to die. I wanted to live. I only could think about how much I want to see you again, how much I want to have a life with you. I did not want to die. Yara barely could understand her words. She was crying so hysterically, and her hands were shaking. Nisra, it is not your fault. Xenofire's death is not, you were on the other side of the city, you were in the middle of the battle, you did everything for them. You came here, you brought the dragons here. You did not do anything wrong. She tried to calm her down. You can't understand it. She shook her head and jumped up. I knew what I had to do. I knew when Kinvara died at the shores of Dragonstone that I have to die too to make it end. But I was too weak and selfish. She almost shouted. I only cared about myself, and that is why. Daenerys Targaryen can't survive. And it is my fault. She barely could breathe. You are upset and confused. You should sleep, have some rest. Yara stood up and walked to her. Samwell said, he said they still have a chance to survive, they have not died yet. You shouldn't blame yourself. You did nothing wrong. Yara was trying everything to help her. Leave me alone, Nisra told her so emotionless and turned her back at her. You shouldn't be. Yara tried. Leave me alone. She shouted with her again, and threw a candlestick towards her. Yara raised her hands and slowly walked towards the door. I am here. If you need anything I'll be here, she added quietly and she stepped out of the door. Nisra collapsed to the floor and she continued crying. Yara can't understand. She held her power back. She did not give all the power which Miss Sandai needed to defeat the Night King, so the little girl used her mother's strength without knowing it. She placed her arms around his legs and she was totally destroyed. She survived, yes, but for what price? Chapter 183. King's Landing. Sansa. Arya almost screamed her sister's name after she entered the room. Jon was lying on the floor, unconsciously, next to Dany's bed. Sansa. Arya screamed her sister's name again, and she crouched next to Jon, to raise him from the floor, but she was not strong enough to do it alone. What the? Sansa appeared in front of the door and her mouth fell open. Help! Arya raised her eyes at Sansa and she tried to raise Jon again. Sansa after a moment jumped there and helped to put her brother back to the bed. Go, and find Samwell. Arya told her his wounds are bleeding. Probably those ruptured when he tried to get up. I should have stayed here. Right. Go. Sansa nodded and her eyes stopped on Daenerys's body. She was still lying there, without moving, her breathing was calm but looked so slowly. Sansa, now. Arya warned her, and she nodded quickly and just left the room. Arya turned back to Jon and his forehead was so warm. Gosh, what did you do? She asked quietly and put a wet cloth to his forehead from the vessel next to his bed. Everything is going to be all right. He wiped his forehead and she glanced at Daenerys. Everything has to be all right, she repeated her words but she was not sure anymore. A couple of minutes passed and Arya worried so much. She saw how he was bleeding, and she tried to help, but she couldn't move John's body too easily. What happened? Sam stormed into the room finally and he got scared when he spotted the blood on John's body. He removed his shirt and immediately started to treat the wounds. To stop the bleeding. He can't lose more blood. He is, feverish, Arya told him worriedly. His body is trying to heal itself. That is normal, but we have to keep that in a limit. Sam answered meanwhile his hands were moving so fast. Arya saw from the corner of her eyes how Sansa was standing at the door and watching them. Give me a scissor, Sam told to Arya, and she did what he asked immediately. She glanced at her sister again, whose eyes were resting on Daenerys's body. She took a step closer to the Targaryen queen and swallowed. She kept her promise. She saved her sister, she saved the living world. She sacrificed herself for others. She put her arms around her body and just staring at her. Maybe her sister was right, but, she couldn't forget what she did with King's Landing. How desperate she was when they were talking about the North, or the war against Cersei. She couldn't understand how others can't see the darkness in her. What happened? Samwell finished to tie John's wound in his stomach and raised his eyes at Arya. I was not here. I came back to see how they are, and I found him on the floor. Arya sighed. Probably he awoke and, we can't leave them here alone. No. No, we can't. Sam agreed. The soldiers are going to finish soon, then we'll have more help. He swallowed, then he turned and looked around. Where? He looked towards Dany's bed then back. Where is the girl? What? Arya frowned. Where is Miss Sandai? Sam turned to the third bed and removed the blanket from it, but it was empty. Where is Miss Sandai? He asked them again, and Arya did not hesitate a minute. She grabbed her sister and pressed her to the wall with a knife in her hand. What did you do with her? She asked Sansa, so threateningly. What? Sansa was surprised and shocked. She had no idea what she was talking about. You were here. I found you in front of their room. What did you do with her? She asked again, and she was so mad and angry. She made an oath to her brother that she'll take care of that little girl if they will not be able to do it, and she learned through the years, those oaths cannot be broken. Not even if her sister is the one who made the crime. Where is she? She almost shouted with Sansa. Arya, I did nothing. Sansa started to cry. I was not here. I did not come inside. She barely could talk. She got scared of her own sister. If I find out it was you. Arya wanted to continue. We have to find her. Sam stopped the quarrel between them. She can't be too far. He worried. He thought the worst of course. Miss Sandai was unconscious too. After the battle. She was in the same condition as her mother. There were no visible wounds on her, but she did not come to mind, and now she disappeared. Sam just hoped, no one took her. That would be a disaster too. Not to mention he had no idea how he'll explain it to Jon or Daenerys if they come to mind. If they ever come to mind. I have to stay. Check the other wounds of him. He tried to think wisely, find Daario and inform him to send some soldiers to help. He added. She must be in the castle. The girls left him there and he turned back to Jon. He wiped a tear away from his face. He tried to act strong and confident, but it was harder and harder as the days passed. Yara was walking alone in the corridors. She really couldn't understand Nisra's behavior. They are alive. They fought, until their last breath. Jon and Daenerys too. She felt sorry for them, she would have died for her chosen queen. Daenerys Targaryen deserved so much more than lose her life, her family in that battle, but, that doesn't mean Nisra should have died. She can't understand, why she kept saying that thing. About her task, her role. It was strange and nonsense. She did not pay any attention to the things surrounded her, and Arya just bumped into her. Have you seen Miss Sandai? She asked Yara without hesitation. What? The princess. Have you seen her? Arya's heart was beating in her throat. She ran through the corridors, and desperately tried to find her. Arya, what happened? I don't have time to chat. We have to find her. I thought she is injured and between life and death. Yara frowned. Is she awake? We don't know. But she disappeared. Arya took a deep breath and went towards. She is not with Nisra, I am sure. I was just there. Yara followed her. I go outside and check her. Maybe she is with the dragons. Arya left her there and stormed out. Tormund was sitting next to Jennifer's body, and holding her hand. He was crying. He did not let anyone take her out of the room. He needed some time to mourn his daughter. He just got her back, and he already lost her. It was too much for him. He lost many others in the past few years, and it never broke him down. But losing his daughter, his long-lost daughter. He felt he can't handle that pain. He heard some noises from the door, and he raised his head up and wiped his tears away immediately, but it was just Ghost. He pushed the door a bit, to see inside. "Buddy, are you okay?" Tormund took a deep breath and stretched his hand towards the huge wolf. He took a step towards the giant man, but he was not alone. When he stepped inside, Tormund spotted Miss Sandai too, who was clung to the wolf's fur. "What are you doing here, little girl?" He stood up and went to her immediately. "I thought." He was surprised. "I am glad that you are okay. Your dad? Is he okay too?" He tried to ask her, meanwhile, he raised her up but her eyes stopped on Jennifer and she did not say anything. Tormund walked back to his seat and sat down. Ghost laid down next to his legs. "What are you doing here alone?" He looked at the little girl, but Miss Sandai kept her eyes on Jennifer. "She loved you," she answered Tormund with her kind and soft voice. "I felt her feelings. She loved you, and she got everything she wanted. She got you back." Miss Sandai told him, and he was staring at her with wide eyes. He knows that little girl is special, but he doesn't really understand her power like no one else. "She wanted to protect you." Miss Sandai leaned to Tormund's chest, and she was so tiny. She lost in his arms. The huge man couldn't hold her tears back. "She'll never wake up again." Tormund was fighting with his tears, with his feelings. "No. But without her we'd all have fallen asleep forever," Miss Sandai answered, and the next moment Ghost raised his head up and stood up threateningly towards the door. Tyrion stepped inside the room. He stopped immediately when he spotted the huge wolf. "Do not hurt me. I don't want to hurt you." He raised his palm towards the wolf. "What are you doing here?" Tormund immediately stopped crying and he stood up. "Tyrion, did you?" Sansa also appeared behind Tyrion, but Ghost was still standing there, in front of Tormund and Miss Sandai, protectively. "Oh my goodness, she is here." She wanted to step closer, but Ghost growled. She got scared for a moment. "Ghost, it is me." She frowned. "As I see, he doesn't trust you too," Tormund stated. "Everyone is looking for her." Sansa swallowed a big one and kept her eyes on the wolf. She did not understand why he acts like this with her. She escaped from her room. "I wanted to get help for my dad," Miss Sandai answered and raised her eyes at Tormund. "He was awake, but he has pains. We'll go there." Tormund nodded and glanced at her daughter one more time, then he walked out of the room with Miss Sandai in his arms. Sam was sitting next to Jon's bed, and he buried his face in his palms. He was not sure he is able to save them, and above all, he lost their daughter too. He promised Daenerys that he'll take care of her. He'll raise her as his own child if anything happens with them, and he lost her already. He had no idea how he is going to explain it to Jon or Daenerys if they awake. If Jon has better chances. He got deep wounds, but those wounds were curable, but, he turned to Daenerys. She doesn't have any, meanwhile, she was so weak and barely had any strength in her. She was in the same condition as Jennifer, and he couldn't save her either. She died. She gave up, her body gave up and she died. No matter how hard he tried to save her. When he turned back to Jon, he barely could breathe. "Jon." He jumped up from the seat when he saw his friend opened his eyes slowly. "Jon. How are you?" He swallowed again and checked his pulse. Sam. He took deep breaths, and he felt so weak and tired. "Don't worry. Those tranquilizers make you weak but help to heal." He smiled at his friend, and Jon turned his head to the other bed. Dany, he whispered her name and tried to raise his arm but it was not that easy. She is going to be okay." Sam lied to him. It did not make any sense, to make him worried. "You're both going to be okay." He continued, and Jon nodded again. He opened his mouth to say something, but it took some seconds when he finally could do it. "Where? My dog?" "Miss Sandai," he asked Sam and he hesitated with the answer. He had no idea what to say. "Sam." Jon swallowed and raised his eyes at him. He was looking straight into his eyes and at that moment he felt he couldn't lie to his friend, but he tried to convince himself that he has to. "You have to feel better before." He tried to avoid answering the question. "Where is my daughter?" Jon got all his strength together and asked it again. "Where is she?" He finally opened his eyes fully and he waited for the answer. "Do not tell me that." No. She is alive and she is okay. I am sure." Sam was embarrassed and he started to stutter. But. Chapter 184. King's Landing. Here. Drink this. Sam handed a cup of drink to John. It will help to feel better, he added with a small nod. John did that he asked, quickly, but at the moment he finished it he tried to move and get up from the bed. What are you doing? Sam placed his hand to his shoulder to stop him. If you are not going to tell me where is my daughter, he spoke in pieces. It was clear he had pains and it was hard for him to move, but he couldn't think of anything else, just his daughter. He worried about her. John. Please. Sam tried to convince him to stay there. You are never going to heal if you get up now. When you've got up from the bed, you fainted, and your wounds started to bleed again. It is a bad idea. He tried with everything. Where is my daughter Sam? John grabbed his shoulder and staring at his face. Sam opened his mouth, then closed it. He felt ashamed. He felt wrong. Sam. John raised his voice a bit. I am so sorry. Sam lowered his head. Dad. Tormund opened the door, and he entered with Miss Sandai in his arms. The tiny girl smiled so hard when she spotted his dad is awake. John's eyes filled with tears and he stretched her arms towards the huge man and Tormund handed Missy to her dad with a smile on his face. He lost his daughter, but at least that tiny girl got her father back. He glanced at Daenerys, and then he looked to Sam. He shook his head a bit, then they both turned to John who was squeezing Miss Sandai so tightly. Darling. He kissed her forehead, and no matter how weak he was happy. At least Miss Sandai was fine, and she was healthy. There were no injuries in her. I was so worried, he whispered to her, and the tiny little girl was clinging to his neck. John hissed in his pain. Miss Sandai, you should let your father rest, Samwell told her quietly. She removed her arms from her father's neck and she turned to her mother. Staring at her longingly. Her motionless body. She was breathing slowly, in a balanced way, but she should have come to her mind already. She is going to be fine. John kissed her head. Your mother is going to wake up soon and everything will be fine. He tried to calm down her daughter. Right, Sam? He wanted some confirmation. Yet. He started to answer. She won't. Miss Sandai cut Samwell's words and she kept her eyes on her mother. She will. John tried to convince her. She is going to be fine, and we'll be together again. Don't worry, darling. No. Miss Sandai shook her head and looked at her father. She can't. What are you talking about? John frowned. Sam, he raised his eyes at his friend and Sam felt he can't lie to him. He had to tell the truth. Sam tried to talk. Mom is weak. She barely has any strength in her. Missy continued. And which she has, she wants to give it to the child. She wants him to be alive. Even the cost of her life. She was talking quietly and wanted to climb down from her father's lap. Everyone was in silence in the room. Miss Sandai stretched her hand to her mother, but she couldn't reach her. John wanted to move there to help her, but when he tried to stand up he fell back to the bed and placed his hand to his stomach. Tormund was the one, who stepped closer and raised Miss Sandai up. I would like to have a word with Sam. John sighed and raised his eyes at Tormund. Little princess, do you want to eat something? Tormund looked at her, but he already started to walk outside with her in his arms. The door was open, but he did not notice Nisra, who was standing there, on the other side of the door. She was standing there in silence, she heard every word. She raised her head up, and her eyes met with Miss Sandai's eyes, but the tiny girl did not say a word. She just lowered her head a few seconds later, and she was crying. Nisra closed her eyes. What did I do? She asked herself quietly and leaned back to the wall. So what is the truth? John raised his eyes at Samwell. The truth is, they. Sam stuttered. Sam, do not try to spare me. I want to know the truth. What is going on with her? He became a bit mad and he was nervous. He raised his voice no matter how those sudden movements hurt him. He needed the answers, he had to know the truth. I don't know. Sam lowered his head. Jennifer. She is gone. I couldn't do anything for her. Why is this related to her? John lost his patience. Because she was in the same state like the queen. Sam swallowed a big one. She did not have any injuries or wounds. She was healthy and, life just, left her body. And I have no idea how and what happened. He explained. I couldn't save her. I tried. I tried to, what happened there? Sam asked him. When you killed the Night King. What happened there? Maybe that, what happened? He hated it. He hated that he doesn't have a solution, and he wanted to understand. Save her, Sam. John almost begged him. Save her. You have to save her. His eyes were filled with tears. I promise I'm going to do everything. But you have to tell me what happened there. Maybe that can help. To help her. Sam stepped closer and sat to the edge of the bed. You have to tell me everything. Every detail. He was staring at John, but he was just staring at Daenerys and he hated that he can't go closer to her. That he can't hug her. John Sam tried to get his attention. Couple days earlier the death of the Night King. John was trying to stand up. The Night King deeply wounded him, but at least Arya won some time for him to attack him. He realized he lost his sword, and it was on the field, so he pulled out a dagger. At the moment he wanted to put the dagger to the Night King's back even if that not kill him forever. He spotted Daenerys and Missandei at the other side of him. He stopped and Daenerys stepped closer. Her eyes were still white and she stepped closer to the Night King without hesitation with their daughter in her arms. John forgot to breathe at that moment. The iced creature turned to them and smiled, but Missandei placed her hand to his chest and that smile is gone. He couldn't even move. The little girl was staring at his face, and the next thing John saw, was Daenerys who pierced her daughter's hand with a dagger, which was right on the heart of the Night King. The creature's eyes rounded and lowered his head but Missandei did not remove her eyes from him. He was staring at him and murmured something. Quietly. Not even in the common language. John felt how his heart was beating in her throat, and Dany's eyes suddenly became normal again. When she saw what she just did she got scared, and she lost all her strength in that minute. John jumped there, pulled out the dagger from the Night King's chest to escape her daughter, and he hugged both of them close despite the fact, he barely could stand on his feet. The Night King took a step back from them and he placed his hand to his heart. There was a huge hole in his chest, which started to shine. John tried to take his family away from him, he pulled them with himself. And then he just exploded. He finished, and even the speech was tiring for him. There was a huge explosion. As if he shattered. He tried to breathe normally. And then? I don't know. I have not other memories. He shook his head. You better have some rest. Sam stood up and he started to understand everything but he was not sure he understands well. Before he could leave John grabbed his hand. Tell me you have something. He barely could form words. He was tired, and the tranquilizer which Sam gave him earlier to have some rest started to take effect finally. Tell me you can. I'll do everything that I'm able to do for her. I promise. Sam placed his hand to his hand and put it back to the bed. I promise to you, John. I promise, he whispered again and stepped to Daenerys. Do not give up. Just not yet. He sighed and turned to leave them there. He needed to take a look that he is right or not. He needed to know more. He did not notice Nisra either when he left the room. She was still standing at the door, and her eyes were filled with tears. She knew it shouldn't be like that. No. Daenerys Targaryen has to live. There was no other way. Her daughter needs her. The people in Westeros needs her. Humans need her. She was the queen who can make a better world, with Jon Snow by her side. That is not right. Not in this way. Even if that means she has to die. She entered the room, and went straight to Dany's bed, and took her hand. She was ready to sacrifice herself. She took her hand and squeezed it, but nothing happened. No matter how much she tried to concentrate. She was not enough to make a miracle happen. She placed her hand on her belly, and she felt the baby. The baby who was just growing in her. Who has to born? There was no other way. She tried to focus again and squeezed her hand, but she couldn't even feel her lord. The Lord of Lights maybe, refuses his graces from her. No. No. Please. She begged to him and raised her eyes to the ceiling. Please, she whispered those words again, but she felt nothing. She released Dany's hands and tried to think. She was standing there for another minute. Staring at her motionless body. I am sorry, she whispered those words and started to step back to leave the room, but when she turned forward, she bumped into Daario. What are you doing here? He raised a brow. Samwell asked me to come here, to keep my eyes on them but, he said no one is here. He was staring at her face. Did you cry? He leaned closer. No. No I have to go. Nisra almost pushed him away from her way, and she hurried back to her room. She needed to get in touch with her lord. She needed his forgiveness. She needed to get the power to give strength to Daenerys Targaryen. Daario looked after her then when she disappeared in the corner he walked inside the room. He sat in the chair between Daenerys and Jon but his eyes stopped on Dany. He hated it. He hated to see her in that way, even if she refused to love him, he never stopped loving her. She was not just his queen. She was much more than that, and he hated that he was not there. That he couldn't help her. He sniffed and wiped his nose. You should have saved her. You know that. He glanced at Jon, who was sleeping. You should have died to save her. He continued and took a deep breath. Nisra found Yara in her room but she did not pay any attention to her. She grabbed many candles and set them on fire. What are you doing? You should leave, Nisra stated and turned to the candles, and she chanted some words again and again. Desperately. Yara was standing next to her, speechless. She doesn't understand what is going on. Leave. Please. Nisra glanced at her again. Please. She added and looked into her eyes, and that was enough for Yara. She was hurt, but she nodded and turned her back at the Red Priestess, and walked out of the room. Alone. Chapter 185. King's Landing. The sun sets down, and the night has come. It was so dark, and there was huge silence around the city. Samuel was in the huge library of King's Landing. He was trying to find something. He knows he has to try everything to save Daenerys, but he had no idea and no knowledge about that mysterious force that took Dany's life power away. He was the man of sciences. Meanwhile, he knew there are inexplicable things in the world. Even he met many of those. Jon Snow and Daenerys both were resurrected, and he did not have any explanation for those happenings either. Maybe that force exceeds his knowledge. It was so much easier, with Jennifer. She knew a lot of things. She found answers for many things that he never figured out. But, he couldn't save her, and not it seems he has no chance to save the queen. Despite the fact that he promised Jon. He buried his face to his palms and he was trying to think. Maybe Nisra could help him, but she did not answer his knocks. She locked up in her room and no matter how hard they tried to ask her for help, she did not answer. She ignored them. Maybe. Sam leaned back on his chair. Why Jennifer died, why Daenerys' life is in danger, meanwhile she is alive and well. If they all were helping together to Miss Missandei, she should have been in the same condition. Not that he wished that for her. No, he was happy that she is alive, but that makes no sense. Sam. He heard a knock and Arya stepped inside. What are you doing here? Where is they? In safe. With Tormund. Arya smiled. They fell asleep. In her room. He said he won't let her alone. She continued and sat next to him. Seeing your face, gives no cause for hope. She sighed. Daenerys knew. She felt she asked me to, kind of adopt Miss Missandei if anything happens with them. Of course, I don't have to because Jon survived but... He won't survive if he loses her again, Arya added. I am sure he dies if he... She swallowed. That is what I am afraid of, Sam admitted. He lost her once. Arya continued. He killed her and based on the things that Tormund said, it almost killed him too. The loss and the pain. He doesn't deserve it. A tear fell from her eye and she swiped it quickly. He always wanted to help people, he always fought for everyone else. Now we have to fight for him. We have to do everything to save her. Please. Nisra was begging to the flames. Please. I regretted it. You have to help me. You cannot deny your power. She was crying desperately. There were many candles around her and the flames were so mystical. She knows her lord hears her, but she also knows she doesn't deserve his trust anymore. She failed. She exactly knew what she had to do, but she was afraid to do it. She was selfish and she made a mistake. She exactly knew she has to die that day. She should have died, but she was a coward to sacrifice herself for the realm. For the people. For Daenerys. Now she knew it was her biggest mistake. How Miss Missandei was looking at her. The little girl knows too. She knows it is her fault. Daenerys trusted her. She remembered quite well when Daenerys said she belongs to her family, and the queen would have sacrificed herself for her family, not like, she was not that brave. And because of her cowardice, she destroyed the future of Westeros. They should have ruled together. The Lord wanted that. It was so clear. She felt and heard his words on her head, when Kinvara sacrificed herself for them, to save them from the deads. She knew the order, and she denied it at the moment when she pulled her hand away and did not give all her power to the little girl. I can bring her back. She raised her eyes at the flames again. I am going to bring her back if you help me. She continued begging to the fire. On the other side of the castle, Miss Missandei opened her eyes and turned to the candles. She saw Nisra in it. She saw in the flames how she is begging the Lord to change his decision. She squeezed her blanket and she whispered some words quietly. Give us the power to save my mom. Jon also woke up. The wind started to blow so fiercely. He even heard a wolf howling. Probably it was ghost, but he was not sure, he was not just dreaming. He swallowed and opened his eyes. The medicines that Sam gave him really helped. He felt better but weak. He tried to look around, and he spotted Daario in the room. He was sleeping in the chair. He slowly turned his head to Daenerys. She was in the same position like hours ago when he was oppressed by those sedatives. So nothing changed. He tried to put all his strength together, and he pushed himself up on the bed. He sat to the edge of it and hesitated. He did not want to wake Dario up. He knew Dario is there to keep him in his bed, to prevent him to do any thoughtless or rash thing. He slowly stood up and took a careful step towards Daenerys. He sat to the edge of her bed and grabbed her hand. Raised it up and gave a kiss to it. He placed his other hand on her cheek and caressed it. He barely could sit there but he wanted to touch her. He wanted to feel her. He needed her like he needed air. His eyes filled with tears, while he was caressing her face, and she did not react to his touches. Dany, he whispered her name and squeezed her hand. You can't give up. You just can't. It is over. We won. He sniffled. We defeated all of our enemies. We defeated the Night King. Bran. We won. You can't leave me now. You just can't. He tried to talk quietly, but he barely could hold his tears back. And he placed his hand to her belly. He needs to be born. And I know he will. And you are going to survive it. There is no other option. You have to survive, he needs you. Your daughter. Missandei needs you. He swallowed. I need you, he confessed. I have no idea what to do without you. I am no one without you. I can't imagine my life without you. He sighed. I tried. I tried to live without you once. I really tried, but I couldn't. I wanted to end my life, and I know you want me to be strong, but I can't be strong if you are not by my side. He raised her hand to his mouth, and he kissed it again and again. You promised me, that you're never going to leave me. You promised, just as I promised you. And I am here. I am here, and I am ready to start a new life with you. Here, at Dragonstone, or the other side of the world. No matter where, until I can be with you and with my family. With my children. So you can't let me down now. He tried to calm himself down, and he believed that she hears his words. You know I can't raise her alone. I am going to screw up, and you want a better life for her, that I can give her, alone I can't. Dany, you are my life. You are, much more than that. He cried. He couldn't help himself. The tears filled his eyes, and those tears rolled down his face. I love you so much. You have no idea how much. He leaned over her and gave a kiss to her forehead. I never thought I am able to love that much, he whispered to her, and that minute he heard Darius sniffled behind him. He turned to him, and he saw how he wiped his face. He stood up and stepped to Jon. Gave him his hand to help him to stand up but he shook his head. I want to stay, he answered quietly and turned back to Daenerys. Sam told that you should rest. Dario tried again. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters if she is not going to awake. Nothing matters then. It doesn't matter if I live or die. He caressed her face again. You forget one important thing. Your daughter. Dario was serious. Even if Daenerys, is not going to survive, you have a daughter. And you were right. She surely wants you to be strong, because if... It was even hard for Dario to say those words. If she dies, you have to take care of her daughter, your daughter. You have to be strong, and you have to live. Because of the princess. He placed his hand to Jon's shoulder. And we'll all be here to help, he added. Thank you, Jon whispered his answer, and he let Dario help him back to his bed. He checked his wound but it was okay. It was not bleeding. I know you blame me, Jon told him, and his hand stopped and stepped back from him. He sat back in the chair. You don't have to lie. Even I blame myself. I should have never let her be there. When I first noticed Missandei can walk into her. I should have sent her away, and to be honest. I thought she took our daughter away from there, and I did not mind it. I thought she got scared of losing our daughter and escape with Missandei. That would be the sane decision. Jon continued. Even if she had to leave me behind, she should have done that. But Daenerys Targaryen is not that woman. Dario smiled a bit. No, she is not. Jon agreed with him. And she wouldn't be so proud of you right now. Dario frowned. She said, she doesn't know a more honorable man than you. She said, she couldn't wish a better father for her daughter than you. And now you give up. Give up on her, and give up on your daughter. I don't. Jon shook his head. It is hard to imagine my life without her. I don't want to imagine it. And if so? If she... Dario glanced at Daenerys, then he turned back to Jon. If she dies? What are you going to do? Sail back to Essos or Dragonstone? Whatever my daughter wants. A place where she can be happy. Where she can live a normal life, a life that her mother wanted for her. Jon looked at Daenerys again. I don't think it will be that easy. Daario raised his brow. People around the streets, talking about you as their king. Talking about a Stark man and the Dragon Queen as the saviors of the Seven Kingdoms. He clasped his fingers. I never wanted to rule. What if you have to? Daario raised a brow. I don't have to. Jon raised his eyes at Daario. I did my task. For the second time. I don't want to be the hero. I don't want to be the savior of the human realm anymore. I don't want to be their king. I want to be a father and only a father. He looked to Daenerys again and a husband. Her husband. He lowered his head. But if that is not possible anymore, I'll be the father of my daughter. Nothing more. I don't need anything else. But... Daario wanted to continue. There is no but. He cut his words off before he could say anything. I don't care about anything else. I don't want anything else. He took a deep breath. I need to sleep. He laid back to the bed, and closed his eyes. You can leave us, Daario Naharis. And thank you for your service. Jon added, and he really meant it. No matter how their relationship started, Daario Naharis was not a bad man. He was just a man in love. And he couldn't blame him. Daenerys really is a special woman, he turned his head to her. She is going to survive. He closed his eyes with that thought. He needed faith. He needed hope. He can't give up. Chapter 186. King's Landing. Nisra left her room at dawn. Only a few unsullied men patrolled in the corridors. She was tired, there were huge circles under her eyes. She was awake all night long and tried to find a solution. She still had no idea what to do, but she knew she needs to talk with Miss Sandai. She needed her power or her, the way she looked at her the previous day. She knew. She wanted to ask her forgiveness. She did not deserve that, her family did not deserve that. She should have been brave. She knew she has to die. Some were born to live and create a better world, some were born to sacrifice themselves to create a better world. They all had faith. They all had their own destiny. Sometimes it is just hard to accept our own. She slowly opened the door of Missy's room. She saw the tiny girl. She was standing near to the window and watching the dragons who were flying around outside. She stepped closer slowly. Do you feel better? Tormund's voice surprised her, and she got scared for a moment. She did not expect him to be there. What is wrong? You look as if you saw a ghost. Tormund stated. Nisra lowered her head. No, I just... She was turning back and forth. I've heard what happened with... Jennifer. I am so sorry. I know you two were. She was my daughter. I don't know you knew it or not. Tormund lowered his head. I did not know. I only knew that you have some connection, but she never told what connection it is. She swallowed a bit. She was brave. She did that she had to do. Tormund tried to act strong. At the moment Nisra turned back to the tiny girl, she was already turned in her direction and staring at her with those deep brown eyes. Nisra tried to talk. I'll take care of her. You can go, I think I should check the people outside. Are you alright, kiddo? He smiled at Miss Sandai. She just nodded, but she did not take her eyes off of the Red Priestess. Tormund walked out of the room, and when he left Nisra sat to the edge of the bed, and the tiny girl walked closer to her. You know it. I know you know it. Nisra sighed. She tried to continue, and Missy placed her hand to her hand. But you are just a child, you have no idea how hard it is. A tear rolled down on her face. Missy snuggled closer to her and hugged her. Nisra raised her up, next to her in the bed, and squeezed her. I am so sorry. I never wanted to hurt you. Nisra continued. Neither your family. They accepted me. Your mother told me I belonged to your family and I betrayed them. I betrayed everyone. It is much more than that, Missy answered quietly, and Nisra raised her eyes at her. She climbed out of Nisra's arms, and slowly stretched her hands towards her face. She placed her tiny hand to her forehead and a huge flash came to her mind and pictures, many pictures. A vision. Nisra found herself in a street. She looked around and she was in the middle of King's Landing. The city lay in ruins, and there were corpses and starving poor city dwellers everywhere. Children leaned to the bone. She was walking around and she barely could breathe. She turned to a corner, and she found herself at Dragon Pit. She saw some stones. Some huge stones in the middle of the huge place. She walked closer and her heart almost stopped beating when she realized those are not just simple stones. Those were tombstones. She read the names. Daenerys Targaryen. Jon Snow. She turned to the third one. Missandei Targaryen, the princess who was promised. She gasped. No. She shook her head and someone stepped next to her. She glanced to the side and saw Kinvara. She was standing there with tears in her eyes. Nisra doesn't understand what is going on. Our sacrifice was unnecessary, Kinvara stated, and Nisra spotted Jennifer and Liliana next to her. They were staring at the tombs. What happened? Nisra asked them with a trembling voice. Daenerys Targaryen died in that battle. My power was not enough to save her. Jennifer started. Jon Snow couldn't bear the pain. After she died, he died in that pain. Liliana added. He loved her so much. He loved her more than anything. And Nisra's eyes were in tears. And Missandei. After her parents died, she got killed. Kinvara raised her eyes at the young woman. They did not let a child rule the Seven Kingdoms, so they massacred the child. They ended the Targaryen bloodline once and for all. Kinvara was staring at her face. But, the dragons. How? The dragons were massacred too. They disappear, everything that ever resembles the Targaryens and the Seven Kingdoms lost in the destruction. Kinvara continued and crouched down, placed her hand to the grave of Daenerys. Nisra saw how Liliana and Jennifer just disappear in some mist. And that is all your fault. Kinvara continued, and Nisra felt she lost all her strength. It was too much. Without Daenerys Targaryen, the Seven Kingdoms will fail. Not because of the deads. Not because of an evil king, but because of greed and envy. Without her and Jon Snow, everything is lost. But without her, Jon Snow can't live. You let her die, and with that decision, you have judged the whole kingdom. No. Nisra took a step back and shook her head, meanwhile tears fallen from her eyes. No. Kinvara slowly stood up and turned to her. You denied your lord, and he denied the light from the human world, because of your selfishness. She stepped towards her, and Nisra couldn't make any stops anymore. She couldn't move. Something grabbed her ankles and pulled her down. No. Nisra fell to her knees and cried. I did not want to. I did not want this. She was hysterical. Then save the queen. Kinvara was so emotionless. I can't. Nisra was crying and staring at the ground. He grabbed the sand, and many worms and beetles coming up from it. Those were starting to climb up on her arm and her arms began to rot, where those bugs touched her. She tried to shake those off, but she couldn't. Save the queen, Kinvara repeated meanwhile Nisra was screaming in her pain. She found herself in the room again, and she jumped to the floor after the vision. Missandei was staring at her from the bed with tears in her eyes. What was that? What kind of hex did you do with me? She frowned. It was the future. Missandei swallowed. The future of the Seven Kingdoms if you don't save my mother. Sam entered the room of Jon and Daenerys. He hoped in a miracle. He hoped that this will be the day, by the time he gets there, she'll be awake and everything will be fine, but Dany was still sleeping, without any moves. Without any signs of life. Jon was sitting at the edge of her bed and holding her hand. I know I should have not got up but... He glanced at Sam, then turned back to Daenerys. But I am fine. I am glad to hear that. Sam stepped closer and placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. Tell me you found something, Jon whispered quietly. Wish I could. Sam sighed. Where? Where is Dario? I've told him to stay, until someone. I sent him away. Jon cut off his words. I don't need a babysitter. I am fine. He raised Dany's hand and kissed it. And I want to help. He turned to Sam. You need to rest. Sam insisted. Sam, I am fine. Jon made it clear. I am fine, and let me help. I can't just lay here, waiting for her to. He swallowed a big one before he could finish the sentence. To die. He lowered his voice. Your sister was there with me. All night long. We read several books. I think, that is some power change thing. Missandei somehow sucked out her power, her life power, to get strong enough to kill the Night King. She did the same with Jennifer. Sam sighed. So you want to tell me that my daughter killed her own mother? Jon narrowed his eyes and he couldn't believe it. Sam. It is just an assumption. Sam corrected himself. Well, that is a wrong assumption. Missandei would never able to hurt her mother. Jon shook his head and turned back to Daenerys. She probably had no idea what she was doing, Sam added. You better leave now. I want to be alone with her. Jon was hurt. Sam's words hurt him. That was impossible. I come back to check everything is all right or not. We have to have faith. Samwell patted his shoulder and walked towards the door. He glanced back at them. He was afraid more and more, if he can't save Daenerys he is going to lose his friend too. He'll never able to forgive him if the love of his life is going to die. He lowered his head and stepped outside. Dario Nizra's voice sounded so worried. She shouted after him in the corridor and hurried her steps when he turned in her direction. I am glad you feel better. He smiled at her. We worried about you. I need your help. Nizra looked into his eyes. I don't know where Yara is, Dario told her before she could say anything else. It is not about that. She pulled him with herself, to a narrow side of the corridor. You are up. Arya entered Gendry's room, and he was standing next to his bed and buttoned his shirt. You shouldn't. She frowned. Don't worry. Samwell said I am fine. And I wanted to find you. Gendry turned to her, and he was smiling at her. Why? Arya smiled back at him. He stepped closer to her slowly and placed his arms around her waist, meanwhile, he caressed her face with his other hand. That's why. He leaned closer and breathed a small, gentle kiss to her lips, and Arya returned it immediately. I've missed you. He sighed after he kissed her. I've told you I am not going anywhere. But you did not come back to me last night. I was worried. He was stroking her cheek with his fingers. I was with Sam. We were trying to find something. Something that can help, but... Arya explained. But I am afraid we can't do anything for her. A tear rolled down on her face. You like her, Gendry stated. It doesn't matter what I feel. But Jon. Arya worried so much for her brother. She knew there will be irreversible consequences if they can't save Daenerys. She felt it. She felt she is going to lose her brother if Dany dies, and she did not want that. Gendry pulled her closer to him and squeezed her to his body. You can't talk seriously. Dario barely could find words. We can't. Alone I can't. But I can do this with you, and that is the only way. Nizra trying to keep eye contact with Dario. That is nonsense. Dario rolled his eyes. Would you please tell me how do you want to manage this? Taken her body out from the castle, unnoticed. He was nervous. I can save her, Dario. But I need a more powerful place. She looked around, wanted to be sure, no one hearing them. There is a place near here. The Dragon Pit. She lowered her voice. We have to take her there, and then I will try everything to bring her back. I promise. She placed her hand on his face. Please. What if it won't work? What if she dies? She is going to die if we do nothing. Nizra answered, so we don't have anything to lose. She glanced out above his shoulder. Tonight. After midnight. Bring her there. And I solve everything which I ruined. She quickly left him there and walked towards the corridor. Chapter 187. King's Landing. Jon was sitting next to her. Sam asked him to stay in bed at least for one more day and then depending on his condition he can help them to research. He was holding her hand and staring at her. He did not even notice how many hours passed that way. He did not want to leave her. He was sure she hears every word. He was sure she feels that he is there, and meanwhile, he was with her. He felt guilty too. He should be with his daughter, but he just couldn't. He couldn't get out of his head the words of Samwell. That Miss Sandai caused that condition. Because she sucked her life strength. If she really did that, she did that for good, but the price of the death of the Night King was too high. It did not worth it. Not for him. He should have been in that condition, not Daenerys. How are you? He surprised when he turned back. Sansa was standing behind him holding some meal on her hand. He did not answer. He lowered his head and turned back to Dany with his head. Samwell told you should eat. To get some strength. So. She continued and placed the plate to the cabinet. She hesitated for another moment and staring at the woman in the bed, and her brother, who was desperately in love with that woman. No change. Sansa asked quietly. In her condition, I mean. She tried to have some conversation with Jon. Jon shook his head in silence. I am sorry. Sansa was trying to find some proper things to say. You don't have to act yourself. You can go. I don't expect you to feel sorry or sympathize with me. Jon made his feelings clear. I know you probably happy because it happened that way. Do not say that. Sansa frowned. Isn't that the truth? Jon raised his eyes at his sister. Those eyes were so tired, there were huge dark circles around them, and it was clear he cried a lot. Those eyes were so hopeless, sad, full of pain. I know. Sansa lowered her head and scratching her fingers. I know it doesn't matter anymore, and I know it can't change anything, but I am sorry. She swallowed. I did not understand the meaning of the truth about you. I did not really think through what it can cause if it turns out. I saw that as a solution to save the North. To keep the North, Independent and free. That is all I wanted. Even if that is not enough explanation for you. She took a deep breath. Ahm. If you need anything. I'll be. She hesitated a bit more, but then she walked towards the door. Thank you, John answered after a minute of silence. If those words came from your heart. Thank you, Sansa. He sighed. Even that they can't change the events that happened, it means a lot for me. And I did not want to do it. She felt the time right to continue. I did not want to kidnap your daughter. I mean I almost did but I never wanted it. I thought. You thought it is the only way to save Arya. I understand. John frowned. But you did not think about anything else, just the thing that you want the most. As you did when you've told my heritage to Tyrion Lannister. You only thought about what you want, what is good for you. You only think that choice is beneficial for you. John was talking so quietly but so honest. Those decisions are selfish. As a queen, you can't be selfish. No matter how you want to. He continued and he was caressing Dany's hand. As a ruler, you have to put everything and everyone else ahead. Just like she did. John swallowed. She probably gave her life to save the humans. Because as a true ruler she felt she had to do it. He felt how his eyes filled with tears again. You wanted to rule the north, no matter what was the reason, but you sacrificed me for it. Your own brother. No matter we connected by blood or not, I am your brother. Or at least I thought I am. He did not care he hurts her or not. It did not matter. He wanted her to finally hear it. Hear what he thinks from his heart. You wanted to save Arya, and you almost sacrificed my daughter for it. My family. Our father taught us family is the most important thing. Yet, you did the things you've done. He took a deep breath. I don't think I'll ever able to forgive you completely, but if your words were honest, it means a lot. Dario grabbed Nisra's arm in the corridor and pulled her with himself to a hidden hollow. John will not leave her alone. He did not move away from her all day long, he whispered. I take care of him. You just have to take her there. You don't have to worry about it. Nisra looked around. And what you do with them? Dario glanced towards the soldiers around the corridor. Do not question me, Dario Naharis. You don't have to worry about anything. You just have to bring the queen to the right place at the right time. She stepped aside to leave him there. Why me? He asked her before she could leave him. Why you've asked my help, not anyone else's. He stepped closer. Why you did not ask Yara's help? He really did not understand. You'll understand it at the end. You're going to understand everything. She spotted Yara at the end of the corridor and she turned the other way and walked away. She loved her. She really does, but she knew if they spend another moment together, she won't be able to leave her behind. She probably would tell Yara her whole plan and she would never let her make it happen. No matter it is right or not. The sun was setting down. Sam was in the library, he did not come out almost the whole day long. He couldn't get in John's eyes without any solution. At least some offers. Some ideas that they should try, but he did not find anything in those books. He was clueless, and he knew he can't keep Dany alive for too long with those medicines. Not to mention he had no idea what those caused to the baby, who still had so strong heartbeat. Tormund was the one who kept his eyes on Miss Sandai, he spent the whole day with her, and for outsiders, they looked so funny. That huge giant man with that tiny little girl. Missy continuously wanted to visit her mother, but John asked him to not take her there. It would just hurt more. It was late at night, so he put her to bed, and covered her with a warm blanket. He heard how the dragons were climbing inside through the window. They are used to sleep next to her, no matter how hard it was for them to get inside. The windows were much bigger at Dragonstone, but those creatures would have never left their sister alone. They were following them, whole day long, they only disappeared when a huge roar filled the air. Those were the times probably when Drogon called them to eat. Can I see my mother? She got his attention back. Tomorrow. Can I see her? Your dad asked me to, let them have rest. And? Tormund caressed the tiny girl's face and when they feel better, you can meet with them. Sorry. Nisra entered the room and glanced at Miss Sandai. I just wanted to know everything is alright and. She is already in bed. It is late and. You don't have to worry about her. Tormund smiled at the Red Priestess. It is glad to hear. And. Maybe we have horrible days behind but everything will be better tomorrow. She looked into Miss Sandai's eyes. I promise. She smiled a bit, and she turned to leave. Tormund did not really understand but Miss Sandai knew. She knew she is going to fix her mistake. She smiled a bit, and pulled the blanket more to her body. Tomorrow I'm going to meet my mom. She will be okay, she told Tormund quietly and closed her eyes. Your Grace. Nisra went straight to John from Miss Sandai's room. It was the time. She needed to take care of him, to make sure he'll not screw her plans. He was still sitting next to Dany, holding her hand. You haven't eaten anything. She glanced to the plate, which was still there, untouched. I was not hungry. John sighed. I understand. Nisra answered, but you have to drink this. Samwell sent it. It will help to heal the wounds. She continued and held the glass towards him. I don't want to. I know Samwell's methods, and he'll probably try to put me asleep. He smiled a bit. Did he find anything? As I know he is still doing the researching process. Nisra smiled and handed the drink again. I don't want to sleep. I want to be next to her when she awakes. I know she is going to wake up soon. John shook his head again. Forgive me, my lord, but it doesn't help if you weaken yourself. You need to eat, and you need to get stronger. Sooner is better. If, when she corrected herself, when she wakes up she'll need you, more than ever. She placed her hand on his shoulder. And do not forget your daughter needs you too. She tried to convince him. My daughter. John frowned. Do you think it was Miss Sandai's fault? Can it be true? That she did that with her mother? John wanted to know what she thinks. She probably knows those supernatural things. Those things that they can never really understand. Was it her fault? John raised his eyes at Nisra. She opened her mouth to answer, but she hesitated. No, it was not Miss Sandai's fault. It was her fault. But she was not able to tell those words to John. She's going to fix her mistake. Seeing that pain in that man's eyes, hurt her, she could even feel his pain. Nisra stuttered. So it is the truth. John lowered his head. No, Nisra stepped more closer and crouched down. It was not her fault. Do not blame your daughter. She saved everyone in the country. She saved the humans, even she is just a toddler. She is some greater good. You have to be proud of her and love her. She glanced at Daenerys. No matter what is going to happen. She raised her eyes at John again. I am sure that she would ask that from you too. To love that little girl, with your whole heart. She smiled a bit. I do love her. John felt how tears filled his eyes again. I know. Nisra also felt how a tear rolled down on her face. Please drink this. She raised the glass again and handed it to him. And I promise you, just as I promised your daughter, everything will be better. Soon. She was staring at him, and he finally took the glass from her hand. She followed his hand with her hand, while he raised that glass to his mouth, and he finally drank into it. When he wanted to stop, she kept her hand at the bottom of the glass. The whole of it, my king. It is important, she stated with a smile. John was not strong enough to make a debate about some medicine. He wanted Nisra to leave him and Daenerys alone. She stood up and placed the glass in the cabinet, and she kept her eyes on Jon Snow. The drink made its effect quite soon. It was clear he couldn't keep his eyes open for too long. She grabbed his arm and helped him to go back to his bed. She placed the blanket on his body. Carefully. John was only seeing her so blurred at that moment. It was not her, it was not your daughter's fault. Just mine. Only mine. She wiped a tear from her face and glanced at Daenerys once more, then took a deep breath. She was ready. Chapter 188. King's Landing. Daario walked towards the room of Jon and Dany. He hesitated many times, he wanted to turn back, he still felt that is not a good idea, but his fear was unfounded. The corridors were empty. Somehow Nisra solved it. He was not sure. He wanted to know what she did to clear his way. He stopped at the door and placed his hand on the handle. He took a deep breath, then stepped inside. The silence was huge in the room, and though he expected Jon is awake and watch over his love, he was in his bed, and he was sleeping. Nisra did not lie when she said, she's going to solve everything, and he only has to bring Daenerys there. He stopped next to her bed and watched her for some seconds. She breathed slowly, and she did not give any other sign of life. She was in the same condition for days now, and he hated to see it. If Dany couldn't be his love, he never really could forget her, but he understood. He understood over the long months why Jon Snow is the perfect man for her. Not just because he was the father of her child. There was more in that. He smiled a bit and slid his hands below her body to raise her up. He glanced at Jon once more, but he did not wake up. He was in a deep sleep. He sighed and turned to the door with Dany in his arms. He walked out so cautiously and he tried to be as quiet as he could. At the moment when he turned down the hall, two unsullied men were coming right straight towards him, but they did not see them. He frowned. They were just walking past him without a word, one of them almost touched him with his shoulder but he got out of his way. What kind of magic is that? He narrowed his eyes. Dario, you should hurry. He heard Nisra's voice, but he couldn't see her. It came from the torch. From the flames. He took another deep breath and walked on. Dany's body was not burdensome for him. She was so light, and he was just hoped Nisra's plan is going to work. He wanted to save her. He turned down at the hall again and hurried his steps, but at the moment he reached the entrance of the castle the huge white wolf stepped to his way and growled. It seemed Nisra's magic only successful with humans. Ghost stepped closer to him and he was continuously growling. He was trying to protect Daenerys, that was clear. Easy boy. Dario took a step back. I am not your enemy, I want to help her. He was facing the huge animal, but Ghost did not stop. He forced him to walk back to the castle. Ghost looked fearful, his eyes lit red, and his fur also stood up. He has so terribly huge teeth and he snarled. I have to take her out. I want to save her. Dario kept talking to the dog, but he was not sure he understands that. Or he cares about it. He was an animal, with animal instincts, and he was just protecting Dany. Dario crouched down to put Dany to the ground. He did not want to hurt Ghost, but he was ready to fight with him if he has to. He slowly started to stand up and finally Ghost stopped growling. He kept his eyes on Dario. You don't understand why I have to take her out. You should let me out. With her. Dario stretched his hand towards Ghost, but he snarled again. They were looking into the eyes of each other, and that lasted for at least a minute. Drogon's voice disturbed them. He roared so loudly several times while he was flying above the city, and he heard how the two small dragons did the same. Ghost raised his head and stepped out of the castle. He followed the dragons in the air. No human could see them, but he could. Dario was staring at him. Ghost turned back to him a moment later, and he could have sworn he nodded with his head. Maybe the dragons can communicate with that wolf. That was nonsense. But, there were many things around them that don't make any sense. For example, the state of Daenerys. It was clear she was under some magic, and only some magic kept her alive, but no one could explain that. He slid his hands below her body again and raised her up. He continued his way to Dragon Pit. Dragon Pit. Nisra was in the middle of the huge arena-like structure. She was whispering something in the old Valyrian language and her hands were on the ground. That place was special. That was the place where the beginning of the end started for the Targaryens when they locked their dragons there, but that will be the place where the new Targaryen dynasty reborn. With Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow. First, she had to bring the queen back or she is going to die. She felt that she doesn't have too much time. Dany was dying. Her life force was less and less as the days passed. She opened her eyes at the moment when Drogon landed in front of her and she started to smile. Dagon and Jorel also arrived there and she stood up. I am glad you are here. I need you, she whispered to the dragons. I need fire. I need your fire. She showed them the torches around her and Drogon answered with a loud roar again. King's Landing. Jon was still sleeping in his bed, but the room door opened slowly and Ghost entered. The huge wolf walked to his owner and placed two of his paws on the edge of the bed. He was whimpering continuously. He wanted to wake Jon up. He knew he needs to wake him up. He started to lick his hand, then he turned to his face and licked that too. He did not stop, but there was no reaction. He jumped down from the bed and started to bark, whimpered, one after another. He tried to make some loud noise, but Jon slept too deep. Drogon must feel something, Samwell stated to Arya and Gendry. They were in the library and they were still trying to find the solution for Daenerys. To bring her back, to wake her up. He is quite loud today. Arya agreed. Does he have some? I mean, could he feel it? Gendry frowned. That Daenerys is dying. He asked the others. I never owned a dragon. Not even a dog. Sam shrugged his shoulders. But those dragons have a deep connection with Daenerys, that is sure, and with Miss Sandai. So it is possible that he feels that his mother is dying. He finally said it loud and everyone remained in silence. It can't happen. Arya formed a word after a minute and she flipped one page to another in the book in front of her. I don't think I can save her, Samwell confessed it and sat to the chair. Years ago, I would have not minded it. I would have easily accepted the fact that I can't save her, but... It was not her. It was Bran. Arya reminded him. We have no right to hate her, she only did good things. He saved us. Arya lowered her head. Still, she killed my father and my brother, but I think I understand why she did it. My father was a bit annoying man. Sam smiled. Probably he would have killed me too. My father. Sooner or later. He hated me, or maybe hate is a too strong word, but he never loved me. He spread his arms. And I stole his Valyrian sword, he added. He tried to focus on the main topic again. Now I care about her. Somehow I feel she needs to live and there must be a solution, a spell, or some medicine for it, we just did not find it yet, or we are searching in the wrong place. He sighed. Why don't we ask for some help from Nisra? I mean if that is some magical thing. Gendry asked the right question. She is some kind of witch, isn't she? She is a red priestess and she has abilities. But, she was not in a good state in the past few days. Arya shook her head. They raised their eyes to the window when they heard how Drogon roared so loudly again. Sam walked there and he saw how fire flames lit Dragon Pit. He narrowed his eyes and tried to think about what is going on. Dragon Pit. You're late. Nisra looked at Dario when he finally arrived there. It is not easy to come here with an unconscious woman in the middle of the night. He sighed and he was holding Dany in his arms. Nisra showed him to place her in the middle of the fire circles that she made with the torches. Not to mention your magic did not work with his dire wolf, he stated and placed Daenerys down. I am not sure it was just his dire wolf. Nisra smiled a bit. Their love, the way they want to protect each other is some unique and rare thing, she added. It is not just simple love, but much more than that. Something that the human mind can't understand. That is why they have to live. Both of them. No matter the price. She caressed Dany's face and adjusted her hair. Because they are the key to a better world. Together. She smiled. I understand it too late, she whispered. What are you planning to do? Why am I here? Dario had many questions. Because you are the only one who is not going to stop me. Nisra straightened up. I can bring her back, I can give her the life force that she needs. That she lost, she explained and crossed her fingers. That I took away from her. Not literally, but I should have died in that battle. She sighed and turned her back at Dario. But I was afraid to die, so I let Miss Missandei use her power to defeat the Night King. I thought, that is also a good way. I thought we both can live. She sighed. I was wrong. She glanced back to Dario. And I am sure if Jon Snow even had that much strength to bring her here, he would trying to find a solution to save me too. Because that is who he is. He always cares too much. But we don't have time for that, and there is no other solution. She admitted, and she stepped next to Dany's body. But Yara would not let me sacrifice myself. Not even for the queen. She loves me. She loves me more than she understands that I have no choice. Nisra answered his question before he could form the words. I don't want you to die either. Dario stepped closer. But I am sure you care about her life more. Nisra looked at him again, then knelt next to Daenerys. She is our queen. You did the right thing, Dario Naharis. You are a loyal soldier and friend. She placed her hands on Dany's chest. Nisra. Dario wanted to take another step but the two dragons jumped his way, and suddenly the flames became bigger and lit the whole place. What the hell is going? Tormund entered Jon's room. He heard the noise that Ghost made. The wolf was still howling and whimpering. He jolted Jon's hand. Where is? Tormund looked around. He stepped next to Jon and tried to shake him up. Missandei was there too. She followed Tormund to the room. When the giant man stepped to Jon, Ghost walked to Missandei, and she placed her arms around him. Jon. Tormund tried to shake him up again, and then he gave him a huge slap at the face. He finally opened his eyes, and his head hurt. As the result of the hit, he saw Dany's empty bed at first. He immediately came to mind and sat up on the bed. Where is she? Chapter 189. King's Landing. Where is Daenerys? Jon barely could breathe but he immediately jumped up from his bed. At the moment he noticed his love is missing. His heart was beating in his throat, and he stood on his feet quite uncertainly. Tormund quickly took a step towards him, to help him if he falls down. Tormund. Jon swallowed. I don't know. The giant man shook his head. Mom is fine. Missandei was still clinging in Ghost's fur and answered to her father quietly. What? Missandei, do you know where your mother is? Jon frowned and staring at his daughter. Missy nodded. Jon gently pushed Tormund away from himself and he knelt down to the tiny little girl. Where is she? Jon took her hand. She'll be better, Missandei answered. You don't have to worry about her. Tell me, where is your mother? Jon sighed and he loved his daughter with her whole heart. He did not want to yell with her, but he was worried for Dany. She did not say a word, just lowered her head. Missandei. Jon couldn't stay as patient as he wanted, but at that moment Ghost poked him with his nose and started to whine again. The wolf jumped towards the door and back. He knows. Missandei looked at Ghost. But let her do what she has to do. Do not try to stop her, Dad. She raised her eyes at Jon, and he was clearly lost in the situation. He had no idea what is going on. He glanced at Tormund. Jon. Samuel arrived at his room and he surprised about the presence of Miss Sandai and Tormund. You should be in bed. Arya crouched next to Miss Sandai immediately and placed her arms around her. What is going on? John was staring at Sam, but Ghost was barking and he wanted to convince them to go. Something is happening at Dragon's Pit. Sam pointed towards the window in the corridor, and John walked there and looked around. He could see how fire lit the whole place and Drogon was roaring continuously. Meanwhile, the small dragons were doing circles in the air, above it. We have to go there. John looked to the others. What the hell? Yara also woke up for the noises and arrived at them. What is happening? Where is Nisra? He looked at Tormund. Nisra. John realized it was her who he saw last time before he fell into a deep sleep. She was there in their room, and she acted a bit weird. She. John glanced at Miss Sandai then knelt down to her again. Is she? He did not want to say it loud but he knew, his daughter knows. She has to. There is not another choice. If she won't, we are all lost. Everyone. Everything. Miss Sandai answered and every eye in the room was looking at her. John narrowed his eyes, then swallowed and stood up. What is going on with Nisra? Yara stepped closer to John then her eyes stopped on the little girl. Tell me. She was clearly nervous and worried. Tell me. She shouted and turned to Miss Sandai. John placed his arm in front of her and pushed her away from his daughter. We have to go there. Maybe we can do something. John made it clear for Yara, but she left them there and started to run towards the entrance of the castle. If you let her stop it, Mom is not going to survive. Miss Sandai raised her eyes at his father. I'll take care of it, Arya answered and a moment later she was not there anymore. She stormed after Yara and Gendry followed her too. I'll bring a horse. You are too weak for that walk. Tormund nodded towards John and left them there. Nisra is going to sacrifice herself. For Daenerys. John stated to Sam when they were alone. John turned to Sam. I need your help. Sam immediately stepped closer to his friend. No. You don't have to hold me. John smiled. But keep her safe. He nodded towards Miss Sandai. Sam nodded and stretched his arms towards the girl to raise her up to his arms. I am going with you, she told to her father. No, darling. You have to stay here with Sam. What if you need me? She asked back. I always need you. John took her tiny hand and gave a kiss to it. But now I need you to stay here, with Sam. He smiled at her. We are not in danger. Miss Sandai placed her tiny hand on her father's face and almost whispered those words. We will only be in danger if Mom won't wake up, she added and she was looking at John's eyes. You know I can go if I want to. She smiled a bit. She was worse than her mother, not to mention she has powers. She was just a toddler but she has much more power than someone ever. Meanwhile, she was the light in the darkness. It was scary for John. He saw how the power took over the control in Bran. What if? What if Miss Sandai will fail? What if the power took over the control in her mind too? He opened his mouth to answer. I've got horses. They are ready. Tormund arrived back in a hurry. Mom needs us, Miss Sandai told them before John could form a word and he just nodded, and they were heading to the entrance together. Sansa saw them stormed out and she had no idea what happened. No one told her anything about what is going on. She also heard the huge roars of Drogon. Dragon Pit. The whole place was on fire. The flames covered everything and became more and more widespread. Daario barely could see the Queen and Nisra through the flames. She asked him to watch out. To stop everyone who wants to stop her. The flames formed a circle around Dany and the Red Priestess. It was definitely some magic. Lord of Light, I am calling you. Nisra was kneeling next to Daenerys' body, and her hands were on the Queen's chest. She wasn't speaking in the common language. She used High Valyrian words. I want to complete my mission. I need you to give me the power to fulfill your wish, the wish that I declined to fulfill when it was the time. Now those hands, this body, this mind, and this heart are ready to join you. Accept me, and give my life force to the Queen, who was born to give life to the princess who was promised. The princess who brings the dawn. I am ready. She raised her eyes to the air and there were tears in it. She did not lie. She was ready, even if that hurt her. Even if she hated that she has to give up her life. She knew she has to die. She knew even if she did not want to accept it. When Miss Sandai showed her that vision, that future she realized it. Bring her back, because the innocent people in the world need her. Bring her back and let her fulfill her mission to be a mother. I give her all my power. My life is hers. She continued and some wind started to blow so fiercely. Daario immediately turned in their direction. He felt the wind too but the flames did not move. Those flames were not affected by the wind. Drogon roared so loud and Daario raised his head immediately, but even he jumped back when the huge beast landed next to him and growled at something in the darkness. The two small dragons were still flying around and they gave a sound as if they warned for danger. Continuously. Deafeningly. Dario pulled out his sword and turned in the direction. He did not see anything in the darkness, but Drogon was still growling next to him. He glanced at the dragon again and again. He had no idea what is going on, what he sees. Nisra, you should hurry. He shouted to her above his shoulder but she did not hear it. Her eyes changed, and her palm stuck on Daenerys's chest meanwhile she was chanting something. So quickly, cluttering. She was not there. She did not feel the reality around herself. She joined to the Lord with her whole being. Nisra. Dario tried again to warn her, but he did not get any answer. Nisra. Yara arrived there in a hurry, he clearly ran down the road from the castle. She did not want to stop. She wanted to go through the flames but Dario grabbed her and pushed her back at the last moment. Drogon was ready to burn her, to keep her away. He knew his task. He knew what he has to do to help to bring his mother back. Stop. Dario tried to calm her down. Yara, you have to stop. He was trying again and again, but Yara was a great warrior. She unwrapped herself from his grip and she wanted to go through the flames again, but at that moment she found herself face to face with Drogon. She pulled out her sword. Let me go through. She was determined but the huge dragon did not move. Yara. Arya and Gendry arrived there too. Do not do any stupid things. Arya stepped closer slowly. You should take a step back. Arya continued quietly. You can't do anything. She swallowed. I won't let her die. Yara turned to Arya and pulled a face. Even if I have to kill that beast. She frowned. You are not serious. Arya raised her hand a bit. Yara, please try to think with a clear mind. You swore loyalty to the queen, Dario warned Yara in the next moment. What you do now, is treason. The flames grew from a moment to another, and they all jumped a bit further from it. Nisra. Yara shouted her name but Gendry and Dario grabbed her by her arms to stop her before she goes there. The flames grew more. Those covered everything around the place. Neither of them could see anything through it. Arya turned to the darkness behind them when she heard the horse's voice. Not a few seconds later she spotted Jon and Tormund finally. Yara was still fighting with the two men to let her go. Jon. Arya shouted to her brother to warn him and Jon almost jumped down from the horse and hurried there. He couldn't believe it to his own eyes when he saw the flames all around. Keep calm. Jon looked at Drogon. Please. He raised his hand up towards the huge beast. Nisra. Yara still desperately trying to escape. Nisra. For fuck's sake, stop. Dario shouted with her. You can't do anything. Yara. Stop. They couldn't hold them. Not even the two of them. Jon stood in her way after she escaped from the two men. He raised Longclaw and facing with her. She has to do it. Jon looked into Yara's eyes. You know she has to do it. I don't want to hurt you. Jon swallowed. He barely could stand on his feet, he was still weak but when it is about his family, he did not know impossible things. I know it hurts. He continued. But. We have to get her back. Missandei started quietly. She was standing behind Yara. She escaped from Tormund's watch in that huge chaos. Yara turned to her and she raised her sword. Yara. No. Jon shouted with her but she was just standing there. Frozen. She was holding her sword above her shoulder. She couldn't move. They were looking at the eyes of each other with the tiny little girl. She has to go now. She has to join the others to let us live. Missandei was talking quietly, and Yara started to cry and collapsed to the ground and the sword fell out of her hand. She was crying so heartbreakingly. Everyone was looking at them in silence. Missy stepped closer to her and hugged her. You have to let her go if you love her. You have to let her go now, she whispered to Yara and that warrior woman was just squeezing that little girl close and cried. Jon glanced at Dario. The captain knew what he wanted to ask and he just nodded towards the flames with his head. Jon turned in the direction but he did not see anything. He looked at Drogon and he flew up to the air. Jon narrowed his eyes to see through the flames but he couldn't. Suddenly those flames burst into a huge one in the middle of the place, blindingly. And then disappeared in a moment. Chapter 190. Dragon Pit. When the flames went out, Jon immediately started to walk to the middle of the place. He barely could saw a body there. The first rises of the sun were already shining, it was dawn, but still so dark. Everyone remained in silence. Tormund helped Yara to stand up, Arya and Gendry were holding their breath. Missandei followed her father towards the motionless body. Stay there, darling. Jon glanced at her, then his eyes met with Dario's eyes, and the captain placed his hand on Missandei's shoulder to hold her up. Jon was not sure what happened. He was not sure that Daenerys is fine, and she wanted to spare his daughter. First, he needed to know she is fine or not. When he was close enough he could see that the love in his life was naked. Probably the flames burned her clothes. That moment he jumped there, crouched next to her, and covered her with his cape. Dany. He whispered her name and caressed her cheek. Dany, please. A tear fell from his eyes. He looked around, but Nisra was not there. He glanced at Dario and he was looking at her questioningly. Jon shook his head and Dario squeezed Missy's shoulder even more. Jon. That barely audible whisper comes from her. Jon turned to his love and Dany was awake. Her eyes were open and she tried to form words. Jon what? Jon did not hesitate, he hugged her to himself, placed the cape more around her body. Oh my god! Dany he couldn't believe. Mom. Miss Sandai shook Dario's hands off her shoulder and she ran to her mother. Miss Sandai. Dany turned in her direction and spread her arms to hold her. Missy hit her body so hard when she reached her, but Jon could hold both of them to not fall back. Darling. Dany started to cry and she gave many kisses to her daughter's forehead. I knew she would succeed, Missy whispered. I knew. Dany had no idea what she was talking about and she did not really care at that moment. She was there, and she had no idea what happened. She raised her eyes to the man who she loved more than anything. His arms were around her and there was a small kind smile on his face. We should take you back to the castle. Jon kissed the top of her head. Yara was standing there and watching that family reunion. Her eyes were in tears. She knew it had to happen this way, but she couldn't accept the price of it. She stepped further from Tormund. She was destroyed and she was alone again. Jon helped Dany to stand up, and they were walking slowly towards the others. In the arms of each other. It is glad to see you alive. Dario bowed with his head towards Daenerys. She nodded with a smile. Then she looked around. Everyone was there. Almost everyone. She missed some faces. Some who should have been there. She immediately started to worry. What happened? Where? She glanced at Jon. I'll tell you everything. I promise. But we have to go back to the castle. Jon raised his eyes at Sam and he stepped closer. We have to make sure, your child is fine. Sam stepped closer to them, and he offered his other arm to help. Dany nodded with a sigh and she placed her hand on his arm. She was weak and confused, but at least she felt that the life she carried under her heart is all right. She just felt it. She was not worried about the child, but she worried about the others. The others who were not there. They helped her to a horse, Jon sat behind her and they left the place at first. The others followed them. Are you not coming? Arya glanced at Yara who was still standing there and she couldn't take her eyes off of the place. As she was hoping, that somehow she appears again. I wanna stay. Yara did not look at her but whispered those words slowly. Arya understood, and she pulled Gendry with herself. Yara walked to the middle. There were no ashes, no trace of Nisra, that she was there. Yara knelt down and placed her hand on the ground. The wind started to blow, and one of the torches lit. She raised her eyes to it and meanwhile she can't see her, she felt her. She felt she is there. She felt her presence. She stood up and walked closer to the fire and looked into it and she smiled a bit when she saw her face in the flames. King's Landing. Can I go to Mom with you? Miss Sandai looked at Jon. He heard some noises and turned to the window. The two small dragons were fighting which of them could come into the room at first. They pushed each other away but in the end, both of them could come inside. Dad. Missy placed her hand to his hand. Try to sleep a bit, honey. The night was long. He caressed her face. Mom needs to have some rest, but I promise in the afternoon we all be together. He smiled at her daughter. I am not sleepy, she answered with a huge yawn. Sure you are not, darling. Jon laughed a bit at her and kissed her forehead. For father's sake please sleep a little. He waited for a bit more longer, and Missy fell asleep quite quickly. It was a long night for all of them. He stood up and slowly walked out of the room and went straight to the next one. When he wanted to enter he ran into Sam, who just left. So? Jon asked him worriedly. Everything is fine. She is fine. She is tired, but, she and the baby are healthy and strong. Full of life. Sam nodded with a smile. He hated to admit but he had no idea how this can be possible. Jon patted his shoulder and stepped to the room. Dany was in the bed, laying there but she was awake and she looked healthy. How are you? Jon walked closer to her and sat at the edge of the bed. He took her hand and she squeezed his. I am fine. She placed her other hand on her belly. I think. She smiled a bit. But I have many questions. I don't remember what happened. She raised her eyes at Jon. You were unconscious. In the past few days. John sighed. Ahm. Did we win? I mean it seems we did, but… She was so confused. What is the last thing you remember? John frowned. Miss Sandai was in my arms. The Night King, he was standing there. In front of us. Then some light came and, everything is so messy in my head. The happenings not related to each other. She tried to explain. I know you were injured and Missy healed you, then we almost froze, but after that. She tried to think. Ahm. John hesitated. You were not yourself. What do you mean I was not myself? Dani pushed herself a bit up in the bed. John swallowed. So she is awake. Sansa found Arya in the hall. She was petting Ghost, but at the moment Sansa appeared the wolf walked out of the castle. Arya stood up and turned to her sister and just nodded. Glad to hear that. Sansa nodded and Arya remained in silence. I feel like we went back in time. Before you left to discover what is west from Westeros, we were so close and now. I feel that you blame me too. Because of what happened. Sansa sighed. I don't blame you. We all made mistakes. We were all wrong. I just hope you finally realized it, and you don't plan anything against her. Arya tried to be honest. Why is she that important for you? Sansa frowned. Because she belongs to our family now. She raised her eyes to Sansa. We want it or not, she is the mother of Jon's child, she is the woman he chose, and she is a good woman. It sounds like you love her. Sansa pulled a face. I do. Arya nodded. You should try that. Stop being jealous and give her finally a chance. Arya hesitated a bit, then she turned to walk away from her. And do you still love me too? Sansa asked her. You are my sister. Arya smiled at her. I risked many things to save you. Things we need some rest. All of us. Some peace. Without a fight, deception, or any treason. She narrowed her eyes. So if I understand well, Nisra should have died in that battle. Jon finished explaining the happening. But she was scared, but that was her destiny. He was sad and he continuously caressing her hand. Kinvara told us that she needs to stay with Miss Sandai. Probably she also knew all time long, that how it is going to end. Jon swallowed. She did not deserve that. Dani shook her head. She was so young and she felt guilty. You should have not let her do that. You should have found some other solution. Dani was broken. If I knew what she was up to. Jon took a deep breath, but she was more clever than that. She did not tell me. She did not tell anyone what is her plan. She knew we would have not let it happen that easily. He lowered his head. Sometimes there are no other solutions, he sighed, then glanced at Daenerys. Miss Sandai. Dani swallowed. There were many things in her mind. Everything that Jon told her was too much to process at once, not to mention she was so tired. Her power did not go away. She still has those abilities. Jon continued. You look worried, she stated and analyzed his face. I am. Jon was serious. We saw what some greater power did with my brother. I don't want to watch it again with my daughter. The Night King is gone. Bran is gone. The winter, we ended it. Yet, she's still able to do those things. We'll take care of her. We are going to raise her up in love. Together. Dani squeezed his hand. We don't let any bad thing happen with her. She intertwined her fingers with his, and he leaned closer to her. Together, she whispered those words to his mouth. Together, he repeated and smiled a bit. He pressed his lips to her lips so cautiously. He missed kissing those lips. He missed her. I was lost. I had no idea what to do without you. I was so afraid that you'll never wake up. He needed her to know. I gave up. He swallowed. I gave up my life. I knew there is no chance for me to live without you. I was not the man who you wanted me to be. He lowered his head and Dani saw the tear on his face. She raised her hand to wipe it away. I am sorry. Jon sniffed. I am here. Dani smiled at him and pulled his face to her face again. I am not going anywhere, she whispered to him, and she kissed him again. So gently, full with love. She understood. She had the same thoughts in her mind many times about him. She can't live without him just as he can't live without her. They were one. They were meant to be together. I love you, Dani. Jon was laying next to her, and held her in his arms. What else, what you don't want to tell me? She snuggled closer to his chest. We won, but… Jon tried to start it. Nisra and Jenny Fire. They died for… some higher purpose. I saw your sister, Gendry, Daario. She tried to remember who was around them at Dragon Pit. Tormund and Samwell, and Yara, but probably she wishes though she would not live. She cleared her throat and the realization hit her hard. Grey Worm. Her voice started to shake a bit and her eyes were in tears again. Jon did not answer. He had no idea what to say. They are together now. Daenerys sighed. He did not live. Not since he lost her. Not since he saw her get killed. Now, he has found peace. She told Jon quietly, but no matter that was the truth or not, she couldn't hold her tears back. Chapter 191. King's Landing. Are you sure you, ready for this? Jon stepped to her. She was fully dressed, her hair was perfectly done, and there was no trace of her weakness. She was watching their daughter, who was playing on the floor with some wooden figures. She kept one of her hands on her belly and slowly she glanced at him. I've been lying in bed for 2 days, and I am perfectly fine. She smiled at Jon. But if I have to spend any more minutes doing nothing. She sighed. I know. He stepped closer and kissed her head. And I want to leave this place behind. As soon as possible. She turned to him and he lowered his head. You don't want to stay here either, do you? She was analyzing his face. No. No, I don't. He took a deep breath. But, what about the people who count on us? I am not sure they are. Probably they count on you. Not me. And not sure they are count on us, you with me. Dany smiled at him. No matter it was me or Bran in my mind, who set King's Landing on fire. It happened. And my life. I don't want to raise her and her brother here. That is not my home. Not your home. King's Landing is not a place where I want to live. Where I can imagine my life. The life of my family. She leaned to his chest and Jon placed his arms around her. They are waiting for us, he whispered to her. But, Daario Naharis wants to have a word with you two before the council meeting. He caressed her cheek. He is waiting for you at the entrance. He smiled a bit. And he asked you to give me that message. Dany surprised. Jon nodded. Dany stepped to the window and looked out. He wants to leave. I know that. He has no reason to stay here. Dany continued with a deep breath. He fought for me in this war, as he promised. But he wants to go back to Mirren. Which is good. She said her thoughts aloud and turned back to Jon. I mean if he goes back, Sir Davos can join us. And, we need him. His advice. His help, in everything. I can drag the time for a few minutes. Jon took her hand. But do not stay for too long. I thought you are coming with me. Dany looked into his eyes. Since when it hasn't bothered you? She raised a brow. He deserves some minutes, to say goodbye, Jon answered and walked out of the room. It bothered him. It always will, but he also learned he doesn't have to be jealous. That woman belongs to him, and no one else. He smiled a bit while he walked towards the meeting room. Dany glanced once more to her daughter, then she turned to leave too. She checked the guards in front of the door, told them to keep their eyes on her or it costs their lives, and she went straight to the castle entrance. I was not sure he is going to hand over my message. Daario was really waiting for her. Fully equipped with packages, and Dany could see his soldiers out the streets. The second sons. My queen. He bowed his head. Not to mention it surprises me that he left us alone, he smirked. Jon Snow knows he has nothing to worry about. Daenerys smiled at him. So. She took a deep breath. I assume you want to say goodbye. She looked around and she hid her tears well. Not because she loved him, but because no matter what happened between Daario Naharis and her, he was a true friend. A true soldier. You don't seem surprised. He raised his brow and staring at her face. The war is over and you don't belong here. If you didn't go by yourself I would send you back. Because I need someone in Mirren who I trust. She clasped her hands together. You don't belong here either, he added without hesitation. No. No, I don't. She lowered her head. I don't belong to any place. I belong to my family. She raised her eyes again to him and smiled. To the man I love, and to my children. Wherever they want to live. Until I can be with them I'll be happy. I'll be home. I'll keep the peace in Mirren. I promise. Daario bowed with his head again. I didn't expect anything else, she answered and nodded, and Daario took a step back, then he turned to his horse and jumped to it. If anything changes, or if he tries to. He couldn't keep his mouth. You better go now. Dany cut his words, and she was standing there until they left her sight. At the moment the second sons leave her there, she finally could let that tear fell from her eyes. Everything will be different from now on. That was sure. She sighed and turned back to the castle and walked inside. I know that you think that you are the rulers. Sansa started, but I thought you don't want to rule the 7 kingdoms, or what changed? She looked around. You invited everyone here for what? And where is she? She spread her arms. Technically they are the rulers of the 7 kingdoms. Samwell made a correction before Jon could say anything. They defeated the previous king, and they saved the world from the deads again. He continued. So if we follow the laws, they not just think they are the rulers, but they truly are. He was holding a book in his arms. Lady Stark must be confused. Tyrion tried to help the situation. We all want to go home, and forget the horrible events that happened there. He glanced at Sansa. I am still the queen in the north and I don't understand why everyone is talking about the 7 kingdoms. She raised a brow. The north became independent and... No, it is not. Daenerys stepped inside with a serious face. Can we start? We've been here for some time. Sansa frowned, and Dany stopped for a moment. Those were the exact same words that Cersei Lannister told her when they had that meeting at Dragon Pit. My apologies, she answered without any emotion on her face and walked to Jon. Lady Greyjoy. She looked at Jon questioningly. She left. She apologizes but she doesn't feel herself well enough to participate in this meeting. Samwell answered instead of her love. She accepts every decision that you make, and she left her vote here in an envelope with their sigil. If there will be an election. He raised a paper and placed it on the table. Understandable. Daenerys nodded. What did you mean when you said the North is not independent? Sansa cut the conversation and stepped closer. Daenerys raised her eyes at Jon. He was looking at her reassuringly and smiled a bit. Nodded with his face. Dany swallowed and turned to the others. The 7 kingdoms must hold together now. Not fight for some unnecessary independence. None of the lands can survive and rebuild alone. Dany made it clear. The Deads destroyed more than half of the country. The Raven destroyed the other half of it. She pulled a face. The ice froze everything. It can take months to years for something to re-emerge in the fields. How do you want to feed and supply your people all alone? She looked into Sansa's eyes. No. The North belongs to the 7 kingdoms again, until the kingdom is healed. She sighed. We need each other. We need to support each other, we need to take care of the people. She looked around and almost everyone seemed to agree with her. If. She took a deep breath. If the king or queen whom the people choose to decide otherwise, then it will be different. Do you have a plan for this election? She turned to Sam. How to implement it? She frowned. I have some ideas we should discuss. Samwell smiled a bit. But it takes time. If we want an election by the people living in the 7 kingdoms. It takes time. Even months. He narrowed his eyes. All my life I wanted to break the wheel. People suffered enough in the 7 kingdoms during the time of selfish rulers. They have to decide who they considered suitable for this task. To rule. To lead them. She was so confident. I recommend for the transitional period to. Sam stepped closer. You and Jon Snow to undertake the Royal Serpent and... No. Jon cut off his words before he could finish, and stepped next to Daenerys. No, we won't. He glanced at Daenerys and she smiled a bit. Her hand was resting on her belly. For this period, we should choose a ruler together. That is why we wanted you to be there. To vote together, who should rule the 7 kingdoms until people can choose by themselves. We only want one thing in return for what we've done. Dany continued. Dragon's Stone. She looked up at Jon and he nodded. We don't want anything else. Just want to raise our children in peace, and live in peace. The silence was huge in the room. Everyone was looking at the other, and everyone's mind was racing. Jon cleared his throat after a minute and raised his eyes at Sam. It was his task to manage that thing. Sam started. I'm going to give everyone a piece of paper and... He began to pack on the table. Forgive me. Tyrion took a step towards the center of the room. If I may have a word. He swallowed. I don't think all of this is necessary. The vote, the election. He was staring at Daenerys and Jon. I can assure you I won't let you rule the 7 kingdoms as Regent King. Dany narrowed her eyes immediately. Your family has just done enough damage to it already. She was so confident and definite. I don't deny, there was a time when the thought was appealing to me. Tyrion lowered his head. But not anymore. All I want, if I can have any request. He sighed. To retire to Castle Rock with some wine. I don't understand. Jon frowned. The reason why I think we don't need to make this election because I assume everyone in this room agrees with me if I say there isn't a more suitable person to rule the 7 kingdoms than you two. He made his thoughts clear. You should stay and accomplish what you have always been prepared for. The Seven Kingdoms deserves a true ruler after those many years of suffering. The people deserve a ruler who cares about them, who sees them. A just woman and an honorable man. That is what the kingdoms need now. It would always have needed that. He continued without any stop or hesitation. You. And Jon Snow by your side, he added. Together, you can make it a better place. Dany was in silence. She had no idea what to say. She did not expect that, especially not from Tyrion Lannister. Jon saw the confusion in her eyes. You can't choose us. He took her hand barely noticeable and gave an answer. I thought we could choose what was best for the Seven Kingdoms until people make their own decisions. Tyrion smiled a bit. I choose you. And I may be wrong, but I think almost everyone thinks the same in this room. He looked around. Arya took a step forward. He is right. She straightened herself. We need you. I agree, Gendry added quietly. Although the north beyond the wall doesn't belong to those shit kingdoms but... Tormund smiled at them. But we also need you to make that change. I pick the Dragon Queen and the King in the north. Just as Yara Greyjoy, Samwell added and they turned to him, and he was standing there and showed them the letter Yara left there. Daenerys Targaryen's name was on the paper, with a small note with Jon Snow by her side. And I don't think we can find anyone else who deserves that. My vote also yours. He lowered his head. No. Dany shook her head. You can't. She tried to find the right words. If we can't choose you then I choose your daughter. Tyrion did not accept their response. She was born to make this shit world a better place. Let her fulfill her destiny. Chapter 192. King's Landing. Dany. Jon found her with Drogon. A bit further from the city. She was caressing the huge beast's head. The small dragons were around him. There were 4 unsullied soldiers around them. At least she did not leave the capital alone. She ran away. After Tyrion and the others mentioned they should rule or their daughter, she left without any word. She walked out of the room. She needed time and space. She needed to be alone. How did you know I'll be here? She asked him quietly and glanced at him. When you are stressed and worried, there are 2 places where you go in general. To our daughter, or to Drogon. Jon smiled kindly. You were not with Miss Sandai so, it was not hard. You should have not left Miss Sandai alone, she answered. I did not. Arya and Gendry are with her. No one can hurt her. Jon placed his palm to Drogon's face too. Drogon sounded some purring voice. Although I don't think anyone would want to hurt her. Not anymore, he added. Daenerys did not answer. She was standing there in silence. We should talk about it. Jon sighed. The things that they said. See. That is why I left. Dany pulled her hand back and turned away because I don't want to talk about it. She started to walk away. It is your decision. Jon took a deep breath and she stopped. I follow you anywhere, I stay by your side, no matter, what will be your decision. I am not going anywhere. I accept if you still want to go and leave everything behind, and I accept if you want to stay and take your place as a queen. He continued so calmly. Dany turned back to him and scanning his face. I've always wanted it. Them, to look at me that way as they are looking at me now. I always wanted them to say those words to me. To see that I am able to rule the kingdom. That I am the one who can make this kingdom a better place. She was trying to tell her feelings in words. I longed for this. For a very long time. She lowered her head. A part of me still wants this, she admitted with a small smile. A part of me wants to take the throne. Wants to rule. But I know you don't want this. I know you never wanted it. And no matter how many times you are going to tell me, that you stay by my side, that you don't care we stay or not. I know you don't want to stay. I know you'd be disappointed in me if I decide I want to rule. She sighed. That is not true. I respect and love you. Jon narrowed his eyes. I meant my words. But you don't desire this life. Dany swallowed back her tears. And I promised you. I'll make you the happiest man. How can I do it, if I force you to live a life that you don't want? How can you be happy in that way? I think your hormones confuse you. Jon couldn't help himself but smiles. He stepped to her and placed his palm on her cheek. You are talking silly things. He was staring at her face. But what kind of mother are you going to think of me if I sacrifice our daughters, our children's happiness, for a thing that I want? I can't be that selfish with you. With them. She shook her head and a tear rolled down on her face. You are the greatest mother in the 7 kingdoms. Jon smiled at her so reassuringly. In the whole world. That is not a question. Nothing can change my opinion about it. You don't have to lie to me. Dany shook her head. It is not a lie. Jon took her hands. You want the best for your family. For me. And also, you want the best for the people in the Seven Kingdoms. Just as I do. He added and sighed. You and I made impossible things to happen. Together. We created life. We defeated our enemies. We found a way to be together again, after those horrible things. Together we are capable of many things. Many good things. Maybe they are right. Maybe we should take our place as the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms because that is how we can make a better world. Until we are together, nothing can go wrong. I believe in that. He raised her hands and kissed those. And as rulers we can change some things. He smiled. For example, we should repeal the law that says the Grand Master can't have wife and children. Samwell never got the title from Bran. We should repeal the law that says the wildlings are not equal to the people living in this side of the wall. As I felt based on Tormund's words, it is still a problem. He took a deep breath. We could equalize the rights and responsibilities of women and man. He shrugged. And I could go on. Daenerys raised her eyes at him, and staring at his face. Their eyes locked and anyone could tell that these two people love each other more than anything. Dany slowly slid his arms around his body and snuggled to his chest. Drogon roared loudly, as if he agreed with them, and flew up to the air. They heard some noises, some kind of whining, and they turned to the direction. They spotted Ghost at the next minute, walking out of the trees, but he was not alone. The huge white wolf stopped, glanced behind his back, and they saw how Nymeria and some baby wolves were following him. Ghost. Jon laughed and they walked to them and greeted the new family members. There were 5 puppies around, jumping, whining, barking. They were full of energy. One of those jumped to Dany's arms and she caressed the tiny puppy. You are a daddy now. Jon scratched Ghost's ear. He laughed so happily. Dany glanced to the side and she spotted how the small dragons Jorel and Dagon stepped closer to the small wolves. They were smelling each other so cautiously. Then one of the small puppy raised its paw and patted Dogon's face. Dany and Jon looked at each other, then back to the 2 small creatures. The dragon pressed himself to the field and let those puppies climb him. Ghost was sitting there so calmly, and Nymeria walked to him, and rubbed her face to Ghost's. Jon took Dany's hand and helped her to stand up, and placed his arms around her. Another impossible thing that we achieved. Together. He kissed her forehead. Arya was staring out of the window, while Gendry was sitting with Miss Sandai in the floor and playing with the little girl. Arya glanced at them above her shoulder. She was looking at them, but with mixed feelings. She loved that tiny girl, but she can't imagine herself as a mother. Not now, but not ever. It was not her. She loved that man. She meant her words when she said she doesn't want to live without him, but the war ended and those things became reality. They were there, and she knew he is going to ask that question again, and if she wanted to be honest, she was not sure she is ready for this. To live her life in one place. As a lady. What do you think? How do they decide? Gendry raised his eyes at her. What? Arya frowned. Jon and Daenerys. What if they don't want to rule? Gendry shrugged his shoulders. What will happen? We chose someone else. Arya stepped closer and crouched next to them and raised a wood figure from the floor. But who? Gendry looking at her questioningly. You are also a royal descendant. Even if you are a bastard. Arya giggled a bit. That is a bad joke. Gendry shook his head with a laugh. I'd rather go back to blacksmith. He added. I understand. Arya agreed. They are going to do what is right. She caressed Missy's head, and the door opened. It was Sam. I am sorry, I thought, they are here. He looked around. We don't know where they are. Jon asked us to stay with Miss Sandai. Arya answered and stood up. Do you need any help with that election thing? Sansa was sitting in a secluded part of the castle. She wanted to go home, wanted to leave everything and everyone behind. There was no place for her there anymore. She has nothing and no one left. Arya almost turned against her. She lost her status as a queen, she lost the independence of the north, and she felt everyone is against her. She did not want anything bad. She only wanted to give the northerners what they deserved, and yes, she wanted to rule them as their queen, because she was the only one who knows what they needed. Not the ones who are living in the other side of the kingdom, not a foreign queen who don't even know the north. My lady. Tyrion found her and slowly took some steps to her. What do you want? Sansa rolled her eyes. I wanted to know how are you feeling? He narrowed his eyes. Because of what she said, or because you support her? She hissed. I do. Tyrion lowered his head. Because that is the right decision. For the people. Once in my life, I tried to put my interests aside, and do what is right. Daenerys has many mistakes, just as Jon Snow. Just as me, just as you. We all have failings. We are human, but I do believe my words. I do believe them. Together. And Jon Snow is your brother. Always be. The North will be in good hands, until it gets its independence again. You have to see that they are right. The North can't stand up alone. None of the lands can. He explained. You are a moron if you think they'll ever forgive you. Sansa shook her head. The Queen had every right and every reason to burn me alive, but she did not do it. She is better than you think. You should, let all your doubts and anger go away, that is the best moment to start clear. That is what the people need in the North too. Live in peace. He added, and he wanted to caress his shoulder, but he pulled back his hand. Think about it. He smiled a bit, and turned to leave her there in her thoughts. Your Grace. Samwell ran into Jon and Daenerys in the corridors. They looked calm and happy. We worried. He smiled at them. You don't have to. Jon's arms were around his love. We just needed some time to think through the things you've said. He smiled. And? Sam looked worried. And we'll give you an answer. Soon. Dany sighed. But not now. Now I need some rest. She added. But there is something. Jon continued and smiled at Daenerys. Would you be honored us by celebrate our wedding? He raised his eyes at Sam. I'd be my honor. Samwell nodded. I'll start preparations, but it would be nice to know how big wedding we are to prepare for. He was staring at them. People need food and help around the kingdom, not a wedding. Dany sighed. We have reserves in Dragonstone, we had. I don't know what's left at that place. I'll send some to check that. But it did not answer my question. Sam answered shyly. And, if you allow me, people need something to celebrate, and we can give them food and help with a wedding too. They need some happiness. They deserve some celebration. He was staring at them. Do as you think the best. Jon answered. I am sure you make a good decision about it. Now we really need some time alone. Without questions and urging. Dany started to walk on, and Jon walked after her. Sam followed them with his eyes. He was not sure what is in their minds. He was not sure they'll accept their faith or not, and no matter how he wants to find another Cillian, another person who fits to rule the Seven Kingdoms, he has no other idea, who they can choose. There were no other option than Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen. Chapter 193. King's Landing. Dany was walking around in the room. Jon followed her with his gaze. She was still so confused, and it was clear that her mind is racing. They both needed some rest, some time alone. It doesn't feel. She started quietly. Home, she admitted. Everything is so rigid, impersonal. Her gaze wandered from one thing to another in the room. This place feels like. She sighed. Cursed. Jon finished her sentence and sat to the edge of the bed. Maybe just the bad memories. Dany glanced at him. My father went mad here, many of our friends died here. Miss Sandai, she stepped to the window. Cersei killed her at the top of that wall there. She continued. Grey Worm died, in the field inside the city. Your father died here as I know. She looked at Jon again. He did. They beheaded him here, in the main square. And the people cheered. Jon lowered his head. Arya was there. She saw it. She heard it. She was just a little girl back then. He took a deep breath. Is that what we want? Dany turned to Jon. Living in the shadows of those things. She frowned. Jon narrowed his eyes, then stood up and walked to her. No. He answered, but, we can't look back. Maybe, we just have to create good memories. Here. His hand sliding to the back of her neck. Maybe that can help. He pulled her face closer to his and kissed her lips so fondly. So carefully. Dany returned the kiss immediately, and not a moment later, that kiss became much deeper. Their tongues started to dance wildly in their mouth, and Jon slowly directed them to the bed. She broke the kiss and staring at his face. He swallowed a big one and started to open her dress. Untied the knot on her dress and removed it from her upper body. She released a huge gasp. The dress fell to the floor and their eyes met. They did not even remember when was the last time when they were together. That way. They did not have time to think about it. The past few weeks were messy and they were in a war. Jon swallowed a big one. Do you want it? He was scanning her face. She did not answer. She placed her hands to the edge of her skirt and pushed it down on her legs. She was standing there in her naked beauty, and the sight of her still amazed Jon. She was still beautiful, even with that small baby bump. It makes her more beautiful. She grabbed his wrist and directed his hand to her sex. She slid her fingers to his fingers, and pushed those to her pussy, and let a moan out. Dany. Jon groaned and continued. Moved his fingers in and out in her. Gosh. You have no idea, how much I missed you. He groaned again, moved his fingers faster. Show me. She moaned and thrust his fingers deeper into her sex. Make me come, she whispered to him. He grabbed her waist with his other arm, squeezed her close, and continued plugging her with his fingers. 1. Then 2. Then he added another. She was clinging in his neck. Yes. She moaned again, make me come, John. She begged him. She needed that. She needed him. She needed to feel him. She needed those moments when they can forget everyone and everything. She needed to clear her mind, and John exactly knows how to make her forget everything else. Come for me, he almost ordered her, and he did not stop for a moment. He was so wild, his thrusts were so deep. His pants became so uncomfortable. It was not just Daenerys who missed it. He missed her too. He wanted to feel her deep. He wanted to fill her, come inside her. He wanted to reunite with his love finally. He did not want to think about his duties or the others. He wants to make her happy. He wants to feel happy. He wants to feel reassured and let it out. He turned with her to the bed, and at the moment she finally comes with a voluptuous moan, he put her to the bed and knelt between her tights. He almost ripped the clothes from his upper body, then he tried to escape his manhood with one hand and started to give kisses to her inner tights. John. She raised her head a bit, to see him, and he was smiling at her while giving one lick to her sex. Oh my heaven! She closed her eyes, and that feeling was more than good. Her whole body started to shake the minute she felt his tongue on her clit. He did it once more, then he continued to tease her. Don't do this. She shook her head and kept her eyes on him. Don't do what? He asked back and raised a brow. He kissed her vulvas. John. Please. Dany begged him and spread her legs even more. Please, you know what I need. She gasped. This. He asked her and leaned to her pussy, pressed his lips to it, and started to lick her, but after some seconds he stopped and kissed her inner tight again. Dany could kill him with her eyes. She doesn't want that teasing game now. Not at that moment. She wanted to release all the stress from her body. She wanted him to lick her out as he did several times before. Do not tease a pregnant woman. She warned him. You never know what the end will be. She narrowed her eyes. Maybe I just leave you here. Unsatisfied. She raised a brow. You wouldn't do that, he whispered to her and gently stroked her with his fingers in her most sensitive part. She moaned again. I just want to create good memories. We are not running anywhere, he smirked and leaned closer to her sex again, his tongue barely touched her clit. And suddenly she felt he thrust his finger inside her again, meanwhile his tongue was pampered her. Yes. Yes. She was so heated. You are so fine. John groaned, and finally, he started that wild dance with his tongue on her sex, but he did not stop with his fingers either. He wanted to make her come in both ways at once. She was screaming in pleasure. She never holds it back. No. She enjoyed it when he gives her pleasure. She was not ashamed, and he loved her even more because of it. It was a good feeling, to see, to feel how much she enjoys his touches. She moaned his name several times and all her muscles became tense. John groaned meanwhile he was licking her. He moved his fingers in and out so fast. Oh, oh. Oh my. She barely could breathe, and the next moment her climax hit her body. John kept his fingers inside her, and he felt how she was pulsating. He had no idea how long he will last if he thrusts his sex inside her. It was a too long time ago, and he knows her hunger. He knows she never can get enough. He wanted to be sure, she got a few climaxes before they start to have sex. He gave a small kiss to her inner tights again, then he finally climbed to the bed and leaned over her. I love you, Dany, he whispered to her mouth and kissed her passionately. He felt how her hand was sliding down on his chest, towards his abs, then her fingers grabbed his cock. He needed every piece of his mind to hold it back. It is my turn. She smiled and licked his lips. If you... John groaned while she was moving her hand up and down on his sex. If you continue this... I can't promise. Ah. Dany was staring at his face meanwhile she was jerking his cock. She pushed him by his chest to the bed and climbed over him. Slowly kissed his lips, then his chest, then each cube on his belly. You don't want it. She licked the tip of his cock. He couldn't even answer. Of course, he wanted it, he just didn't want to come sooner than he should. He placed his hand on her cheek and staring at her. The woman who meant the world for him. She slowed down her moves and licked the tip of it again. You know, you were right. She was so teasing. I love this game. She swallowed his cock once, then let it out of her mouth. Dany. John felt he will explode. His manhood stared at the sky, so hard. He was rock hard, and he knew as soon as she continues this he is going to come. She swallowed his cock again and she kept her eyes on him meanwhile she was sucking his cock. He groaned and moaned continuously, and she felt how he grabbed her hair, squeezed it, and even pushed his cock more to her mouth. Yes. He closed his eyes. Do it. Yes. Yes. No. He couldn't finish his words, he couldn't hold it back anymore. He let it out. He let his seeds out to her warm and wet mouth and he felt his heart was beating in his throat. Danny swallowed and gave a last kiss to the tip of his sex and sat up. John was laying on the bed and panting. She smiled at him. After some seconds John opened his eyes and staring at that beautiful woman in front of him. I've told you. John sighed. It never caused problems, before. Danny bit her lower lip. You were always ready to give me more. She teased him. Just give me time. He laughed a bit. I am not a patient type, you know that, my lord, she answered with a half smile. And pregnancy makes me more impatient, to be honest. She almost moaned those words, and she started to caress her nipples with her fingers. She kept one of her hands on her breast but her other hand was sliding down on her body towards her sex. John pushed himself up on the bed and staring at that beautiful woman in front of him. Sitting between his legs, caressing herself. But it is still good. She started to massage her own clit. If you can't give me more. She smiled so teasingly. Then I. She was staring at his face, but his eyes were stuck on her hand. On her fingers, which just dug inside her sex. I please myself. She was thrusting herself with her own fingers. John felt how the blood goes to his sex again. She clearly knows how to make him ready for her. She also noticed how his sex starts to get hard again and smiled, but she did not stop. She continued self-satisfied and her moans became louder. John grabbed her waist and pulled her back to his lap. She did not have a chance to protest, and without hesitation, he just entered her. With a quick and relentless move. John. Daenerys screamed his name. His whole sex disappeared in her, and she moaned loudly the minute she felt him inside. Deeply. She started to move, she was riding on him, her palm was resting on his chest, and moved her hips. Fiercely. His hands were resting on her waist, and he even fastens her moves. He lost control. He doesn't know limits. Not that moment. Ride me. Ride me. Harder. He groaned and squeezed her waist. Directed her moves so ardently. She did what he wanted. She did until she started to shake, she couldn't hold herself and fell to his chest. With some more thrust, she climaxed again and she was panting. He was still inside her and he felt she is pulsating so hard. You were not too gentle this time. She barely could form words. She barely could breathe. She raised her eyes at him. Did I hurt you? John worried. No. She giggled. It definitely not hurt me. You just gave me exactly what I needed. She placed her cheek back to his chest. I love you, John. She sighed and panting. I hope it wasn't enough. He smiled and turned with her in the bed. His hand was sliding down to her tight, raised it a bit to make more place for himself and he continued with some slow and gentle thrust. He held himself with his arm, to not lie on her with his weight. Danny grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him to her lips, and he gladly followed her directions. Chapter 194. King's Landing. Where were you? John fell asleep after the enjoyable moments, but the minute he opened his eyes he was alone in the huge bed. He woke up at the noise of the door when Danny came back to the room. She was smiling finally. She looked happy and stress-free. She closed the door cautiously. You slept the whole afternoon. She glanced at her love and walked closer to him. Sat to the bed next to him. I am sorry. John grabbed her hand and their fingers intertwined. I was with our daughter. Alone. I missed her. Missed being with her. Not just laying in the bed. I braided her hair, we laughed, she felt her brother in my belly. Danny giggled. You were right, if we collect some good memories here, it can help, she admitted. But. She bit her lip. But. John frowned. I still don't think we belong here. And I know deep in my heart that we won't be happy if we stay. She sighed and John was staring at her questioningly. He was a bit confused about what she meant with her words. Arya. Gendry found her outside of the castle. You disappeared. He smiled at her and hesitated a bit before he sat next to his love. Yeah. I know. She took a deep breath of the fresh air. I am afraid I won't like what you want to say. Gendry sighed and lowered his head. You came here. After me. Why do you think I want to say anything? She frowned. Because I know you. More or less. A sad smile appeared on his face. And to be honest, I was afraid of this. Of this moment. When we are all over of it. The war. The deads. I knew that feeling is going to grow in you. The feeling that you don't want to be. He remained in silence before he finished his words. Your wife. Arya glanced at him. Yeah. He grabbed a small pebble from the field and throws it away. If you know me, you know that I am not that girl. I probably never will be. Arya sighed. I just hoped when you said you want to be with me for the rest of our lives, you meant it. Gendry shrugged and grabbed another small scree, played with it nervously. But it was too good to be true. He throws it away and stood up. But I understand. So I don't have any other option. Arya raised her eyes at him. Just be your wife or not be your wife. Just that, black and white option. No more. She spread her arms. Why? Are there any other options? He was heartbroken. That was so clear. I meant my words when I said I love you. She stood up and stepped closer to him. But. She sighed. Sure. There is a but. There is always a but. He rolled his eyes. Gendry. She placed her hand to his face. No. No, I understand. I get it. He took a step back from her. I really do. I wish you, too, be happy with your life. Alone or, with your adventures or. He avoided looking at her, and he wanted to escape from her sight. He swallowed a big one and turned his back at her. I don't want to have those adventures alone, Arya added before he could walk away. That can be the grey option. Be together but not as a lady and her lord. Locked in a castle. But two young souls around the Seven Kingdoms or even further. She finally confessed her idea. Discover the whole world. I see a lot of it. In the past few years, but there are still some places which I'd like to see. But, with you. She smiled a bit and waited for his answer. So. Arya took a step toward him. What do you say? What would your brother say about it? Gendry turned back slowly to her. It is not his decision, but mine. She placed her hands on his chest. And to be honest, he wants the best for me. And you are the best for me. With you, he thinks I am in safe. She giggled a bit. You can take care of yourself. You don't need me to keep you safe. Gendry caressed her cheek. Arya surprised. She thought he'll be happy about her words, but he doesn't look happy. He looked puzzled. I thought. You asked me to give up everything for you. But you wouldn't do it for me. Gendry sighed. Is that fair? Arya opened her mouth to answer, but she had no idea what to say. Gendry pulled her face closer and kissed her forehead. Maybe one day you'll be ready to love me more than adventures and traveling. You know where you can find me then. He caressed her cheek again with his finger and he walked away. The night passed quite quickly, just like the days after. The weather gets so warm again, and more people were out in the streets. Everyday life continued in the city. The Unsullied and the Dothrakis helped and worked together with the citizens to rebuild it. The Northerners worked together with them too. Peace was felt all around. Your Grace. Samwell entered the room. Daenerys was standing at the window, looking around. Meanwhile, Jon was playing with his daughter on the ground. We are ready. Everyone is there. Thank you, Sam. Dany nodded and glanced at Jon. He stood up, holding Miss Sandai in his arms. Dany stepped to them and caressed her daughter's head. If you tell me, what is your decision? Sam cleared his throat. I may help with convincing them about that is the right thing to do. You'll find it out soon, Sam. Jon smiled at his friend. Do we have any news about Sir Davos and Gilly? Daario Naharis must arrive Mirren soon. Then they can leave. But I have no information about where are they now. You can reunite with your family soon, Samwell, Dany answered. We should go. I don't want to make them wait for too long. She looked at Jon, and he nodded. Do you need anyone to take care of your daughter? I can send someone. Samwell frowned. No. Miss Sandai is coming with us. Jon hugged his daughter closer and walked past Sam, joining Daenerys. Are you ready? He asked his love with a comforting smile. I am. Dany nodded. With you, I am ready for anything. She looked at Miss Sandai then at Jon and they walked towards the room where everyone was waiting for their decision that can determine their future. Everyone was in silence. They were sitting around at a huge table and no one said a word. Arya and Gendry kept the distance since their last talk. Gendry was standing near to the door and they both avoided looking at the other. He was not sure, he did not make a mistake, but he did not want to lock her. He did not want to handcuff her. She was a free spirit, and after he can go back to Stromlands it will be easier. When they don't have to see each other every day. He meant it. He will wait for her. For years if that is necessary. He couldn't imagine his life with anyone else, but she was not ready for it. Not now. Not yet. The door opened and Daenerys walked inside, with Jon and Miss Sandai. Samwell followed them and closed the door. The silence and uncertainty can be felt in the whole room. Jon placed his daughter in a chair and stood behind her. Dany glanced at him once more, and he nodded with a smile. Missy grabbed her mother's hand, and Dany lowered her face and staring at her daughter. She was squeezing her hand as if she felt how hard this is for her. Probably she felt it. She was a miracle herself with those abilities. Sometimes she wished that her daughter's abilities had disappeared with the Night King and the Raven, but for some reason, she still has those. They just have to keep those abilities under control. With love. She took a deep breath and squeezed her tiny hand, then turned to the others. May I have a word before you start? Sansa stood up. Dany swallowed, she tried to not shut her down immediately. Jon gave his sister an angry look. He wanted to tell her to sit down, but Dany was faster. We're listening, Lady Stark. Dany nodded with her face. Even Jon surprised about her answer. Sansa took a deep breath. Tyrion kept his eyes on her. He was afraid that she may say something hastily. She did not even talk with him in the past few days, and he had no idea what is in her mind. I did many bad things. We all did. Dany sighed. I don't ask your forgiveness. It makes no sense, but I want you to know that I am sorry. She looked at Daenerys and the Queen was clearly surprised. I should have done a lot of things differently. Maybe my biggest mistake, that I did not believe to my own brother, and I never gave you a chance. She finally admitted. If I act differently back then. Sansa tried to find the words, and she was scratching her fingers nervously. Arya grabbed her hands and smiled at her. We are all flawed in that it happened this way. Arya smiled at her sister and Sansa smiled back at her. We shouldn't look back. Dany tried to smile. We should look to our future and start it with a new blank page. Every one of us. Focusing on the kingdom that we can build together, nor to ponder and have pity on the mistakes we made in our past. We all learned from our mistakes. Or at least I hope it. She was so calm and queenly. Thank you. Sansa bowed a bit with her head and sat back in her chair. Arya was still holding her hand, and Jon couldn't help but smile about them. Just as Tyrion. So, we are here because we finally make our decision about our future. About the future of the Seven Kingdoms. I am sure many of you won't agree with it. She turned to Jon and hesitated a bit. But she felt how her heart was beating in her throat. But that is our common decision. Jon stepped closer to her meanwhile his hand was resting on his daughter's shoulder. She was standing in that chair, and they looked like the most powerful rulers. Together. There were 3 people there and a half in the Queen's belly but they looked like one. A strong alliance, that can't be broken. And that is our final decision. Jon made it clear and looked at Tyrion. The dwarf nodded. Of course I did not change my mind. Dany raised a brow and looked to Sam. I still want that election, where people can make their own decision. Sam answered with a nod. I started to prepare it already, Samwell answered. He was proud of them. They really wanted the best for the people. They cared about the people. He read a lot about the history of Westeros, but most of the rulers only cared about themselves, but they were different. He never liked the chronicles that he wrote. The Song of Ice and Fire. It did not seem a whole story. Now it was the time to finish that. With a new volume. No matter what is going to be their decision. They made this story a whole thing. Last time when we were here together Dany looked around. You've made a choice. You chose us to lead the kingdoms as regent rulers until people around here make their final choice. Her eyes stopped on Sansa. Well, most of you chose us. She lowered her head. We did not return to rule. We wanted to end the threat to our daughter. That is all that we wanted. Nothing more. Life on the other hand. She smiled at Jon and he smiled back at her always holds surprises for us. Chapter 195. Dragon's Stone. The waves of the sea gently slammed the shore. The sun was shining brightly and there were many huge ships in the bay. A pleasant breeze blew, which made the heat of the sun more bearable. A crowd of people walking towards the castle on the staircase from the shore. Laughing, talking. The huge doors of the castle were open, and the whole place filled with joy and happiness. There was a lot of food and drink everywhere around and many were talking about the help that Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow sent throughout the whole kingdom. They sent gold, supplies, and even soldiers, men to help to rebuild everything that the Winter and the Dead destroyed earlier. There were no signs of contempt or fear. They were not there because they were afraid of the Targaryen girl. They were there because they were grateful to her. To her and to Jon Snow. The noble son of Ned Stark, who has been unjustly convicted. They supported Cersei Lannister back then, because of fear, but they did not feel that anymore. They were free. Jon Snow was standing at the stone fence, on the other side of the castle. Staring the sea, staring at the dragons in the sky. That was the place where the whole story began. The story of him and Daenerys. Of course, they met at the throne room in Dragonstone at first, but that was the place where they had the first conversation alone. Just the two of them. He remembered how much colder that day was. Her hair was braided back in a very strange way, she acted like a though an insensitive ruler, but when he looked into her eyes that day he could see immediately that she has a good heart. They went through many things, and now they were there again. He smiled a bit under his nose. John. Sansa walked down the stairs. He glanced at his sister, then turned back to the sea. Are you hiding? She smiled a bit and stopped next to him. Placed her hands on the stone fence. It is beautiful. Not more beautiful than the north. She teased him. But I have to admit it is an amazing view. She giggled a bit. I am glad you are here, John answered. I couldn't miss this day. Sansa glanced at him. I am proud of you. And I know our father would be proud of you too. She added and sighed. He would be more proud of you than of me. She lowered her head. He was a noble and honest man. Always true to his words. He was too good for that world. John added. Too naive, and he died because he wanted to tell the truth to everyone. Because that was the right thing to do. He shook his head. I hope someday the world be like that. Where a man like Ned Stark could have lived happily. I am sure. Sansa nodded and placed her hand on John's shoulder. You should come. It starts soon. Just one more minute, John answered, and Sansa left him there. Daenerys was standing in her bedroom. Her hair was down, curled gently around her face. She was looking out of the window, playing with her fingers nervously in front of her snow-white silk dress. She looked down and adjusted it. Her growing belly can be clearly seen. She placed her hand to it. She felt how the baby inside kicked a little. She giggled and caressed it. Shhh, my boy. Soon it is the time, she told to him quietly. Your Grace. The door opened and Gilly entered the room. I found it. I have no idea how I left it in the other room. She was holding a white long veil in her hands. Just Daenerys. Please. Dany turned to her with a smile on her face. You are shining, Gilly told her and raised the veil. May I? She raised it more, and Dany turned her back to her and let her put it to her head. It is perfect. Gilly took a step back and staring at her. He is a lucky man, that is sure. Not luckier than I myself, Dany answered with a giggle. Your Grace. The door opened again and Sir Davos stepped inside. He wanted to continue but the words stuck in his throat. I help. You want to say that she looks beautiful? Gilly smiled. I go and get the kids. We'll be down there. She nodded towards Daenerys and walked out of the room. Dany nodded too, and Sir Davos stepped out of her way to let her outside. So, it is the time. Dany asked Sir Davos. Everything is ready. Everyone is waiting for you. The old man nodded and offered his arm to her. She stepped closer. May I ask something? Dany hesitated. You don't have to worry about him. I know him for a long time, I saw many things, Your Grace, but never saw Jon Snow that happy as he is since you two found each other again. He smiles and laughs a lot. Every day. You are his happiness. You and his family. His children. Even the one who is not yet born. You gave him everything that he ever wanted deep in his heart. Davos explained with a smile, and Dany noticed the small tear in his eyes. Thank you. Dany took a deep breath and wiped her cheek. I just needed to hear it. I think. She frowned. Can we go? Davos offered his arm again and Dany placed hers around it. Gendry was standing in the crowd with Tormund. They were talking with some women there. Arya couldn't take her eyes off of him. He laughed and flirted with those women. She hated it. So. Sansa stepped next to her. I would do something in your place. She shrugged. I don't know, what are you talking about? Arya frowned. Gendry Baratheon has a name and has a land. Not just a small cottage somewhere. And he is handsome. Every woman would gladly say yes to his offer to be his wife. Not you, of course. Sansa continued, and they saw how Jon was walking inside with Sam. They stood near to the throne and waited. Maybe I should try to get to know him better. If my sister is too silly to accept it. She tried to tease her. We discussed it. Arya swallowed and kept her eyes on her brother. Jon hated to be there in the center of attention. It was so clear. You never listened to me. Sansa straightened herself. Sometimes you should. That man loves you. She did not look down to her sister. Just as he loves Daenerys Targaryen. She nodded towards Jon with her face. He couldn't be happy without her. He couldn't live without her. He tried, he failed. You should learn from our brother's mistake. She shrugged her shoulders. And not make the same one. She glanced down to Arya and smiled. Arya turned to Gendry and their eyes met. First since that talk in King's Landing. After a few seconds, a smile appeared on Gendry's face. Go. Sansa leaned a bit closer to Arya and pushed her a bit with her hand. The music started to play and everyone remained in silence at that moment and turned to the door. John's eyes stopped on the door too. It was closed but he knew she is there. When two soldiers opened it, some children run inside, but he couldn't see his love. He turned to Sam and he smiled at him. The music continued, and Daenerys walked inside with Sir Davos by her side, and she was holding Miss Sandai's hand on the other side. She was there next to her mother, walking down the aisle. Everyone was smiling, and staring at them with shining eyes. She looked beautiful. She looked around while they were getting closer to Samwell and Jon. When she spotted Arya and Gendry on the other side of the huge hall, kissing, she giggled a bit and her eyes met with Jon's eyes. She tried to show him to look at that way. He frowned but he understood after a moment and he also started to laugh a bit. He was happy because his sister found her happiness. And his happiness was there. In front of him. His whole life. That amazing woman in that white dress, with their second child under her heart, and next to her, their wonderful daughter. All the stress and nervousness he felt was gone at that moment when they looked at each other. He wanted that. Live and be happy with Daenerys. They reached him and Sir Davos stretched his hand to Miss Sandai to take her away from there. Dany crouched and kissed the forehead of her daughter, then stood up and turned to Jon. He took her hand, raised it to his lips, and kissed it. "We met here," he whispered. "First time." He caressed her hand with his fingers. "True." Dany nodded. "That time you would have not thought that one day you are going to marry me." She giggled. "No," Jon answered with a serious face. "I just hoped," he added, and their eyes were locked. There was so much love in those eyes. Care, respect, loyalty. Ahm. Sam cleared his throat and they turned to him. Jon nodded with his head. "That day is a unique day in the Seven Kingdoms." Sam started. "We have many things to celebrate. We are building a new world and that day is the start of it. We are here to break all the old habits and duties, and rules. To make this place a better one. We are not only here to celebrate love but with this ceremony, we're going to officially crown the King and Queen of the Seven Kingdoms." He smiled and looked around. Everyone started to cheer them. Loudly. Dany and Jon exchanged a look. Arya's head was resting on Gendry's chest, Tyrion was standing next to Sansa and they were satisfied too. Sir Davos was standing close to the wedding couple, with Miss Sandai in his arms, and Gilly was standing behind them with her children. Tormund was leaning to the wall, and he smiled, he was so proud of that bastard. He was finally there where he needed to be. On the side of the woman who he loved with his whole heart. He glanced to the door, saw Yara Greyjoy walked inside silently. Their eyes met and smiled at each other. She hid behind the crowd quickly. "In the presence of your family and friends." Samwell continued with some new words, "To make everyone feel traditions are really broken with that marriage, I hereby seal these two souls." He stepped closer to them and placed a scarf around their hands, binding them as one for eternity. He looked around then back to Dany and Jon. "Look upon one another and say the words." A huge smile was on his face and he glanced at Gilly. He remembered back to their wedding. It was the best thing that can happen to him. Father. Smith. Warrior. Mother. Maiden. Crone. Stranger. Daenerys and Jon said the words together, in unison. "I am his." Dany bit her lower lip. "I am hers." Jon continued and his eyes were shining so brightly. "And he is mine." She took a deep breath. "She is mine," Jon said those words so proudly. "From this day, until the end of my days." They finished the words together, and Jon did not wait for any more longer. He grabbed his wife by her waist, pulled her to his arms, and kissed her. There. In front of everyone. The scarf fell to the floor from their hands, but they did not care. No one cared about it. The people around there couldn't even remember when they last saw a marriage that happened not just because to make an alliance, but because of real love. Until that day. That was it. A true love that was connected in front of them for a lifetime. Dany giggled so happily after their lips separated, and the whole hall filled with loud applause. "I love you." Jon placed his hand on her rosy cheek and kissed her again. "I love you too," she answered and she kissed her husband again with her whole heart. Miss Sandai broke their moment, she ran there and pulled the dress on her mother a little with her tiny hands. Jon glanced at Davos and raised a brow. He spread his arms. "When that little girl wants something she gets it." Jon crouched down, got his daughter and raised her up to his arms. They were laughing, and everyone in the room was happy about them. Chapter 196. Dragon's Stone. "I have another noble task for today." Samwell continued after some seconds. "We went through many things, many threats in the past few years. There were better and worse days, but the sun is shining again, and we can see the light again. We can rebuild Westeros together, led by two people. I don't know anyone better suited to that task." Sam was so happy for them. We all are human. We all have sins and mistakes, but we have to look into the future. We have to believe we can make this world a better place. He looked around. John put Miss Sandai down, and she ran back to Sir Davos. John grabbed the hand of Daenerys and they turned to the crowd. These two people can show us how to do it. Sam continued. But not alone. John took the words and took a step forward with Daenerys. Probably many of you don't understand why are we here on that joyful day, and not in the capital. As my friend said. He glanced to Sam above his shoulder. We have to look forward, to the future, and not to the past. There are some traditions which we also have to leave behind. He was so manly, proud, he looked like a king. A real king. Daenerys Targaryen and I won't go back to King's Landing. We accepted our roles as your leaders to rebuild the Seven Kingdoms, but we can't accept living in a place where we don't belong. We are going to stay here at Dragonstone. He saw how everyone was surprised about his words. The new way of election will be ready soon. Dany continued. In that way, you'll be the one who can choose your king and queen for the future. It won't depend on blood and heritage anymore. The old wheel is broken. She took a deep breath. We picked some wise men and women to help us to rule, to make decisions. To be in a council, that can help us to rule. One from every part of the country, even from beyond the wall, because that place also belongs to the Westeros too. The people there eat, drink, bleed just like us. They are not different. So we should not treat them differently. She was so calm. She watched the people face around. They were in silence. We have to live in peace and union. John sighed. We, everyone everywhere need each other, to make this country shine again. And I can promise, we are not going to tolerate without words and deeds the ones who try to rebel and incite rebellion. We are open to listening to new ideas, new development opportunities. We don't have to agree on everything with everyone, but we have to make decisions together with you. With the people around the kingdom. That is what we can offer to you. A start of a new era. He straightened himself even more. They remained in silence, just as everyone else for some seconds, then some applause broke the silence. Tormund and Yara started it, and the others joined quite quickly. They both took a deep breath and turned back to Samwell. He glanced to the side of the hall, and two women walked inside with two crowns in their arms. Those coronas were beautifully and precisely crafted jewelry. The two crowns were decorated with a dragon and a wolf intertwined in the middle. Dany and John looked at each other again. That crown perfectly symbolizes their union. Get down to your knees, Samwell told them, and they did, but they did not let the hand of each other for a moment. They lowered their heads. I now proclaim. Samwell stepped to Daenerys with one of the crowns in his hand. Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the first of her name, Queen of the Andals and the First Men, Protector of the Seven Kingdoms. He stopped and smiled a bit. The Mother of Dragons, the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, he continued, and Dany raised her eyes at him surprisedly. The Unburnt, the Breaker of Chains. She had no idea since when she did not hear her full title, but he did not stop. The mother of the princess who was promised to bring the dawn. Daenerys lowered her head again and her eyes filled with tears. Sam put the crown to the top of her head. Long may she reign. Queen Daenerys Targaryen. He raised his voice and everyone cheered in the room. He turned back to the other girl and grabbed the other crown. John saw how he stepped in front of him. He turned his head a bit towards Daenerys and saw how a tear fell from her eyes. He squeezed her hand a bit and Dany glanced at him. I now proclaim Jon of House Stark. He wanted to make it clear that he is not a bastard. He never was in his eyes, but he even made some steps to make it official without letting him know, with the help of the queen. He glanced at Daenerys and she nodded. Then they both looked to Jon, who was surprised. He did not understand. Now it was Daenerys who squeezed his hand to reassure him first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Protector of the Seven Kingdoms, Savior of the North, Father of the princess who was promised to bring the dawn. Samwell smiled. The most honorable man whom I ever met with. He lowered his voice, then placed the crown on Jon's head. Long may he reign. King Jon Stark, he shouted to the people in the huge hall, and they started to applaud them. Jon helped his wife to stand up and their eyes were locked. I don't understand. Jon shook his head and narrowed his eyes. You are a Stark. She smiled. And a Targaryen. She adjusted his shirt. A&D. Congratulations. Tyrion appeared next to them and bowed with his head. All hail to the Queen and King. He raised his glass. They know they have to wait for that talk. Everyone in the room wanted them. Wanted to greet them, wanted to see them more closely. Jon kept his eyes on Daenerys, and he even kept his arms around her. She was pregnant and there were too many people around them. He glanced back for a moment to Sir Davos, and he reassured when she saw he was holding Missandei in his arms. Not a minute later the crowd surrounded them. The celebration began soon after the wedding and the coronation. At least they got some air. They were looking around and saw many happy faces. Many satisfied and smiling faces around, and that was all that they wanted. Samuel was whispering something with his wife, and they were laughing. Arya and Gendry were talking with Sansa and Tyrion. Sir Davos was dancing with their daughter. Daenerys saw Yara Greyjoy for a moment. She bowed towards her, then she left the island. It was understandable. She was still mourning her love, but she came there, to prove to them, the happening did not change her opinion. Tormund courted to some women, and they were listening to him with so much admiration. So my little sister, at the end you are going to be a lady of a castle. Sansa laughed. No, she won't. Gendry smiled and turned to her. Someday maybe. Arya giggled. But first we want to travel as many places as we can. Together. Together. Gendry kissed her forehead. I don't understand. I thought, you don't want to go. Sansa frowned and looked at Gendry's face. I never said I don't want to go. I just wanted to know, am I more important to her, than some adventures? He placed his arm around Arya. I still can't believe I agreed to be your wife and stay with you in that castle. I should hate you because that was just some test. Arya sighed. You passed. Gendry laughed at her. Only that matters. You're going to regret it. Arya laughed at him. Where are you going? Jon frowned when Dany stood up from the table. She leaned to him and whispered some words to his ear, then she walked out of the hall. He waited for some more minutes, exchanged a look with Sir Davos. He did not want to leave their daughter behind without any words. The old man smiled at him, and he got his signs. He continued dancing with the little girl, and Jon left the place too. Not many noticed they left. Tyrion did. He raised his glass to his mouth and smiled. They were really not like the previous rulers of Westeros. They had their own ideas about ruling the country, not to mention they were not afraid to choose another headquarters for it. That was a bold but wise decision. People did not mind it, or they did not care. Dany. Jon entered their bedroom and she was there. She was caressing her belly and looking out of the window. Are you all right? He worried a bit. More than all right. She turned to him. I just. She took a deep breath. I hope you are not mad at me. She placed her hand on his chest. I know we should not make decisions alone. I mean. She sighed. I just don't understand. Jon wiped a hair lock away from her face then caressed it with his fingers. There are many things that we can change and people accept it, but... Dany took a deep breath. Sam worried because, he was sure some lords would, they would have taken it, Dany swallowed. To crown a bastard. Jon nodded. With the name Snow. I did not care. I never cared about it but he insisted to. She explained. Change it. To give you your father's name. Officially. As a queen. I had the right to do so. She took a deep breath. But I knew, you don't want the world to get to know the truth about your heritage. The truth that your father kept in a secret in his whole lifetime. I mean. Ned Stark. You've told that me many times that it is better if the world doesn't know. And, you'll always be a Stark. And a Targaryen. Jon pulled her closer but. You were right in it, and you made the right decision. And. It was a pleasant surprise if I want to be honest. He raised her head up by her chin. To be honest, I stick to my name. I mean after that many years it would be weird if everyone starts to call me Aegon. He laughed a bit. I couldn't get used to it. Dany frowned and giggled too. They were staring at each other and Jon leaned closer to her. You can call me my husband, Jon smirked. Or my love. Or, my king. Jon raised a brow and that smirk was still on his face. Really? Dany pulled a face and placed her arms around his neck. Any other, wish my dear husband. Their lips almost met. Many. Jon nodded. But we have a lifetime to fulfill all of those. He closed the gap between their lips and they kissed each other. Deeply. It was a long kiss full of love. They were finally husband and wife. After that many years. No one could question their love anymore. We should. Dany tried to break the kiss, but Jon did not let her, he was kissing her even more wildly. Jon. She placed her hand to his chest to pull him away a bit. We have to go back. Dany sighed. I already hate it. Jon rolled his eyes and admitted. I know. Dany raised herself to her toes and breathed another small kiss to his lips. But only a few hours, and we can start to fulfill your wishes. She took a step towards the door and holding his hand and he followed her. He would have followed her to the end of the world. Nothing mattered. Just them. Being together. Being a family. The dragon and the wolf. Together. Until the end of their days. Chapter 197. Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen became the rightful rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. Not by their own will. Not because they wanted it, but because people around the kingdom wanted that. They were chosen by them again and again. The 7 kingdoms have been rising since they took the throne. They won the wars and they created peace. As they promised, but that was not their biggest challenge. More than 10 years passed since they defeated the Night King and were crowned. But ruling Westeros was nothing compared to being a parent of 4 beautiful children, who required their attention every day, but they did not mind that. Those children were proof of their true love. The love that they fought for quite hard years ago. They both got everything that they ever desired, they even got more. And there were things, especially one thing, that have not changed through the years. For their luck, they had help who they can trust, and those quiet moments behind closed doors were still enjoyable and satisfying. Dany. He whispered her name. He barely could form those words. That woman was his life, that woman changed his life, and that woman could make his wishes come true. His filthy wishes too, and he did not have to say those loud. No matter how many years they were together, they couldn't get bored of her. Sometimes when he was alone he imagined what would have happened if his brother the Raven did not poison her mind. If they could have been together as a happy family from the beginning? He knew it had to happen in this way. Everything had to happen in this way. He heard it several times and they were over it. Still, he often thought about that. But not at that moment. At that moment they were in their bedroom at Dragonstone and he was staring at that beautiful woman who was laying on the bed linen naked and she was biting her lower lip meanwhile she gave pleasure herself. He couldn't get enough of the sight. Dany glanced at him and whispered his name Jon. She was really close to her climax. Jon's gaze wandered to her soft hand. Those fingers were working so hard to make her come. She was rubbing her clit so fast, mercilessly, and her moans became louder. She closed her eyes to give herself to that climax and she was really satisfied. He exactly wanted Jon to long for her, even more than he usually does. She loved to bring his wolf side out in the bedroom. Or that was his dragon side. She couldn't tell. She only could tell that no matter how many years were behind them, he still could give her everything she longed for. Her body tightened, and she fastened her fingers to finally let it out, but at that moment Jon decided to enter that little game. He grabbed her hand and moved it away from her sex, right before the moment she could reach the top. What the hell are you doing? She frowned and wanted to finish it, but Jon shook his head with that annoying and charming grin on his face and squeezed her hands to the bed. It is not just you who love to play games. He shrugged and placed himself between her legs. His manhood was rock hard. Even he wondered how it hasn't exploded yet, but he won't give her the pleasure to win this little game. He was just teasing her. Teasing her extremely wet pussy with his manhood, but he did not give it to her. No matter how much she wanted it. No matter how she tried to move to let him slide inside. If you don't give me what I need, why did you stop me? I could solve it myself. I almost come. She rolled her eyes. Oh, I know that. He nodded and couldn't stop smiling. Believe me, he raised his eyes at her meanwhile she leaned over her body and kissed her nipple. I know your body quite well. He was going down with those kisses. But you are wrong, my love. He almost reached her sex. In what? Dany asked back, but she couldn't think about anything else, just how much she wanted those lips finally met with her core. And Jon Snow knows that too. As he knew how to get her aroused even more. I wanted to please you. He laid down between her legs and breathed his answer to her sex. Then he caressed it with one finger. From up to down, and then he kissed it. He gave one small little kiss to it. But you wanted me to sit there, and watch you, he explained, but he did not move away. His lips were brushing her skin down there while he was talking. That was an evil move. He did not stop. Meanwhile, I wanted nothing else after a week without you, then feel you. Feel your warm pussy around my cock. He placed another kiss on her most sensitive part. She shivered and she hated how good he was in this. He slowly slid one of his fingers inside her. Jon, she breathed his name so greedily. Yes. He raised his eyes to her face again and licked her core. But just once. He felt how her whole body shivered and he was satisfied with the results of his little game. I can't just watch you, meanwhile I know. He repeated that lick. You know what? She swallowed a big one and looked straight at his face. His face, which was in a perfect place, but he still did not do what he should do. I know I can do that much better. He finally pressed his lips to her sex as he should and licked her out so wildly. She almost screamed his name in her pleasure. It was a stroke of luck those walls in the castle were thick. Not a few seconds passed and she finally could come. She released it and it was like a bomb. She felt it in her whole body. Am I wrong? Jon looked up at her face again with an enchanting smile. I missed you, she admitted finally, and he climbed over her and kissed her lips. His manhood was right there again. At her entrance, and she was so ready to welcome him. So that is how you spend your nights when I am away. Instead of stabbing her with his cock, he continued to talk, then leaned to her neck to kiss it. How many times you did that in the past few days? He groaned to her ear. He was fighting with his instincts. He wanted to get her. He wanted to sink in her and fill her. He wanted to release himself inside her, but that would exactly be the thing that she wants too. How many times have you touched yourself? He kept asking questions. John, please. It was a rare moment when she sounded so begging. She got used to getting everything she wants. At the moment she wants. She was a queen. That was not a surprise. She was just, definite, and she couldn't deny her Targaryen blood. She was too sudden and willful sometimes. No one dared to argue with her. Except him. He learned how to treat her. He tamed that dragon, and he would lie if he says he doesn't enjoy that. How many times? He asked the question again so quietly. His deep tone went under his skin, and she even wanted him more. A few. Dany knew if she doesn't answer she'll never get what she really needs. I closed my eyes and imagined you being here. Imagine you and how you usually give me pleasure, imagine how you fill me. She turned her face to his and their lips almost met. Because a week is too long without you. Without feeling you inside me. She licked his lips. With a small little move of his hips, John finally fulfills her request. He had no idea how long he can last. He was on the edge of his climax. He almost came the moment he slid inside her. She welcomed him with a satisfied moan, and she wanted to move her hips faster. She wanted to be fucked. She needed that, but John still has control. He thrust her so deep, but in a slow way. Once, then again. So you thought about this feeling when you touched yourself? He repeated the thrust. It was written on her face how much better it was in this way. Yes. She moaned again and squeezed his butt. And you want it? He couldn't take his eyes off of her. She was even more beautiful while they were having sex. She was just herself. The woman he loved. Without any mask. Without playing a role. Her hair was messy already, and they haven't even started the night. He knew he can't come. Not before she gets what she wants. Because she deserved it, and he wanted to please his love until he is able to do that. He started to move his hips, and her moans proved how much she wanted that. John, yes. Your Grace. A maid entered the room and stepped closer to Daenerys. She was standing at the window and watching her children playing in the yard. Is he arrived? Dany quickly turned in the direction of the young woman. No, Your Grace. She lowered her head. But some of your guests are. She continued. They are waiting for you in the throne room. Dany sighed. Resignedly. John left 2 weeks ago. No matter how much they wanted to spend every day together, they have duties as the rulers of the 7 kingdoms. That was the disadvantage of their choice. Dragonstone was not in the center of the kingdom, and sometimes one of them had to leave the castle to take care of the happenings around. Their youngest daughter, Rilla, was just 4 years old, and she did not want to leave her behind. John agreed with her decision. So he left and she stayed. Usually, they only have to spend a few days without each other, and he knew the ceremony will be held that day. He promised he'll arrive in time. It was his daughter's 16th birthday after all. She knew he wouldn't miss that. The maid waited for her answer and looked at her questioningly. Which guests? She finally gave a smile towards her. Lady Sansa Stark with her husband, Lord Jarson Harlaw, and their 2 sons. The young woman answered quickly. Daenerys felt she can't be that unlucky. Of course, she and Sansa were not enemies, but they never became close friends either. She barely visited the north once or twice during all those years. Why do they have to be the first ones who arrive at her daughter's ceremony? Daenerys took a deep breath. Your Grace. The maid tried to catch her gaze. It was clear her mind was racing. I'll be there in some minutes. Dany nodded, but first, she turned back to the window. She needed some time to prepare herself for that. Without Jon. As she remembers, she did not even meet Sansa Stark without Jon. He was their safety net to not say any disrespectful things to each other. She looked out of the window and her eyes stopped on their children again. The 2 brown-haired boys were fighting each other with training swords. They couldn't even deny their father. Both of them had those Stark features. Dark brown curly hair, dark brown eyes. The talent of swordsmanship. As if it is in their veins. She remembered back when Robb was born. Shortly after their wedding. Sometimes it was unbelievable how many years passed and how quickly. He was their first son but not the only one. She saw how Robb forces his younger brother to the ground, but then he stretched his hand toward him. Help him to get up. Maybe they were not bad parents at all, despite all their insecurities. If someone before mentioned someday she'll have a son, named Eddard, she would have definitely laughed at that person's face. Yet he was there. Named after Jon's father. She felt it right. She never had a chance to get to know the real truth about the assassin who tried to kill her in Essos. Some said it was Ned Stark, some said he tried to convince the king to let that Targaryen girl live in peace on the other side of the world. It does not matter anymore. He was grateful to Ned Stark no matter what he did or didn't do against her. He kept his promise and kept Jon Snow safe. Raised him up in a loving family. Raised him as an honorable and true man. And Jon Snow loved him and respected him. He still does, and she knew how important it is for him to have a son named after his father, to show his honor. She glanced to the side and she spotted their oldest children. The princess who was promised to bring the dawn. She did. She was just a toddler, but she saved the whole world. She was sitting there with a book on her lap surrounded by 2 dragons. They grew a lot, but they still consider her as their family. No one has a chance to get close to her if she doesn't want that. Daenerys was quite calm because their abilities disappeared a long time ago. Shortly after they defeated the Night King. She was just a normal girl, who has that close connection with those dragons, but nothing more. That reassured her and Jon too. They were afraid that if that power grows in her and took over control. As it happened with Bran Stark. Many years passed and it seemed their worries were pointless. Miss Sandai, she heard how a maid yelled her daughter's name in the yard and she realized she should go. Sansa Stark is waiting for her. With her family. She glanced once more at the distance. Jon, come on. Don't do this with me, she whispered quietly, then turned to the door and left the room. Miss Sandai slowly stood up and placed her hand on Dagon's head to not move. She walked closer to the maid. She knew she should be in her room already, getting ready for that celebration, nevertheless she wants nothing less. What can I do for you, Sarah? Miss Sandai greeted her. Some guests are already here and you did not even start to get dressed. The woman shook her head with a gentle smile. You know it is important. For who? Missy rolled her eyes. She was an obedient and respectful girl. She got good education, but of course, with the years she more and more resembles her mother. She has her own will and sometimes she was too honest. For the realm. The young woman answered and hugged her shoulders to escort her inside. Where's Dad? The princess glanced at her. He hasn't arrived yet, but I am sure he will sooner or later. He would never miss this day. Sarah tried to make her calm down. And your mother misses him even more. As I know his sister is already here with her family. Sarah blurted quickly the new information. If the gossips are true, your mother and Sansa Stark never really get along. I only remember Aunt Arya. Miss Sandai shook her head. I've heard about Sansa, but I must be very young the last time we met. Have I already mentioned she has 2 sons? Sarah continued gossiping. They are both here. They are around the same age as Robert. I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be the solution to the bad relations that they have had for years now. She continued talking without thinking through her words. Miss Sandai immediately stopped and looked at her questioningly. What do you mean? She frowned. A marriage. For alliance. She answered so naturally it wouldn't be a surprise. Of course not now, you are too young for that, but maybe a proposal. She giggled and she had no idea how her words scared Miss Sandai. She never thought about that. She never talked about that with her parents. They have never mentioned she has to do this when she grows up. Of course, you have to discuss this with your parents, but I smell this is coming. Sarah just continued and she did not even realize Miss Sandai did not hear her words anymore. Her mind was racing and that was definitely not a thing she would do. Not even for her parents' sake. Daenerys took a deep breath before she nodded toward the Dothraki guard to open the door for her. She stepped to the throne room and put her best smile on. Jarson, Sansa's husband, immediately bowed to her and poked his sons to do the same. He looked like a kind man. A man who always does what his wife says. Of course, she cannot be sure, they barely knew each other. Met once or twice in 10 years. He seemed grateful to have Sansa Stark as his wife. It has not been revealed whether it is because of her personality or just her name. She made a quick glance at Sansa's sons. She tried to find the real Stark features in them, but it seemed they inherited much more from Sansa's mother's side. They had ginger hair and many freckles, not to mention they were a little overweight for their ages. Your Grace. Sansa's voice distracted her thoughts. Lady Stark. Lord Harlaw. Dany nodded to them. I hope your route was a problem-free one. She tried to be polite, but she knew it is not her talent. It was, but someday you should visit Winterfell with my brother. It's been a long time since you visited his home. Sansa answered. Dany immediately noticed how she pushed the word his home but tried to not react to it. The time will come, I'm sure. We have many duties. As rulers and as parents too. Daenerys explained. That is the explanation for your brother's absence too. He has to fill his duties as the king. Dany clasped her hands in front of her body. But he'll be there soon. Before the celebration. She was not sure about her words, but she did not let anyone see that. Until then. She tried to close the conversation as soon as she could and glanced at the maids around them. Please find Lady Stark and her family a proper room. She gave one last smile to Sansa and wanted to leave. Oh, I forgot to mention. Sansa stopped her. Dany rolled her eyes while she was standing with her back at them, but then turned with a full smile on her face. I owe you so much because you let my sons bear my name. It is important for the north to have a Stark as a ruler. It always was. Sansa stepped closer to Daenerys. And my husband is also proud of them. That they can have that name. Sansa glanced at her husband as if she commanded him to give him approval. He just nodded quickly. If that is so important for the north, I won't stand in its way. If the warden Dany couldn't resist correcting Sansa has to be a Stark, then let it be a Stark. She nodded. Did I already introduce my sons? Sansa somehow insisted she stays there. She wanted something, that was clear, and she had no idea how long she can hold herself back. The younger one Larys, she pushed his son forward and he bowed again, and our elder son who will inherit the north. Brandon. She showed her son to step closer. Dany froze. That name, she doesn't understand. Why would someone name his son after a monster? Because Bran Stark was a monster. I know it is kind of strange, but it is for the honor of my brother. Who he was. Before he became what he became. Sansa explained quickly. It was written on Dany's face how confused she was. I am sure that you both will be worthy of your titles. Welcome at Dragonstone. She found the right words after a moment. Now if you excuse me. I have to look after my children. She wanted to escape and she hated Jon at that moment because he was not there. She walked to the exit when it suddenly opened and she found her face to face with Tyrion Lannister. You gotta be kidding me, she whispered to herself and tried to continue the act. Miss Sandai. You are not ready. Sarah tried to stop her to leave the room, but she already opened the door. To her biggest surprise, she bumped into two strong arms and a very familiar face. He was tall and muscular. His blonde hair was a little wobbly but his smile was one of the most precious smiles for her. She jumped to his neck without thinking and the young man returned it. Samwell. I am so glad you are here. She was speaking from her heart. They grew up together. She and the son of Gilly and Samwell Tarly. He was a bit older than her, but without him she would have been so alone. He took care of her as a brother, as she can remember. That means my father arrived too? Where is he? Her eyes were shining and Samwell forgot his gaze on her beautiful face for a moment. He sent me ahead to let you know that he arrives in some hours. Some negotiations dragged on. Sam cleared his throat. But it was clear he wanted to send all of them to hell just to be with you. He leaned closer and whispered the last sentence to her ear. I am sure he has many things to take care of. Miss Sandai lowered her head. Samwell finally had a chance to take a look at her. From tip to toe. Sometimes he wished to be brave enough to tell her that she is not just a sister to him. For a while now. He couldn't look at her as his sister. They grew up together, they spent their childhood together, still, in the past few years, she became a woman. A very beautiful one. She was kind and smart, intelligent, funny, she has a gentle heart and he could go on with those. Until the end of the day. You look beautiful today. I mean. He cleared his throat. You usually look beautiful but today you are even more, amazing. He was embarrassed no matter how much he tried to hide it. She wanted to thank you but before she could say anything she felt the touch of Sarah who dragged her back inside the room. She just waved to Sam before they closed the door. Hours passed and more people gathered in the castle. The music was loud, there was more than enough food and wine. Daenerys stopped at the door before she entered. Jon was still not there. She got the information that he is going to be late, but that was too much. She looked around and she couldn't tell in words how much she hated all of this. Daenerys. The master, Samwell Tarly stepped next to her with a smile. Samwell, would you please remind me why are we doing this? She asked as quietly as she could and she found her daughter in the mass. She was standing in the corner of the room and trying to avoid dancing with anyone. Because it is a tradition and good for the people. For the realm. They expect this from you. To name your heir. To crown her a princess. He explained quickly. Even if she doesn't intend to rule. We did not want it either, but you gave us no other choice. Dany reminded him. And the Seven Kingdoms is shining since it is under your rule. From the south to the north. Samwell told her without hesitation. I think we did that right. He straightened himself and Dany burst out a little laugh. She couldn't deny the truth. They really made this shit kingdom a better place. Of course, there were little issues, robberies, riots, but they could handle those. Easily put everything in the right place. It seemed no matter how much they did not want that, the world, the Seven Kingdoms needed them, and if those prophecies from years ago were true, the Seven Kingdoms needs her daughter too. To take her place as the Queen of Westeros. Looking at her, it seemed less and less she wanted it. Miss Sandai rejected the fourth man in seconds who wanted to dance with her. Dany could understand. She wanted to erase even the memory of those old traditions. Which were nonsense and useless. But that takes time. They couldn't change the world in a day. It took years and there are still many things connected to the old wheel. The wheel that she wanted to broke. She did not even notice when Sam left her there. He told her something about the ceremony but she did not really pay attention. She only wished her husband to be there finally and to just escape her daughter from this crazy circus. She reminds me of you. Now it was Tyrion Lannister who stopped next to her. Who else? She forgave his sins and gave him his family home, Castle Rock, to withdraw. She would have not thought that he is brave enough to show up there. She can judge people with her eyes. Same posture. She is hard to control, I assume. He smiled a bit, but he did not want anything wrong with his words. He just remembered the good times when he could serve Daenerys Targaryen as her hand. She is much better than me. Dany did not even look down at him. Condoning your behavior, Your Grace. You did not expect me to be here. Tyrion cleared his throat. I forgot you are a Lannister. And you don't care about manners. Dany couldn't resist making a comment. My mistake, not yours. It seems that many years were not enough to know what should I expect from you. She desperately searched for someone who can save her from this situation. And what do you expect from them? He looked around and showed the mass with his glass. I mean, which offer will you accept? Did you think about that? He raised the glass to his lips. What are you talking about? Daenerys finally turned to the dwarf. She was edgy and started to lose her patience. It is her 16th birthday. You'll crown her as the rightful heir and the future queen. I thought you'll make this decision too, today. As it should. As usual. Traian frowned. Will we continue this nonsense dialogue or you finally tell me what are you talking about? She spread her arms. At that moment it became clear to Tyrion that she really has no idea what the people around the huge hall expect her to do. You did not wonder why every house felt so important to be here? With their sons? Especially with their oldest son. Tyrion surveyed the crowd around and Daenerys did the same. She has not noticed. Not until that moment. If she wanted to be honest, she did not even care about that. They all want to propose her. Of course, I can't blame them. You fixed the Targaryen realm and your power is unshakable. She will be the future queen. The one who wins her hand, that one will be the king of the 7 kingdoms by her side. He shrugged and drank into his cup again. It is also a faint memory of the old world which was not even important enough to care about. Daenerys tried to act as if she does not care about his words. We will. Tomorrow. We'll abolish this ridiculous tradition. You are smart enough to know that is not that simple. Tyrion glanced at her. One thing I learned through the years, everyone wants power. That is a chance for them if they are lucky enough they can get the power they want. If you erase this tradition you erase their hope. And that can have consequences. Tyrion Lannister connected the dots. As he always does. She remembered at that moment why she chose him as her hand a long time ago. He was a clever man and cunning. That was a dangerous and useful combination. Of course, she would have never admitted that to him. Not anymore. Not again. My daughter is only 16. She is a child. I am not going to sell her. When she is old enough she can decide who she wants to marry, by her own will. Dany made her decision clear. But not today. She swallowed and she did not even notice she scratched her fingers. Anyway. She turned to Traian angrily. Why are you acting like my hand? Who asked for your advice? You had a chance but that was a long time ago and it has gone. She narrowed her brows. If I am interested in your opinion I'll ask it. She tried to act hard but her mind was racing. She stepped away from Tyrion but she heard his last words. Peace is a fragile thing. He drank his wine again. Daenerys stopped and she hated to listen to her instincts. The instincts that whispered to her, to listen to Tyrion Lannister this time. She was fighting for herself, then she found Miss Sandai in the crowd again. With another young boy at around 10 who asked her for a dance. She just shook her head and refused that one too. Dany knows she can't do that with her. No. She deserves the best life that she can have. In Westeros or anywhere else. With the man who she chooses for herself. I know. She turned back to Tyrion slowly. I am sure you know all the names who want to propose to my daughter tonight. And I assume you also have some advice on how to avoid misunderstandings. She was staring at his face. He drank his last sip and nodded. Missy saw her mother left with that dwarf. They walked towards the map room. So it was a lie, the kingdom can wait that day. Her father was, who knows here, and her mother chose to care about the kingdom instead of her. They promised her, but it seemed those promises were not important enough. She turned her head in the other direction where she saw her little sister Rilla playing with Gilly and some other children. She envied her. She wanted to be 4 again. When she had no duties, no one told her what she should do, or how she could act. Her gaze continued exploring the room. She finally spotted Samwell too, who helped his father with something. From her heart, she wanted to ask him to kidnap her. To take her somewhere away from the 7 kingdoms. he would have done it. She was sure of that. Suddenly she noticed some others too. Her little brothers were sneaking out from the hall with the Stark kids. She had a bad feeling, she knew her brothers, so she apologized to the next young lord and chose to follow her brothers. It was a long time ago when I was here last time. It has not changed a lot. Tyrion scanned the huge dragon artwork on the wall. I would like to make one thing clear. Daenerys stopped at the edge of the table. That does not mean I trust you. Not even for a minute. I am willing to listen to your train of thought. That is all. She was staring at him and there were no emotions in her face. It's way more than your old self would have done. Tyrion nodded. That shows how much you improved as a ruler. See? Without your help. She couldn't hold back the nasty comment. No. That is true. You did not need me for it. You found someone else who could serve you much better than me. He lowered his head. If I want to be honest, I was not sure he really can tame. To the point. About my daughter and the names who want to propose to her. She cut his words. Almost every house with a name is here, Tyrion admitted. There are some who are going to make a proposal and of course, there is one that everyone thinks you are going to accept. He carefully looked up at her. If you say no to that one, which would be surprising for everyone, that is sure. More will come. And which is that one? Dany kept her eyes on him, and even though she liked the way he was thinking, she did not have time for this. She should be with her daughter, especially because her father has not arrived back on time. Tyrion hesitated. Dany just leaned to the table and stared at him threateningly. Which one? The warden of the biggest part of your kingdom. Tyrion cleared his throat, but he did not expect the reaction that Dany gave him. She started to laugh and put her palm to her forehead. It is clear that. Tyrion was embarrassed again, but he tried to continue. You can go. Dany rolled her eyes. I was almost fool enough to believe you. Do you think I don't see? What are you trying to do? Prepare the ground, trying to convince me why it is a good decision. She made conclusions by herself and told straight to his face. I don't understand why Sansa thought that you are the proper one to do this. You can use your words wisely, but I won't make the same mistake again. She laughed nervously. It was not her. I am not here on her behalf. Tyrion narrowed his eyes. I just wanted to raise your attention to it. That is a white flag and the rejection of it can cause trouble. Sansa really thought that through. She learned some useful things from Lord Baelish and my sister. She learned how to turn things to be a benefit for her. Tyrion walked around the table. Jon Snow would think about it. You know that. To keep the peace, to sort out the relationship between Sansa and you. To make a compromise. Jon would never do this with his daughter. Dany swallowed, but even she doubted this. He wouldn't force her, that is true. But he would convince her to do this. And, if your daughter loves her father, she would do this. For him. Tyrion spread his arms. Daenerys opened her mouth to answer, but at that moment the door opened and she couldn't tell in words how happy she was because of the one who entered. Jon. She whispered his name and he immediately jumped to her and held her close. Squeezed her into his embrace. I am sorry. He gave her a kiss on her face. You stink. Daenerys pushed him away gently. I was in a hurry to get home. He smiled at her and their eyes locked. A minute passed and he realized he just disturbed something. Some negotiations between his wife and Tyrion Lannister. That surprised him. What did I miss? He looked at the short man questioningly. Before Tyrion could form a word, a scream came from outside. Someone was yelling and screaming. Dany and Jon looked at each other, then they ran out, to the direction of the yard where the dragons used to rest.